Grr. Tell me, what do they do? Xiaoyang asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm genuinely curious. Chapter 356, Jealousy. Chu Yuewei instinctively glanced at Xiaxia. Seeing this, Xiaxia smiled gently and then said in a low voice, since you're here, it seems inevitable that you can't avoid this matter. In that case, just say it directly. Actually, I don't have much special knowledge about Xiaozhou Pavilion. I only know they are a ruthless organization. Previously, they threatened our royal family of Chu because they were short of money. At that time, my father, in order to ensure peace, gave them 800,000 taels of gold. As she said this, Chu Yuewei felt it was ridiculous. She looked at Xiaoyang and said softly, you must think it's incredibly absurd, right? A sovereign of a country being threatened by such a civilian organization. Xiaoyang shook his head and said indifferently, your father has always been a timid and cautious person, so it doesn't surprise me at all that he would do such a thing. If I remember correctly, when your brother died here, he acted as if nothing had happened and just endured it. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuewei's expression changed immediately. She frowned and looked at Xiaoyang, saying unhappily, although what you said is true, you could at least give me some face and not be so blunt, right? Do you know how they threatened your father? Xiaoyang waved his hand and changed the topic. Chu Yuewei gave him a glare, hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, I don't know the specifics, but it was something along the lines of, if my father wasn't willing, they would kidnap our noble children and send them to Longevity Island to be turned into good children. What? When Xiaoyang heard this, he was completely stunned. He never expected that with just this excuse, they managed to get 800,000 taels of gold. This old emperor is really foolish and rich. He thought for a moment and then muttered, if I had known this earlier, I should have asked for more money at the beginning. Is what you've taken not enough? Isn't all the wealth of the treasury now in your hands? Chu Yuewei said with disdain, glancing at him. Then she softly added, Xiaozhou Pavilion is everywhere, and they are most skilled at sowing discord and exploiting others' weaknesses. So you need to be careful, extremely careful, understand? Seeing Chu Yuewei's serious expression, Xiaoyang thought carefully and nodded, saying softly, yes, you're right, you're absolutely right. All right, where are we staying? Chu Yuewei picked up the child and smiled gently at him. Our Shishi is tired. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's lips curled slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. I've already arranged for you. You can directly stay in the Qin Prince's mansion. What? What? Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Although they had speculated before, they couldn't think of any place in the capital that was absolutely safe. Now, hearing the words, Qin Prince's mansion, Chu Yuewei couldn't help but laugh out loud. As expected of you. All right, we'll stay in your Qin Prince's mansion. I have no objections. After saying that, she turned around and walked out. Xiaxia gave Xiaoyang a deep look and followed behind. Zhao Mingyue, having finally met her old father, naturally didn't want to leave. She held her father's hand and whispered, Father, I'm sorry, I can't be by your side to accompany you. As long as you're happy, it doesn't matter where you are. By the way, why didn't you bring Zhou back this time? The old duke looked curiously at his daughter. Zhao Mingyue hadn't expected her father to mention her youngest son at this moment. She instinctively glanced at Xiaoyang and then said softly, Zhou is currently studying and can't miss his lessons. Being with his father, nothing will happen to him. Father? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang was full of curiosity. Actually, he had already known that Zhao Mingyue had a person she had liked since she was young. It was said that the man was a teenage general with remarkable military achievements at the age of 16. They were childhood sweethearts and deeply in love. Later, due to the incident with the old emperor, they were forced to separate. It was only later that it was rumored the general had died in battle. To his astonishment, he was still alive? So, the ninth prince isn't actually the old emperor's son? Well, that's impressive. He's truly a role model for us all. Xiaoyang looked at Zhao Mingyue and smiled, then said indifferently, Aunt Zhao must not trust me, so she didn't bring her precious son along, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyue felt a bit embarrassed but still nodded and said calmly, If you put it that way, it's not wrong. After all, we all know what kind of person you are. If it really came to that, I think it's better to be safe this way. What kind of talk is this? The old duke was completely displeased upon hearing this. He pulled at his daughter and said unhappily, "What are you being so reckless about here? Don't spout nonsense. Although I am now a commoner, no matter what, I have seen the emperor's methods before. It's only natural for me to worry about my child, isn't it?" Zhao Mingyue said with righteous indignation. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang considered for a moment and then said softly, "Whatever you think is fine, but I still think you'd better not let Xiaozha know your thoughts or else he might get hurt. Whether you believe it or not, even between a mother and her son, there needs to be a bond. We are all still alive, which is good enough. As for anything else, I truly won't ask for more," Zhao Mingyue said with a light laugh. "One is the child of the beloved, and the other is the child of the enemy. How can one possibly treat them equally?" Seeing Zhao Mingyue like this, Xiaoyang could only helplessly shrug his shoulders and then said indifferently, "If you put it that way, then I have nothing more to say, except to respect your frankness." Zhao Mingyue waved her hand, gave the old duke a deep bow, and then turned around to walk out. Qin Prince's mansion. Xiaozha held the child and looked at Chu Yuewei, feeling somewhat awkward. Seeing his awkwardness, Chu Yuewei couldn't help but laugh and feel helpless. She said with frustration, "Ever since we came from the palace, you've been acting weird. What's going on? What do you feel when you see him?" Xiaozha finally asked. "He is now the exalted emperor, while I am just a farmer. You originally liked him, and it was just by chance that we had this child." Xiaozha, do you really have some kind of problem with your brain? Chu Yuewei was furious upon hearing this. She stepped forward, snatched the child back, and said through gritted teeth, "I've already given you a child, and now you're asking me this? I really admire you." Chapter 357. The Outburst. Without waiting for a response, she turned and was about to leave with the child in her arms. However, since Xiaozha had not received the answer he was hoping for, he quickly chased after her and grabbed her arm. "You need to explain yourself before you leave? What do you want me to say? What exactly do you want me to clarify?" Chu Yuewei stared straight at Xiaozha. "You're asking me this now, fine. Then let me ask you. If you saw Shen Yinyan in the palace today, what would you feel?" Mentioning this matter, Xiaozha reacted as if he had been stepped on his tail, letting out a loud yelp. "You know everything about my relationship with her. It's always been innocent. Besides, ever since we had this child, I haven't thought about anything else. I just want to live a good life with you." Seeing him like this, Chu Yuewei, who had been quite angry, suddenly felt her anger dissipate, and she couldn't help but laugh, saying with a hint of helplessness, "Yes, no matter what kind of feelings we had before, they are all in the past now. For us, all those emotions, just like our origins, belong to a previous life. Now, I have you, my mother, and this child. I want nothing else. My life is complete. At the end of the day, all I want is a peaceful and smooth life. Can't we just live together peacefully? Is that really what you think?" Xiaozha was somewhat moved by her words, lowering his head and murmuring softly, "I always thought you liked him more." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuewei rolled her eyes and retorted irritably, "If I liked him, I wouldn't have had a child with him. If I didn't like you, why would I have a child with you? You ungrateful man. I've been by your side all this time, and now you're asking me such things. You're really driving me mad." Looking into Chu Yuewei's eyes, Xiaozha could tell this was her true feelings. He stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her and whispered, "I know it might sound meaningless to you, but I'm scared, really scared. Ever since I was young, my parents never cared for me. Even though my father is gone now, my mother's attitude towards me hasn't changed. You've seen it. Her heart and eyes are only for my younger brother. So, I have nothing, only you and the child. If I lose you, I don't know what I'd become." Over time, Chu Yuewei had genuinely grown to like Xiaozha. Despite his seemingly dim-witted appearance, he was, in fact, just a pitiful soul. She gently stroked his head and said softly, "You are me, and I am you. We are a family of 3, and we need to live a good life together. In the future, don't think about these things anymore. Relationships between people are based on fate, even between mother and child. So, I think you should stop dwelling on these matters. Let's just live our lives and love our child, okay? Then, about this matter, can you help? Xiaozhi pulled her to sit down, looking anxious and whispering. Xiaoyang is cunning and ruthless. Even my father, until his death, didn't expect him to be so decisive. So, I think the reason he called us here might not be so pure. We need to be cautious. Seeing Xiaozhi like this, Chu Yuewei couldn't help but laugh, then said in a low voice, "You're right, his intentions in calling us here are indeed impure, but it's not about using us. Ultimately, he's afraid we might be taken hostage or exploited." What did that mean? Xiaozhi looked at Chu Yuewei. If someone from Xiaozhou Pavilion comes, would they use me to reclaim the throne? Yes, after all, you were once a crown prince, so naturally, there are those who would support you. Strictly speaking, Xiaoyang is also a traitor, isn't he? Chu Yuewei said this with a touch of sarcasm. Hearing this, Xiaozhi's face showed discomfort as he murmured, "Others might not know, but do you? After all, this kingdom originally belonged to Xiaoyang's family. In the end, we are the ones who are the traitors." Although Xiaozhi said this with reluctance, he had to admit it was the truth. Seeing him like this, Chu Yuewei smiled and hugged him, kissing him. "My silly husband, even if that's the case, so what? The traitor is your dead father, not you. In the end, you're just an innocent bystander." Seeing that Chu Yuewei had no disdain for him, Xiaozhi finally felt at ease. In the Zhaoyang Palace, Shun Yinyan watched as Xiaoyang ate, feeling somewhat helpless. "You're now the emperor, yet you still eat so quickly. You need to be elegant, understand? There's only you and me here, so who am I being elegant for? If you like elegance, you should have seen Xiaozhou today. Even though he's just a farmer now, he's still quite elegant, an elegant farmer." Xiaoyang snorted, picking up the pace of his eating. Why did that sound so sarcastic? Shen Yinyan frowned slightly, putting down her chopsticks with an unhappy expression. "If you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to be so sarcastic." "How am I being sarcastic? I'm just going along with what you said. Didn't you say you like elegance?" Xiaoyang snorted. Seeing him like this, Shen Yinyan rolled her eyes. "Then why did you bring up Xiaozhi? Can't I mention Xiaozhi? Don't you like hearing his name?" Xiaoyang snorted, putting down his chopsticks and curiously looking at Shen Yinyan. "When he was still the crown prince, he always had lingering feelings for you. So, was it just unrequited love?" Xiaoyang. Shen Yinyan was now genuinely annoyed, frowning at him and snapping, "Are you out of your mind? I didn't even like him when he was the crown prince, let alone now. A grown man being so jealous. Pfft. Who's jealous? We already have a child. What do I have to be jealous about?" Xiaoyang spoke with complete confidence, refusing to admit he was jealous. Shen Yinyan stood up, turning to leave. Seeing his wife was really about to leave, Xiaoyang stepped forward, pulling her back. Shen Yinyan lost her balance and fell into his embrace. "What are you doing?" "What do you think I'm doing? Can't I do anything now?" Xiaoyang spoke with such confidence, perfectly embodying the word rascal. Seeing him like this, Shen Yinyan was speechless. "What exactly do you want?" "I just want to be jealous. Is that a problem?" "Do as you please." Shen Yinyan turned her face away, clearly not wanting to engage in this matter. Xiaoyang, however, turned her face back. "Are you angry?" Chapter 358. She is too. Angry? Why would she be angry? Shen Yunyan glanced at him and snorted. "You're the emperor, so whatever you say is right. What reason do I have to be angry? Do you think I dare to be angry?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang found it a bit amusing and somewhat helpless. "I don't know about others, but when have you ever truly treated me like an emperor?" This statement immediately silenced both of them. Shen Yunyan had never thought she was being too demanding, but upon hearing these words, she suddenly felt that perhaps she had indeed been taking her privileges for granted. She looked at Xiaoyang and, after hesitating for a moment, whispered, "Am I being too unreasonable?" "No, I like you this way. Actually, When I first realized I might become the emperor, I was very conflicted. They say it's lonely at the top, and I'm not ambitious. I just wanted a simple life with my wife and kids. If you had started treating me with formality and keeping your distance, I think I would have been truly miserable. Xiaoyang embraced Shen Yunyan. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, he had finally found a stable home and was unwilling to lose it. He truly felt that this life was the best. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's continue living like this, okay? Okay. Xiaoyang smiled and playfully teased Shen Yunyan. Of course, this peaceful life wouldn't last long. Xiaoyang still had a mountain of issues to deal with, the foremost being Shen Yuanfeng. He personally went to the dungeon and saw Shen Yuanfeng sitting there, utterly disheveled. Xiaoyang sighed. How do you feel now? Filled with hatred. I want to kill you. You stole my sister. Shen Yuanfeng glared at Xiaoyang with the intensity of a sworn enemy, gritting his teeth. Do you think my sister truly loves you? She only chose to be with you because you were sworn enemies with Shen Tao. She wanted to use you as a knife to kill Shen Tao. Our plan was almost successful, but I never expected that after having a child, my sister wavered and couldn't bear to harm you. Hearing this, Xiaoyang chuckled lightly. Though your story is well-crafted, I know my own wife. Sleeping by my side, how could I not know what she's thinking? How could I not know if she truly loves me? Ha ha ha, you're really confident, Xiaoyang. You'll soon pay the price for that confidence. Shen Yuanfeng's eyes were filled with fury. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang felt a pang of disappointment. Sighing, he said helplessly, "You're such a foolish boy. I really don't understand what you're thinking. What did you say? What do you think I said?" Xiaoyang stared directly at him and smiled. If you had just been obedient, even if you couldn't be the emperor, I could have given you a fiefdom to be your own little king. But you just couldn't let go of your ambitions. I don't understand how those people managed to brainwash you into thinking you could seize my empire or reclaim your grandfather's kingdom. Xiaoyang, I have a card you'd never expect. Just watch. Shen Yuanfeng's eyes grew increasingly wild. Seeing this, Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. I know. Isn't it that your sister is also a Gu child? What? How do you know? This is an absolute secret. Even she doesn't know. How could you possibly know? Shen Yuanfeng was utterly shocked, staring at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Xiaoyang had only been testing him, but now that he had confirmation, his face turned pale with anger. He strode forward and grabbed Shen Yuanfeng by the throat. You beast. I'm not a beast. It wasn't me who turned her into this. I'm telling you, she was born to be a Gu child, born to sacrifice herself for our kingdom of Linglong. Shut up, beast. Xiaoyang flung him away and stormed out. Earlier, Nanyuaner had secretly mentioned this to him. At the time, Nanyuaner wasn't entirely sure, only saying that the Empress's body was a bit different, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. Xiaoyang had already suspected this, but he thought it was impossible for these people to be so ruthless. Now, however, he fully understood. They were indeed that ruthless, absolute lunatics. Bang! Xiaoyang kicked open the door to Nanyuaner's pharmacy and barged in. Nanyuaner instinctively grabbed a dagger by her side, her eyes cautious as she stared at the door. Upon seeing that it was Xiaoyang who had entered, she let out a sigh of relief, her tone slightly annoyed as she said, "What are you doing? Charging in like that scared me half to death." You were right. Yunyan is also a Gu child, but she's a different kind, which is why it wasn't so obvious. Xiaoyang dropped a bombshell as soon as he entered. What? Nanyuaner nearly screamed. What did you say? Are you sure? Do you think I have the mood to talk about uncertain things with you right now? Xiaoyang frowned at Nanyuaner. What should we do about this? You're asking me? Nanyuaner looked at him with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Do you think I know what to do about this? If she really is a Gu child, then your son is too. Your bloodline, your descendants, will carry this curse forever. In the end, this will still be the kingdom of Linglong's empire. Despicable intentions. Hearing this, Xiaoyang was so enraged that he kicked over the table. You're the best, right? Then think of a way to end this cursed inheritance. Why are you taking your anger out on me? Nanyuaner looked at him. Weichuda hesitantly said in a low voice, erasing the root is the only solution. Do you want to die? Xiaoyang stared directly at her. I will never kill Shen Yunyan. Nanyuaner knew he wouldn't kill Shen Yunyan. She shrugged indifferently. With my current abilities, that's the only solution I can think of. If you're unwilling to do it or don't want to, then you can choose to kill your son. Once the bloodline is gone, the curse will end too. Is that even something a human would say? Xiaoyang stepped forward, his gaze filled with an unprecedented aura of dominance, exuding a chilling, ominous presence. Do you think I have the mood to joke with you right now? Nanyuaner had never seen Xiaoyang like this before. Her initial reaction was fear, but she quickly composed herself and said with a sigh, I'm not in the mood for jokes either. Unless we find the Linglong Island and figure out what kind of goo worm it is, there's nothing even the mightiest deity could do about it. Hashtag chapter 359. Let's just fight. Alright, let's attack Linglong Island and find the goo insect. Xiaoyang agreed directly. Wasn't it just a fight? What was so difficult about that? Was this even possible? Nanyuaner looked at Xiaoyang with a complex expression, hesitating for a moment before speaking. You should know that now is not the best time to attack. We should wait a little longer, especially since the goo insect in the Empress's body hasn't activated yet, so there's no need to rush. Just focus on your own tasks, Xiaoyang said before turning and heading toward the Imperial study. Jinyu, call a Fu over. Also, send messages to Zhangjian and Qitai, telling them to come here as fast as they can. And I want to see Tao Jinzi right now. Xiaoyang began arranging the next steps as soon as he returned to the Imperial study. Jinyu didn't dare to question him and quickly went out to carry out the orders. The first to arrive was naturally a Fu. As the Minister of War, a Fu's demeanor had changed significantly. He entered and bowed. Your Majesty, why the urgency in summoning me? How are things at your home? Oh, and where's Tianzhao? Tianzhao is outside. Bring her in. Tianzhao quickly entered and knelt down, respectfully performing the proper greetings. Xiaoyang looked at her. You said you grew up with the Empress, right? Yes, I've been with the Empress since I was 6 years old, Tianzhao answered truthfully. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and looked at her. Then, did you notice anything different about the Empress compared to other children or girls? Tianzhao hadn't expected Xiaoyang to ask such a question at this moment. She looked at him in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Xiaoyang wasn't angry or impatient. Instead, he continued to guide her. You don't need to be afraid. Just think carefully. From childhood to now, was there anything different about the Empress compared to other girls? Think carefully. After a moment of thought, Tianzhao spoke softly. The year the lady passed away, the young mistress was only 8. One night, she had severe stomach pain, and many doctors were called, but none could help. It was only when Yunyang from the young master's side used an old remedy that she got better. After that, every month on the 16th, she had to take a pill. This has been the Empress's old ailment for many years. For so many years, it had been like this? Xiaoyang suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Why hadn't he noticed this during all the years he had been with Shen Yunyan? All right, you can go now, Xiaoyang said after taking a deep breath. But then he added, what happened today? Forget about it once you leave. Don't dwell on it, understand? Yes, I understand, Tianzhao responded and then left. Soon, Tao Jinzi arrived, looking dusty and clearly having rushed over. Why the urgency in calling me, Your Majesty? Tao Jinzi entered and bowed. Seeing Xiaoyang's serious expression, Tao Jinzi also grew tense. Your Majesty? Xiaoyang looked at him. Before my mother passed away, she left me a group of elite soldiers. I had previously asked you to settle them properly. Where are they now? They're in a manor on the outskirts of the capital, living as ordinary farmers. Tao Jinzi immediately replied truthfully. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. You've been doing business outside for many years. I assume you've heard of many strange things. Tell me, have you heard of Linglong Island? Do you know where it is? Linglong Island? That's not an island, just a remote and desolate village surrounded by mountains, almost completely cut off from the outside world. They only receive some essential supplies periodically, but they don't deal with us. They work with the Liu family's supply station in Nancheng. Tao Jinzi quickly answered. What? Xiaoyang hadn't expected the place he had been searching for to be so casually mentioned by Tao Jinzi. Indeed, those in business seem to know the most. But your majesty, that place is very remote and uncivilized. Why are you asking about it? Tao Jinzi looked at him in confusion. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Enough talk. Draw me a map. If your majesty wants a large force to go there, it might be difficult. I hear there's only one rugged path in and out, and outsiders aren't allowed near. The surrounding mountains are filled with miasma, Tao Jinzi said, looking concerned. But Xiaoyang didn't care about these details. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough talk. Draw the map? Yes. Tao Jinzi realized that no matter how difficult it was, Xiaoyang wouldn't let it go. So, Tao Jinzi obediently began drawing the map. Soon, Xiaoyang understood the layout of Linglong Island, but he knew he needed to see it for himself. Think of a way to bring someone from the Liu family's supply station here, Xiaoyang said, looking at Tao Jinzi. Upon hearing this, Tao Jinzi felt a bit helpless, murmuring softly, Your Majesty, I'm a businessman, not a bandit. Isn't that forcing me into a difficult position? Enough talk. Will you do it or not? I will. Tao Jinzi had no choice but to reluctantly nod and then bowed before leaving. A Fu, seeing Xiaoyang's determination, understood what he was planning. As long as your majesty gives the order, I will not hesitate, even if it costs me my life. What do I need your life for? Your task is not to fight on the front lines, but to stay here and protect those most important to both of us. Do you understand? Xiaoyang looked directly at him. I will personally lead this campaign. What? A Fu looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, his face filled with shock. Your Majesty? Yes, it's decided. No more talk, Xiaoyang waved his hand. I called you here just to let you know. Don't panic when the time comes. You don't need me to hold your hand for preparations, do you? Yes, I understand. A Fu knew that at this point, any attempt to persuade Xiaoyang would be futile. All he could do was support him and not add to his worries. After arranging everything, Xiaoyang felt an inexplicable surge of anger. He swept all the documents off the table and cursed fiercely, Damn it all. Seeing him in such a rage, Linu was a bit nervous. Your Majesty, take care of your health. I'm fine. Am I going to be killed by anger? Xiaoyang snorted, then looked at Linu. By the way, how's the Qin Prince's residence? Everything is fine. Xiaojia has been very obedient, not wandering around or showing his face. It seems he has no intention of stirring trouble, Linu answered seriously. Hearing this, Xiaoyang took a deep breath. Go and do one more thing for me. No matter how difficult, bring Jiu'er back to me. Chapter 360. Anomaly discovered. Jiu'er? Linu glanced at Xiaoyang and whispered, That's Zhao Mingyue's lifeline. I'm afraid it's already been hidden away. Where could we possibly find it? The most dangerous place is often the safest, so I suspect the child has been hidden back in the National Protection Temple. Go and take a look, but be discreet and don't let anyone notice. Off you go, Xiaoyang said with a smile, waving his hand. In truth, Xiaoyang would very much like to treat these people with sincerity, but there are times when honesty is futile and one must resort to tactics. For instance, now that Zhao Mingyue has brought back an insignificant son while hiding her precious possession, what could that mean? Everyone should be well aware. Upon hearing this, Linu immediately nodded, Yes, I will go at once. All right, go ahead, Xiaoyang said, waving his hand and smiling at her. Rising to his feet, he stood before the portrait of his late mother. He reached out and gently caressed the scroll, murmuring softly, I'm truly sorry I'm not your original son, but in my eyes, you've always been my mother. I never had a mother, and the maternal love I've received has all come from you. So, whatever you've entrusted me with, I will fulfill. No one knew that before the princess passed away, she had already entrusted Xiaoyang with a secret. Even if no one brought it up, Xiaoyang would never let it go. Anything that threatened the stability of the kingdom would be mercilessly cast aside by him, except for Zhaoyang Palace. Your Majesty, look, the little prince can already roll over. Isn't he amazing? The young maid Yuling said with a smile to Shan Yinyan. Though young, Yuling had many younger brothers and sisters at home, so she was quite adept at taking care of children. Little Tsong was especially fond of this pretty older sister. Shan Yinyan leaned in, watching the little one kicking his legs in the cradle. She smiled and picked up a rattle to play with him. Songer, look over here. It's your mother. Haha, come see your mother. Shan Yinyan chuckled softly, reaching out to take Songer's hand. But soon, Shan Yinyan noticed something unusual. At first, she thought she might be mistaken, but she quickly grabbed the child's hand to examine it closely. Wah! The baby had no idea why his mother had suddenly turned serious. Feeling his hand being held tightly and unable to move, he burst into tears. Your Majesty? Your Majesty! Yuling stepped forward and softly called out. But Shan Yinyan didn't let go of the child's hand. Instead, she grabbed Yuling's wrist and pulled her closer. What is this? Tell me, what is this? I remember the child didn't have this when he was born. How could he have this now? Yuling had never seen Shan Yinyan like this before and was clearly frightened, but she still carefully examined Songer's hand. Sure enough, there was a faint black line on his index finger. This, I don't know, Your Majesty. I didn't see it before. Go, call Nanyuan here. Now. Shan Yinyan almost screamed in desperation. What this mark signified, no one could be more clear than she. But this was her child. How could he have such a mark? How could he bear such a mark? Nanyuan soon rushed in, seeing Shan Yinyan on the verge of collapse. She hurried forward and said, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Look, my Songer, how could this be? Why is this happening? Shan Yinyan grabbed the child's finger and showed Nanyuan the mark. Had it already taken effect so soon? Nanyuan had previously known about the secret between Shan Yinyan and the child, but she never expected the curse to manifest so quickly. She looked at Shan Yinyan with sympathy and said helplessly, Your Majesty, you are an expert in this field yourself. Why ask me? No, we must have been mistaken, right? Shan Yinyan sobbed, holding the child and feeling deep guilt. It's my fault. It's because of the curse in my body that it's affecting the child, isn't it? No wonder my father never allowed me to have children. I thought he just didn't want to see me happy. Now it seems it was only because of the evil that would be passed down. What did this mean? Nanyuan looked at Shan Yinyan with a complex expression. After hesitating, she said softly, So, Your Majesty, you've always been aware of your own condition, haven't you? Yes. How could I not know my own body? I'm a cursed child who grew up, but I never thought it would affect my child. Why? Why has it come to this? What will happen to my child? Shan Yinyan held the child, crying helplessly. Seeing her like this, Nanyuan didn't know what to say. She could only sigh and say softly, In this situation, you know better than anyone what should be done, don't you? Yes, Shan Yinyan understood all too well. In such a situation, the simplest solution was to, but how could she? This was her child, her only flesh and blood. She couldn't bear to do it. No, it can't be. Your Honor, I beg you, help me. Don't tell anyone about this. Work with me, and let's find a way to change this situation. Shan Yinyan grabbed Nanyuan's hand, utterly heartbroken. Feeling Shan Yinyan's unstable emotions, Nanyuan softened her tone. Your Majesty, please don't panic. While the situation is dire, I believe there must be a way. So don't worry. Let's think of a solution together. For now, the most urgent matter is whether we should inform the Emperor. Inform Xiaoyang? Shan Yinyan instinctively shook her head. She didn't dare. She truly didn't dare tell Xiaoyang. She didn't know how to tell him. To confess that she was a monster, one that could curse the next generation. Seeing Shan Yinyan like this, Nanyuan felt helpless. She looked at Shan Yinyan and said, Your Majesty, the truth cannot be hidden forever. I know. You may go now. Tears streamed down Shan Yinyan's face, falling onto the child's body. Perhaps sensing his mother's emotions, the child who had been laughing suddenly burst into tears. Seeing her child like this, Shan Yinyan felt as if her heart was being torn apart. That night, Xiaoyang finally finished dealing with all his affairs and returned to Zhaoyang Palace, hoping for a peaceful meal. But as soon as he entered, he sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. He approached Shan Yinyan cautiously and whispered, "Yinyan, what's wrong?" "You're back?" Shan Yinyan forced a smile, standing up and reaching out to help him undo his buttons. "Take off your outer robe and let's eat." Chapter 361. Pain is useless. Xiaoyang instinctively tensed up when he saw Shan Yunyan's expression. He grabbed her hand and whispered, "Is something wrong? If there's anything, you can tell me directly. You don't have to hide it. I'm scared, really scared." Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shan Yunyan suddenly felt that perhaps she had been spoiled and arrogant all these years. Maybe she had wronged him. Suppressing all her sorrow, she raised the corners of her mouth and said softly, "I'm your wife. Isn't it natural for me to take care of you like this?" There was definitely a problem, and not a small one. Xiaoyang's nerves tightened instantly. He looked at Shan Yunyan, his eyes probing. But Shan Yunyan remained silent, just doing her own thing, bringing him food and sitting by his side, smiling. "Do you remember when we first went to Qin? The vast Qin palace was empty except for us. I took care of everything myself. Back then, we were the closest in the world, and I felt I was the happiest person." "We're still the closest now," Xiaoyang said, pinching her nose. "In my heart, you've always been the closest." Shan Yunyan had managed to hold back her emotions, but hearing this, tears almost fell. She looked at Xiaoyang. "You're good to me, the best in the world. Marrying you is worth more than any life. Why are you saying all this out of the blue? I was thinking about you all day in the Imperial study. I was even craving the spicy ribs you make. And look, they're here on the table tonight. Hee, aren't we quite in tune?" Xiaoyang picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shan Yunyan lowered her eyes and whispered, "I'm not very good at cooking, but since you like ribs and spicy flavors, I pestered my nanny to teach me this dish. Unfortunately, I'm not skilled, and it doesn't taste good at all." She knew how her cooking tasted, but Xiaoyang always ate everything without leaving a single bite. Xiaoyang silently ate the ribs on the table, not saying a word. He didn't speak, and Shan Yunyan didn't either, occasionally wiping away tears with a handkerchief. After dinner, Shan Yunyan mustered all her courage and knelt down. "Xiaoyang, I'm sorry. There's something I've been hiding from you. I'm a Gu child, one of the few who survived and grew up. I never told you this before, not because I wanted to hide it, but because I didn't know how to say it. But now I can't keep it from you anymore, because I've implicated our son, Tsonger. I know Tsonger is different from other children and can never inherit the throne. So, the promise of one man, one woman for life, doesn't need to be kept. I'm sorry for you. Please, open the palace to other women and have more children. I just beg you, give Tsonger a chance to live, don't hurt him. Okay?" Shan Yunyan had never been so humble in front of Xiaoyang. But now, she didn't care. She just wanted her child to live. Seeing Shan Yunyan like this, Xiaoyang was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, he said softly, "Do you think I'm a ruthless person, someone who wouldn't even spare his own child? I don't mean that, but we live in reality. You're now the emperor, and you fought hard to get your throne. You can't have no heir, can you?" Shan Yunyan looked up at him, tears in her eyes. "I'm already satisfied with your love. I won't be angry or resentful. I mean it." Xiaoyang now understood. Although Shan Yunyan had been by his side for years, deep down, she still held the feudal thoughts of this era. It wasn't her fault, but the fault of the times. Xiaoyang knew it was hard to change someone's mindset, especially in such circumstances. He smiled and looked at Shan Yunyan. "You really do have the bearing of an empress now. Without even glancing at her, he stood up and walked out. What did that mean? Shen Yunyan watched Xiaoyang's retreating figure, unsure of what he meant by his words. She felt confused and weak, slumping to the ground. Nanny Nan came from behind and helped her up, whispering, "Your Majesty, the Emperor's heart is only for you. Why hurt him with such words? I know how good he is to me, but precisely because he's so good to me, I can't let him be held back, can I?" Shen Yunyan said with a faint smile. Though she said she wasn't hurt or resentful, her heart was full of thorns. She had hated her origin countless times, but what could she do now? "I know that after saying this, I'll lose him completely." "Your Majesty?" Nanny Nan had watched their journey together, but never expected it to end like this. For some reason, though she wasn't part of it, her heart ached terribly. Seeing Nanny Nan's expression, Shen Yunyan raised her lips and said with a smile, "I'm not resentful or wronged. It's nothing, just a small matter." After hearing this, Nanny Nan could only remain silent, as she didn't know what else to do. Since ascending the throne, Xiaoyang had always resided in the Zhaoyang Palace, and thus, he did not have his own private chambers. As he left the Zhaoyang Palace, Xiaoyang suddenly realized that apart from the imperial study, he had no other place to go. Feeling desolate, he turned and climbed the city wall. From here, he could overlook the entire capital. It was night, and the city was brightly lit. Though he couldn't hear the sounds outside, Xiaoyang could feel the bustling activity. He raised the corners of his mouth and said softly, "This is what peace looks like, I suppose." After saying that, he let out a self-deprecating smile. He looked into the distance, his heart filled with sorrow. When he first transmigrated, Xiaoyang hadn't thought much, just wanting to survive. Later, as the Qin King and a true ruler of a region, he wanted to improve the lives of his people. Now, step by step, he had become the ruler of the world, but he wasn't sure what he truly wanted. He had overcome countless hardships, but he couldn't understand why the person who had been by his side at the beginning had changed so much. Chapter 362. Awkwardness. Xiaoyang stood there with his hands behind his back, silent and unmoving. Ji Xiang, following behind him, looked at his expression with concern and draped a cloak over his shoulders. "Your Majesty, it's late. You should rest." "Where should I rest?" Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, looking at Ji Xiang with an unmistakable sense of loss in his eyes. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Ji Xiang was momentarily at a loss for words, but eventually spoke up. "The 3 palaces and 6 courtyards are all your Majesty's domain. You can go wherever you wish. Let's go to the Chaolu Hall. It's closest to the imperial study." Xiaoyang smiled and turned to walk down the steps. "So serious?" Ji Xiang was stunned upon hearing this. He had seen Xiaoyang upset with Shan Yinyan before, but this was the first time he had stayed out all night. So he truly couldn't fathom what could have caused such awkwardness between the two. Quickly following behind Xiaoyang, Ji Xiang hastily instructed the servants to prepare the Chaolu Hall, replacing all the bedding with fresh sets. Xiaoyang had thought he wouldn't be able to sleep, but to his surprise, once he lay down, he fell into a deep slumber almost immediately. At the inn, "What did you say? Is this true?" The Southern Emperor abruptly stood up, disbelief written all over his face as he looked at his sister. You wouldn't be making this up, would you?" Seeing her brother's reaction, Nanyuaner rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Do you want to shout it louder so the whole world knows?" "No, how could it be like this? It's too absurd. What about Xiaoyang?" The Southern Emperor didn't know why, but at this moment, all he could think about was Xiaoyang. He wondered if Xiaoyang, who had always been so devoted to Shen Yinyan, must be in great pain now. Hearing this, Nanyuaner propped her chin on her hands and said gloomily, "To be honest, Xiaoyang is pitiful. Now that his wife and child are in such a state, someone must inherit the throne, right? Even if he doesn't want to, others can't just ignore it. Brother, we still have some good girls in the southern region. Why not send a few over?" Huh. The Southern Emperor was caught off guard by Nanyuaner's suggestion. I thought you'd feel sorry for Xiaoyang. That's exactly why I'm saying this, brother. I feel sorry for him. But you? I feel like something's off with you today. Did the water and soil of the great Xia dull your wits? Ever since we arrived in the capital, you've been acting strange. What kind of talk is that? The Southern Emperor immediately frowned, displeased. Is this how you talk to your elder brother? No. Nanuaner stuck out her tongue playfully and said sullenly, Brother, I really feel uneasy right now. What should we do next? Maybe we shouldn't get involved and just leave quickly? Leave? At a time like this? The Southern Emperor shook his head and said softly, No matter what happens between Xiaoyang and Shun Yinyan, it's their own affair. We have no business interfering. Moreover, we can't leave now. We came here for the matter of the kingdom of Linglong, didn't we? I see your brain isn't completely broken, Nanuaner sighed and walked to the window. Xiaoyang has always been the most calculating. But this time, things have dragged on for so long. Sometimes I get really nervous. I'm afraid of what he might do next. The Southern Emperor looked at Nanuaner and sighed along with her. Yes, if that guy goes crazy, who knows what he might do? The next day, during court. Your Majesty, since the Empress's childbirth, there has been no further offspring. With only one prince in the vast Great Xia, it's simply unacceptable. The Minister of Rites, undeterred, brought up the matter right away. Previously, due to Xiaoyang's firm stance, many had given up on persuading him to take concubines. But no one expected the Minister of Rites to bring this up at such a time. The officials present almost instinctively trembled, for in the past, anyone who mentioned this topic would incur Xiaoyang's wrath. But this time, Xiaoyang didn't get angry. He just looked at the Minister of Rites with a sinister gaze. You truly go to great lengths for the sake of the Great Xia and for me. Xiaoyang suddenly smiled, his voice carrying a hint of gentleness. The Minister of Rites, who had already prepared himself for a scolding, was completely taken aback by this response. He knelt on the ground, trembling, and replied, Your Majesty flatters me. Everything I do is for the sake of the Great Xia, and for your Majesty to have more heirs. Xiaoyang nodded. You're right. Since that's the case, the matter of selecting concubines will be handled by you and the Inner Bureau. What? What? The entire court was in an uproar. Even the Minister of Rites himself was dumbfounded. He knelt there, staring at Xiaoyang in shock. Is your Majesty serious? I am the Emperor. My words are naturally true. Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. All the officials felt as if a storm was brewing. Although Xiaoyang seemed unusually gentle today, they couldn't shake the feeling that behind this gentleness lay an unspeakable danger. After the court session ended, the news spread like wildfire throughout the palace and the entire capital. Tianzhao, upon hearing the news, rushed to the Zhaoyang Palace and hugged Shun Yinyan tightly. Miss. Shun Yinyan, who had already accepted the news, felt her nose tingle and tears fall when she saw Tianzhao. Miss, don't cry. The Emperor has betrayed his word. I'm going to confront him. Silence. Shun Yinyan sternly wiped away her tears. She looked at Tianzhao and said softly, He is now the Emperor. You must never speak such words again, or else your husband and child might be implicated. This is the first time the Emperor is holding a selection since his ascension. It must not be a disgrace. You are in charge of the Inner Bureau now, so you must do your best, understand? Despite her best efforts to remain composed and be a magnanimous empress, Shun Yinyan's hands trembled slightly. Seeing her like this, Tianzhao felt even more heartbroken. Miss, it was him who said, I was willing. For my sake, never bring this up again, okay? Shun Yinyan held Tianzhao's hand. Times have changed. You mustn't say such foolish things anymore, understand? Tianzhao had countless grievances and questions, but she knew Shun Yinyan wasn't the type to easily accept her fate. There must be something significant happening that she wasn't aware of. After some thought, she asked, Is it because the Emperor found out about Mrs. Old ailment? Chapter 363. Responsibility. When Shun Yinyan heard Tianzhao say such things, she was deeply shocked. She looked at Tianzhao in disbelief and asked, What did you say? What do you mean? What old illness? Tianzhao hesitated, unsure whether she should speak or not. Finally, She lowered her head and whispered, "The Emperor forbade me from saying anything. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Speak, tell me." Shen Yunyan grabbed Tianzhao's hand. "We grew up together since childhood. You can't hide this from me. Tell me, please." After hearing this, Tianzhao had no choice but to recount the entire incident. Only then did Shen Yunyan realize she had been wrong. Terribly wrong, utterly wrong. She had never imagined that Xiaoyang had come with the answer. She had also never expected that Xiaoyang's first reaction upon learning about this matter was not to confront her, but to conceal it. If she hadn't insisted on bringing it up, he might have taken full responsibility for it himself. Why? Is he a fool? Tell me, how can there be such a foolish person in this world? Why does he treat me like this? Why does all this happen to me? Why do I have to bear this responsibility? Shen Yunyan's eyes reddened as she looked at Tianzhao. Although Tianzhao knew that Shen Yunyan had to take medicine every month due to her health issues, as a mere maidservant, she didn't know exactly what the medicine was for. Seeing Shen Yunyan in such despair, Tianzhao didn't know how to comfort her. So, she simply stepped forward, hugged her, and softly said, "It's all right, don't cry. Miss, you can rest assured that even if everyone else abandons you, I will always be your servant. I will always be by your side. Tianzhao, I understand your feelings. I'm tired. Please leave now." Shen Yunyan waved her hand, dismissing her. At this moment, Tianzhao had no idea what had happened, but she instinctively felt that something major had gone wrong between her mistress and Xiaoyang, something that might even lead to a complete break. As a maidservant, she didn't know how to handle such a situation, so all she could do was stay by Shen Yunyan's side. Shen Yunyan held the luminous pearl and slowly walked toward the dungeon. Since Shen Yuanfeng had been imprisoned there, she hadn't gone down to see him. Now, seeing Shen Yuanfeng's wretched state, her expression was complicated. Hearing footsteps, Shen Yuanfeng looked up and saw Shen Yunyan, his own sister. A triumphant smile curled his lips, as if he had been proven right. "I knew you would come to me. Now you must understand, right? The world will abandon you, but not me. Only I don't despise you. Do you understand?" Originally, Shen Yunyan had only been suspicious, but now, hearing these words, she could almost be certain that it was Shen Yuanfeng who had leaked the information. Looking at the child she had loved and raised since birth, Shen Yunyan felt a chilling coldness in her heart. She sat down beside him and said calmly, "You see me as your trump card, but do you know that the curse on me isn't truly impossible to break?" "What?" Shen Yuanfeng looked at Shen Yunyan in astonishment. "It's impossible. You're a cursed child. There's no cure." "Do you know why I'm a cursed child? It's because mother passed her curse on to me, which is why I became a cursed child. But do you know I can pass it on to you in the same way, so you can experience the suffering I've endured all these years?" Shen Yunyan smiled lightly, setting down the luminous pearl and stepping forward. She reached out and gently touched his cheek. "My dear little brother, you are my blood-related sibling." What? Shen Yuanfeng had never felt his sister was so eerie. He had always believed that his sister's love for him was unconditional, but now, he clearly felt a change in her attitude toward him. Instinctively, he tried to back away, wanting to escape her touch, but his ankles were shackled, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get away. Watching Shen Yuanfeng struggle under her touch, Shen Yunyan smiled faintly. Her eyes carried a chilling coldness as she said softly, "Shen Yuanfeng, once upon a time, you were my most beloved brother, but now, I regret it. You are a white-eyed wolf raised by my own hands. Very well, I will deal with you myself." "You, what are you going to do?" For the first time, Shen Yuanfeng felt genuine fear toward his sister. Shen Yunyan smiled at his reaction. "I've told you many times. I recognize you as my brother, but if I don't, you're just a plaything." With that, she turned and walked out. Shen Yuanfeng had thought that after tearing off this veil of shame, his sister would despair over Xiaoyang, but he never expected that she would choose to abandon him. He stared at his sister's retreating figure, truly terrified, and desperately struggled to escape. "Sister, I was wrong. Sister, I know I was wrong. Please, sister, save me. I will listen to you, sister. Shin Yunyan heard her brother's cries, but she would not turn back at this moment. She didn't stop, even quickening her pace. Since these troubles had arisen because of her, it was only right that she resolve them now. After leaving the dungeon, Shun Yunyan went straight to Nanyuaner's residence. Recently, the situation in the harem had become quite complicated, and even Nanyuaner had been caught in the middle. When she saw Shin Yunyan coming to visit, her expression was somewhat strange. Nevertheless, she stood up politely, bowed to Shin Yunyan, and said softly, "Empress Dowager." "You are quite respectful," Shin Yunyan said with a light smile, taking a seat casually. "It's not easy for you to still call me Empress Dowager." Hearing this, Nanyuaner felt a strange unease in her heart. She looked at Shin Yunyan, unsure who to feel sorry for, and hesitantly said, "Have you thought about what you'll do in the future? I trust Xiaoyang's character, but wanting a normal, healthy child is only natural." Sister Shin, I shouldn't be saying these things, but I worry about you. I feel sorry for you, and I can't hold back." Shin Yunyan was genuinely surprised that Nanyuaner would say such things to her at this moment. She wasn't sure how to feel, but she still smiled and said calmly, "I know what I should do. You don't need to worry." "You know? In fact, you know too. You're just not saying it, aren't you?" Chapter 364. It turns out to be like this. Being women, who wouldn't understand those little thoughts? Nanyuaner glanced at Shin Yunyan, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke softly, "Actually, I've never thought about it that deeply. I just feel that if such an opportunity truly arises, Nanzheng will likely seize it, and there will undoubtedly be battles with swords and spears. I'm just a bit worried about you." "Worried?" Hearing this, Shin Yunyan looked at Nanyuaner and smiled softly. "I know you're kind-hearted, but don't worry, I'm not someone to be trifled with. As long as Xiaoyang still wants me, I won't back down. That's the Shin Yunyan I know. Your Majesty, you came to see me today. It's not just for this matter, is it? There must be something else, right?" Nanyuaner smiled and looked at her. "I came to discuss the goo poison with you. My child is also suffering because of it, so I want to find a solution. I've heard that using the flesh and blood of a close relative can create a cure that ensures a lifetime of safety, correct?" Shin Yunyan smiled and looked at Nanyuaner. "As the Princess of Nanzheng, I assume you are the only one who knows the method to create such a cure?" Nanyuaner's face changed at these words. "Your Majesty, I don't know, You do know." Shin Yunyan made a definitive statement. She looked at Nanyuaner, hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, "I know the process must be very painful and difficult, but this is my child, and I'm willing to do anything for him. But you should also know your current situation. You can't possibly contribute your own flesh and blood. If it's Xiaoyang, then he might end up like you. Can you really bear that?" Nanyuaner looked at Shin Yunyan in surprise. She had always thought that Shin Yunyan deeply loved Xiaoyang, but she never expected it to be like this. Seeing Nanyuaner's expression, Shin Yunyan understood what she was thinking. She smiled faintly and said, "Besides the father, there's also the maternal uncle, isn't there?" Yes. Nanyuaner slapped her thigh, suddenly enlightened. "Although the blood relation is a bit thinner, as long as there's more flesh and blood, it should work. Besides, that guy Shin Yuanfeng should contribute some." "All right, then it's settled." After saying this, Shin Yunyan turned and left. She looked in the direction of the imperial study, thought for a moment, and then turned back to her own Zhaoyang palace. "Since he doesn't want to see me now, then I won't see him." Imperial study. Xiaoyang looked at the three emperors in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and said softly, "How's everything at home arranged when you left?" "It's fine, don't worry. The trouble we have combined is nothing compared to yours, isn't it?" The Southern Emperor looked at Xiaoyang with a hint of schadenfreude. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt another surge of anger. Clenching his teeth, he said harshly, "I'm already in so much pain, and you're still not letting it go, are you? I called you here mainly because I found the exact location of the Lingshan Island. I want to discuss with you what to do next." After saying this, Xiaoyang directly took out the map. Seeing the map, everyone immediately gathered around. After looking at it, they glanced at Xiaoyang. Yang Tianhe hesitated for a moment and said softly, "This Lingshan Island, isn't it an island, but a small village? I plan to go there myself, conquer the entire Lingshan Island, and bring this matter to light." Xiaoyang directly stated his plan. What? What? The Southern Emperor was the first to react, immediately shaking his head. "No, I don't agree." "Why not?" Xiaoyang asked, looking at him. "Is it because this matter involves the secrets of your Nanzhang royal family?" The Southern Emperor took a deep breath. He knew it was inappropriate to stop him at this moment, but he couldn't help it. "Yes, because it's closely related to our royal family, so I don't agree. What do ordinary people know? If you reveal the matter, then we'll be labeled as monsters, won't we?" The Southern Emperor glared at Xiaoyang, clenching his teeth. "Then what will we do when the blame falls on my head?" Yang Tianhe glanced at him but didn't speak. Chu Xiaoyao, however, spoke up at this moment. "I think what the Southern Emperor said makes some sense." Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, "The innocent are innocent. I think it's better to clarify the matter than to let them speculate randomly, isn't it?" At this, everyone fell silent. After all, Xiaoyang's words were very reasonable. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, the Southern Emperor felt even more annoyed. He glared at him, gritting his teeth. "I knew I shouldn't have come. Your coming here is still a secret for now, but once I decide to attack, I'll announce this matter to divert the attention of the Xiaozhou Pavilion." Xiaoyang smiled. "At most in 7 days, my people will be ready, and then we'll charge." "So, we're just live targets, huh?" Yang Tianhe was the first to react, giving Xiaoyang a big eye roll. Xiaoyang smiled. "Well, currently, there's no problem with what you're saying. What is this even about?" The few of them glared at Xiaoyang, grinding their teeth. Xiaoyang shrugged. "Oh, and about the border, you've already stationed troops, haven't you?" "Yes, we have." Yang Tianhe looked at Xiaoyang seriously. "But I still believe their primary target will be Nanzhang." The Southern Emperor concurred, nodding. "Indeed, Nanzhang is undoubtedly the primary target. So, you need to be extra careful." Xiaoyang smiled, then picked up his teacup and started drinking. Seeing him like this, the Southern Emperor felt even more irritated. "I see now, you're deliberately targeting me. You've just figured that out?" Xiaoyang chuckled, looking at him. This time, Nanzhang is indeed the leading role. Main character? The Southern Emperor sighed. "At a time like this, what's the use of being the main character?" After saying this, he turned and walked out. After he left, Chu Xiaoyao looked at Xiaoyang with concern. "Are you really going to entrust such an important matter to him? Are you really going to lead the troops in person?" Yang Tianhe frowned, looking at him. Seeing these two like this, Xiaoyang was a bit speechless. "I think we could have said this earlier. There's no need to wait until the Southern Emperor left. It makes it seem like we're hiding something." "What do you mean? What could we possibly be hiding?" Chu Xiaoyao exclaimed. Xiaoyang looked at his nervous expression and found it amusing. He leaned on his hand. "How's Chu Ryua doing?" "She's already made contact with the people from the Xiaozhou Pavilion." Chu Xiaoyao looked at him. "I heard it's a very beautiful woman, and they've already started cooperating. It's just that we still don't know the exact location of the Xiaozhou Pavilion." Chapter 365. A completely different person. Indeed, no matter what organization, money is always in short supply, and having money is the ultimate key. Xiaoyang smiled. If that's the case, then Chu Yuewei should also be making some moves. He then waved his hand dismissively. "All right, you guys should leave now." "Leave?" Chu Xiaoyao sat there, unmoving. Yang Tianhe understood that there were still some things the two needed to discuss, so he turned and walked out. Seeing his retreating figure, Xiaoyang sighed helplessly. "Chu Xiaoyao, are you all right? Do you have to be like this?" "What's wrong with me?" Chu Xiaoyao's face was full of innocence. "I just sat here a little longer. Is that not allowed?" It wasn't entirely out of the question. Xiaoyang glanced at him. "You stayed behind at this time, so you must have something to say to me, right?" "I don't have anything to say to you. I just want to see Chu Yuewei." Chu Xiaoyao looked at him pleadingly. "Heh, Xiaoliang crossed his arms and said indifferently, "Our relationship is different from that of ordinary people, so you don't need to hide anything. You probably have no affection for your sister, so you certainly wouldn't be here just out of concern for her. What do you want? Why not just say it directly?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao felt a wave of helplessness. He looked at Xiaoliang and said softly, "What do you think I could be here for?" "How would I know what you're here for?" Xiaoliang rolled his eyes and muttered, "Although you look decent, in reality, you're just a sly fox. How would I know what's going on in your mind?" "So, are you letting me go see her or not?" Chu Xiaoyao rolled his eyes and snorted. Xiaoliang waved his hand indifferently. "Go ahead, see her." "All right, then I'm going." "I'm coming too." Xiaoliang stood up and led him through a secret passage in the palace, heading toward the Qin prince's residence. Seeing this secret passage, Chu Xiaoyao was a bit surprised. He frowned and looked at him. "What's the meaning of this?" "There's no special meaning. I just dug it out when I was bored." Xiaoliang chuckled. Since he arrived at the palace, he had dug several secret tunnels, connecting various places. However, the only one he showed to Chu Xiaoyao was this one. Qin Prince's residence. When Chu Yuewei saw the two of them emerging from a cabinet, she was somewhat surprised. She looked at them in exasperation. "You two really are a perfect match, scheming together. Looks like you're doing quite well these days. You seem more lively than when you were in the palace." Chu Xiaoyao smiled and walked over, patting her head. "I heard you had a daughter. Where is she?" "As her uncle. Can I see her?" "Uncle?" Hearing this term, Chu Yuewei almost found it amusing. She tilted her head and looked at him, saying softly, "Do you really think you're her uncle?" "What else would I be? Can blood relations be severed?" Chu Xiaoyao looked at her helplessly. "You've been suffering outside. You've got it wrong. I haven't been suffering. I find my current life quite interesting, and I really enjoy it." Chu Yuewei waved her hand dismissively. "Although you speak with such sincerity, in reality, you don't have any genuine feelings, do you? What do you want? Why not just say it directly instead of playing these games?" At this, Xiaoliang couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You two can talk slowly. I'm going to find Xiaxia." With that, he turned and walked out. Chu Yuewei crossed her arms and looked at him. "So, what do you want from me? Can't I just come by to visit?" Chu Xiaoyao felt a bit awkward. "After all, I'm still your brother. Speaking to me like this, isn't that making a fool of me? What's the big deal? It's just Xiaoliang. Even if I didn't speak to you like this, he would still laugh at you. I'm already considered dead, yet you still won't let me go. Didn't Chu Ruoyue tell you that the key to the national treasury is already with Xiaoliang?" Chu Yuewei knew exactly where her value lay, so she could guess why Chu Xiaoyao had come to see her. Seeing her like this, Chu Xiaoyao took a deep breath. "I did come for that reason. Did you really give the key to Xiaoliang? Do you think Xiaoliang is someone you can easily deceive?" Chu Yuewei chuckled and then said calmly, "You're my brother, but I'm telling you, I have no more value to you. So, just forget about me and treat me as if I'm truly dead. Actually, I'm worried about you. Xiaxia isn't exactly a good match." Chu Xiaoyao looked at her with concern. Chu Yuewei smiled upon hearing this and walked to the window, saying softly, "Whether he's a good match or not, he's Shishi's father and my husband. I don't rely on him to live. I now have 3 embroidery shops, and even if one day he doesn't want me anymore, I can still take care of Shishi and live a good life." Xiaoliang once said, "It's better to rely on yourself than on heaven or earth, especially for women. You've all been bewitched by him. Women shouldn't rely solely on themselves." Chu Xiaoyao clenched his teeth. "You should be supporting your husband and taking care of the household." Seeing him like this, Chu Yuewei felt a pang of discomfort. She lowered her head and muttered, "You really don't understand me. Forget it. I won't say anything more. Go back." "All right, I understand." With that, Chu Xiaoyao turned and walked out. Since the key wasn't with Chu Yuewei, there was no point in him staying any longer. Watching Chu Xiaoyao's retreating figure, Chu Yuewei's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Xiaxia looked at the chessboard in front of him and then at Xiaoliang. "Want to play a game?" "Sure, why not?" Xiaoliang walked over and sat across from him, saying calmly, I'm not very good at this, so don't hold it against me. Ever since you got out of the prison, everything you used to be good at, you're no longer good at. And things you didn't know before, you've suddenly mastered. Xiaozhi smiled and looked at Xiaoyang. Although I've never liked you, we grew up together, so I know you. You're completely different from before. Hearing this, Xiaoyang remained calm and picked up a chess piece, placing it on the board. He said indifferently, "So what?" "So, I'm really curious. Who exactly are you? You can't be Xiaoyang. My useless brother didn't have this kind of ability." Xiaozhi continued playing calmly. Xiaoyang naturally wouldn't admit anything in front of him. He simply said, biding one's time. "You're from the royal family? You should know that, right?" "I do know, but you, it doesn't seem like you're biding your time. It's more like you're a completely different person." Xiaozhi stared directly at him. "You're not Xiaoyang, are you?" Chapter 366. Did he succeed? Was it fast or slow to realize it at this moment? Xiaoyang looked at Xiaozhi with a half-smile, then said indifferently, "I'm not Xiaoyang. Then who do you hope I am? No matter who I am, you've already lost, haven't you? Or is it that you can accept losing to others, but not to Xiaoyang?" Xiaozhi had only asked casually, but he never expected Xiaoyang to give such an answer. He stared straight at him. "You really aren't him. Do you have any evidence?" Xiaoyang spread his hands, still looking at him with that same half-smile. True, he wasn't the original Xiaoyang, nor did he intend to be a coward. So what if everyone noticed he was different now? After all, he had transmigrated into this body, not swapped it out entirely. Even if the gods themselves came, there was no way to tell. Although Xiaozhi already knew this in his heart, seeing Xiaoyang's nonchalant attitude still made him angry. He frowned, glaring at him and gritting his teeth. "I just want to know, does Shen Yunyan know about this?" Heh. Xiaoyang mimicked Xiaozhi's expression, also gritting his teeth. "Don't forget, you're a father now. The person you should care about is Chu Yuewei, not Shen Yunyan. Our couple's affairs have nothing to do with you. You scoundrel who's usurped someone else's place. I'm telling you, Shen Yunyan likes Xiaoyang, not you. What you're doing is deceiving someone's feelings. It's immoral, despicable. Do you understand that?" Xiaozhi glared at him, his molars grinding. TSK, TSK, TSK. How righteous he sounded. Xiaoyang found his reaction amusing and snorted disdainfully. "Listen to how noble you sound. But really? Do you think I'd believe you? Let me tell you. Cut the crap. Shen Yunyan sleeps in the same bed as me. How could she not know what kind of person I am?" What? When Xiaozhi heard this, it felt like a bolt of lightning struck him. He had thought Shen Yunyan only liked Xiaoyang, only him, but he never expected that Shen Yunyan could also fall for someone else, just never him. At this thought, Xiaozhi let out a bitter laugh. He dropped the chess piece in his hand and sighed, "You're right. No matter who you are, I've lost. Whether in matters of state or personal affairs, even in this game of chess, I'm utterly defeated." Seeing his expression, Xiaoyang stood up, patted his shoulder, and said calmly, "Everyone has their own fate. This is yours. You'd better accept it." With that, he turned and walked out. "Wait, you didn't rush over here just to play chess with me, did you?" Xiaozhi stood up and looked at him. "Tell me, what exactly did you come here for?" Xiaoyang shrugged indifferently. "It's nothing major. I just came to play chess with you. Now that the outcome is decided, there's nothing more to say. I'll be going back. You take care of your own life." And with that, Xiaoyang really did turn and leave. Xiaozhi stood by the window, watching Xiaoyang's figure grow smaller and smaller, his mind filled with mixed emotions. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and turned his head away, pushing all those chaotic thoughts out of his mind. When Xiaoyang returned, he found Chu Xiaoyao already sitting there. He walked over, observing Chu Xiaoyao's expression, and couldn't help but gloat. "Looks like you didn't get much out of it, huh? All the good stuff was taken by you. What's left for me?" Chu Xiaoyao snorted, looking at Xiaoyang. "I knew you were cunning, but I didn't realize you were also a shrewd businessman." Xiaoyang understood what he meant. He raised an eyebrow, looking at Chu Xiaoyao with a smile. You've known about the national treasury for a long time. Why bring it up now? Short on cash? Originally, Chu Xiaoyao didn't want to mention it, but now he had no choice. He took a deep breath and said gloomily, "What you said is easy. I always thought the royal family of Chu was wealthy, but now that I've become emperor, I realize that the royal family is broke. It's the empress who's rich." Oh, so the old emperor was a kept man? When Xiaoyang heard this, he was a bit surprised. He frowned and asked in a low voice, even if the old emperor was a kept man, why? Why was he so indifferent when the crown prince died? Didn't he fear the empress would turn against him? Money bows to power. You should understand that better than I do. Chu Xiaoyao sighed, then said gloomily, but now, the situation is this. If I want to maintain my dignity as emperor, I have no money. If I want money, I have to compromise. What this meant, Xiaoyang understood well. He glanced at him and said with a smile, "For now, it seems you don't intend to bow to them, right? But that's not a big deal. If you don't want to bow to them, bow to me instead. I can support you. Lend you money." What? Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao felt even more miserable. He gritted his teeth angrily. "You're shameless. This money should be mine to begin with. And now you're using my money to buy my favor? How dare you? You're biting the hand that feeds you, aren't you?" Xiaoyang looked at him. There are so many things that should be, but are they really? No matter what should be, if it's in my hands, it's mine. I'm letting you use it. You should be grateful, understand? Although Chu Xiaoyao felt Xiaoyang was twisting the truth, he had to admit that under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to accept this reasoning. He glared at Xiaoyang, grinding his teeth. "Fine. Just tell me straight. What do you want from me?" Xiaoyang thought for a moment, then shook his head seriously. "Honestly, I haven't decided yet. But since we're partners, and you're short on money while I'm not, you can just take it for now. No need to stand on ceremony with me." Heh, was this putting the bad news up front? Chu Xiaoyao glanced at him and snorted, "Now I see. You're not just businessmen, you're old foxes." Chapter 367. Finally figured it out? Does this person not know how to use metaphors? Can they not speak properly? Xiaoyang felt a wave of disdain, then directly tossed the key over, saying irritably, "I knew from the beginning that you're petty, so I never touched it. There's still quite a bit inside. Take it." After speaking, he stood up and walked out, holding the delicate and small key in his hand. Chu Xiaoyao even felt it wasn't real. At this moment, Chu Yuewei also came out from behind, looking at him in surprise. "Brother, he actually gave you the item so easily?" Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao finally came to his senses, coughing awkwardly before whispering, "I don't know. Sometimes this guy seems very shrewd, but at other times, he seems so down-to-earth that it's hard to figure out. You've already gotten what you wanted. Is there anything else you want to say to me?" Chu Yuewei looked at him with a half-smile. Chu Xiaoyao could tell that this was a deliberate taunt. He looked at Chu Yuewei, hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "Although we weren't particularly close before, we share the same bloodline. So no matter what, you'll always be my sister. If you want wealth and status, I can give them to you anytime. Those things were originally mine. I willingly gave them up. Since I chose to let go, I won't be greedy. I'm very satisfied with my current life, so the best thing you can do for me is to stop interfering in it." Chu Yuewei said everything clearly in one go. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao was stunned. He looked at her, momentarily unsure of what to say, and finally could only sigh helplessly before standing up and walking out step by step. Cici was just over a year old, having recently learned to walk. Seeing Chu Xiaoyao leave, she suddenly started crying uncontrollably, breaking free from Chu Yuewei's grip and chasing after him. Hearing the crying, Chu Xiaoyao stopped and turned around to see what was happening. To his surprise, the little girl ran straight into his arms, crying loudly. Chu Xiaoyao himself had no children, but inexplicably, seeing the little girl cry like this, his heart ached. He quickly picked her up and softly comforted, "Don't cry, baby. Uncle is here." The little girl, caught up in her emotions, couldn't hear any of this, just clinging tightly to Chu Xiaoyao. Chu Yue had never seen her daughter like this before. In her eyes, her precious daughter was the simplest, easiest child to comfort in the world, but she never expected her tantrums to be so exhausting. Seeing the child like this, Chu Xiaoyao felt a bit awkward. He coughed, frowning at Chu Yue. "What's going on?" "The child likes you. Why don't you stay for dinner?" Chu Yue hesitated before extending the invitation. Before Chu Xiaoyao could reply, the child immediately stopped crying, her big watery eyes staring at him, melting his heart. No one could resist the cuteness of a human baby, and Chu Xiaoyao was no exception. His lips curled up in a proud smile as he held Cici, cheerfully saying, "All right, I'll stay and keep my little niece company." Blood ties are a mysterious thing, impossible to explain. For the first meeting to be so extraordinary, the child already liked him so much. Chu Yue glanced at Chu Xiaoyao, then turned and walked into the kitchen. Their life wasn't exactly impoverished, but Chu Yue preferred to do things herself, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It wasn't to please anyone, just something she enjoyed. Returning to the palace, Xiaoyang dismissed everyone around him and headed straight to the Zhaoyang Palace. Standing at the entrance of the palace, he looked at the familiar building with mixed emotions. Once, this had been his only refuge, but now, standing here, he didn't know how to face it. Standing there, Shan Yinyan naturally received the news quickly. She stood by the window, looking at Xiaoyang at the gate, her heart aching intensely. Suddenly, it felt like something had snapped inside her. Without knowing where the courage came from, she ran out like a madwoman. "Your Majesty, be careful." The maids behind her were shocked and hurriedly followed. Shan Yinyan felt the whole world blurring. She couldn't see anything, didn't want to think about anything, just wanted to rush over. That was exactly what she did. She pushed through layers of doors and door frames, unwavering, focused, and appeared before Xiaoyang. Breathless from the run, Shan Yinyan took a deep breath and stepped forward, hugging Xiaoyang tightly. "I'm sorry, I can't do it." Her appearance here at this moment surprised Xiaoyang. He looked at her in disbelief. "Yin Yin, I thought I could do it, but I can't. I can't bear to let you go. I don't want to give you to anyone else. I can't stop you from seeking better, but I feel like I'm the best." Shan Yinyan clutched Xiaoyang's clothes tightly. "I don't want to." At this moment, when Shan Yinyan spoke these words in front of him, everyone understood what she meant. They all looked at her in disbelief, clearly not understanding how she dared to say such things so boldly in front of Xiaoyang. By the end, Xiaoyang's smile stretched from ear to ear. He held Shan Yinyan, kissing her repeatedly, and said with a chuckle, "I thought you really could bear it." As she said these words, Shan Yinyan had already prepared herself to be pushed away, but to her surprise, he held her tightly. "Xiaoyang, I've told you many things before, but you never took them to heart. Now I understand. You probably needed time to figure it out yourself. I thought I'd have to wait a long time, but I never expected you to realize it so quickly. It seems you really like me too." As he spoke, Xiaoyang couldn't help but gloat. Shan Yinyan looked at him in disbelief. You did this on purpose? You could hide things from me, make me angry on purpose, so why can't I?" Xiaoyang said with a righteous tone, raising an eyebrow at Shan Yinyan. "Just realized I'm your little treasure?" Shan Yinyan felt annoyed, suddenly thinking she was a bit silly. In a fit of frustration, she grabbed his collar and kissed him fiercely. Chapter 368, Trouble. Although the two children were already grown, Shan Yinyan rarely took the initiative. Xiaoyang felt a surge of joy, tightly embracing Shan Yinyan and softly chuckling, "Your Majesty, today, I'm all yours." "Shut up," Shan Yinyan snapped, her voice brimming with irritation, as she continued with her actions. The Emperor and Empress's Cold War had ended, and they were now as close as glue, burning with passion. Tianzhao, holding the list of potential concubines submitted by the Ministry of Rights, felt her hands grow hot. She never imagined she would one day be involved in such matters, facing such a situation. How utterly inauspicious. Soon, the news spread. Everyone had thought the Emperor had grown weary of the Empress, but unexpectedly, this was a case of the dark forest turning into a bright village. Even the other emperors were left baffled. Sated and satisfied, Xiaoyang issued an order, Jixiang, informed the imperial household department to prepare a grand banquet. The visit of the three emperors is a significant event. What? Jixiang, hearing this, felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly knelt. Yes, your majesty, I will go at once. Inform all departments that anyone who causes trouble at this time is seeking their own demise. Yes. Jixiang nodded immediately and turned to leave. Xiaoyang then looked tenderly at Shen Yunyan, who had fallen asleep, a slight smile on his lips. He dressed and headed towards the dungeon. Shen Yuanfeng had been confined there for nearly a month, his former glory now a distant memory. Just a 12-year-old boy, his will fragile, he had long since regretted his actions. The so-called empire and throne no longer mattered to him. All he wanted was the love of his sister and a life of comfort. Seeing Xiaoyang enter, Shen Yuanfeng's eyes reddened, and he called out in a muffled voice, "Brother-in-law." This address caught Xiaoyang off guard. He looked at Shen Yuanfeng incredulously, a wry smile on his lips. "You still have the audacity to call me brother-in-law? I sometimes wonder what your face is made of. I know I was wrong, brother-in-law. You've always been kind to me and to my sister. Please, let me go. I promise to behave and never cause trouble again." Shen Yuanfeng pleaded pitifully, his eyes filled with genuine remorse and desperation. Xiaoyang, experienced, could see the sincerity in the boy's eyes. He sat down, crossing his legs elegantly. "You want me as your brother-in-law, you want your sister. But have you considered whether we want you? Have you thought about whether you deserve it?" I. Shen Yuanfeng had not expected his humility to be met with such indifference from Xiaoyang. He looked at Xiaoyang, his heart filled with despair. Only now did Shen Yuanfeng realize how little he truly had. His only support, his only hope, was his sister. Those who had flattered him cared nothing for his fate. Without him, there were others. If his sister rejected him, all he would have left was his life. This realization brought another wave of despair. Lowering his head, he whispered, "Yes, I have no right to call you brother-in-law, no right to ask for anything. Since you won't let me go, then give me a quick death. I beg you, can you do that?" "No," Xiaoyang replied, smiling. "You are your sister's beloved brother. So whatever happens, her word will decide your future. I came today to tell you that I've found the Jade Island. Soon, you'll understand what true despair feels like." What? Shen Yuanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "You've really found that small village?" The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Xiaoyang, initially skeptical of the intelligence, now believed it to be true. He stepped forward, patting Shen Yuanfeng's shoulder with a smile, then turned and left without another word. Watching Xiaoyang's retreating figure, Shen Yuanfeng tasted true despair for the first time. After days of delay, Qitai and Zhang Jian finally arrived at a manor near the capital with their special forces, joining the army left by the former princess. Disguised, the two entered the palace. To avoid drawing attention, Xiaoyang, looking at the two before him, rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. Whose terrible idea was this? "It was Mr. Tao," Qitai replied awkwardly. Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Has he lost his mind? And you two followed along? Who's ever seen such tall women in this world? Indeed, the two had dressed as women, fully made up, and even had a certain charm about them. They dared not look at each other, fearing they might burst into laughter. Zhang Jian lowered his head, murmuring, "Your Majesty, please stop staring at me. You look quite delicate. It's a pity you're a general." Xiaoyang couldn't hold back his laughter. Even Qitai couldn't help but join in, laughing along. Zhang Jian, already mortified, glared at Qitai. "What are you laughing at? Look at yourself before you laugh at me." I'm not as delicate as you," Qitai teased, grinning. It was the truth. After laughing enough, Xiaoyang produced a map, handing it to them. "Are the men you trained separately all in place?" "Yes, they are," Qitai replied, becoming serious. "They are ready to be deployed at any time." Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, smiling softly. Both of you come from the Qin region. How are the lives of the people there? Thanks to your majesty, they live in peace and contentment. Not just the Qin region, but the surrounding cities have also begun reforms, just like the Qin region. Your vision of a spark igniting a prairie fire is soon to come true. Zhang Jian spoke with gratitude and pride. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled. Back then, you followed me to the Qin region, and even your families went with us. The situation was unstable, and we didn't dare let them return, fearing they'd be held hostage. But now, things are different. If they're not used to life in the Qin region, they can return to the capital. The two were touched. They hadn't expected Xiaoyang to still hold them in such regard. Chapter 369. What are you messing around with? A wave of emotion surged through his heart for no apparent reason, and he immediately nodded. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Our families are doing well, but Chitai is. What about Chitai? Xiaoyang looked at Chitai with curiosity. Chitai, usually so composed, now seemed a bit shy as he whispered, I have someone I like? What? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang became instantly excited. Who? Who is it? Who is the person you like? Your Majesty, why are you so excited? Chitai looked at Xiaoyang with a mix of amusement and helplessness, whispering, She's just an ordinary woman, but I like her. It's just, she doesn't seem to like me much. Doesn't like him? Xiaoyang looked at Chitai, who was clearly troubled, and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Did she say why she doesn't like you? I don't know. Chitai shook his head and then recounted his pursuit process, ending with a pitiful look at Xiaoyang. I really like that woman, Your Majesty. Could you help me out? How could he help with such a matter? Xiaoyang looked at him with a helpless expression and then said quietly, I advise you not to be delusional. If the girl truly doesn't like you, then let it be. Such matters should be based on mutual willingness. Most importantly, what you're doing now is quite dangerous. Let's talk about this later. All right, hurry back and get ready for the upcoming battle. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Though Chitai still felt reluctant, he obediently nodded and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Xiaoyang frowned and looked at Zhang Jian. What about you? Do you have someone you like? No, I just want to take good care of my mother. I don't have any other thoughts, Zhang Jian replied. Get lost. Xiaoyang impatiently waved his hand. The guy just didn't get it. The news of the three kings visiting soon spread throughout the capital. Various departments began to prepare frantically, and the fake processions outside the border started heading towards the capital. Xiaoyang, however, acted as if nothing was happening and continued his duties as the emperor. At this moment, Ji Xiang entered, looking hesitant and on the verge of speaking. Seeing Ji Xiang's troubled expression, Xiaoyang sighed. If you have something to say, just say it. What are you standing there for? Hearing this, Ji Xiang resignedly handed over a document, whispering, This is the list of candidates for the selection prepared by the inner court. Would you like to take a look? A selection? What kind of selection? Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned when he saw the list, then suddenly remembered his earlier impulsive decision made in anger. Now, looking at the list, his heart was filled with unease. He muttered, What is this dirty business? Has the Empress been informed? She has already seen it, Ji Xiang sighed. Looking sympathetically at Xiaoyang, Your Majesty, what should we do now? If Xiaoyang knew what to do, he would have acted by now. Why would he be agonizing over it? Rubbing his temples, he muttered, These bastards are really quick. Before, when I asked them to do something, they dragged their feet. But now, they're quick about this. What nonsense! Seeing Xiaoyang's distressed state, Ji Xiang quietly slipped out. There was nothing he could do. In the Zhaoyang Palace, Tian Zhao knelt on the ground, looking pitifully at Shen Yunyan. I really didn't mean it. Get up already. You're a proper official's wife now. Don't keep calling yourself a servant and kneeling all the time. What kind of behavior is that? Shen Yunyan sighed in exasperation and quickly helped her up. I asked you to do this, so why would I blame you? Tianzao stood up, feeling frustrated. But your attitude changed so quickly. What about our plan? I didn't expect it to turn out like this, Shin Yunyan admitted, feeling troubled herself. She looked at Tianzao helplessly. I thought he would never pay attention to me again. Who knew things would end up like this? In the end, it's all his fault. Who was at fault didn't matter to Tianzao. She didn't want to know. All she wanted to know was what to do about the selection process, which was already halfway through. Thinking about this, Tianzao looked at Shin Yunyan pitifully. So, what about the selection? Just continue with it, Shin Yunyan said with a smile, her tone calm. Given the current situation, if Xiaoyang goes back on his word, the consequences would be dire. The selection can be dragged out for a while. Just follow the procedures. Hearing this, Tianzao felt even more helpless. She sat down beside Shin Yunyan. Miss, have you thought this through? If we follow the procedures, these girls will have to enter the palace and become titled imperial consorts. How could Shin Yunyan not understand this? She smiled and said softly, we can't control where a man's heart lies. Even without these girls, if Xiaoyang likes someone else, he'll go after them. If he doesn't like these girls, even if they all enter the palace, what difference would it make? This is just about balancing the various factions in the court. Tianzao felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. She lowered her head and muttered, Miss, should I also accept like you? Should I also balance my relationship with Afu for the sake of these connections? Seeing Tianzao's dejected expression, Shin Yunyan frowned slightly. What do you mean? It's nothing, Tianzao muttered, her voice low. Times have changed. He was just a secret guard before, but now he's the Minister of War. How could he be short of women around him? Shin Yunyan smiled. Sometimes you need to defend your position, but don't get too caught up in it, okay? All right, then I'll proceed according to the procedures? Tianzao tentatively asked again. Just as she finished speaking, Xiaoyang walked in. He looked at Shin Yunyan with a hopeful expression, stammering, the selection is? What exactly are you trying to say? Shin Yunyan looked at him, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. She sighed and said softly, so, what about the selection? Can't you find a single one you like? Yes, I can't find a single one I like. I said it before, I only want you. Xiaoyang came closer, looking at her pleadingly. About the selection, why don't we just cancel it? Tianzao, Your Majesty, did you see me? Chapter 370. Reduced to ashes. Xiaoyang turned around, giving Tianzao an awkward smile. Then, with a hint of displeasure, he said, You little girl, always dragging your feet in everything you do. But this time you were surprisingly quick. I think you did it on purpose. Your Majesty, I am so wronged. Tianzao immediately retorted. Who was it that had a stern face and demanded this matter be handled quickly? Now you're saying this? Do you even want me to live? When did I say to hurry? Xiaoyang was flustered and quickly turned to Shen Yunyan, saying, Listen, I never said anything like that. Miss. Tianzao was also anxious. Such a huge black pot was absolutely not something she could carry. Shin Yunyan watched the two of them acting so childish that she didn't know what to say for a moment. She sighed helplessly and whispered, Can you two be any more childish? Xiaoyang immediately replied, It's because you spoil this little girl too much. After all, I am the emperor. How can she talk to me like that? Don't you think so? Shin Yunyan sighed helplessly and said softly, This matter has already reached a point of no return. We can only move forward. Besides, you've already started receiving the 3 kings from other countries, so I think you should focus more on that. Don't worry, I'll arrange everything properly. But about the selection of concubines, you have to help me think of a way. Those women are like wolves and tigers, they'll devour me alive. I can't handle it, absolutely not. Xiaoyang immediately moved closer to Shan Yunyan, trying to act pitiful. Thinking of Xiaoyang's character, Tianzao muttered under her breath, I wonder who the real wolf or tiger is, huh? After saying that, she performed a bow and turned to walk out. Xiaoyang, as if he had caught something significant, grabbed Shin Yunyan's hand and wouldn't let go. Look at her. All right, stop making a fuss. I need to tell you something serious. Shin Yunyin pulled his hand and sat down together. What are your thoughts about the child? Xiaoyang had long known that this topic would come up eventually, but he really didn't want to discuss it now. He lowered his head and whispered, I had no idea it would turn out like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked you to have this child. This would ruin the child's life. I'm sorry, Shin Yunyin felt guilty and whispered, I think you're right. If I had known from the beginning, I wouldn't have involved the child. But now, the child is born, and the situation has occurred. As the child's parents, we have to deal with this and give the child a better, safer future, don't you think? That made sense. Xiaoyang looked at her, smiled, and then whispered, I will soon attack the Longevity Island, and I will definitely find a solution. Don't worry, I care deeply about our child. I will think of a way to remove the goo from him. Upon hearing this, Shin Yunyin felt uneasy. She took a deep breath and whispered, I've already discussed with Nanyuner, and it only requires the flesh and blood of a close relative to dispel it. A close relative? Xiaoyang's eyes lit up at this, and he smiled, whispering, What's the difficulty in that? I am the child's blood relative. Just use my flesh and blood. I won't be stingy with it. Shin Yunyin knew Xiaoyang too well, so hearing him say this didn't surprise her at all. She looked at him and whispered, If you were just an ordinary person, I wouldn't hesitate. But you are Xiaoyang, the emperor. You can't act recklessly. I am your husband, and the father of the child. I have every right to do this. Xiaoyang looked at Shin Yunyin seriously. Besides, I trust you. You wouldn't harm my body or take my life, would you? This. Shin Yunyin smiled, kissed him, and then whispered, I already have an idea, so what I'm telling you is true. I won't use your flesh and blood. I plan to use Shin Yuanfeng's flesh and blood. After all, he is the child's maternal uncle. What? Xiaoyang had been wondering how Shin Yunyin planned to deal with Shen Yuanfeng, but never expected she already had such a shocking plan in mind. Are you really willing? Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask again, still worried. Shin Yunyin rolled her eyes and snorted, saying unhappily, That ungrateful brat only knows how to chase after useless things. I think he needs to be bled a bit to understand who are the good and bad people in this world. That made sense. Xiaoyang looked at Shin Yunyin and chuckled softly. Although I think you're right, I always thought you were very fond of him. I didn't expect you to be quite harsh when it comes to dealing with him. I feel like you're enjoying this a bit too much. Shin Yunyin glared at him, gritting her teeth. Of course, Xiaoyang was enjoying it, but he wasn't stupid enough to admit it in front of Shin Yunyin. I'm not enjoying it, I'm just admiring you. I admire you. Xiaoyang smiled at Shin Yunyin, with a hint of flattery. Shin Yunyin waved her hand. These are all minor matters. The visit of the Three Kings is a major event. You absolutely cannot slack off and bring shame to our Xia kingdom, understood? Besides, this is the first grand banquet you're hosting since ascending the throne. Xiaoyang rubbed his temples and muttered, You know I hate all these messy formalities. I didn't expect to avoid them. It's really enough. Watching him like this, Shin Yunyin was at a loss between laughter and tears. After hesitating, she whispered, You weren't originally from here, so you might not be familiar with these rituals. Should I ask the Ministry of Rites to train you, and have the inner court explain things to you? What? Just hearing these words, Xiaoyang felt his scalp tingle. He quickly shook his head. No, that's unnecessary. After all, I've lived here for so long. I'm quite familiar with it. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Ji Xiang rushed in from outside in a panic. Your Majesty, the Qin Prince's residence is on fire. What? Xiaoyang's face immediately changed, and he quickly ran outside. By the time he arrived at the Qin Prince's residence, it had already been reduced to ashes. Chapter 371. Pretty good looking. Go in and search. We need to find them, dead or alive. Xiaoyang clenched his teeth, ordering his subordinates to enter the burning building. He himself stood at the entrance of the Qin Wangfu, waiting for Ah Fu to arrive. However, before Ah Fu could show up, Chu Rue appeared first, standing behind Xiaoyang. Where's my sister? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang turned around to face her, his brows furrowing. You're well informed, aren't you? With such a huge fire, only a blind person wouldn't notice it. Chu Ruyue retorted sharply, her tone filled with displeasure. I thought you were better as the Qinhuang than you are now as the emperor. How is it possible that someone dares to pull such a stunt right under your nose in the capital? How are you governing this place? Silence. How dare you speak to the emperor like that? Ji Xiang immediately reprimanded her. Only then did Chu Ruyue realize her words had been too harsh. She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. My sister just wanted to live a peaceful life, breaking free from all that. Why can't they just leave her alone? Why? Xiaoyang's expression darkened at her words. Yes, if your sister really dies, I'll have a blood feud with your family. Even with 8 mouths, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. Moreover, both Chu Yuewei and Xiaja hold very sensitive and special positions. You know that? Chu Yuewei emerged from the ruins, covered in soot, holding her child, glaring at Xiaoyang. I thought you were clueless. Yuewei, are you all right? Chu Ruyue rushed over upon seeing her. Shishi? Is Shishi okay too? What about Xiaj? Chu Yuewei handed the child to Chu Ruyue and looked at Xiaoyang. Thanks to your Qin Wangfu having a basement, we managed to escape. Did someone go to such great lengths just to take the lives of our family of 3? Judging by the situation, it seems they want to use your deaths to make a statement, Xiaoyang snorted. These people are quite skilled at turning small events into big ones. Chu Ruyue, upon hearing this, also realized the gravity of the situation and stepped forward, gritting her teeth. Is it the Xiaojiao Pavilion? If Chu Yuewei dies, would your brother stand idly by? Xiaoyang smiled faintly. After all, they're blood-related. Besides, even though the former empress has returned to a simple life, the strength of her family still exists. If their only daughter dies in such a mysterious manner, do you really think they wouldn't retaliate? At this thought, Xiaoyang's expression changed, immediately increased the guards. I fear the Yizhan and Xinggong aren't safe anymore. A Fu arrived just in time to hear this and hurriedly left to carry out the orders. Get them settled immediately, and don't leak any information to the outside, Xiaoyang said seriously to Chu Ruyue. Without further words, Chu Ruyue nodded and led their family away. Xiaoyang then hurried to the guest house. The 3 emperors were still there, waiting carefree for the banquet to begin. Seeing Xiaoyang storm in, they were somewhat surprised, especially the southern emperor, who curiously looked at him. Why are you here? Didn't we agree to avoid meeting unless necessary? Exactly, so my presence now means we must meet, Xiaoyang retorted, rolling his eyes. Compared to these emperors who relied on their own efforts, the southern emperor seemed like a naive simpleton. Yang Tianhe glanced at him. You're worried about the fire at the Qin Wangfu and how it might affect us? You know about that? Xiaoyang was slightly surprised. Word travels fast. You forget, I have a good brother. There's hardly anything in this world he doesn't know about, Yang Tianhe chuckled. Previously, he had been somewhat disdainful of Yang Feiyu's profession, but now he suddenly saw it as a great asset. Xiaoyang frowned, looking at Yang Tianhe. Now that you mention it, I recall that kid has been unusually quiet lately. Wonder what he's up to. He's been playing the role of a social butterfly, as you asked him to, Yang Tianhe snorted. He's been living it up, enjoying the good life. Xiaoyang chuckled at this. Guess I should have a proper talk with him. Though his words were casual, Yang Tianhe sensed something unusual. We came prepared. Don't worry about us. We can take care of ourselves, Chu Xiaoyao reassured Xiaoyang. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a bit warmer inside. He sighed, somewhat frustrated. I thought the biggest challenge after ascending the throne would be dealing with the 3 of you. Never expected it to be this Xiaojiao Pavilion. We've been surprisingly cooperative. The other 3 were equally surprised that Xiaoyang had the nerve to say this to their faces. Can you shut up? Even if we wanted to cooperate with you, your mouth would make us want to beat you up a few more times, Yang Tianhe retorted, rolling his eyes. The southern emperor nodded in agreement. I think the northern emperor is right. You're asking for it. All right, since you're not in immediate danger, I'll leave you to it. Xiaoyang waved his hand and left without another word. Chu Xiaoyao grew anxious. Where's Yue? What have you done with my sister? Don't worry, she'll be safe. I'll take care of it. Xiaoyang smiled and left with long strides. Instead of returning to the palace, he changed into disguise in his carriage and headed to a village on the outskirts of the city. His elite troops were currently stationed there, so Xiaoyang needed to check on them. When Zhang Jian saw Xiaoyang, he was clearly surprised. With things so chaotic in the capital, how can you risk wandering around alone? Has Lao Chao finished making the explosives I asked for? Xiaoyang cut straight to the point. Zhang Jian nodded immediately. Yes, it's almost done. Should I take you to see it? Isn't that obvious? I'm here to see the explosives, not you. What's there to see in you? Xiaoyang rolled his eyes, snorting in disdain. Zhang Jian awkwardly rubbed his nose, muttering softly, "What's wrong with me? I think I'm pretty good looking." Chapter 372. Is it okay? Why has this person's skin become so thick now? Xiaoyang glanced at him and said with some helplessness, I remember when we first met, you weren't like this. How come you seem like a completely different person now? Isn't this what you said? Besides fighting, we should also have our own lives, Zhang Jian said confidently. From the outside, it was just an ordinary small village, but as one ventured deeper inside, things began to feel increasingly off. The village was vast, and every villager was performing their respective duties, but their every move was highly unusual. Xiaoyang nodded with satisfaction at the scene, smiled, and then said softly, "It seems you're doing something worthwhile. Assemble immediately for a review." "Yes," Zhang Jian replied proudly. Seeing this, Xiaoyang smiled and then found the most comfortable spot to sit and wait for them to assemble. The entire village assembled within less than 3 minutes, which was within the standard range, and Xiaoyang was quite pleased. All the projects here were personally designed and made by Xiaoyang, so the difficulty was definitely no less than in his previous life. Xiaoyang sat there, watching each person go through the projects, silently timing them in his mind. For some reason, Zhang Jian, who had been quite confident in these people, suddenly felt nervous seeing Xiaoyang's demeanor. After about 2 hours, all the soldiers had gone through the projects, with standard movements and speeds within the excellent range. Standing beside Xiaoyang, Zhang Jian whispered, "Your Majesty, is it okay? What do you think?" Xiaoyang crossed his arms, smirking at him. "Don't you have any idea about your own troops? How do you think they performed?" Was this dissatisfaction? Zhang Jian looked at Xiaoyang with a nervous expression and said softly, "They are indeed a bit short of the standards you require, but everyone is already working very hard. Don't worry, I will strengthen the training to ensure their speed and strength improve." Seeing Zhang Jian's nervousness, Xiaoyang waved his hand. Dismiss. Assembling took less than 3 minutes, and dismissing took even less than a minute. Soon, only Xiaoyang and Zhang Jian were left. Xiaoyang stood up with a serious expression and looked at Zhang Jian. "Your troops have been reviewed by me, and I think they are very good. But you, on the other hand, have some issues." Hearing the first part, Zhang Jian breathed a sigh of relief, but when he heard the latter part, his face changed immediately, and he became nervous, whispering, "Your Majesty, my speed is also okay." "Is it?" Xiaoyang snorted and said indifferently, "Your speed is indeed not bad, but your conviction is not strong enough. You have no confidence in your own troops, and that's not good. You should believe that your troops are the best and strongest in the world. Do you understand?" Zhang Jian scratched his head shyly and said softly, "Well, naturally, my troops are the best, but isn't it because I'm in front of you that I lack confidence? Enough, stop talking nonsense. Arrange for 3,000 men to infiltrate immediately." "Yes." Zhang Jian immediately nodded and agreed. "That's more like it." Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and then turned to leave. He had been away long enough, so he needed to hurry back. Upon returning to the palace, he found Duke Protector and Zhao Mingyue kneeling outside the imperial study. Seeing these two, Xiaoyang felt a headache but understood that Jian Yu must have succeeded, and Jiu'er must have been found. "What are you two doing?" Xiaoyang walked over with a cold expression, opened the door, and entered. The two looked at each other, then stood up and followed him inside. Once inside, Zhao Mingyue immediately knelt down. "Please, Your Majesty, return my child to me." "Madam Zhao, what do you mean by that?" Xiaoyang looked at her with confusion. "What happened to your child? Isn't Xiaja doing fine?" "Jir." Zhao Mingyue was puzzled, frowning at him. "What about Jir?" Indeed, favoritism is favoritism. Duke Protector's face changed upon hearing this. He looked at Zhao Mingyue in disbelief. The Qin Wang mansion caught fire in Jir's situation. "You don't know?" "What? The Qin Wang mansion caught fire?" Zhao Mingyue's face turned grim. She clenched her teeth and looked at Xiaoyang. "I really misjudged you. Your mother was also a straightforward person. But what about you? What have you done, you scoundrel? You want to wipe them out." Seeing Zhao Mingyue's angry expression, Xiaoyang found it utterly ridiculous. He crossed his arms and looked at her, saying calmly, "Why are you so angry now? Is it because of Jiur, or because of Xiaja? Or is it because we suddenly discovered that you're biased?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyue's face turned even more pale, but she still stubbornly said, "This is my own business. What does it have to do with you? Just return Jiur to me." The Qin Wang mansion turned to ashes, and you don't even ask about it, only thinking about your younger son? Xiaoyang smirked at her. "Being a mother like you is truly unparalleled. Now I finally understand why Xiaja turned out like this. I used to feel sorry for you, having a foolish son, but now I feel sorry for Xiaja." "Xiaoyang." Zhao Mingyue stood up, glaring at him with gritted teeth. "Stop sowing discord here." Duke Protector also got anxious and pulled Zhao Mingyue, saying angrily, "What are you doing? This is the current emperor. How dare you address him by name? You're being disrespectful." "I." Zhao Mingyue was furious. "What did Jir do wrong? He's just a child, a little boy who doesn't understand anything." Xiaoyang now understood that Zhao Mingyue's mind was entirely occupied by Jiur. He looked at Zhao Mingyue and smiled. "Actually, I'm quite curious. Aunt Zhao, are you more worried about your Jiur or your lover? What do you mean? What have you done to Ling Yun?" Zhao Mingyue's face turned pale with anger, glaring at him. "What exactly do you want? Just tell me directly." "All right, then please be more honest. Tell me, how long have the people from Xiaozhou Pavilion been in contact with you?" Xiaoyang lightly tapped the table with his hand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyue wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant. She slumped to the ground, looking at Xiaoyang in disbelief. "No, it's impossible. How could you know? How could you possibly know?" Xiaoyang smiled. "Of course, you'd hope I didn't know, but what can I do? I just do." Chapter 373. Is he pitiful? "You." Zhao Mingyue glared at him, grinding her teeth. "Since you already know, you should also know that I am innocent and have no connection with Xiaozhou Pavilion." At this, even the Duke of Protecting the Nation began to panic. "Mingyue, do you really have ties with Xiaozhou Pavilion?" "Father, it's not what you think." Zhao Mingyue was anxious. "I do have some contact with Xiaozhou Pavilion, but we've never cooperated." "No cooperation? Is it that you haven't reached the stage of cooperation, or have you just not found the right opportunity?" Xiaoyang sneered, disdainfully looking at her. "The court is in chaos because of Xiaozhou Pavilion, yet you didn't report their activities immediately. Instead, you chose to contact them in secret. Is that justified? Is that something to be proud of? The Duke of Protecting the Nation's family has always been loyal, but is it going to be ruined by a selfish woman like you?" These words left no room for Zhao Mingyue's dignity. She had never expected Xiaoyang to be so well-informed. She stared deeply at Xiaoyang. "What exactly are you implying?" "At first, you helped my mother, claiming it was to restore order, but in reality, you wanted to overthrow the old emperor and make your son, the ninth prince, the ruler, didn't you?" Xiaoyang chuckled. "You didn't expect me to cause such a commotion, nor did you anticipate that I would end up in this position. Now that you see me sitting here, you must be very displeased, right? So you thought you could use Xiaozhou Pavilion to turn the tables and seize power during the chaos, didn't you?" He continued with a light laugh. No one else knows the depth of my love for Shun Yinyan like you do. No one else could have focused the conflict on our marital relationship. Each word, each sentence, pierced into the Duke of protecting the nation's heart like steel needles. He looked at Zhao Mingyue in disbelief. Is what he's saying true or false? Is it true or false? The Duke of protecting the nation glared at his daughter. Are you really planning this? Zhao Mingyue had intended to gloss over the matter, but she never expected Xiaoyang to be so clever. He had figured it out, guessed it, and even exposed it before they could act. Realizing that acting was futile, Zhao Mingyue stood up, wiped away her tears, and coldly looked at him. Even if what you say is true, so what? The world is meant to be ruled by anyone, isn't it? You. Reckless. Disgraceful. The Duke of protecting the nation was so furious that his face turned pale. He stepped forward and slapped Zhao Mingyue hard across the face. His teeth clenched. You disgraceful creature. The entire Duke of protecting the nation's family. Hundreds of people. What are you doing? How dare you be so reckless? How could I have a daughter like you? This. Call the imperial physician. Xiaoyang sneered, then looked at Zhao Mingyue. It seems we'll have to continue our conversation elsewhere. With that, he waved his hand, and Jianyu stepped forward, apprehending Zhao Mingyue. Xiaoyang sat there, rubbing his temples, feeling a surge of irritation. Although the situation had started to show some signs, he still felt there was a missing piece he hadn't found yet. Soon, Zhao Mingyue and Xiaja met in the prison. Xiaja looked at Zhao Mingyue with a complex mix of emotions. He had once tortured Xiaoyang here, but never did he imagine he would one day see his own mother in this place. Standing there, staring at Zhao Mingyue, he found himself at a loss for words. What are you looking at? Zhao Mingyue coldly glared at him. Are you pleased with yourself now? Do you dream of this moment? Xiaja had never expected that the first words his mother would say to him in this situation would be this. He looked at her and softly said, I don't want to ask anything. I just want to know, was it you who set the fire at the Qin Prince's mansion? Zhao Mingyue looked at him, stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I always thought you were a fool, but I never expected you to be so clever. Ha ha ha, this is truly amusing. It was you? Xiaja felt his vision darken, his body unsteady, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He looked at her in disbelief. Why? Have you gone mad? I'm your child, and Cici is your granddaughter. How could you do this? Because you are the biggest stain on my life, my shame. Zhao Mingyue's face suddenly twisted with rage. Her teeth gritted. I was meant to spend my life with the man I loved, but I was taken away by someone I didn't care for. He forced me to give birth to you. To me, you are the son of my enemy. You deserve to die. You're mad. Xiaja's eyes reddened. Even if that's true, I'm still your child. Even if you don't love me, even if I'm the child of your enemy, what about my child? Cici? She's only 1 year old. What did she do wrong? Zhao Mingyue snorted disdainfully. She's just a child of a lowly woman. What does it matter? Fine, fine. I've asked all I wanted to know. Xiaja chuckled, shaking his head, tears streaming down his face. He felt utterly humiliated. Yet, he couldn't help but wipe the tears from his face with all his strength, then knelt down and knocked his head heavily on the ground 3 times. You gave me life, and I should have returned it to you. But now I have my own child, and I can't just die. So these 3 knocks are to end all ties between us. From now on, you are not my mother, and I am not your son. Do whatever you want, but from now on, we will pass each other without recognition, and we will never meet again, in life or in death. With that, Xiaja stood up and strode away, never looking back. He had never felt so clear-headed, not for a moment. As he exited the prison, he saw Chu Yuewei standing with their child not far away, waiting for him. Seeing them was like seeing the hope of the future. He strode forward, embracing both of them. His voice choked with emotion. I accept it. She doesn't love me. She really doesn't love me. I love you. Chu Yuewei gently stroked his back, her voice soft. And Cece loves you too. Let's go home. Home? Do I still have a home? Xiaxia looked at Chuiwei in despair, tears falling uncontrollably. Chuiwei, seeing him like this, felt a pang of heartache. She sighed softly. Any place with me and Cece is your home. Let's go back. Xiaoyang stood on the wall of the prison, watching the three of them leave, supporting each other. A faint smile played on his lips as he whispered, Li Nu, tell me, is he pitiful? Chapter 374. He deserves the most. Pity? Linu stood behind Xiaoyang, momentarily at a loss for words. After hesitating for quite a while, she finally spoke up, I don't know. Maybe he really is pitiful. He certainly is pitiful. From the moment he was born, he has been a pitiful person, Xiaoyang sighed, looking sympathetically at Xiaxia below. But in a way, he's also fortunate. After all, from now on, he can take control of his own life. Isn't that right? Upon hearing this, Linu was momentarily stunned. She tilted her head and looked at Xiaoyang, whispering, Your Majesty, are you feeling compassion now? If you're uneducated, then you should speak less. What do you mean by compassion? I'm just expressing my thoughts. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes at her and smiled. Everyone wants this throne, yet it's me who's sitting on it now. Isn't that amusing? Linu, seeing Xiaoyang's expression, was momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing his bad mood, Xiaoyang turned and walked toward the Zhaoyang Palace. Shun Yinyan, seeing Xiaoyang enter, knew he was in a bad mood today. She gently smiled, then placed the child in her arms into his, and sat down to brew tea for him. Holding the child in his arms and looking at his wife, Xiaoyang felt a warm sensation in his heart. He thought for a moment and then softly said, Since we entered the palace, we've rarely had a chance to sit together, just the two of us. Shun Yinyan glanced at him, smiled, and softly replied, Didn't you tell me before? The higher the position, the greater the responsibility. Why? Now you're feeling uncomfortable. In fact, we've always been together, haven't we? It's just that recently, so many things have happened that it's given you this illusion. Don't overthink it, okay? Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt more at ease. He lowered his head and whispered, I thought you might hate this kind of life. I thought you wouldn't like it. I don't have a life I like or a life I dislike. As long as I'm with you, I'm content with any kind of life. Shun Yinyan softly smiled, looking at him. I know that sitting on this throne, you have many reluctances in your heart. But a united world is your dream, and it's mine too. Now we're working together for our shared dream. Isn't that great? Xiaoyang suddenly realized that many times, he wasn't as resolute as Shun Yinyan. He looked at her, hesitated for a moment, and then softly said, Actually, it's not like that. I never wanted to be an emperor. I just wanted a simple life with my wife and child. But if we want to survive, we have to be on this throne. Yes, Shun Yinyan could feel that Xiaoyang wasn't someone who coveted power. The reason they had come this far was entirely due to the circumstances. She looked at Xiaoyang and said with a hint of helplessness, So what are you planning to do next? Are you going to run away now? Who are you going to leave this mess to? How's our child doing? Xiaoyang smiled and glanced at her. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to use Shun Yuanfeng's flesh and blood to cure our child's goo poison. How's that progressing? Hearing this, Shun Yinyan felt a surge of annoyance. She muttered, I don't know what's going on. We're still studying it, but I found something strange about the flesh and blood. Strange? Xiaoyang looked at the child in his arms and smiled tenderly. Then he softly suggested, What about trying my flesh and blood? Not yet. You're about to attack the Linglong Island. Maybe there's another way. Shin Yuanfeng is already locked up, which should be enough. How about letting him go back? Let him go back? Yes, let him go back. Shun Yinyan softly smiled. She looked at Xiaoyang and whispered, You see, we've been going at it with Shun Yuanfeng as if it's a life-and-death struggle. But now, all of a sudden, we let him go. If you were someone from the Shoujiao Pavilion, what would you think? You're killing with a broken heart? Xiaoyang immediately understood and smiled softly at Shun Yinyan. If you put it that way, it makes sense. I think what you're saying is quite right. Sometimes we might be bound by flesh and blood ties, but other times, can't we also use these so-called blood relations to our advantage? Seeing Shen Yinyan's expression, Xiaoyang smiled tenderly and whispered, "If you want to do this on your own, I have no objections. But if you're changing yourself for me, then I don't like it. No matter what happens, I still hope you can live freely and happily, just like before." Xiaoyang smiled, returned the child to her, and softly said, "I'm hungry." Shen Yinyan, hearing these words, felt a warm glow in her heart. She gently smiled and said, "Hungry? Why are you looking for me when you're hungry? Do you want to drink milk like our son? Is that possible?" Xiaoyang grinned at her, his eyes gleaming. This guy, Shen Yinyan, had only been joking, but she never expected his eyes to light up like that. It was quite alarming. While the court was in turmoil, the inner palace was warm and cozy. Xiaoyang stayed in the Zhaoyang Palace, cherishing the peaceful days with Shen Yinyan. Unfortunately, good times always pass quickly. Soon, the capital was in chaos, with rumors of a rebellion. Xiaoyang had actually been prepared for this. During the morning court session, Fu, the Minister of War, immediately stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, there's a group of bandits in the west of the city who have risen up, claiming to restore order." Restore order? Hearing this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He looked at those below and said softly, "If I remember correctly, I too started by wanting to restore order. Now I'm confused. Who is the disorder? Who is the rebellion?" Xiaoyang's ascension to the throne had been legitimate, and since his coronation, although he had been decisive and harsh, the world had indeed become much more stable. It had to be acknowledged that Xiaoyang was a good emperor. Chapter 375. Why are you so thin? How dare these mere bandits overestimate their strength? Lu Jing immediately stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the troops to quell the unrest." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Good, this is what a true son of our great Xia should be. However, the situation is not yet dire enough to require you to take the battlefield. Everyone, just enjoy your time in the capital, admiring flowers and the moon." The courtiers, observing Xiaoyang's demeanor, understood that he was not surprised by this turmoil. The emperors of the three neighboring countries will soon visit. Therefore, no matter how chaotic things get outside, our capital must remain stable, the palace must remain stable, and the court must remain stable. Anyone who spreads panic or disturbs the public's morale will be executed without mercy. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison, not daring to speak further. Xiaoyang's execution without mercy was no empty threat. He would show no leniency to anyone. Soon, the entire palace was bustling with activity, adorned with red banners and decorations, making it even more festive than the new year. As the empress, Shen Yunyan naturally had to oversee these arrangements, so she devoted most of her time and energy to these tasks, even neglecting her own child. Linger, carrying the child, followed Shen Yunyan and whispered, "The empress has been too busy lately. The little prince isn't smiling as much as he used to." Hearing this, Shen Yunyan felt a pang of guilt. She looked at the baby in Linger's arms, smiled, and then stepped forward to take him. She spoke softly, "Little one, are you really angry? Don't you like your mother anymore?" Songer was already 8 months old, at the most adorable stage, with big sparkling eyes that were irresistibly cute. He stared at Shen Yunyan, sucking his fingers, and soon started giggling. Seeing her child's adorable expression, all of Shen Yunyan's fatigue vanished. She held the baby and walked toward the dungeon. Shen Yuanfeng now seemed like a completely different person. Upon seeing Shen Yunyan holding the child, his eyes lit up. "Sister Wu Wu, you've finally come." "Sister, I'm so scared. I know I was wrong. Please, just let me go back. I'll listen to you from now on. I'll be good, okay?" Seeing her brother like this, Shen Yunyan felt a deep sense of discomfort. After a moment's thought, she approached him with the child, smiling. "Songer is already 8 months old. It's been a long time since you last saw him, hasn't it? Do you miss your little nephew? I remember when I gave birth, you really liked him. Do you remember? Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng looked at the child a few more times, hesitated, and then murmured, You want to use my flesh and blood to remove the goo from this child, don't you? Although Shen Yuanfeng was not a skilled manipulator of goo, he was still aware of such matters. Glancing at his sister and the plump baby in her arms, he gave a faint smile and murmured, I like him. He's my little nephew. I'm willing. What? Shen Yunyan was utterly shocked. She never expected Shen Yuanfeng to agree to this so readily. She looked at him in disbelief. Are you really willing? I really am. I know I was wrong, sister. I truly know I was wrong. Shen Yuanfeng looked at Shen Yunyan with pleading eyes. As long as you give me a chance, I promise I'll atone for my sins. Seeing him like this, Shen Yunyan's lips curled slightly. She stepped forward and said calmly, My dear brother, do you know? Ever since you were young, whenever you lied, your ears would turn red. It's always been the same. Although you speak with sincerity, your eyes and your ears tell me you're not willing. You're only saying this to make things easier for yourself, to leave this place. Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng was completely stunned. He looked at Shen Yunyan in disbelief. Shen Yunyan smiled and said lightly, Why are you looking at me like that? Are you surprised? Did you think you hit it well? Shen Yunyan, do you really want me to die? Shen Yuanfeng clenched his teeth, glaring at her. No matter what, you're my sister, my own flesh and blood. How could you treat me like this? This is too cruel. Seeing him like this, Shen Yunyan waved her hand dismissively and said coldly, You can leave. I don't want to say anything else. Your flesh and blood, I've decided to take. With that, she turned and left. Staring at Shen Yunyan's back, Shen Yuanfeng was frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? You're letting me go? You're actually willing to let me go? It's impossible. How could you let me go? Lord Uncle, this way please. Soon, Linu entered. She looked at Shen Yuanfeng and said indifferently, The Emperor has decreed that whether you live or die, it's entirely up to the Empress. The Empress is merciful, and out of familial sentiment, she's willing to let you go. So, you decide for yourself. After saying this, she had him thrown out. Shen Yuanfeng lay on the ground, feeling as if everything was an illusion. He had been confined underground for so long that he hadn't seen the sun in ages. Now, basking in the sunlight, he found it strangely blinding. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to get up from the ground. Before he could steady himself, he heard a familiar and terrifying voice. Young master, how are you faring? Yunyang emerged from behind, smiling faintly as she looked at Shen Yuanfeng, who was sitting on the ground. Upon seeing her, Shen Yuanfeng almost instinctively trembled. He had been sitting, but upon recognizing her, he immediately knelt. Aunt you, why are you here? Do you think I shouldn't be here, young master? Yunyang stepped forward, gently helping him up, her lips curling slightly. You've suffered so much in the dungeon. Now, you should rest well and enjoy some good food to regain your strength, don't you think? Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng felt another wave of tension and whispered, I'm fine. I haven't suffered. Haven't suffered? Yunyang looked at him and said softly, Why do I feel you've lost so much weight? Did your sister mistreat you? Shen Yuanfeng's body trembled slightly as he whispered, No, it's just that. I've been in the dungeon, thinking of you all, so I couldn't eat much. That's why. I've lost a bit of weight. Chapter 376. It was you all along. It seemed that Yunyang sensed Shen Yuanfeng's slight trembling. She gently helped him up, smiling warmly. You're trembling so much now that you've seen me. Why are you so afraid? Did you do something you shouldn't have? Shen Yuanfeng had never imagined that after finally being released, he would face such a situation. He didn't know how to answer Yunyang's question because he wasn't sure if he had done anything wrong. He cautiously looked at her and whispered, I didn't do anything. Is that so? They imprisoned and tortured you for so long, and yet they just let you go without you saying anything? How is that possible? Why would they let you go so easily? Yunyang's voice remained gentle, but her eyes had already taken on a different meaning. Although this was someone who had grown up with him, Shen Yuanfeng was still so nervous that his breathing became unsteady. He looked at her pitifully and whispered, "I don't know. I really don't know. Aunt Yu, what exactly are you trying to do?" The Xiaozhao Pavilion cannot tolerate traitors, so today, I've come to take your life. Yunyang suddenly pulled out a dagger and lunged at Shen Yuanfeng. Although Shen Yuanfeng knew martial arts, the sudden attack caught him off guard. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his heart, an arrow whistled through the air and pierced Yunyang's wrist. As her scream echoed, Shen Yuanfeng finally snapped back to reality. He slumped to the ground, retreating repeatedly. "No, don't kill me. I didn't say anything. I'm not a traitor, I swear." Xiaoyang stood on the wall, coldly observing the chaos below. Zhang Jian led a group of people into the courtyard, quickly subduing Yunyang and searching the entire compound. They indeed found several other individuals. "Let me go, you traitors. You all deserve to die." Yunyang snarled, her teeth clenched in fury. Seeing this, Xiaoyang let out a disdainful snort. "Take them all away."
Yes.
As he watched these people being taken away by Xiaoyang, Shen Yuanfeng finally realized what was happening. He stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief. "You did this on purpose, didn't you? You deliberately let me go to lure the snake out of its hole. You're going to get me killed. Don't you understand that? You're my brother-in-law. How could you be so malicious? Do you really want me dead? Why do you want me dead?" Seeing his frantic state, Xiaoyang found it utterly ridiculous. He let out a cold laugh. "Do you really think you would have been safe without this? Are you overestimating yourself? Do you really think you're some chosen one? From the start, you were just a pawn meant to die. Pathetic. If it weren't for the fact that your flesh and blood are still somewhat useful, I would have torn you apart long ago." Xiaoyang looked at him coldly, devoid of any warmth. This was the real Xiaoyang. Shen Yuanfeng had never seen this side of Xiaoyang before, so he was momentarily disoriented by the sudden shift. Once, in Shen Yuanfeng's world, Xiaoyang was just a kind brother-in-law, always indulgent and granting his every wish. But now, everything was different. He couldn't understand what had gone wrong, where the problem had arisen. He looked at Xiaoyang in despair. "So you want me dead too, don't you? Now all of you want me dead, don't you?" Seeing his despair, Xiaoyang found it laughable. He stepped forward, gripping Shen Yuanfeng's chin and forcing him to look into his eyes. He spoke coldly. "Who pushed themselves into this situation? How many chances did you have to tell me the truth? How many opportunities did you have to avoid this? But you didn't. You persisted, putting your sister in the most dangerous and awkward position. You didn't even care about your own nephew. How can there be someone as shameless as you in this world? Even now, you have the nerve to blame us pitifully? It's truly laughable." Without waiting for a reaction, Xiaoyang turned and left. He felt that even looking at such a fool for a moment was too much. The commotion here was not small, so Shen Yunyan naturally knew about it. She brought this news to the prison. Looking at Zhao Mingyue on the rack, she hesitated for a moment before speaking. "When I was young and in the palace, you took care of me. You were very kind to me, showering me with affection, but I was always a little afraid of you. Back then, I couldn't understand why, but now I think I do." Zhao Mingyue remained expressionless. "What do you understand? The Xiaozhao Pavilion belongs to you. It was you who implanted the goo worm in me back then. You are not the real daughter of the Duke's mansion. You murdered the original Zhao Mingyue and used goo worms to consume your own face, taking her identity, didn't you?" Shen Yunyan's voice was soft, as if she had already confirmed it, but she still sought confirmation. Zhao Mingyue was first stunned, then burst into laughter. "I don't think you're suited to be an empress. You'd be better off as a storyteller. You're not driven by love or affection. You only want that position, that lofty throne. For this goal, you've schemed for years. But you never expected to be thwarted by Emperor Xia halfway through. Nor did you expect to give birth to the child of your enemy, did you?" Shen Yunyan sighed. "That fool, Xiaozha, always thought it was because he wasn't good enough that you despised him. How could he understand that he shouldn't have been born into this world? No matter how excellent he was, you would never love him. Shut up. Zhao Mingyue suddenly changed her expression, glaring at Shen Yunyan. You two are of the Linglong Kingdom's bloodline, yet you lie in the arms of your enemy and enjoy it. You're despicable. Seeing her ferocious expression, Shen Yunyan finally merged the person in front of her with the one from her memories. Her eyes filled with fear as she subconsciously stepped back, unsteady on her feet. It was at this moment that Xiaoliang appeared, wrapping his arms around her waist and giving her the strongest support. Why are you here? Shen Yunyan looked at Xiaoliang in surprise. I can handle this myself. I'm here, so you don't have to face it alone. Xiaoliang smiled, gently caressing her cheek, then whispered, Don't be afraid. Shen Yunyan was indeed afraid, a deep-seated fear that stemmed from her childhood trauma. She looked at Xiaoliang with pleading eyes, then at Zhao Mingyue, and whispered, The old duke is getting on in years. I'm afraid he won't be able to handle such a shock. Indeed, anyone who discovered that the daughter they had loved for years was actually a fake, the murderer of their real daughter, and a traitor, would be unable to bear it. Chapter 377. If you love him, you should support him. For the Duke's mansion, this was simply too cruel, akin to a bolt of lightning striking the heart. Xiaoliang embraced Shen Yunyan, a faint, helpless smile on his lips. You're always like this, worrying about others no matter what, never thinking about yourself. Shen Yunyan smiled. With you by my side, what else is there to worry about? You speak so well, but unfortunately, you have no evidence. The Duke's mansion will never believe you. I tell you, someone will come to save me soon. Zhao Mingyue glared at them with clenched teeth. I endured by that scoundrel's side for so many years just for this moment. Xiaoliang, your vast empire, you will never be able to hold on to it. Zhao Mingyue's confidence was so strong that even Shen Yunyan almost believed they had done something earth-shattering. But Xiaoliang looked at Zhao Mingyue as if she were a fool. He clapped his hands, and Li Nu brought in a man, battered and bruised, and a boy, tightly bound. Li Nu didn't hold back, tossing the two roughly to the ground. You. Zhao Mingyue's face changed immediately upon seeing her child. She snarled, You ruthless beasts, what have you done to my child? Nothing much, compared to you. We've been quite merciful, haven't we? Xiaoliang snorted disdainfully, then dragged the man by his hair to Zhao Mingyue's side. I must say, your taste isn't bad. This man is quite brave, but even the strongest can't fight off multiple attackers. You. Zhao Mingyue couldn't believe her eyes, staring at the bloodied man in front of her. Shuelang, what have you done to him? Xiaoliang found a comfortable spot to sit, taking out a pure white handkerchief to slowly wipe the red stains from his hands. He raised an eyebrow, revealing a sinister smile as he spoke slowly. Nothing much. Mixing royal blood is a capital offense. But I know you like him, so out of respect for old times, I decided to take away his means of committing crimes. What? Even Shen Yunyan was shocked, looking at Xiaoliang. You castrated him? Yes, now there's one more person to serve us in the palace. Isn't that good? Xiaoliang smiled at Shen Yunyan. This was the first time Shen Yunyan had seen Xiaoliang's dark side so directly. Strangely enough, instead of feeling fear, she found this side of Xiaoliang utterly captivating. She immediately chuckled. The emperor is merciful. Xiaoliang, you deserve to die. I will kill you myself. I will kill you. Is that so? Such words were a huge joke to Xiaoliang. He stood up, coldly staring at Zhao Mingyue. Your 10,000 Gu children will soon be annihilated. Your plan to restore the country will be in vain. But you won't die, nor will your lover. The three of you will live on, living to a ripe old age. I want you to watch me rule for millennia. With that, he grabbed Shen Yunyan's wrist and turned to leave. Following behind him, Shen Yunyan's heart was in turmoil. She had always known Xiaoliang was a man of means, but had never seen his methods firsthand. In front of her, Xiaoliang always hid his darker sides, presenting his best self. But today, Shen Yunyan saw many facets of Xiaoliang she had never witnessed before, and it was both shocking and incredible. So this was the man she loved. No wonder she had received so much love without even realizing it. Yunyan, I need to personally eliminate those Gu children, Xiaoyang said seriously. I know you might find it dangerous and try to stop me, but I must go. I agree. Go ahead. Shen Yunyan placed her hand gently on Xiaoyang's brow. After all this planning, we've finally reached this point. How could I let you have any regrets? Xiaoyang looked at her in surprise. You're not angry? No, I'm not. Whatever you want to do, just do it. Anything you want to do is right. I will never be angry. I support you. All of you. Shen Yunyan stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. Everything in the palace is in my hands. With those words, Xiaoyang had no more worries. He took Shen Yunyan's hand and returned to the Zhaoyang palace. Although they had been together, and Xiaoyang had been to battle before, this was the first time Shen Yunyan personally helped him put on his armor. After equipping him, Shen Yunyan took a deep breath. They spent so much time together that she had almost forgotten how striking Xiaoyang's appearance was. Now, dressed in silver armor, he looked like a dashing young general, full of vitality. This was who he was meant to be, the real him. Shen Yunyan chuckled, then tucked a silk handkerchief into his waistband. I and the child await your return. Xiaoyang didn't speak. He pulled her into a tight embrace, as if trying to merge her into his very being. After a long while, he finally let her go, turned, and left with long strides. Your Majesty, are you really willing to let him go? Tianzhao entered, looking worriedly at Shen Yunyan. A Fu said this battle is unlike any other, and the Emperor might be in danger. He is an eagle soaring in the 9 heavens. How can I confine him to this small place? If I love him, I should let him fulfill his destiny, Shen Yunyan smiled. She turned to look at Tianzhao. Tianzhao, we grew up together. You are the person in this world I trust the most. Whether it's the Emperor or the Crown Prince, I trust you with them. What did that mean? Tianzhao was puzzled. Why would Shen Yunyan say such a thing? She felt nervous and anxious. Miss? What are you talking about? Nothing, just a random thought. You have your own family, your own child. Go home first. Shen Yunyan stepped forward, gently caressing Tianzhao's cheek. With your father not around, you, as a mother, should spend more time with your child, understand? Mississippi. Tianzhao's heart was in turmoil. She felt something was off with Shen Yunyan, but couldn't put her finger on it. She left, looking back several times. Watching her go, Shen Yunyan turned and went to Nanyuaner's place. They're gone. We can begin, Shen Yunyan smiled softly, looking at the sleeping child on the bed. He can't wait any longer. Otherwise, he'll have to endure the pain of the goo worms eating his heart. Your Majesty, are you sure? This goo summoning technique is only recorded in ancient texts. If it fails, you could be consumed by it. You might die. Nanyuna was still worried. This was too risky. Chapter 378. What's going on? Shen Yunyan looked at her and gently smiled before saying softly, I've actually thought about this long ago. Since I brought this child into the world, I must take responsibility for him. So, I have to do this. But if Xiaoyang finds out, he definitely won't agree. In his eyes, you're even more precious than his own eyeballs. If he knows I was an accomplice, he'll probably kill me on the spot. Nan Yuaner said pitifully, looking at her with a small voice. Although I think what you're saying and doing is right, you should understand this about your own situation. You know Xiaoyang isn't reasonable when it comes to such matters. Seeing her pitiful expression, Shen Yunyan smiled and then said calmly, Don't worry, I can assure you that Xiaoyang won't make things difficult for you. But if there's backlash, you'll suffer the pain of being devoured by your own heart every day. And that's not the worst part. You won't live past 10 years. Nan Yuaner knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, Queen, there are many other ways to solve this. Please, wait for Xiaoyang to return before making a decision. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan sighed and said softly, Xiaoyang's return is uncertain, and the child can't wait any longer. He's so young. How can he endure such suffering? What can be done? Nan Yuaner knelt there, her face full of distress, her head bowed. Your Majesty, if you won't help me, I can do it myself, Shen Yunyan said gently, helping her up and speaking softly. There, don't be sad. Trust me, I'll be fine. Seeing Shun Yunyan like this, Nan Yuan'er didn't know why but suddenly felt a wave of sadness. With tears in her eyes, she reluctantly agreed. After finally seeing Shun Yunyan off, Nan Yuan'er went straight out to find her brother. As soon as she saw her brother, Nan Yuan'er felt even more upset and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Woohoo, brother! What's going on? The Southern Emperor had never seen his usually feisty sister like this before. His face turned pale with fright as he quickly grabbed her hand. What's wrong? Tell me what happened. Brother, why is it so hard? They just want to live a good life, to survive, but why is it so hard? Nan Yuan'er sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Why is fate so unfair to them? The Southern Emperor had no idea what Nan Yuan'er was talking about. He sighed helplessly, rubbed her head, and said softly, all right, don't cry. Can you tell me what happened? Why are you crying like this? This matter was an absolute secret, so naturally, Nan Yuan'er wouldn't tell the Southern Emperor what was going on at this moment. She sat there, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, and muttered, What do you know? You stinky man? You don't understand anything. All you care about is yourself. Seeing her like this, the Southern Emperor was both amused and helpless. He walked over, gently wiped her tears, and said softly, Even though I don't know what's wrong, seeing you like this hurts my heart too. If you're really not happy here, just go back, okay? Hearing this, Nan Yuan'er wiped away her tears, shook her head, and muttered, I've been here so long, and it's almost over. How can I be a deserter at this point? Seeing her stubbornness, the Southern Emperor was both amused and helpless. He said with a sigh, Well, should I call Nangong Kong over to keep you company? Brother, you're really annoying. Nan Yuan'er rolled her eyes and huffed, You jerk. Is that how you talk to your brother? The Southern Emperor rolled his eyes back. All right, go on. Get out of here. I'll be going to the palace tomorrow. Hearing this, Nan Yuan'er hesitated for a moment before saying softly, Brother, be careful, okay? Please be careful. Make sure you stay safe. Don't worry, the secret guards are with me, the Southern Emperor said, touching Nan Yuan'er's cheek and then smiling softly. I'll also have people protect you. You're my precious gem, and I won't let anything happen to you, understand? Nan Yuan'er, who had been feeling uneasy, finally felt a bit relieved after hearing this. She leaned against her brother. Brother, I suddenly feel so happy. The Southern Emperor nodded and said softly, I never had such feelings before, but since coming to Xiaoyang's side, I suddenly feel like our lives are going smoothly. On the other side, Chu Ruoyue sat there, her hands propping up her cheeks, silent. Chu Xiaoyao sat on the other side, swinging his legs as he ate oranges. What's wrong with you? Nothing, just feeling a bit upset, Chu Ruoyue said with a sigh, her voice small. If it's about martial arts, I'm not bad either. Why didn't they let me go with them? You have other missions, don't you? Chu Xiaoyao said, finding her anxiousness amusing. Hearing this, Chu Ruoyue immediately stood up, glaring at him. My mission is already over. Now it's time for real battles. Why can young Xuanya go, but I can't? Why? Well, the one making the decisions isn't me. Why are you yelling at me? So loud, Chu Xiaoyao said, rubbing his ears. I'll be going to the palace tomorrow. The banquet will be a grand affair. As the eldest princess of Chu, you can't be so reckless, understand? What's the point of talking about this now? Chu Ruoyue looked at him, feeling frustrated. I feel like you're not thinking straight today. What do you mean I'm not thinking straight? You should know better than me who Xiaoyang is. If he didn't let you go, yelling at me won't help, will it? It's better to help cover up the palace banquet instead, Chu Xiaoyao said, rolling his eyes. We can't let the people of the world start speculating. That would really cause big trouble. Although still unhappy, Chu Ruoyue could only nod reluctantly. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang had arrived at the manor on the outskirts of the capital, meeting up with Zhang Jian and Qi Tai. Their soldiers had gathered together. Zhang Jian immediately greeted Xiaoyang upon seeing him. Your Majesty, you're here? Yes, is everything prepared? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, looking at him. Did those 3,000 men bring back any news? Chitai immediately presented a map. This is the layout of Linglong Island. This is their military deployment. It's clear and detailed. There are 10,000 Gu children on Linglong Island, with no innocent villagers. Chapter 379. Going there in person. Oh! After hearing this, Xiaoling's lips curled slightly into a smile. He said, not bad at all. It seems even the heavens are helping me. Since that's the case, let's use fire. Fortunately, we have plenty of gunpowder and explosives this time. Let's move out. Move out, move out. Chitai and Zhang Jian both agreed in unison. Xiaoling mounted his horse with an air of unparalleled grace. If I were a woman, I would be hopelessly devoted to the emperor too, Chitai said sincerely, watching Xiaoling. At this, Zhang Jian rolled his eyes at him, clearly disdainful. What are you blabbering about at a time like this? Stay focused. This is going to be a tough battle. Yes. Chitai immediately responded, then spurred his horse to catch up with Xiaoling's army. The distance to the Longevity Island wasn't too far. If the entire army marched, they could reach it in about a day. As they traveled, Xiaoling had a nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right. He frowned slightly and then murmured, have you really thoroughly scouted this route? Are you sure there are no issues? Yes. Chitai quickly replied. We've scouted it back and forth 3 or 4 times. There really are no problems. No problems. That was the biggest problem. Xiaoling frowned at Chitai, hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, I still feel something's off. Let's go check it out ourselves. Upon hearing this, Chitai's face changed immediately. He hastily dismounted and approached Xiaoling, whispering, Your Majesty, did you notice something? I haven't found anything concrete, just a feeling that something's not right. Nothing more, Xiaoling said with a smile. Then, he ordered the army to rest in place while he and Chitai went to investigate. In the prison, Zhao Mingyue looked at Shen Yinyan and smirked, clearly pleased. He's not coming back. Who gave you that confidence? Shen Yinyan chuckled lightly. Sitting there calmly, she said, I don't know your plans, but I trust my man. Xiaoling is indeed formidable, but he's too arrogant. This time, I'll make sure his entire army is wiped out. Zhao Mingyue laughed maniacally. Seeing her like this, Shen Yinyan frowned. She stood up, walked over to Zhao Mingyue, and looked at her with a smile. Then, she said coolly, yes, the 3 emperors here are bait, and your family of 3 is also bait. In the end, everyone is using schemes, aren't they? What do you mean? Zhao Mingyue raised an eyebrow, looking at her. You know? Xiaoling is young and arrogant, but he's not stupid. You and your little lover exposed your identities so quickly. Do you really think he wouldn't be suspicious at all? How laughable. Shen Yinyan's face was full of disdain as she coldly stared at Zhao Mingyue. The embroidery pavilion isn't yours, is it? You're just a dog of the embroidery pavilion. Huh. You think you're the princess of the Longevity Kingdom, but in reality, you're just a cat in the prince's clothing. Bitch, what are you talking about? I am the princess. My child will rule the world. What do you know, you bitch? Zhao Mingyue struggled violently. She was highly skilled in martial arts and confident she could escape from here. But to her astonishment, despite her best efforts, she couldn't even budge the iron bars. What is this? This is specifically designed for you, made just for you. An alloy frame. Do you really think you can escape? Shen Yinyan's face was full of disdain as she clapped her hands. At that moment, Li Nuo dragged Shen Yuanfeng over. Shen Yuanfeng sat slumped on the ground, staring at Zhao Mingyue hanging there. He was stunned. Why are you here? Useless. Zhao Mingyue spat out the word with disgust. How could scum like you be worthy of being descendants of the Longevity Kingdom? Shen Yinyan couldn't help but spit in disgust. Do you think I'd be happy to be a descendant of the Longevity Kingdom? Let me tell you, the very thought of having their blood in me makes me sick. I'd give anything to replace every drop of it. Pfft. Scum. You all deserve to die. Zhao Mingyue howled. But the next second, Li Nuo couldn't take it anymore. He strode forward and slapped her hard twice, growling, If you keep acting like a crazy woman and shouting nonsense, I'll kill your son. Then let's see how you, an old spinster, will inherit this vast empire. You dare. You can try me. Seeing that Li Nuo wasn't joking, Zhao Mingyue finally quieted down and didn't dare say anything more. Shen Yinyan looked at Li Nuo and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. After thinking for a moment, she realized that Li Nuo's demeanor was almost identical to Xiaoling's. Truly, he was a child who had been by Xiaoling's side for years. For some reason, seeing Li Nuo like this, Shen Yinyan felt a sense of comfort. She sat there elegantly, leaning back lightly. Aoyang asked me to take good care of you before he left. I'm not good at taking care of people, so I thought, just being here with you would be enough, don't you think? Shen Yinyan, you'll die a horrible death.
Smack.
Shen Yinyan, I'll kill you myself.
Smack.
Shen Yinyan.
Smack.
Li Nuo showed no mercy. Every time Zhao Mingyue spoke, he slapped her hard. Eventually, he managed to silence her completely. Finally, the world was quiet. Shen Yinyan sat there leisurely, embroidering, her lips curling into a faint smile as she worked at her own pace. Ministers from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Revenue came and went, reporting on the preparations for the imperial banquet. It was clear they had no intention of hiding anything from anyone. In their eyes, Zhao Mingyue was already as good as dead. Zhao Mingyue looked at Shen Yinyan. Xiaoling would entrust such an important task to you? What right do you have? What makes you qualified? Because I am the empress, the true empress, not a flower kept in the inner courtyard, Shen Yinyan said calmly, looking at her. Even if Xiaoling doesn't return, there is still me, and my child, in this palace. The world will forever bear the name Xia. Hearing this, Zhao Mingyue burst into laughter as if she had heard the funniest joke. Haha, Shen Yinyan, you really are delusional. Haha, your child, do you really think he's worthy? What kind of creature is he? Don't you know better than anyone? You. It was you. Shen Yinyan suddenly became agitated. She strode forward, grabbed Zhao Mingyue by the collar, and said fiercely, there wouldn't have been a problem with this child if it weren't for you. When I was pregnant and stayed in the palace for a while, it was you who harmed me at that time, wasn't it? Chapter 380, Schemes and Intrigues. Faced with Shen Yinyan's breakdown, Zhao Mingyue only felt a sense of triumph. She smiled and said, yes, everyone says you, Shen Yinyan, are clever, and everyone says the Princess Chang is smart. But in the end, you two are nothing more than playthings in my hands. I decide whether you live or die. What does this mean? What is she implying? Although Shen Yinyan was in a state of collapse, her rationality remained intact. She clenched her teeth and glared at the woman before her, saying viciously, it was you, wasn't it? You incited my mother to commit suicide. You can interpret it that way. That woman was a fool, spending her entire life for a man. Tell me, what's so great about that man? Ha ha ha, fools. All of you are fools. You too, for Xiaoyang, you'd do anything. Fools, all of you. Shut up. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Nu stepped forward, delivering a fierce slap that also dislocated her jaw. Turning to Shen Yinyan, Li Nu said, Your Majesty, this woman is now insane. Her words cannot be trusted. She's deliberately trying to confuse you. Don't believe her. Hearing this, Shen Yinyan finally calmed down and grabbed Li Nu's hand. Let's go. Once outside, Shen Yinyan looked at Li Nu and asked, You're the closest to a Liang. Tell me, is there any danger in this operation? Every battle carries risks, but I believe the Emperor will return safely. What's most urgent now, Your Majesty, is not the Emperor on the front lines, but us. Li Nu quickly reminded her. Finally, Shen Yinyan snapped back to reality. She nodded. You're right. A Liang has already left, and the rest of the work should be handled by us. By the way, where is the person they prepared? I need to see if he can pass for a Liang. With Xiaoyang away at war, the three kings were to attend a night banquet in the palace. Naturally, there needed to be an emperor present at the banquet. Xiaoyang, having undergone extensive training in his previous life, possessed many special skills, one of which was disguise. He found someone with a similar build and transformed him into a perfect replica of himself. Although Xin Yunyan had already known about this and had prepared herself mentally, seeing the man who looked exactly like Xiaoyang still left her stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes and took a moment to regain her composure. Did Liang really do this? She asked, still in shock. Yes, it was the emperor himself. When I first saw it, I was also quite amazed, Li Nu replied with a smile. Even the imperial guards had undergone such training, but they could only alter one's appearance to some extent. Truly transforming a person into another was beyond their skills. Xin Yunyan tentatively called out, Your Majesty? Greetings, Empress. The man immediately bowed to her. Not only did he look the same, but his voice was identical too. Xin Yunyan had been married to Xiaoyang for so many years, yet even she couldn't tell the difference between this man and the real Xiaoyang. How could others who weren't as familiar with him tell? It seems Liang had already prepared for this long ago. I'm just a fool, not only unable to help but also causing trouble for him. What a shame, Xin Yunyan sighed, feeling a deep sense of guilt. She had always believed she could stand side by side with Xiaoyang, but now she had to admit that she had merely been living under his protection all along. Soon after, Xiaoyang completed his reconnaissance. Everything appeared normal, but Xiaoyang detected something amiss, a faint smell of gunpowder. Sitting on a small hill, Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, What a clever trap. They want to lure us in and blow us all up.
What?
Chitai looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. How could that be? Xiaoyang stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and said calmly, Why not? These people have calculated everything, but they're still too inexperienced. Let's go back and take another route. With that, he turned and headed back to the army. Upon returning, Xiaoyang immediately convened a strategy meeting. The path we were supposed to take is filled with explosives. Stepping into it would mean annihilation. So, I propose we take this route, Xiaoyang said with a smile, pointing to an alternative path. Zhang Jian stepped forward to take a look and couldn't help but chuckle. But this route is a river with steep cliffs. There's no way through. Haven't you trained in armed swimming and climbing? Xiaoyang frowned at Zhang Jian. At this, Zhang Jian straightened up immediately. Yes, we have trained in those, but with our large army, it would take a lot of time to get everyone across. Time is what we're most lacking right now. No matter. I only need 300 men. We'll take this route, catch them off guard. In their confusion, they'll end up shooting themselves in the foot. Once the explosives go off, our men will be waiting at the exit to mop up, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Looking at Zhang Jian, they think the explosives they've buried won't go off unless triggered, but we have our own bomb experts, don't we? As he spoke, Xiaoyang's eyes even carried a hint of teasing. The so-called bomb expert, Zhang Jian, blushed with embarrassment.
Yes.
Good. Now, we'll split into two groups. Chitai, select 300 men for the suicide squad. I'll lead them and attack from the rear. Zhang Jian, you'll guard the mountain pass and be ready to trap them. No, that's not right. Both men instinctively objected to Xiaoyang's plan. When did these two become so in sync? Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at them, slightly frowning. What do you mean, no? Why not? Your Majesty, this route is too dangerous. Let Chitai take the men alone. Zhang Jian immediately said. What the hell? Chitai's first reaction was to curse, but he had to admit that Zhang Jian was right. That was exactly what he was thinking. Yes, Your Majesty, it's too dangerous. Let me take the men instead, Chitai cautiously suggested. Xiaoyang thought it was some major issue, but hearing this, he casually waved his hand and said, I know my own limits. So, I'll be the one to take this route. Stop arguing and get to work. Chapter 381. Survival is the most important. With these words, no matter how many differing opinions the two had, they couldn't bring themselves to voice them. They could only glance at each other, then turn and walk out. As soon as they stepped out the door, Chitai lost his temper, grumbling, Damn it, Zhang Jian. It's your job to advise the emperor, but just throwing me out to die like that? How can you be so shameless? What's there to be ashamed of? Zhang Jian snorted. Is your measly life even comparable to the emperor's? Besides, once we chose this path, we're on it for life. From the moment we stepped onto this road, we've been prepared to die at any moment, haven't we? There was no arguing with that logic. Chitai glanced at Zhang Jian and said, in the end, it's our fault. We didn't notice any clues during our investigation. If it weren't for the emperor's brilliance, you and I would probably have been blown to bits by now. But there's one thing I don't understand, Zhang Jian frowned. How did those from Xiaozhou Pavilion become so adept at using explosives? I've been learning by the emperor's side for a long time before mastering these skills. How did they manage it? Yeah, even though we seem to be getting closer to the truth, I still feel that Xiaozhou Pavilion is a hidden threat. There might even be an even more terrifying force behind them that we don't know about. Chitai was also deeply worried. They both felt as if they had stepped into a black hole, endless and bottomless. No one knew where the bottom lay, or what lay beneath. All right, now's not the time to think about that. We need to focus on protecting the emperor, understand? Zhang Jian quickly ended the conversation. The two exchanged glances and then got back to work. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang stood before a map, carefully studying the terrain. A slight smile played on his lips. It seems there are many secrets beyond the mountains and the sea. The Lingshan Island was a series of layered mountains, with mountains behind mountains and the sea beyond. It seemed that beyond the mountains and the sea lay a mysterious place unknown to all, a place that had been secretly supporting Xiaozhou Pavilion. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's expression changed repeatedly. When he had first crossed over, he had felt that this place was very similar to his previous world, with similar geographical conditions. If he were to calculate based on his previous world, then behind Lingshan Island, Xiaoyang took a deep breath. It seemed he was about to expand his territory. Lingshan Island was just an introduction, a barrier. Hidden behind Lingshan Island was probably a country unknown to all. At this thought, Xiaoyang suddenly felt that he had underestimated his enemies. He might be at a disadvantage, but fortunately, he had now realized it. He wrote a letter personally and sent it back to the capital, hoping they could investigate thoroughly to see if he had missed anything. Meanwhile, the three emperors almost simultaneously received Xiaoyang's letter. After gathering and opening the letters, they found the contents were largely the same. This Xiaoyang, why write so much? One letter would have sufficed. Chu Xiaoyao complained. After reading the contents, all three took a deep breath. Only Yang Tianhe remained calm. He looked at the other two and said lightly, "The world is vast, and there are always places we haven't reached. What's there to be surprised about?" Indeed, the Xia Kingdom, Chu Kingdom, Northern Kingdom, and Nanjiang were just the four largest nations. There were many smaller tribes and unnamed countries around them. Previously, they had never paid attention to these insignificant entities, but now they realized they had been bitten by these so-called insects. At this thought, the Southern Emperor took a deep breath. In Nanjiang, there are a few small neighboring countries, but they're all very small and unlikely to pose a threat. If they're so insignificant, why hasn't Nanjiang absorbed them? Chu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, looking at the Southern Emperor. Indeed, every country had its own purpose for existence. If they were truly worthless, they would have been divided long ago. Such small countries existed around every major nation, so they all began to investigate on their own. Chu Ruyue noticed the Southern Emperor's uncomfortable expression and nudged her brother. "Brother, be polite when you speak. This isn't the Southern Emperor's fault." "My apologies, Your Majesty. My brother's brain isn't always functioning properly, so sometimes he says things that are rather punchable," Chu Ruyue chuckled. "But we all understand that there are reasons why we haven't absorbed these small countries. Now it seems someone has coordinated these small countries and is conspiring to divide us." Damn. Hearing this, Yang Tianhe was completely shaken. Overreaching themselves. Indeed, they were overreaching. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang quickly led 300 warriors into the river, swimming across while armed. This had been one of his best skills in his previous life, and he never expected it would come in handy in this world. He was at the forefront, not falling behind at all, even leading the way. At first, Chitai thought Xiaoyang, being pampered, might not withstand the cold water and the intense physical exertion. But soon he realized he had underestimated him. Xiaoyang was like a fish in the water, incredibly agile and skilled. The river was wide, and the 300 men took a full day to reach the other side. Although the weather wasn't particularly cold, spending a day in the water left everyone exhausted. Seeing their condition, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, "Don't lose heart. Rest here, and tomorrow morning we'll climb over the cliffs."
Yes.
The men, seeing their emperor sharing their hardships and dangers, felt an infinite surge of energy. Morale, though intangible, was a crucial factor. Xiaoyang smiled at them, changed into clean clothes, and sat on the ground to eat. This wasn't the time for pretense. Elegance and manners were worthless. Surviving and quickly recovering strength were the most important. Seeing Xiaoyang's actions and reactions, Chitai couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, you don't seem like a proper emperor right now. And how do you think a proper emperor should act?" Xiaoyang chuckled, looking at him. "This is the most critical moment. What's the point of putting on airs? Survival is the most important thing. My wife and child are waiting for me at home." Chapter 382. What's wrong? What should an emperor be like? When Chitai heard this question, he was momentarily stunned, as if recalling something unpleasant. He lowered his head and muttered softly, "Although I was once a general, I've never actually seen an emperor. We were merely tools for the emperor to wield in battle. After the wars ended, we were discarded like scrap metal. In my eyes, an emperor is an utterly cold and heartless existence." Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt a pang of discomfort. Although it wasn't him who had committed these atrocities, as a fellow comrade, he could understand the feeling of being abandoned. In his previous life, he had been betrayed by his teammates, which led to the failure of his mission and his subsequent transmigration to this world. He had always thought he could forget these scars over time, but he never expected that such wounds could never truly heal. At this thought, Xiaoyang reached out and patted Chitai's shoulder, offering a gentle smile. "So, all the choices you made before were right. No one in this world has the right to criticize you for that." What was wrong with him? He was merely trying to survive, along with his soldiers. Chitai's despondency quickly faded. He smiled and said, "Before, I thought my life would just be like that forever. But now, things are different. I've met you, and I know my life has many other possibilities. How fortunate I am to serve a wise ruler like you." This seemed a bit off. Xiaoyang frowned slightly, looking at him. "I feel like something's not quite right with you. Did you find out something, or experience something you didn't tell me about?" "No, it's just that this mission is particularly dangerous, so I'm a bit worried. Normally, I wouldn't say these things, but now that I've started, I'm worried I might not have the chance to say them later." Chitai chuckled foolishly. They were a suicide squad. By joining such a squad, they were prepared to die. Dying wasn't the hard part. The hard part was not being able to say what needed to be said before meeting that fate. Seeing Chitai's foolish grin, Xiaoyang smiled and said calmly, "Since I brought you back, I won't let you down. I'll make sure to bring you all home, alive and well."
Yes. Yes.
The soldiers behind them echoed in unison. After a night's rest, just as the sky began to lighten, Xiaoyang started climbing the cliff. The 300 men behind him followed suit. They had to race against time. The faster they moved, the greater their chance of success. Xiaoyang was agile and quick, reaching the summit first. After confirming that there was no one guarding this side, he breathed a sigh of relief and began lowering ropes down the cliff. With the ropes in place, everyone's speed increased significantly. In just an hour, all 300 men had reached the back gate of the Longevity Island. The area was desolate. Xiaoyang crouched in the grass, observing the terrain. Sure enough, soon, 2 men appeared, speaking in a language that sounded unfamiliar. They quickly passed by and left the area. Chitai looked at Xiaoyang, puzzled. What language was that? I've never heard it before." "It's the language of the Nippon Kingdom," Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Looks like the back of Longevity Island is connected to the Nippon Kingdom. Nippon? Chitai thought hard, but eventually shook his head. I've never heard of anything called Nippon. That's because it's a place we've never set foot in before. It's normal not to know about it, Xiaoyang said with a smile. It seems we've hit the jackpot this time. National enmity and family hatred. Now is the time to settle the score. If they could wipe out this small island now, perhaps future generations wouldn't suffer so much. At this thought, Xiaoyang felt a surge of ambition. Quickly changing into local attire, they disguised themselves as villagers and began planting landmines throughout the island. When Xiaoyang had swum ashore with these landmines, he felt like he was on the verge of death. The weight of the equipment was one thing, but the fear of water damage meant he had to constantly monitor them. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang chuckled. He had gone through so much trouble to bring these devices here. Now it was time to put them to good use. Although there were only 300 of them, their destructive power and efficiency were top-notch. In just a day and a night, the entire Longevity Island was filled with their traps. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaoyang also studied the surrounding terrain. Although he couldn't confirm if this Nippon Kingdom was the same as the one he knew from his previous life, based on their language and location, they deserved to be wiped out. After planting the landmines, Xiaoyang began searching for the source of the goo worms. However, after searching for several hours, he found no trace of them. Your Majesty, we should leave now, Chitai urged, looking worried. I know what you're anxious about, but if we stay any longer, we might be discovered. Xiaoyang understood the urgency of the situation, but he couldn't help feeling frustrated. Ignoring the others, he marched straight toward the Island Lord's residence. The Island Lord's home was easy to spot. While the rest of the village was shabby and run down, the house on the far east side was quite luxurious. That was where the most important person lived. Xiaoyang's methods were swift and efficient. Before the Island Lord could react, he was knocked out and carried away. Chitai's jaw dropped as he watched Xiaoyang carry a living person out. What? Your Majesty? Let's go. Xiaoyang commanded. The 300 men moved like a swarm of fish, ready to leave. But just as they were about to escape, they were discovered. As they tried to return the way they came, men were already waiting for them at the cliffside. Xiaoyang stared at the man leading the group and smiled. So, you're the man Zhao Mingyue was so devoted to? The one I captured earlier must have been a decoy you set up for me, wasn't it? You're clever to have figured that out, the man sneered, looking at Xiaoyang with a triumphant air. Since you're so smart, you should know the situation you're in. Surrender now, and I won't take your life. Xiaoyang found this laughable. A rat hiding in the gutter has no right to speak to a true dragon like me. How shameless. A true dragon? The man burst into laughter, as if hearing the funniest joke. You're nothing but a remnant of the previous dynasty. What makes you a true dragon, while I'm just a rat? Chapter 383, Defending Until Help Arrives. Hee hee. Xiaoyang couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this, his face full of disdain as he looked at the man. I am a legitimate member of the royal bloodline, but what about you? You're just the illegitimate offspring of a concubine from the kingdom of Linglong and some wild man from the kingdom of Nirvana. What kind of orphan are you? At most, you're just a bastard. Ha ha ha. You should be thankful that the kingdom of Linglong no longer exists. Otherwise, both you and your whore of a mother would be thrown into a pig cage. You. How dare you? The man was so furious that he clenched his teeth. His lineage was indeed far from pure, which was why he had deliberately concealed this shameful past. But he never expected that Xiaoyang had already uncovered everything and was now revealing it in front of so many people. His eyes turned bloodshot, clearly losing his composure in his rage. Grinding his teeth, he spat out, Xiaoyang, I was going to give you a way out, but since you dare to spout such nonsense, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as the words left his mouth, he pulled out a short flute and began to play it. Immediately, the people behind him, who had been motionless, all started to move, charging towards them. They're carrying goo. Don't touch them directly. Xiaoyang shouted, then charged forward himself. Chitai, detonate. With that order, the entire Linglong Island was engulfed in smoke and explosions. You all. The man was furious but didn't dare stop, continuing to play his flute. At first, Xiaoyang had been curious about how these mindless goo carriers were controlled. Now, it seemed it was through music. In his previous life, to better blend into the city, Xiaoyang had studied music, chess, calligraphy, and painting seriously, all to perfect his cover during missions. Now, hearing the melody, he had a good idea of how it worked. Quickly, he lit the prepared powder he had brought. "Everyone, put on your masks," Xiaoyang shouted. Hearing this, everyone immediately put on their masks. As the powder burned, it produced a strange blue smoke. Xiaoyang's lips curled into a smirk as he puffed out his cheeks and began to whistle. Whistling? It was a whistle? The man felt a sense of familiarity in the tune, but soon realized that the goo carriers, who had been obedient to him, were now changing faces. Instead of following his commands, they were walking toward the village entrance. Seeing this, the man was filled with rage. He glared at Xiaoyang, his teeth clenched, and growled, "What have you done? Did you think only you could control them?" Xiaoyang smiled at him. "I can too." These goo carriers were already dead, so the best thing now was to destroy them and prevent them from causing further harm. Xiaoyang had no intention of taking them in. He simply drove them into his minefield. "Chitai."
Yes.
Chitai responded and pressed the button in his hand. The next second, the once peaceful village was once again engulfed in mushroom clouds of explosions. No. Pfft. The man seemed to be suffering from some kind of backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Desperately, he tried to stop the carnage, but the minefield was ablaze, preventing him from getting close. He looked at Xiaoyang in despair, his eyes almost shooting flames as he growled, "You bastard! What have you done? What have you done? I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" With that, he charged at Xiaoyang like a madman. Xiaoyang wasn't afraid of a fight, especially since he'd been itching to take this guy down for a long time. "Your Majesty!" Chitai was alarmed and wanted to step in to help. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. "Stay out of it. Do what you need to do." Indeed, now was not the time for hesitation. The priority was to let the reinforcements in. Xiaoyang's fists moved unpredictably, quickly overpowering the man and stepping on him. "Lu Hua, it's over for you." "You know me?" Lu Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. "You actually know me? Do you know my name? It was Zhao Mingyue, wasn't it? That bitch told you, didn't she?" Xiaoyang found his frantic state amusing and said calmly, "Zhao Mingyue was loyal to you. Even after being imprisoned and tortured by me, even watching her own son suffer in front of her, she never thought of betraying you. But you? Huh? You look at her like that? I wonder how she'd feel if she knew." "Humph, even if you kill me, don't think you'll get out of here alive. Even if you had 9 lives and could escape, all you'd find when you return is a wasteland. Your wife and children will be dead." Lu Hua glared at him, grinding his teeth. Xiaoyang smiled faintly. "What do you think you are? Do you really think I'd bring everyone out? You're not worthy." Royal Palace. Shun Yunyan stood on the city wall, holding her child, with Li Nu and Jin Yu guarding her on either side, watching the soldiers below clash. She gave a cold smile and said, "Al Yang is indeed prescient. Your Majesty, it's too dangerous here. Maybe you should go back?" Li Nu looked at her with concern. Shun Yunyan shook her head, her gaze fixed on the 3 emperors and 2 princesses from different kingdoms battling below. A smile played on her lips. "Everyone capable of fighting is on the battlefield. Though I may not know martial arts, I am the queen of a nation. I will not flee at a time like this." With that, she handed her child to Nanyuaner and walked to the war drum. With both arms, she began to beat it. The drumming was invigorating. Hearing this inspiring rhythm, the soldiers below instinctively looked up, realizing it was the Empress drumming. They were all exhilarated. Charge! Chu Ruayue, in her fiery red armor, stood out magnificently. For the first time, the 3 emperors fought side by side, especially the emperor of the Southern Kingdom, who was experiencing his first battle, trembling with excitement. "Brother, be careful," Nanyuaner, holding the child, shouted. Immediately after, a spear flew past the southern emperor, piercing the man behind him and knocking him off his horse. "This is a battlefield," Yang Tianhe snorted. "Focus." Having just escaped the jaws of death, the southern emperor was naturally terrified, but this was a battlefield of rapid changes. He quickly snapped out of it and began to fight bravely. The war drums thundered, and below, the ground was stained red with blood. Both sides were exhausted. Yang Tianhe and Chu Xiaoyao stood together, grinding their teeth. Damn, these rabble really made something of themselves. Where the hell is Xiaoyang? He'll be back, Chu Xiaoyao growled. Hold the line. Wait for him. Chapter 384, Too Many Dirty Tricks. Emperor Nan stared in disbelief at Chu Xiaoyao. We are in imminent danger, yet you still trust him so much? Is this your first time on the battlefield? If you don't trust your comrades, you'll only meet your end. Chu Xiaoyao chuckled. Xiaoyang is a comrade worth trusting.
Attack!
Emperor Nan roared in anger, kicking away an enemy who was charging at him and thrusting his weapon forward fiercely. Nanyuan stood on the city wall, looking anxious. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager. Shut up. Dare to speak any words that would disrupt the morale of our troops? I'll kill you. Shen Yunyan shouted angrily. Then she turned to Tianzhao. Is the trebuchet ready? It's ready, but with the chaos below, we might end up hurting our own people. Tianzhao's face was filled with worry. Shen Yunyan smirked and fired a signal flare. Seeing the green fireworks bloom in the sky, everyone quickly pulled out scarves and covered their faces. Commence attack! Commence attack! Orders were passed down and soon, the trebuchets began to function. To avoid harming their own troops, they didn't use lethal stones. Instead, they used stinking cow dung. When the rain of cow dung fell, Chu Xiaoyao and the others immediately understood what was happening. They kicked away the enemies in front of them and quickly retreated. Sure enough, the cow dung wasn't ordinary. Not only did it stink to high heaven when it hit the ground, but it also exploded shortly after, sending feces flying everywhere. What's more, these cow dung balls had been carefully prepared by Shen Yunyan. As they exploded, chili powder scattered into the air. Ah! The enemy soldiers had never seen such a scene before. They stared in disbelief, and once the chili powder spread, their faces changed instantly. Confused and flustered, they didn't know whether to cover their eyes or their noses. Chu Xiaoyao and the others, watching the chaotic scene, were equally stunned. They had already felt the shock when the cow dung fell, but now, experiencing the power of the chili powder, they were left in awe. Chu Xiaoyao observed the chaotic enemy forces, hesitated for a moment, and sincerely remarked, Xiaoyang once told me that a woman's creativity knows no bounds. At the time, I was doubtful, but now, I truly believe it. Yang Tianhe also found himself at a loss for words, laughing and crying at the same time. I've roamed the battlefield for years, but I've never seen such tactics. The Empress Dowager is truly extraordinary. What are you waiting for?
Attack!
Emperor Nan immediately ordered, leading his troops to launch another assault. The enemy was caught off guard, and this time, they suffered heavy losses. The enemy general, covered in cow dung and reeking of stench, was filled with rage. He quickly knocked an arrow and aimed it at the city wall. Shen Yunyan wasn't stupid. How could she stand there like a sitting duck? As soon as the trebuchets were launched, she had already grabbed her child and fled. Your Majesty, didn't you say you'd never retreat? Nanyuan followed her, running in a panic. This was hardly heroic, was it? Are you stupid? Xiaoyang said, fight if you can, run if you can't. Do you want to stand there and get killed? Shen Yunyan retorted logically. The underground passages of the palace were interconnected, so they quickly made their way back to the Zhaoyang Palace. This is Zhaoyang Palace. There's food and water here. Stay here and don't move. No matter what happens, don't come out, understand? Shen Yunyan kissed her child fiercely and handed the child to Nanyuan. I trust no one else but you with my child. Take good care of him. Empress Dowager, don't do anything reckless. Nanyuan was anxious. Let's hide together, okay? No. Shin Yunyan straightened up and smiled. Everyone else can hide here, but I can't. I am the Empress, the target of our enemies. If I hide too, they'll only grow more desperate. I have to go. Didn't you just say that if you can't win, you should run? Why aren't you running now? Nanyuan grabbed her, growing anxious. I don't care. You can't take risks. You have to stay here. Everyone has their own mission. I am the Empress, and this is my mission. Thank you for your concern, but I really can't stay here. I must go. After saying this, she pried Nanyuan's hand off and turned to leave. Nanyuan, holding the child, couldn't chase after her and felt a surge of anxiety. But at that moment, Tianzhao ran out. She grabbed Shin Yunyan's hand and smiled. I've been with you since I was a child, and that hasn't changed all these years. No one can separate us. They can stay, but I have to go. You must take me with you. Tianzhao. Miss, I'm going with you. Faced with such unwavering loyalty, Shin Yunyan had no choice but to agree. She looked at her helplessly and whispered, You silly girl, you're so foolish. Hearing this, Tianzhao smiled. I'm willing to be a fool for a lifetime. The two of them walked out resolutely. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang was racing toward the palace at full speed, leaving everyone else far behind. Alone, he charged toward the palace with all his might. Chitai and the others followed closely, while Zhang Jian stayed behind to handle the aftermath. Just as the battle reached its peak, Xiaoyang descended from the sky like a deity, throwing 2 landmines that exploded in the center of the battlefield. Xiaoyang, you're finally here. Emperor Nan, seeing Xiaoyang, was even more excited than if he had seen his own father. Xiaoyang smiled, and behind him, his army surged forward. The rebels, though causing trouble in the court and spreading rumors among the people, were no match for a real fight. Under Xiaoyang's might, they quickly shed their armor and surrendered. What the hell? What is this? We've been fighting our hardest, and these guys just surrender at the sight of Xiaoyang? Isn't that unfair? Emperor Nan cursed in anger, venting his frustration by kicking the man in front of him. Why did you surrender at the sight of Xiaoyang? The might of the Summer Emperor is unmatched. We are no match. The man replied tremulously. Xiaoyang ignored them and hurried toward the Zhaoyang Palace. He kicked open the palace doors, knocking over a group of maids and eunuchs. Inside, he saw Shin Yunyan wearing a red imperial gown, holding the flintlock he had given her before he left. Who dares to act recklessly? Shin Yunyan shouted. Then she saw the familiar features that had etched themselves into her soul. First, she laughed. Then tears welled up as she threw herself into his arms. Aoyang, you're back. Wu, you're finally back. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chapter 385, Silly Sister. After Xiaoyang returned, the advantage became very obvious. The enemy below was in disarray, leaving only the task of cleaning up the aftermath. He tightly embraced Shin Yunyan. You scared me to death. You really scared me to death. Did you succeed? She asked. Yes, we did, he replied. Yes? Great. We finally did it. Shin Yunyan looked at him. I knew you could do it. You're amazing. It's you who's amazing, Xiaoyang smiled, kissing her. Look, what's this? He pulled out a small jar and handed it to Shin Yunyan. When she saw the jar, her eyes lit up, and the familiar feeling returned as she held it in her hands. She smiled. This is the king of all goo. Really? Xiaoyang was a bit surprised. I found this on them. I wonder if it will be useful. If we use our flesh and blood as a catalyst to nurture the king of all goo, Zonger will be safe and sound, Shin Yunyan said, her body trembling with excitement. Originally, she had planned to trade her life for her son's, but now it seemed unnecessary. How long does it need to be nurtured? She asked. 18 years, until Zonger comes of age, Shin Yunyan replied, only realizing afterward. She cautiously looked at Xiaoyang and whispered, You're the emperor, and your body is of utmost importance. I can do this alone. It's just a bit more flesh and blood. She didn't finish her sentence, just tightly gripping the small jar. It's fine. Zonger is my child. As his father, it's my duty to do this for him, Xiaoyang smiled. Having chosen to bring this child into the world, he naturally had to take responsibility for him. The two embraced tightly, then opened the door to the hidden chamber, bringing out the child and the others inside. Nanyuaner immediately went to find her brother. "Brother, are you injured?" she asked, surprised to see blood on his arm. The Southern Emperor shook his head, calmly saying, "Though I live a life of luxury, I am also well versed in both literature and warfare. How could I be injured?" "Imph," Chu Xiaoyao sneered. Turning to Xiaoyang, he said, "You called us here for a drink, but almost turned us into the main course. You're quite the trickster, aren't you?" "Hee hee. I said I'd treat you to a drink, and that's exactly what I'm doing." Xiaoyang waved his hand. The prepared banquet officially began. Delicious food, fine wine, and beautiful women were all present, though only a few close friends were in attendance. Yang Xuanya entered in full military attire, her eyes immediately landing on Xiaoyang. She proudly declared, "I did it. I always said you'd be the most outstanding female general." Xiaoyang laughed. "Sit down, have a drink." Previously, Shin Yunyin would have been upset by the connection and interaction between these two. But now, having survived the ordeal, she no longer cared. She pulled young Xuanya to sit beside her. After the battle, sitting here eating and drinking felt exceptionally blissful. After a few rounds of drinks, Xiaoyang spoke up, "I saw another country behind the Longevity Island. After interrogation, I found out it's called the Rainbow Island." "Rainbow Island?" Hearing this name, the group exchanged glances, eventually focusing on Yang Feiyu. Yang Feiyu had thought he was just here for a meal, but now he found himself the center of attention. "Why are you all looking at me?" he asked, laughing uncomfortably. Yang Tianhe coughed. "You always say there's nothing in the world you don't know. So, what about this Rainbow Island?" "I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar. It's just a small place. What trouble could it cause?" Yang Feiyu said confidently. True enough. The Rainbow Island wasn't very big, but their ambitions were not small. Xiaoyang took a sip of wine. "I think we should take this place seriously." This time, they were behind many of the troubles. What do they rely on for survival? Yang Tianhe asked, curious. Xiaoyang waved his hand. "We don't know much about them yet. They hide well, so I plan to destroy Longevity Island. That way, they won't have anywhere to hide." The group remained silent about this. After all, the Rainbow Island was far away, and they had no right to intervene. During the joint battle, they were all brothers, but now that things had calmed down, they naturally had to go their separate ways. Xiaoyang had expected this and just smiled. "All right, let's drink." He didn't intend to ask for their help, merely informing them of the situation. They were all emperors of their respective countries, so after the matter here was settled, they needed to return promptly. The Southern Emperor left first, followed by Chu Xiaoyao, and finally Yang Tianhe. Before leaving, Yang Tianhe found Xiaoyang for a drink. "I still have something to ask you. You're not still talking about your sister, are you?" Xiaoyang asked, feeling a headache coming on. "You're really sticking to this, aren't you? Are you really set on not wanting my sister?" Yang Tianhe said through gritted teeth. "This is a misunderstanding," Xiaoyang said, looking at him helplessly and whispering, "Your sister is too good for this. I think she should shine in her own field." If before, Yang Tianhe had opposed women going to battle, now he didn't care. After all, he had truly experienced his sister's combat prowess. Thinking of this, Yang Tianhe glared fiercely at Xiaoyang. She was just thinking about it. "It's all because of you." All right, it's all my fault. I'm sorry, okay?" Xiaoyang shrugged, admitting it. After all, it wasn't a big deal that couldn't be admitted. Seeing him like this, Yang Tianhe was completely helpless. "I'll be leaving tomorrow. Take care, don't bother seeing me off," Xiaoyang snorted, shrugging his shoulders. "Next time we meet, we might be enemies." "Let's hope not," Yang Tianhe said, taking another drink. This alliance was flawless, but what about next time? The world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit. Outside the door, Yang Xuanya wielded her spear in the courtyard. Hearing the sound, Yang Tianhe sighed, "My silly sister." Chapter 386, Per Son. Xiaoyang listened to the sounds outside and softly chuckled before murmuring, "I think you have a remarkable sister. She knows when to hold on and when to let go, something many people can't do." "Heh, she's so great, yet you don't like her?" Yang Tianhe looked puzzled at Xiaoyang. "You were about to hold a selection ceremony before, so why won't you choose my sister?" "I won't discuss other things for now. I'll just ask you, are you truly sincere about wanting to marry your sister to me? Are you sure? Are you willing to let her go?" Xiaoyang smiled at him. Yang Tianhe fell silent at this, sitting there without uttering a word, downing several cups of wine before finally speaking. "You're right. My sister is too outstanding. I can't bear to give her to you." Indeed, the truth is often harsh, but it's exactly what I wanted to hear. Xiaoyang courteously saw off all the troublesome guests. Finally, he could find some peace to save his poor son. The method of feeding the king of all goo is quite simple. Just give it some blood daily. Shun Yinyan held the goo bug and stared straight at Xiaoyang. "One cut means 18 years. Have you thought this through?" "Yes, I have." Xiaoyang chuckled, slicing his palm first, allowing his blood to drip down. Watching the goo bug greedily suck it up, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Seeing his determination, Shun Yinyan finally relaxed, imitating Xiaoyang and letting her blood drip down as well. Once the goo bug was full, it stopped moving, as if asleep. "As long as we feed it on time, the child will be fine. Ultimately, it's all my fault for dragging you into this," Shin Yinyan said, her eyes lowered with guilt. "Now's not the time to discuss this. With such a massive upheaval inside and outside the palace, there's still much to handle. I've been enthroned for almost a year now. It's time to clean up the court." Xiaoyang smiled, then turned and walked out. Watching Xiaoyang's back, Shun Yinyan knew another wave of bloodshed and turmoil was about to begin. The imprisonment of the entire Duke of guarding the nation's family shocked the entire court. No one had expected the loyal Duke of guarding the nation's family to be imprisoned and face such a fate. Upon hearing the news, Lu Jing could hardly accept it. He immediately submitted a request to meet with Xiaoyang. Finding his request amusing, Xiaoyang chuckled and said lightly, "I thought someone would come to plead for mercy, but I never expected it to be this lad. Interesting. Bring him in." It's frustrating for him to have a mouthful of words and no outlet. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiang hesitated. This young Marquis Lu is known for speaking his mind. If he comes in now, he might offend your majesty. Perhaps we should wait? Xiaoyang was a bit surprised, raising an eyebrow at him. "I didn't know you cared so much about the lad." "I dare not. I'll summon him immediately." Ji Xiang bowed and then turned to leave. When Lu Jing entered, he knelt directly on the ground, performing a deep bow that even caused his forehead to bleed. "Your Majesty, I grew up under the Duke of guarding the nation. They could never have colluded with outsiders to rebel. Please investigate thoroughly." Lu Jing stared stubbornly at Xiaoyang, his determination unwavering. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang found it utterly ridiculous. He rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "Are you out of your mind, kid? The Duke of guarding the nation is a hot potato right now. Instead of distancing yourself, you're diving right in? You're either very skilled or very bold." Hearing this, Lu Jing's heart sank. After a moment of thought, he whispered, "Your Majesty, please, investigate further. Please." Seeing his genuine sincerity, Xiaoyang sighed helplessly and said softly, "If there weren't concrete evidence, do you think I'd really imprison a veteran minister of 3 reigns and a distinguished duke's household?" At this, Lu Jing was completely disheartened. His back slumped, and he muttered softly, "It can't be. It just can't be. Why? Why would they do this? Haven't we given them enough in Xia?" Xiaoyang didn't know how to answer that question. Seeing Lu Jing's heartbroken state, he sighed helplessly and said softly, "I haven't interrogated them yet, so I don't know why either. Like you, I'm curious. If you want to know, why not come and listen together? Is that possible? Really? Lu Jing still didn't give up, staring at him with pleading eyes. Seeing Lu Jing like this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile wryly. He really is the type who won't give up until he sees the coffin. The two of them headed to the prison together. Seeing the disheveled Zhao Lin, Xiaoyang felt a pang of discomfort. He sat down and said calmly, "We grew up together, not from the same mother but like brothers. I don't want to see you suffer, so just say what you need to say. You're now the emperor, above all others. What more is there to say? You've already decided we're the ones who rebelled. Does it matter what I say?" Zhao Lin's eyes lowered, a cold smile on his face. He had never expected to be pushed to this extent by a childhood friend, nor had he ever thought he'd appear so wretched before his best friend. Unfortunately, he had always played the role of a useless person at home, so he knew nothing about what had happened or what was going on. All he knew was that on the eve of his wedding, he became a traitor. Thinking he could never be with the girl he loved broke his heart. Knowing his family had hidden so many wrongdoings from him for so long made him feel unworthy of his friend, unfaithful and unjust. He truly felt like a scoundrel now. Seeing Zhao Lin like this, Xiaoyang sighed helplessly. "It seems you really don't know what happened at home? Does it matter if I know or not?" Zhao Lin chuckled dryly. "I was born into the Duke's household. Relying on my family's status, I've been acting recklessly in the capital all these years. If that's the case, what do I have to complain about? If it's the Duke's household's fault, then it's my fault. Can they spare me alone?" Seeing him like this, Lu Jing grew anxious. He stepped forward in anger and slapped him. "Stop spouting nonsense. Answer my questions. I'll ask you again. Is it true? Do you know about these things or not?" "I don't know." Zhao Lin finally spoke properly after receiving the slap. Chapter 387. Assimilation. Seeing this, Xiaoyang felt a wave of awkwardness. It wasn't him, but the original owner, who had grown up with Zhao Lin. So, he might not be as familiar with Zhao Lin's temperament. But Lu Jing was different. He truly knew how to handle this guy. Lu Jing knelt on the ground, looking pitifully at Xiaoyang. "Your Majesty, you've heard it too. It has nothing to do with him. He doesn't know anything. He knows nothing." "Lu Jing, are you stupid?" Zhao Lin looked at Lu Jing, his eyes slightly red, and whispered, "I'm already doomed to die. Why are you throwing yourself into this? You don't care about yourself, but what about the young Marquis?" "Shut up!" Lu Jing roared fiercely. Turning around, he looked at Xiaoyang with teary eyes. "We three grew up together since childhood. For all these years, we've shared both fortune and misfortune. At the age of 12, we sneaked out to row a boat, and you accidentally fell into the lotus pond. It was Zhao Lin who saved you. After returning, he suffered from a cold for over a month and nearly lost his life. Your Majesty, please spare him, considering he was completely unaware." Although Xiaoyang hadn't personally experienced these events, they were all in the original owner's memories. After hearing this, Zhao Lin seemed to be lost in some memories. He suddenly smiled. "When we were young, we never dreamed you'd become an emperor. Ever since you ascended the throne, I wanted to work hard, but unfortunately, I just wasn't good enough." "You?" Lu Jing was anxious. "How are you not good enough? These days, you've been working tirelessly for the affairs of Liaodi. I'm so worried just watching you. You're the best." Watching the two of them perform this heartfelt brotherhood scene in front of him, Xiaoyang felt a surge of disgust. He waved his hand impatiently. "This matter is still under investigation. Why are you two acting like you're on the verge of death? If there was no evidence, how could we be here?" Zhao Lin smiled. "We grew up together, and I know you better than anyone. You're no longer the Xiaoyang from before. Our Aoyang wouldn't be so decisive in killing. He was the kindest person, not even stepping on an ant. Even so, we still like you more now." Zhao Lin lowered his head. His fists clenched tightly. "My family did such a thing, and it's already my fault. So, please, show mercy and let us die a whole death." Hearing this, Lu Jing was truly desperate. He kept kowtowing repeatedly. "Your Majesty, no. Please, your majesty, don't. Xiaoliang ignored them and went to the adjacent cell, looking at the duke who sat there expressionless. He smiled. Seeing your most beloved son reduced to this state, I wonder if the duke regrets it? Once done, there's no regret. The duke opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoliang. I calculated 1,000 times, but I didn't expect your methods. Seeing him like this, Xiaoliang smiled softly. Even if it wasn't me, it wouldn't have been you. Do you even know what Hongdao Kingdom is? What is Hongdao Kingdom? What we want is our own kingdom. I want this world to bear the name Zhao. The duke coldly shouted, looking at him. Do you think only you are legitimate? Let me tell you, anyone sitting on that throne is legitimate. Your father was a coward, and because of your mother, he was usurped. Now you're acting like such a sentimental fool. So what future does the Xia Kingdom have? Rather than watching you ruin this vast land, we might as well take it ourselves. The duke felt more and more justified as he spoke. What? Actually, before this, Xiaoliang had considered many possibilities and reasons, but he never expected it to be because of this. He looked at him in disbelief. You think I'll ruin this vast land, so you want to take over? Yes, you'd give up anything for a woman, disregarding the feelings of your ministers. How can that not be disheartening? Throughout history, how many sentimental emperors ended well? It doesn't matter if the emperor lives or dies. What matters is that the suffering falls on the common people. What the hell? What kind of logic is this? Xiaoliang couldn't understand how loving only one person could be related to the welfare of the state. Why would people care so much about this? Outside the door, Shen Yunyin felt a tightness in her chest upon hearing these words. She was a girl raised in this feudal society, and the education she received was exactly the same as what the duke had just said. She also felt it was inappropriate, but she just couldn't bear to share Xiaoliang with others. But she never expected that someone would actually rebel because of this. After all, this was partly her fault. Truly, a beauty-causing disaster. Even if you're saying a lot, I still think you're spouting nonsense. Xiaoliang looked at the duke with disdain, then said flatly, You're clearly ambitious, yet you're trying to shift the blame. You're trying to pin this on me. If you had been honest, I might have respected your frankness. But at your age, you can't even take responsibility for such a small matter. It's laughable. After saying that, he turned and walked out. But he never expected to meet Shen Yunyin at the corner. Neither of them had anticipated encountering each other suddenly, and their eyes met, both feeling a moment of panic. Don't listen to that old man's nonsense. He's just jealous of me. Xiaoliang stepped forward, grabbing Shen Yunyin's arm. He's ambitious himself. It has nothing to do with you. He's right. Shen Yunyin looked at Xiaoliang seriously. I understand your feelings, but now you're the emperor, carrying the weight of the world. You can't think only of personal feelings. For my reputation, for the safety of our child, I beg you, start the selection of concubines. As she spoke, Shen Yunyin knelt down, tears falling. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to accept her fate at this moment. This was the destiny of an emperor and an empress. Seeing Shen Yunyin kneeling before him, Xiaoliang's face turned grim, but in the end, he said nothing, only smiled faintly and walked away. Watching his back, Shen Yunyin's heart ached. Liang, please. I beg you. I agree. Xiaoliang's voice came, devoid of any warmth, like the voice of a dead man. He agreed? Shen Yunyin felt her body lose its weight, her vision darkening, and she fainted. This time, Xiaoliang didn't erupt in anger. He only instructed the Imperial Medical Academy to treat her well. Since his transmigration, Xiaoliang had been struggling to resist being assimilated by this predatory era. But now, he felt that he was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 388. Forget it if you don't want to talk. For several consecutive days, an inexplicable gloom hung over the entire imperial palace. Although Emperor Xiaoliang's elimination of the Xiuzhou Pavilion was a good thing, for some reason, the entire court was now fraught with anxiety. Xiaoliang couldn't remember how many days it had been since he last saw Shen Yunyin. He walked alone toward the imperial prison. When he first crossed over, he had opened his eyes in this very place. Back then, He was battered and on the brink of death. So every time he came here, Xiaoyang felt a deep aversion. But with repeated visits, he had grown accustomed to it. Zhao Mingyue watched as Xiaoyang approached, her face filled with disgust and madness. She gritted her teeth and said, "Why haven't you killed me yet? Why? Why don't you just do it now? You want to die? I don't think you're really willing to die, though, are you?" Xiaoyang sat down beside her. His mood was clearly not good today, so his words were sharp and unsparing. He snorted and then coldly stared at her. "Have you thought about my question yet? I don't know anything about the Rainbow Island Kingdom. I've never heard of it, nor have I ever been involved with them," Zhao Mingyue replied with the same stubbornness. Seeing her defiance, Xiaoyang found it amusing. He sneered and said indifferently, "We're old acquaintances. You should know my methods. If I didn't have any evidence, I wouldn't be sitting here, would I? Your beloved lover, the one you were so infatuated with, is from the Rainbow Island Kingdom, isn't he?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Zhao Mingyue said coldly, maintaining her composure. Xiaoyang looked at her, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke softly. "Sometimes, I really don't understand what's most important to people like you. Your family is suffering because of you, and you've seen it all. Their lives are in your hands, yet you're still stubbornly refusing to speak. All for a man who used you as bait." "I really don't know what you're talking about." Zhao Mingyue turned her head away, clearly unwilling to say anything. Seeing this, Xiaoyang didn't press further. He simply brought Jiu'er over. During this period, Xiaoyang had kept Jiu'er by his side, nurturing the boy until he was plump and healthy. The moment mother and son saw each other, both were momentarily startled. Zhao Mingyue had expected her precious son to be suffering horribly during this time, but she never imagined it would be like this. However, she quickly composed herself, hiding all her emotions. She looked at Xiaoyang with a blank expression and snorted coldly, "You've certainly changed a lot from before. Back then, you were kind and weak, even speaking loudly felt like a sin. But now, look at you. You've become a completely different person. That's who I really am. The person you saw before was just your fantasy of me. As the heir to the empire, how could I be without any strength?" Xiaoyang coldly stared back at her. "Zhao Mingyue, you always claimed to be a victim, but in truth, you were complicit, weren't you? If you truly didn't want it, would the old emperor have been so obsessed with you? You just didn't expect him to go that far for you, did you? Originally, your plan was quite good. You wanted your child to inherit the throne, and then the entire empire would naturally be in your grasp. But you didn't expect me to suddenly appear and disrupt everything, did you? When I began to change, you saw hope and thought of another path. But have you ever considered that the people of this world aren't fools? They won't be swayed by you." By the end of his words, Xiaoyang's fists were clenched tightly. "Over the years, you've been nothing but hypocritical. With men, with your sisters, with your family. The Duke's mansion truly loved you, and my mother genuinely wanted to be your sister. But what about you? You've already caused my mother's death, and now you want to destroy your entire family." His voice wasn't loud, but every word struck deep into someone's heart. Seeing him like this, Zhao Mingyue was momentarily at a loss for words. "Mother, the world is at peace now. The common people are living well, they have enough to eat and wear, and everyone's life is harmonious. Why are you causing trouble?" Jiu'er stepped forward, looking at Zhao Mingyue with confusion. Hesitating, he whispered, "Is it because of me, mother? But I don't like the palace at all, and I hate this life. I don't want to be the emperor." Hearing this, Zhao Mingyue's expression suddenly changed. She slapped him hard across the face, her eyes blazing with rage. "Shut up. You're not allowed to say such things. You're my son, and your father and I are both so strong-willed. How could we have given birth to such a coward like you?" Jiu'er, who had always been pampered by Zhao Mingyue, had never been struck before. He stared at his mother in disbelief for a long time before finally coming to his senses. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he choked out, "Mother, did I say something wrong? This vast empire should have been yours. Now that it's been taken away by others, you're still telling me to just let it go." Zhao Mingyue seethed with anger. How could I have such a foolish child? At this point, Xiaoyang understood. Whether it was Xiaxia or Jiu'er, Zhao Mingyue didn't love anyone. Her favorite was herself, and she loved only herself. Xiaxia, standing in the shadows, watched his mother's madness with a complex mix of emotions. He instinctively stepped forward to shield Jiu'er behind him, coldly staring at Zhao Mingyue. I thought you just didn't like me, but now it seems you only love yourself. Seeing Xiaxia, Zhao Mingyue became even more frenzied. She gritted her teeth and said, "How dare you speak? If it weren't for your constant failures, how could the empire have been snatched away? You're just as worthless as him. I should have given birth to 2 pieces of barbecued pork instead of you two."
Enough.
Xiaoyang shouted coldly. "I brought you here not to listen to your pointless bickering." He then turned to Zhao Mingyue. "If you don't want to talk, then forget it. Soon, you'll all be reunited here as a family. Well, not all of you. I plan to send Xiaxia away from the capital, to take Jiu'er far away. After that, you'll be all alone. You'll be a lonely person, and I think you'll be much happier that way, won't you?" Chapter 389. It really is him. What kind of nonsense is this? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Mingyue felt her entire world crumble. She widened her eyes and stared at Jiu'er. No, you can't take my child away. He won't go with you. He won't." "Mother, I'm truly disappointed in you." Jiu'er sighed, knelt down, and knocked his head heavily on the ground before standing up and taking Xiaxia's hand. "Brother, let's go." Xiaxia's feelings toward his younger brother had always been complicated. But now, as they stood at this juncture, he finally understood what Xiaoyang had said. No matter what, they were still brothers. With that thought, Xiaxia let out a soft laugh, took Jiu'er's hand, and turned to leave. "You despicable wretch." Zhao Mingyue directed all her fury at Xiaoyang, glaring at him viciously. "It's all your fault, all because of you. Say whatever you want. By the way, your so-called little lover has been resuscitated and is now alive. You'll be able to see him in about 10 days. But isn't it funny? He's been awake for days now, and he's been getting cozy with the maid taking care of him, yet he hasn't mentioned you even once." Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. Ignoring her ranting, he turned and headed toward the Duke's prison. Though it was a prison, it was surprisingly clean and orderly, with their entire family housed together. The words Zhao Mingyue had just spoken were clearly audible here. Seeing Xiaoyang approach, the old Duke's heart was filled with a mix of emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he knelt down. "Our Duke's mansion has been a loyal and valiant family. It was my folly that led us to this. My children have all fought for the country on the battlefield. I beg your majesty to spare them." The Duke's mansion had 3 sons. The first 2 were valiant generals, while the third, Zhao Lin, was nothing special. Xiaoyang looked at the old Duke and smiled, then said softly, "I've always admired generals who fight on the front lines. But do you really think I can let your sons return to the battlefield now?" "What?" At first, the old Duke didn't understand what Xiaoyang meant. But when their eyes met, it all became clear. The recent chaos in the capital was closely tied to the Duke's mansion. Many of the soldiers involved had been led by the Duke's 2 sons, and they were already guilty of a capital offense. Seeing that his talented sons were beyond saving, the old Duke wiped away his tears and said, "We are indeed guilty of a capital crime, but Zhao Lin is innocent. He's just a carefree young master, a mere trace of bloodline in the Duke's mansion. He grew up with your majesty and harbors no rebellious intentions. Please, your majesty, spare him and leave us a trace of our bloodline." Xiaoyang looked at the old Duke, then at Zhao Lin beside him, and couldn't fathom what the old man was thinking. Their entire family had committed such grave offenses, yet they were pretending as if nothing had happened, even going so far as to weep and beg for mercy. Indeed, only a family like this could produce someone as deranged as Zhao Mingyue. With that thought, Xiaoyang smiled and turned his gaze to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin, once dashing and confident, now looked like a man on the brink of death. He sat silently, as if oblivious to his father's pleas, his spirit already dead despite his physical survival. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang felt a pang of helplessness and asked softly, "Zhao Lin, what do you think?" We share both fortune and misfortune. I'm just a good-for-nothing. What's the point of preserving a shred of our bloodline? Just end my life and relieve me of this suffering." Zhao Lin suddenly laughed. He looked at Xiaoyang, his eyes filled with an unyielding sadness. "I always thought I was of noble descent, that it was my right to live off my father and brother's merits. But now? What face do I have to continue living?" These words infuriated the old duke, who slapped Zhao Lin hard across the face and snapped, "You ungrateful wretch!" This was the most genuine, ungrateful wretch the old duke had ever uttered. One last time, Xiaoyang stood up, his cold gaze sweeping over each of them. "Do you know anything about the Rainbow Island Kingdom?" Their expressions were identical, resolute in their determination to deny everything. "You're talking about the Rainbow Island Kingdom, the one that speaks a different language from ours?" Zhao Lin suddenly looked up at Xiaoyang. This sentence instantly changed the atmosphere in the prison. The old duke stared at him in disbelief. "You? How do you know?" "Yes, how do I know? Should I know? I shouldn't, right?" Zhao Lin chuckled and then whispered softly, "But I do know. When I was 12, I was playing hide-and-seek in your study and overheard you. I couldn't understand a word of what you said, but I remember the man was short and wore strange, heavy wooden shoes. Damn it, it really is them." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's eyes burst with intense hatred. This was a mix of old grudges and new grievances. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyang stepped forward. "So you've been colluding all along?" "No, it's not like that. There's no such thing." The old duke grew anxious. "I did it for. There seemed to be something unspeakable, something he couldn't bring himself to say." Xiaoyang waved his hand and turned to leave. "Who was in charge of the raid on the duke's mansion?" Xiaoyang frowned, looking at Li Nu beside him. Feeling that something was amiss, Li Nu quickly replied, "Since it was such an important matter, it was handled by Ah Fu." Ah Fu? Hearing this name, Xiaoyang's expression changed, and he immediately headed toward the duke's mansion. The once prosperous mansion now felt desolate. Though everything appeared the same, the lack of life had given it an eerie atmosphere. This was Xiaoyang's first time here. Upon entering, he noticed that many aspects of the duke's mansion were different. Most of the decorations featured chrysanthemums, but not the common large petaled ones. They looked quite bizarre. Soon, Xiaoyang entered the main hall, where the furnishings were also noticeably different. The style was clearly not from the Xia dynasty. Previously, no one had thought much of it, always assuming it was their own unique taste. Chapter 390. Something's not right. After surveying the area, Xiaoyang was almost certain that the duke's mansion and the kingdom of Hongdao were definitely connected. The realization made his expression even darker and more grim. Without hesitation, he began wandering around the courtyard. Soon, Xiaoyang noticed something unusual. Beneath the rockery in the back garden, he discovered a hidden tunnel. The location was so well concealed that only someone well-versed in the art of Qi Min Dunjia, like Xiaoyang, could have found it. Impressive, very well hidden. No wonder Ah Fu found nothing when he came here, Xiaoyang sneered. Holding a luminous pearl, he descended into the tunnel. The path was winding and chirchira, with no ventilation holes in sight, proving just how secretive this place was. Holding a luminous pearl, he descended into the tunnel. The path was winding and chirchira, with no ventilation holes in sight, proving just how secretive this place was. By the time he reached the bottom, Xiaoyang felt as if he were on the verge of suffocation. The space below was vast but extremely damp, and something felt off. He took out the luminous pearl and carefully examined the area. In the darkness, the pearl glowed brightly, revealing that this was not a basement but an unfathomably deep pond. Clever, very clever indeed. Xiaoyang chuckled, not hesitating for a moment before stripping off his clothes and diving in. The pond was indeed bottomless, and it took Xiaoyang considerable effort to descend. Once underwater, he discovered a whole new world. There were no terrifying monsters or formidable individuals, only large chests sealed with oil-coated paper, carefully preserved. Xiaoyang's expression expression changed as he continued to explore. He found that the pond was not stagnant but had a current. Following the flow, he eventually emerged in the Qin mansion. How is this possible? Xiaoyang emerged from the tunnel in the Qin mansion, his face dark with anger. The mansion had been evacuated after a fire, leaving only a dark, desolate ruin. Yet, Xiaoyang noticed something unusual among the rubble. Following the clues, he discovered a crowd of silent figures in the back courtyard of the Qin mansion. They were all Gutong, children who had lost their autonomy, reduced to tools like weapons. They were stationed here, ready to be activated by a single tune. What a scheme, what a move. Xiaoyang's face darkened as he sent a signal. Soon, Jin Yu and Li Nu brought their men, all shocked by what they saw. No wonder the Duke's family wasn't panicked or desperate when they were arrested. They still had hope. Li Nu's face was grim. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Burn all these Gutong and retrieve the items from the pond, Xiaoyang said with a smile, glancing at her. I'm really curious about what's inside those chests. Their actions were swift, and those outside had no idea what was happening. All they knew was that the Qin mansion, recently ravaged by fire, was now engulfed in flames once more. Standing at the entrance of the Qin mansion, watching the raging fire, Xiaoyang's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a hint of madness. Xiaoyang, are you insane? This was your former residence. Yang Feiyu, who had somehow received the news, rushed over, his eyes wide with fury as he took in the scene. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoyang found it amusing. This is my Qin mansion, not your brothel. Why are you so agitated? Xiaoyang said, tilting his head and looking at him indifferently. Me? Agitated? Am I agitated? Yang Feiyu suddenly realized how overly emotional he was being. Xiaoyang chuckled. Your mother, though a courtesan, was no ordinary one. She was a geisha from the kingdom of Hongdao, wasn't she? What are you talking about? Yang Feiyu felt a pang of guilt and looked down, avoiding Xiaoyang's gaze. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. You're not entirely without principles. You knew your mixed bloodline disqualified you from ruling the northern territories, didn't you? Yang Feiyu was flustered. Everyone looks down on me for being the son of a courtesan. Are you too, looking down on me now? I'm merely stating facts. Why are you so agitated? Or are you feeling guilty and think that raising your voice makes you right? Xiaoyang said coldly, staring at him. Yang Feiyu had always believed his mother was dead, so he thought he could keep his lineage a secret forever. But he never expected Xiaoyang to know so much about it. Seeing his angry expression, Xiaoyang didn't continue. He simply turned and walked toward the Duke's mansion. Yang Feiyu knew he had been exposed and that his best course of action was to leave this place and flee far away, relying on their past friendship to avoid Xiaoyang's pursuit. Yet, for some reason, he couldn't help but follow behind Xiaoyang. I really knew nothing before. My mother only told me to live well before she died. It was only later, after the Xiaozhao Pavilion approached me, that I learned who my mother was and where she came from. So, this isn't entirely my fault, is it? Yang Feiyu muttered, trying to explain. But Xiaoyang remained deaf to his words, not responding at all. This made Yang Feiyu anxious. He changed his expression and stepped forward. I'm talking to you. Why aren't you reacting? Regardless of who I am, I've been good to you, haven't I? I've helped you wholeheartedly, haven't I? How can you treat me like this just because you know who my mother is? Isn't that heartless? Heartless. Xiaoyang never expected Yang Feiyu to have the audacity to say such things to him. Seeing his aggrieved expression, Xiaoyang found it absurd. So, you're saying this is my fault now? Xiaoyang sneered, looking at him with disdain. Of course not, Yang Feiyu said, feeling frustrated. After a moment of silence, he muttered, I don't know whose fault it is. I don't think I've done anything wrong. This was the first time Xiaoyang had seen him like this. He frowned and said irritably, What are you doing? Acting like this as a grown man? How dare you say that to me? Isn't it you who ignored me first? I came over and talked to you so much, but you didn't respond. What does that mean? Yang Feiyu huffed. Then, Suddenly, he realized something and glared at Xiaoyang, gritting his teeth. Xiaoyang. Chapter 391. Found? Oh no, oh no. This kid suddenly seems to have grown a brain. Xiaoyang could tell from his expression that his thoughts might not be as well hidden as he hoped. He awkwardly twitched his lips. Why are you shouting so loudly? I didn't understand before, but now I get it. You thought I was working with that damn island country, didn't you? Yang Feiyu gritted his teeth. My mother was sent there as a pawn. Do you think I'm crazy enough to help them against my own people? Seeing him like this, it didn't seem fake, but Xiaoyang remained cautious and silent. Not speaking? What does that mean? Yang Feiyu, seeing Xiaoyang's silence, felt even more furious. He clenched his back teeth and snapped, Why won't you answer me? Have you ever supported Xiaozhou Pavilion? Xiaoyang stared straight at him, asking just that one question. Yang Feiyu was stunned for a moment, then his face turned grim. He gritted his teeth and said, How could I support them? They're a disastrous organization that harms the country and the people. What kind of person do you think I am in your eyes? Do you really think I'm that unreliable? Seeing his heartbroken expression, Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and guilt. He shrugged and said lightly, Why are you so worked up? I was just asking casually. Cut the crap. If anyone else said they were asking casually, I might believe them. But if you say that, you're just full of it. Full of it. Yang Feiyu glared at him fiercely. You think I'm one of them, lurking by your side, ready to collaborate with them, don't you? Xiaoyang was caught off guard by such a precise guess of his thoughts. He always felt a bit guilty when he was caught, and his usual reaction was to touch his nose. Seeing this action, Yang Feiyu knew he was right. He clenched his teeth in anger and growled, Xiaoyang. What? Why are you shouting? Xiaoyang looked at him with a mix of amusement and frustration. It's normal to have such suspicions when you connect the dots. Besides, I only asked you. I didn't lock you up and torture you. You wanted to torture me? Yang Feiyu glared at him, clenching his teeth. Xiaoyang, are you human? I've been working nonstop for your sake, like a beast, without rest, and now you're doubting I'm working with someone else? If I really wanted this world, I would have become the emperor of the northern border. I wouldn't have let it go to him. That much is true. No matter what one desires, the things an emperor can achieve are far greater than what an ordinary person can. Seeing his pained expression, Xiaoyang felt a twinge of guilt and said, I'm sorry, okay? I admit I was being overly suspicious, all right? Hearing this, Yang Feiyu felt slightly less wronged. He looked at Xiaoyang and said softly, We've never heard of this Rainbow Island before, but your attitude seems off. Why do you seem to hate this country so much? Probably because of bloodline reasons. He had crossed over, and the hatred for those people was deeply ingrained in his bones, flowing through his blood. So, every time he thought of those bastards, his back teeth itched. You don't need to worry about that. Just know that in my lifetime, I will make sure that place is barren. Xiaoyang said this with an overwhelming determination for destruction. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Yang Feiyu felt even more shocked. He had never seen such emotion in Xiaoyang's eyes before, and it truly made him uneasy. What are you doing? Do you have such a deep grudge against this country? We've never had any interaction with them before. Yang Feiyu looked at him nervously. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. You know we've had no interaction with them, right? Yet, even in this situation with no connection, they still planted so many spies in our country, causing chaos. So, what's wrong with dealing with them? It sounded reasonable enough. But Yang Feiyu cautiously looked at Xiaoyang. Although what he said made sense, Yang Feiyu still felt that Xiaoyang's hatred was inexplicable. Soon, Xiaoyang returned to the Duke's mansion, standing in the courtyard as they slowly brought up the submerged items. There were about 60 to 70 large boxes, all well protected with oil paper, indicating they were important. Open them all carefully, watch out for poison, Xiaoyang instructed before they began opening the boxes. After all 60 boxes were opened, Xiaoyang found that they contained nothing extraordinary, just gunpowder. If this gunpowder were to explode, it could flatten the entire capital city. Xiaoyang's eyes darkened as he looked at the gunpowder. Send everything to the Ministry of War. Return to the palace. Hey, you're just leaving? What about me? What do I do? Yang Feiyu hurried after Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang found his busyness amusing and felt a bit annoyed. After a moment of disdain, he said directly, do whatever you need to do. Why are you following me? Don't you know what you should be doing? What does that mean? Yang Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang's cold, indifferent expression and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Aren't you going to ask me anything? I already asked you before. You said you have no connection with Xiaozhou Pavilion. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow at him. Yang Feiyu was stunned for a moment before asking, you believe me? You're really strange. Do you want me to believe you or not believe you? Xiaoyang looked at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I'm swamped with work, and you're just babbling on about nonsense. Can you stop wasting my time? Damn it. Yang Feiyu finally understood what it meant to have a curse on the tip of your tongue that you just couldn't hold back. He glared at Xiaoyang, gritting his teeth. I thought I'd go back with you to cooperate with the investigation, but I didn't expect you to just brush me off like this. You wouldn't happen to have some special fetish, would you? Do you feel uncomfortable unless you're tortured? Xiaoyang chuckled mischievously. But if you really have that kind of need, I can fulfill it for you. No. What kind of wild talk is this? Yang Feiyu instinctively covered his chest with his hands, glaring at him. You, get away from me. Xiaoyang shrugged and turned around, heading back. Chapter 392. She's not her. All the items were hastily transported to the heavenly prison. Sitting there elegantly with one leg crossed over the other, Xiaoyang chuckled as she looked at the old duke. I bet you never dreamed I'd dig all this up, did you? Upon seeing these items, the old duke felt the world spin before his eyes. He stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief. This can't be. Absolutely not. How could you have such abilities? How could you possibly find these things? You're right. You did put in a lot of effort. You're quite skilled. But unfortunately, I'm even better. I'm younger, so no matter what, you're no match for me. Accept your fate. Xiaoyang coldly gazed at him. The old duke seemed to be driven mad, howling, You demon. You're not human. Who are you? Who the hell are you? That useless Prince Qin from before wouldn't have found these things. You're not Xiaoyang. At this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh. Ever since you came in, you've been spouting nonsense. But this time you've hit the nail on the head. I'm not the original Xiaoyang. The original Xiaoyang died the first time she entered the heavenly prison. I'm a demon risen from the depths of hell. You. The old duke clutched his chest and staggered back. Xiaoyang showed no mercy, merely stating calmly, the facts are right in front of you, so it's best you tell the truth. You know my patience is limited. If you don't speak, I'll have you executed by dismemberment. What? Dismemberment? The old duke looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. In times of peace, you dare use dismemberment. If no one had used dismemberment at the beginning, how could there be peace in the world? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, smirking at him. Not just you, but your sons and daughters too. Don't worry, since you're old. I'll save your dismemberment for last. You. The old duke's eyes were wide with fury. What did she mean by executing him last? Wasn't that just forcing him to watch them all die first? It was utterly ruthless. Xiaoyang, you vile bastard. The old duke cursed, losing all restraint. Seeing his crazed state, Xiaoyang found it utterly ridiculous. Because of your own selfish desires, how many people in the world have suffered? You don't even know, do you? Let me tell you, I'm evil. I'm a bastard. But you're all going to die. With that, Xiaoyang didn't want to ask anything more. She stood up and turned to leave. Stop right there. The old duke was truly panicked now, hastily calling out in hopes of stopping her. Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh, not pausing, and left without looking back. The scandal involving Xiaozhou Pavilion had far-reaching implications, and as a result, More than half the officials in the court were implicated. After some thought, Xiaoyang decisively decided to add an extra imperial examination session. This time, it was open to both men and women. Anyone with real talent could take the exam. Scholars who had risen step by step from the countryside would even enjoy free food and lodging in the capital. This was an unprecedented privilege, something countless people could only dream of. The news shook the entire court. However, given the recent spate of bloodshed, no one dared to voice any objections. After the court session, Marquis Yongyi and Prime Minister Fong coincidentally arrived at the imperial study. Your Majesty, adding an extra imperial examination session is a good thing. But are the requirements perhaps too lenient? How can women serve in the court? Prime Minister Fong looked at Xiaoyang with some difficulty. At this moment, he really didn't want to clash with Xiaoyang. Previously, I mentioned that women can also serve as officials. In many places, women are already in charge. Kitchens, embroidery rooms, and even the inner palace. I've observed and assessed them, and they've done an excellent job without any mistakes. Doesn't that prove the point? Xiaoyang patiently explained. After all, he had killed too many people recently, and it had taken a toll on him. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Fong hurriedly signaled to Marquis Yongyi. But although Marquis Yongyi was brave, he wasn't foolish. He could see that Xiaoyang had already made up his mind about this matter. Even if the gods themselves came down, it wouldn't change anything. Women taking the imperial exams is unprecedented. There are many inconveniences. The examination halls don't have separate accommodations for women. If men and women are housed together, won't it damage public morals? Marquis Yongyi looked at Xiaoyang with concern. Prime Minister Fong seized upon this idea immediately, adding, "Exactly. Even though we can make exceptions to recruit talent, we must still pay attention to public morals." Xiaoyang hadn't really considered this aspect before. "Jixiang," Xiaoyang called out, "summon the head of the inner palace."
Yes.
Jixiang responded from outside without entering. Soon, Tianzhao walked in. Today, she was dressed in official robes, exuding a more imposing aura. "This subject, Tianzhao, pays respects to your Majesty." She entered and respectfully bowed. Xiaoyang looked at her poised demeanor and felt quite satisfied. He smiled and said softly, "I called you here today regarding the imperial examinations. You've probably heard that this time it's open to both men and women. So, I'd like to ask if you can arrange the examination halls properly to avoid damaging public morals." This matter? When Tianzhao heard this, she was a bit surprised. She had thought it was about the selection of consorts and wasn't sure how to respond, but this was such a trivial matter. In response to your Majesty's query, this isn't difficult. Just adding a wall would suffice. Separate men and women, and public morals won't be compromised. Tianzhao quickly came up with a solution. In truth, this solution wasn't particularly difficult. The reason the two elders had raised it was merely as a means of obstruction. Now that Tianzhao had solved the issue with a single sentence, both old men's faces turned sour. Tianzhao soon noticed this and couldn't help but chuckle at the two. "Is my solution not good?" "Good, excellent. Head Steward Tianzhao, you're truly a genius." Prime Minister Fong forced a compliment through gritted teeth. "Since the Prime Minister thinks my idea is good, then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you for your praise, Prime Minister." Tianzhao bowed and then looked at Xiaoyang. "Your Majesty, shall I go make the arrangements now?" Impressed by Tianzhao's efficient and decisive manner, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Truly, she was a girl from Shan Yinyan's side. Extraordinary indeed. "Wait a moment," Prime Minister Fong interjected. "Since head steward Tianzhao is so capable, I assume she's already arranged all the details for the selection of consorts?" Tianzhao's expression faltered slightly, but she still nodded. "Of course, we can't tarnish the prestige of the royal family, can we?" Chapter 393, Pouting. The selection of concubines was originally something that Xiaoyang had decided to continue out of pique against Shan Yunyan. Now that it had been pushed forward, there was no way to back down. He had initially thought of dragging it out as much as possible, but to his surprise, These officials were pressing him so hard. Ahem, what does the Empress say about the selection? Xiaoyang finally couldn't hold back and asked. Upon hearing this, Tianzhao's expression turned even grimmer, but she quickly put on a cheerful smile and replied, "The Empress is very generous. She has allocated a significant sum, saying that since this is the Emperor's first selection, it must not be too shabby. Some expenses are necessary." Xiaoyang was utterly taken aback by Tianzhao's response. His face turned pale with anger. Clenching his teeth, he said harshly, "Since the Empress is so magnanimous, let's not disappoint her intentions. Have those candidates enter the palace as soon as possible. I can hardly wait." Can hardly wait? What kind of provocative words are these? Prime Minister Fong and Marquis Yongyi exchanged awkward glances. Having lived for so long, how could they not realize that these words were inappropriate? They both looked down, avoiding eye contact, and remained silent. Tianzhao's fists clenched instinctively upon hearing this, but she still smiled sweetly and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will arrange it immediately. The new candidates will enter the palace within 3 days." After saying this, she bowed and turned to leave. Prime Minister Fong had originally intended to persuade Xiaoyang about the imperial examinations, but seeing the tense atmosphere, he wisely decided to leave. Xiaoyang was left alone in the study, fuming. In the Zhaoyang Palace, "Miss, the Emperor really said that. It seems he is determined to hold the selection this time. You need to think of a way." Tianzhao looked worriedly at Shen Yunyan, her previous elegance completely gone. Seeing Tianzhao's anxious state, Shen Yunyan smiled faintly and said, "What is there to worry about? What do we need to prepare? What plan do we need? To stop the Emperor from holding the selection? Haven't you forgotten? This was something I asked him for." As she spoke, Shen Yunyan's lips remained faintly smiling, but her eyes held an unshakable sadness. Seeing her like this, Tianzhao felt a pang of heartache. She took a deep breath and said gloomily, "Miss, but are you really willing? If I were just a princess, I wouldn't be willing. But now I am the Empress. I have no choice, do I?" Shen Yunyan said softly, still smiling. "He is the Emperor, and he must bear the weight of the nation. As the Empress, I must stand by his side. How can I hold him back? As long as I am the most important to him in his heart, I am willing to do anything. These matters, I don't need to care so much about them." "Miss, that's not what you truly feel. How can you not care?" Tianzhao was anxious. "Should I try to delay it some more?" "No need. Let's just proceed as planned." Shen Yunyan clenched her fists, her attitude still resolute. That night, Xiaoyang stood at the entrance of the Zhaoyang Palace, his expression complicated. Ever since their last argument, Xiaoyang had not set foot in this place for over a month. The entire palace knew that the Emperor and the Empress had quarreled, and everyone was on edge, afraid to speak out of turn. Originally, Xiaoyang had thought that with all the busyness, he wouldn't care about these things. But now, he was standing here, feeling helpless. Thinking of all the moments he had shared with Shen Yunyan, his heart ached. He had once dreamed of a lifelong union with just one person, but now, circumstances forced him. At this thought, he felt even more frustrated. Shen Yunyan stood on the palace wall, looking down at the figure standing at the gate, her brows slightly furrowed. "Your Majesty, the Emperor seems to be missing you. Perhaps we should invite him in?" Linger stood beside Shen Yunyan, softly urging. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunyan shook her head and said softly, "If the Emperor truly missed me, why would he stand outside and not come in? It's just not enough." "Not enough for what?" Linger stood by, at a loss for words. She whispered, "Your Majesty, the Emperor is already here." Yes, he was here, but Shen Yunyan still felt it wasn't enough. She didn't know what she was expecting or why she was being so stubborn, but she couldn't help it. Xiaoyang stood at the gate, and Shen Yunyan stood on the palace wall. Neither of them knew that the other was watching. After a long while, Xiaoyang snorted, "Shen Yunyan, I will make you regret this." With that, he turned and left. Perhaps because he had stood for too long, his legs felt numb, and he stumbled slightly as he turned, almost falling. He slapped his uncooperative thigh in annoyance and quickened his pace back to the study. As soon as he entered, he noticed the air in the room felt off. Having come from modern times, he had never developed a habit of burning incense, so the room had always been fresh and clean. But now, the study had a sweet, cloying scent. Stepping in, he saw a pretty young palace maid standing there. His brows furrowed tightly as he looked at her. "What are you doing here?" "This servant, Qianhua, greets the emperor. I am here to serve the emperor by washing his feet." Qianhua curtsied, her head lowered in shyness. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang found it quite amusing. Dressed so provocatively and smelling so fragrant in the middle of the night, just to wash his feet? He didn't say anything else but walked over and sat down in a chair, saying lightly, "Start?" "Ah, already starting?" Qianhua had thought she would be sent away. But to her surprise, she was allowed to stay so easily. Her heart raced with unexpected tension, and she stood there, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Xiaoyang's patience wore thin. "Do I have to take off my own shoes?" No. Qianhua stepped forward, crouched down, and carefully began to remove Xiaoyang's shoes. Xiaoyang sat there, a playful smile on his lips, watching the submissive Qianhua with interest. Qianhua didn't know what she was so nervous about. Her hands were trembling. "You're just a foot-washing maid, yet your hands are so smooth. You don't seem like a palace maid at all," Xiaoyang said with a teasing smile. "Little girl, even though you're young, you should know the consequences of deceiving the emperor, right?" The originally nervous Qianhua, upon hearing this, was even more terrified and fell to the ground. "Your Majesty, I really didn't." "Tell me, who are you?" Xiaoling said coldly, staring at her. "I'm not in a good mood today. You'd better confess on your own and not provoke my anger." "I truly am here only to serve the emperor," Qianhua muttered, her head bowed. Chapter 394. Pitiful. Xiaoyang was truly too exhausted to interrogate her further, so he simply spread his hands and said, "Fine, then serve me." "What?" Qianhua had expected to be thrown out in the next moment, but she never imagined that Xiaoyang would say such a thing. Wasn't this a sudden turn of events? After pondering for a moment, she began to wash Xiaoyang's feet. Her delicate hands, soft as if without bones, gently grasped his feet in the warm water, gently rubbing them. Gradually, she noticed that Xiaoyang showed no signs of resistance or displeasure. Her courage grew, and she started to lightly trace her fingers up along his ankle. Just as she reached his thigh, Xiaoyang suddenly grabbed her hand, frowning at her. "I'm just tired, not dead. Aren't you here to wash my feet? Why is your hand on my thigh?" "Your Majesty? I was just trying to give you a massage," Qianhua stammered, trembling with fear, her expression pitiful. She was already quite beautiful, and with this expression, she was even more heart-wrenching. Unfortunately, Xiaoyang was not one to be moved by such charms. He coldly stared at her and flung her away. "Either tell me your background, or die. Choose." "What?" Qianhua couldn't believe it. Just a moment ago, Xiaoyang had shown some patience with her, but now he was speaking such terrifying words. She looked at him in disbelief, her voice trembling. "Your Majesty? I really just..." "Guards, drag her out and beat her to death." "No, please." Qianhua now understood that Xiaoyang was not joking. She immediately clung to his thigh, pleading desperately. "Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. Please, don't kill me." "Speak." Xiaoyang kicked her away and overturned the footbath. "Who sent you here?" "It was my aunt." Qianhua clenched her teeth and had no choice but to tell the truth. "Aunt?" Xiaoyang frowned. "Who is your aunt?" "She's the assistant to the Grand Steward of the Inner Palace. My aunt said that your Majesty has been feeling troubled recently, so she wanted me to come and serve you, to ease your worries." "Serve? Ease worries? What a capable aunt indeed." Xiaoyang glanced at the pitiful woman on the ground and snorted coldly. "Fine. Since your aunt said you're here to serve, then you can stay in the imperial study and serve." Hearing this, Qianhua instinctively looked up, her eyes filled with hope, hoping to succeed in climbing into his bed. But to her surprise, Xiaoyang had no such intentions. After saying that, he simply lay down on the bed and went asleep on his own. What did this mean? Qian Hua knelt in the footbath water, shivering from the cold, her knees aching sharply. But without Xiaoyang's permission, she didn't dare to get up. She was now certain that Xiaoyang had no interest in her, but she couldn't understand why he had kept her there. What did this mean? In the Zhaoyang Palace. Your Highness, that little maid hasn't come out. She's staying. Linger knelt on the ground, too afraid to look into Shan Yunyan's eyes. Although Shan Yunyan had already mentally prepared herself and accepted this outcome, when it actually happened, she still felt a sharp pain in her heart. Her eyes reddened, and she swallowed all her grievances. She waved her hand. Leave. Your Highness? Linger, seeing her like this, felt deeply distressed and broke the rules for the first time. Your Highness, I know I'm not as considerate as Sister Tianzhao, but I want to stay with you at this time. Your Highness, please don't be sad. Sad? Hearing this, Shan Yunyan felt it was laughable. She raised an eyebrow and said coldly, Why should I be sad? I've been the sole object of his affection for 3 to 5 years, which is already rare in the world. I should be content. Why would I be sad? He is the emperor. Having a harem is only natural. What is there to be sad about? Although she said she wasn't sad, tears still fell uncontrollably. On the rooftop, Li Nu listened to these words, awkwardly rubbing her ears. After all, she was a veteran spy who had been on the battlefield. Yet now she had become a petty eavesdropper? The worst part was, how was she supposed to report this mess back? These two were having a quarrel, but why were they torturing their servants? It was too difficult, or rather, far too difficult. Thinking of this, Li Nu wiped away her own bitter tears. The next morning, when Xiaoyang opened his eyes, he found Qian Hua still kneeling in the same spot as yesterday, her frail body on the verge of collapse. He smiled faintly and coughed lightly. Hearing the sound, Qian Hua quickly turned around. Your Majesty, you're awake? Help me get dressed, Xiaoyang said, sitting up and gazing at Qian Hua with a faint smile. After kneeling all night, Qian Hua felt her legs were no longer her own. Hearing this, she found it even harder to bear. She struggled to her feet with difficulty and helped Xiaoyang dress, biting her lip to endure the numbness and pain in her legs, her eyes brimming with tears. If your tears stain my clothes, you'll be beheaded, Xiaoyang kindly reminded her. Already in pain, Qian Hua trembled even more upon hearing this and immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Li Nu, come in. Xiaoyang shouted to the outside. Li Nu hadn't figured out how to report last night's events to Xiaoyang yet, so being summoned in like this made her a bit flustered. She hurried forward. Your Majesty? Take her out and give her a good lesson, Xiaoyang snorted, already dressed and disdainfully looking at Qian Hua on the ground. Useless thing. After saying that, Xiaoyang stepped over the pitiful Qian Hua and strode away. Li Nu looked at the dejected beauty on the ground and felt equally dejected. She couldn't understand why such a complicated and messy situation had fallen on her. I say, you're just bored and thought of climbing into the emperor's bed, aren't you? Do you know how many people you've implicated with your actions? If you had succeeded, it would have been fine, but look at you now. What are we supposed to do? Li Nu expressed her disdain. Hearing this, Qian Hua looked even more pitiful, gazing at her with pleading eyes. Sister Li Nu, I really know I was wrong. Sob. What should I do now? Please, help me. I beg you. Help you? How can I help you? I'm barely keeping my own head above water. Li Nu sighed and dragged her out. The emperor doesn't like weak little flowers like you, so I think you'd better give up on this path. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to take this path either, Qian Hua said, her eyes downcast. I don't like the emperor. I just have no other choice. Chapter 395. We're broke. What do you mean there's no way out? Seeing her like this, Li Nu felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite describe. He sighed, then tossed her to the ground, crossing his arms and looking down at her. It seems we're in the same boat now. I'll give you a chance. Tell me what's going on. My parents and siblings are all under my aunt's control. I'm just a pawn in her hands, but at least I still have this face, Qianhua said, her head lowered. So, I have to make the most of it. I don't like the emperor. I'm even a bit afraid of him, but I have no choice. So that's how it is. Li Nu glanced at her. All right, go rest in the side hall. Rest? Qianhua quickly shook her head, whispering, the emperor is furious with me. I don't dare. Go ahead. If the emperor were really angry, you'd be dead by now. Do you really think you'd be kneeling here unharmed? Li Nu chuckled and turned ahead toward the imperial study. During the morning court session, Emperor Xiaoyang's expression was as sour as could be. The ministers spoke cautiously, afraid that a single wrong word would land them in the executioner's hands. Your Majesty, the 6 ministries and 13 provinces are all understaffed. What should we do? Prime Minister Fong looked troubled as he addressed Xiaoyang. Most of these officials had been executed by Xiaoyang. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. The imperial examinations are coming up soon. There will be talent for you to use then. For now, let the second-in-commands handle things. Stop spending all day eating and doing nothing. The second-in-commands exchanged uneasy glances. When did they ever just eat and do nothing? When the first-in-commands were around, they had helped out. How could he use them and still complain about them? Xiaoyang's bad mood led to indiscriminate scolding. Ministry of Works, have you looked at the blueprints I sent you? Xiaoyang knocked on the table. I waited in the imperial study yesterday, but none of you came to report? The Minister of Works stepped forward, sweating profusely. He bowed his head and said softly, Your Majesty, please forgive us. We are simply too ignorant to understand your blueprints. What? Don't understand? Xiaoyang's nose nearly turned crooked with anger. He shot the minister a glare and snapped, If you don't understand, why not come to the palace and ask? I can explain it to you. By keeping silent, you're just delaying things. What's wrong with the Ministry of Works? Why is your efficiency so low? After the court session, don't go home. Bring the blueprints to the imperial study. I'll explain them to you personally. Xiaoyang's frustration grew. The poor Minister of Works, already of advanced age, trembled on his knees, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. However, hearing the final part, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't going to be dragged out and executed. Is there anything else? If not, dismiss the court. Xiaoyang waved impatiently. Under such circumstances, even if there were more to say, no one dared to speak up. The ministers filed out in unison. Outside, Prime Minister Fong approached Marquis Youngie. Why is the emperor so irritable this morning? I heard the emperor spent last night with a young palace maid. Marquis Youngie, an elderly man, said with a gossipy tone. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Fong's interest was piqued. He pulled Marquis Youngie to a secluded spot and asked, What? How is that possible? If he enjoyed the company of a beauty last night, shouldn't he be in high spirits this morning? Why does he look so annoyed? If I know about it, the Empress surely does too. Yet, she's chosen to remain silent about it. Don't you think that would make him angry? Marquis Youngie rolled his eyes. You're old enough to understand such things. You're wasting your life if you can't figure this out. So that's it? Prime Minister Fong frowned in disgust. I thought the emperor was finally going to start expanding the royal lineage. Instead, it's still the same old story. I just don't get it. What's so special about the empress that the emperor is so infatuated with her? Could she be using some kind of sorcery? Don't talk nonsense. That's not something to be said lightly. Marquis Youngie grew anxious and shot him a glare before quickening his pace. This old man's got issues. He'd better keep his distance, lest he get dragged down by him. In the imperial study, Xiaoyang looked at the Minister of Works and spoke with patience. The Rainbow Island Kingdom is a maritime nation, so I need to build a navy. These blueprints are for warships. Do you understand? Your Majesty, I'm afraid I don't. The Ministry of Works has built ships before, but they were for the Emperor's travels. The Minister of Works looked troubled as he addressed Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang chuckled wryly. I'm not looking for pleasure boats now. I need warships. He began explaining his blueprints to the Minister of Works. Your Majesty, little Dunzi is here. Let him in. At the mention of the name, Xiaoyang immediately broke into a smile, his mood brightening. This servant, little Dunzi, greets your Majesty. May you live 10,000 years. Little Dunzi entered and performed a grand bow. Xiaoyang smiled and beckoned him over. Come here, let me take a good look at you. It's only been 2 or 3 years, and you've grown so much. Thank you for your concern, your Majesty. This servant is doing well. Little Dunzi took a step forward and smiled at him. Xiaoyang immediately showed him the blueprints. Can you understand these? Your Majesty, is this a ship? But it's different from ordinary ships. What is it? It's a warship, a ship for battle, a ship designed for naval warfare. Xiaoyang began explaining to both of them. In this era, where such things were unheard of, understanding came slowly. Fortunately, Xiaoyang was a patient man, and soon enough, both little Dunzi and the initially baffled Minister of Works began to grasp his intentions. The Minister of Works looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. If we have these, we'll be unstoppable in naval battles. No more suffering at the hands of pirates. Exactly, that's the idea, Xiaoyang chuckled. That's why I say this is a great benefit for the nation and its people, a major undertaking. The Minister of Works knew it was a good thing, a major project, but the problem was, he didn't have the money. In his eyes, these blueprints meant burning through funds. Your Majesty, this will cost at least 500,000 taels. But the national treasury is empty. We're broke, the Minister of Works said pitifully, looking at Xiaoyang. Seeing his plight, Xiaoyang, though still stern, felt a bit of sympathy for the elderly minister. He said calmly, you can come directly to me for funds. Ask for as much as you need. This is something I must see through.
Yes.
The Minister of Works nodded immediately. Your Majesty is wise. May you live 10,000 years. Chapter 396. Uncomfortable. Watching the old man's realistic demeanor, Xiaoyang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Earlier, the man had looked as if he had lost his mother, and now he was proclaiming his eternal life? Indeed, money can make even ghosts push mills. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang felt even more disdain. He took a deep breath before speaking. Although this child is young, he has been by my side since we were in Qin. I know the blueprints are challenging, so if you have any questions, you can discuss them with this child. He may not be as skilled in administration as you, but he can read blueprints. If not for the numerous other tasks demanding his attention, Xiaoyang would have personally overseen this project. However, given his current busy schedule, he could only entrust the task to Xiao Dunzi. Although the Minister of Works was old, he wasn't foolish. From their previous conversation, he could deduce that the two shared a close relationship. If their ages weren't so mismatched, he might have even suspected the child to be Xiaoyang's illegitimate son. If Xiaoyang knew what the old man was thinking, he would have likely lost his temper and taken the man's life. All right, leave now. Seeing you standing here makes me uncomfortable, Xiaoyang said, pressing his temple as a headache set in. Last night, a living person had been in his room, and though he had kept his eyes closed, he hadn't slept well. A habit from his previous life, he found it impossible to sleep when unfamiliar people were around. That sense of vigilance seemed innate. Yet, for some reason, this vigilance never manifested around Xin Yanyan. In her presence, he could always sleep soundly. Thinking of the 2 months they hadn't slept together, Xiaoyang's expression darkened. Seeing this, the Minister of War knew he should leave promptly. He quickly pulled Xiao Dunzi, bowed, and strode out. Jixiang, follow them and arrange a comfortable place for Xiao Dunzi to sleep, Xiaoyang instructed, still feeling uneasy. At this, the Minister of Works finally caught on. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will arrange everything properly. Seems this old man isn't as clueless as he seems, Xiaoyang snorted, then looked at Jixiang. Go and send a message to bring Tao Jinzi back, and summon the Minister of War as well. Jixiang bowed and left to carry out the task. At that moment, Li Nu brought in tea and pastries, placing them on the table gently. Your Majesty, You haven't eaten breakfast yet. How about having something now? What? Did you owe money to a loan shark? Xiaoyang frowned at the pastries. Or is there cinnabar in these? Damn. Li Nu hadn't expected her polite words to be met with such sharp retorts. Her face turned pale with anger, and she clenched her teeth. What do you mean? Your Majesty? I don't understand. I'm already very tired today. I really don't have the energy for your guessing games. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, get out. Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. I have something to say. Li Nu had no choice but to speak frankly. She knew this approach wouldn't work on Xiaoyang. Seeing the girl return to normal, Xiaoyang was assured the pastries were safe. He picked one up and put it in his mouth, saying indifferently, Speak up, do I need to wash my ears? No one but the Empress could tolerate this mouth. Li Nu felt another pang of sympathy for the Empress. She took a deep breath and said, It's not a big deal, but the young palace maid who served you last night, I feel she's a pitiful person. How about we let it go and not have her executed? You mentioned the Imperial selection earlier, and the Internal Affairs Bureau is nearly prepared. The selected maidens will soon enter the palace. It's normal for a few palace maids to have restless thoughts, and this girl was forced into it. If she had a choice, she wouldn't have come to your bed. Li Nu's voice grew sad as she continued. Women have always had a tough time. Most of the time, they have no choice, not even in choosing their husbands. They have to live with whomever is chosen for them. It's really hard. Xiaoyang, already feeling a headache, found his discomfort worsening as the girl prattled on. He shot her an annoyed look and said, What exactly are you trying to say? When did I ever say I wanted to execute that palace maid? Didn't I tell you to interrogate her properly? What? Not execute, just interrogate? Li Nu suddenly felt her mind wasn't working properly. She awkwardly smiled at Xiaoyang, whispering, I thought you wanted her dead. Xiaoyang looked at her helplessly, took a deep breath, and asked softly, Do I look like a tyrant who casually takes lives? Of course not. I've never seen a more wise emperor than you. It's just, this girl tried to climb into your bed, and you've always been so chaste in that regard. I didn't expect you to let it go so easily. Li Nu's voice grew softer until it was almost inaudible, as she noticed Xiaoyang's expression growing darker. Her knees weakened, and she shamefully knelt on the ground, not daring to speak. Go on, keep talking. Aren't you quite eloquent? Xiaoyang crossed his arms, smiling faintly as he looked at Li Nu kneeling before him. Li Nu hesitated, then said softly, I think you don't need to be so upset. The Empress didn't react much to this yesterday. She even said that as the Empress, she should be magnanimous. In fact, you're doing this for the Empress's reputation. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's expression darkened further. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. Get out. Just one word, filled with fury, like a thunderous roar. Li Nu dared not say more and scurried away. That was close, almost lost my life. Scared me to death, woo-woo. Li Nu leaned against the wall, gently patting her chest. Indeed, being with the Emperor is like being with a tiger. Jinyu appeared out of nowhere, standing beside her, saying calmly, I told you earlier, we can't interfere with the Emperor and Empress's affairs. You didn't believe me, but now you see, don't you? Hearing this, Li Nu felt even more frustrated. She gave him an annoyed look and said, Do you have nothing better to do today? I have things to do, but I saw you were upset, so I came to comfort you. Are you all right? Jinyu gave a mysterious smile. Chapter 397, Dust Covered. Watching him like this, Li Nu felt a wave of exasperation and rolled her eyes, saying impatiently, I was fine to begin with, but now seeing you like this, it's hard to stay fine. After saying that, she felt even more frustrated and rubbed her nose, murmuring softly, Actually, I didn't have any complicated thoughts. Not only do I not understand, I truly don't understand. Why would the Emperor act like this? As the Emperor, opening the harem and allowing beautiful women to enter, expanding the family line, is something that should naturally be done. Hearing this, Jinyu also awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling a bit helpless as he said, I think this matter has nothing to do with us. We just need to do our jobs well, right? Yes, we just need to do our jobs well, Li Nu mumbled, lowering her head, then glanced at the imperial study before turning and walking towards another direction. Seeing her like this, Jian Yu shook his head helplessly, sighed, and then disappeared. When Tao Jinzi entered the palace, he was covered in dust, clearly having just returned from a business trip outside. He awkwardly patted the dust off his clothes and said softly, "Sorry, I was afraid you'd be in a hurry, so I came over without changing my clothes." Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt even more exasperated. "Stop with that act. I know exactly what you're trying to do, play the victim, right? How come this guy is so hard to trick now?" Tao Jinzi felt a bit guilty and lowered his head, whispering, "So, how much exactly do you need?" 1,000,000 taels. Hee, not too much, right? Xiaoyang grinned at Tao Jinzi. What? Although Tao Jinzi had anticipated the amount would be large, hearing it now, he still felt his entire being was in turmoil. He looked at Xiaoyang, feeling utterly defeated. "Why do you need so much money? What are you planning to do?" "What do you think I'm going to do?" Xiaoyang smiled. "I already told you before, to expand your business territory. Didn't you listen? Can't you even come up with 1,000,000 taels now?" Hearing this, Tao Jinzi suddenly felt that Xiaoyang was the most ruthless and unreasonable. He took a deep breath, feeling helpless, and said, "I can come up with 1,000,000 taels, but if you keep burning through money like this, I'll be gone. Please, I'm begging you, stop being so extravagant, okay?" Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang smiled and then said calmly, "Running a country is also a very costly affair. Besides, 70% of the country's wealth is in your hands. If even you say there's no money, then there really is no money." Hearing this, Tao Jinzi immediately changed his expression and said seriously, "Don't talk about 1,000,000 taels, even 10,000,000 taels, we can handle it easily." "Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to hear." Xiaoyang chuckled, winking at Tao Jinzi. All right, I'll call you whenever I need you." Damn. Tao Jinzi realized belatedly that he had been tricked again. He looked at Xiaoyang with a sense of defeat. "You just know how to cheat me out of my money, don't you?" Xiaoyang shrugged and said calmly, "This isn't me cheating you out of your money. This is me making reasonable use of resources. There are so many places in the world that need money, so I dare not be extravagant either." This was indeed true. There was no sign of extravagance in the palace. From top to bottom, everyone was frugal, and all the money was spent where it was needed most. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Tao Jinzi felt a pang of sympathy. Hesitating for a moment, he said softly, "Or, should I buy you some good food?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and said coolly, "We're not short of food and drink in the palace. Just go ahead and get the money for me. I need it urgently. Money, money, money. Every time we meet, it's all about money." Tao Jinzi suddenly felt like he was a living bank. After he left, Xiaoyang stretched lazily, finally feeling much more at ease. Soon, Fu walked in and bowed to Xiaoyang. "Your Majesty, what's the hurry? Why so urgent?" "Actually, it's nothing much. Just met some people. I told you before to strengthen the border defenses. How is that going? Also, have Zhang Jian and Qitai returned? Has Qiao Hua come over? I want to develop a navy, so find me some good swimmers." Xiaoyang grinned, pouring out all the information in one go. Fu felt his head spinning, thinking for a moment before speaking. "The border defenses have been strengthened. According to your orders, supplies have been sent, ensuring they won't go hungry and can eat and drink well. Zhang Jian and Qitai have already taken their troops back, quietly. You can rest assured. As for the navy," Fu sighed, "our capital doesn't have much water, so forming a navy might be a bit difficult. Or, perhaps we could try a nationwide recruitment." Having been with Xiaoyang for many years, Fu had picked up many strange terms. Hearing this, Xiaoyang immediately nodded. "Yes, go ahead and do it. The navy's pay will be half a level higher than the army's." "What?" Fu looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, whispering, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if the army soldiers have complaints? Instability in the military can lead to problems. Whoever is capable gets the meat. That's how it should be." What complaints? If they have complaints, let them join the Navy. As long as they pass the assessment, I'll approve. If they don't have the ability and still want to eat so much, they shouldn't be afraid of choking. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. In the world of men, there aren't so many twists and turns. The strong rule, that's the law. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Ah Fu immediately understood his intentions, nodding and saying softly, "Yes, I'll arrange this right away." There's also a personal matter. Xiaoyang took a breath and looked at him. Has your wife mentioned anything about my wife lately? Ah Fu hadn't expected the topic to change so suddenly. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, awkwardly opening his mouth and staring blankly at Xiaoyang. Why are you looking at me? I'm asking you something. Xiaoyang got impatient. This guy was usually quite sharp, but now he was just staring with big eyes like an idiot. What's going on? Ah Fu finally came to his senses and said softly, because of the selection of concubines, Tianzhao hasn't talked to me for over 2 months. Not only has she not said anything to me, but we've barely even met. What? Why are you so useless? Can't even handle your own wife? Aren't you the same? Ah Fu rubbed his nose, almost instinctively replying. Chapter 398. Lack of Freedom. What? Xiaoyang couldn't believe that Ah Fu had become so sharp-tongued now. He gritted his teeth and glared at him, saying fiercely, You little brat, do you think I won't really hit you now? Seeing Xiaoyang's angry expression, Ah Fu finally realized his mistake and hurriedly shook his head, whispering, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I was just speaking carelessly. Of course, Xiaoyang wasn't really angry. He was just feeling a bit frustrated. Shun Yinyan being strong on her own is fine, but she even makes the little maid around her so difficult to deal with. I just don't understand. What kind of karma did we brothers commit to be so thoroughly controlled by these 2 little women? Watching Xiaoyang's frustrated expression, Ah Fu smiled and then said softly, Although I don't understand what your Majesty is worrying about, I still think that being completely controlled by someone isn't necessarily a bad thing. A good thing? What good thing? Xiaoyang certainly didn't think it was a good thing. Seeing someone's spineless behavior, he felt even more disdainful and said irritably, I don't know who it was that was so unwilling to get married at first, but now that you have a wife and child, you're saying such things? Your Majesty is right. Before having a child, I really didn't know how wonderful getting married and having a family is. Now, with my wife and child at home, every day I return feels warm in my heart. Only now do I realize that when you come to this world, you always have to seek something. Ah Fu spoke these words with full gentleness in his eyes, clearly showing how satisfied he was with his married life. Watching this guy talk about these things in front of him, Xiaoyang felt even more uncomfortable. The key issue was that he was suffering from both ends. Yet this guy couldn't read the room at all, flaunting his happiness when Xiaoyang was already feeling so miserable. Get out. Xiaoyang finally couldn't take it anymore and chose the simplest and most brutal way to end this annoying conversation. Seeing Xiaoyang's angry expression, Ah Fu thought for a moment and said softly, Your Majesty has always been thinking about the Empress. If so, why not just go and see her? Didn't your Majesty once say that being concerned about face in front of your wife is a foolish act? Why are you now unable to let go of it? Xiaoyang naturally understood these reasons. It was just that their relationship was fine, and their interactions were fine as well. The only problem was that their statuses had drastically changed compared to before, which led to the current situation. Xiaoyang wasn't unwilling to see Xin Yinyan. He just didn't know how to face her. Once, he had been so resolute, but now he had to take back his words, and how could he face her after that? But now, with this situation, Xiaoyang had never believed that the world could only be controlled through sleep, but now that he was in this position, he realized that ancient emperors were actually quite unlucky. It seemed like they had an endless supply of concubines, but in reality, they were just social butterflies, and the palace was the biggest brothel. For the sake of the court, the harem, the world, and the people, this one good cucumber had to be used repeatedly. Every time he thought of this, Xiaoyang felt heartbroken, wishing he could drink 3 bowls of tonic soup. He truly felt sorry for his own body. Seeing Xiaoyang's troubled expression, Fu realized that the problem between them might be more serious than he had thought. He didn't dare to say anything more and simply bowed before turning to leave. Just like that, he left. Xiaoyang had wanted to share his frustrations with this guy, but to his surprise, the guy was now so happy with his own life that he completely ignored Xiaoyang's predicament. The imperial study was now left with only Xiaoyang alone. He sat there, feeling a bit lost. If it had been before, Shen Yinyan would have surely brought tea and snacks to comfort him by now. But ever since their argument in the prison, they hadn't seen each other. In fact, Xiaoyang was very clear that none of this was Shen Yinyan's fault, and he knew he hadn't done anything wrong either. It was just that in matters of the heart, he lacked experience, so for the moment, he didn't understand where the problem lay. He wasn't deliberately avoiding her. It was mainly because he had been too busy recently and was afraid that meeting would only make things worse, so he had to put it on hold for now. In the minister's residence, Fu returned from the palace and went straight to Tianzhao's courtyard. Perhaps because she had been feeling displeased with Xiaoyang recently, Tianzhao's expression wasn't very good when she saw Fu. She snorted, "Didn't I tell you that I'm busy with the selection of concubines these days? Don't come bothering me if there's nothing important." "I have something," Fu said, trying to appease her with a smile. "Don't be angry. We can't control other people's affairs. Besides, you're making me feel wronged for someone else's sake. How can you bear to do that? What's there to feel bad about? And how am I making you feel wronged?" Tianzhao glanced at him coldly and snorted, "Look at you, all rosy-cheeked. How could you possibly feel wronged?" At this point, Fu realized what it meant to have one person's uselessness dragging down the whole team. "I think the Emperor still has feelings for the Empress. After all, they've been devoted to each other for so many years. Moreover, the Emperor once went against the wishes of many to refuse taking concubines for the sake of the Empress. Now, it's just a matter of circumstances forcing his hand. I think this is just the Empress being petty." Fu spoke honestly. Unfortunately, he didn't have to say that. After saying these words, Tianzhao's expression immediately changed. The Empress never said she disagreed with taking concubines. It was the Emperor who insisted on not doing so. The blame fell on the Empress, while the benefits were all taken by him. Using this pretext, he eliminated many officials. "I think the Emperor is cunning and has planned every step. On the surface, it seems he's deeply in love with our Empress, but in reality, everyone is just a pawn in his hands." As she spoke, Tianzhao became angrier and couldn't help but spit out her disgust. "What?" Fu was completely shocked. He never expected that in Tianzhao's eyes, Xiaoyang could be such a despicable person. He immediately changed his expression and looked at Tianzhao seriously. "I grew up with the prince, and I know his character best. He would never." "You grew up with the prince, but now Xiaoyang is the emperor." Tianzhao was anxious. "Don't you understand? My mistress grew up with the prince too, but the prince is long gone, and now there's only the emperor left." "Emperor, emperor." At this, Fu also lowered his head and sighed. "You still don't understand. Being an emperor means having many things you can't control." Chapter 399. Still too naive. Does being an empress mean everything goes smoothly? Tianzhao sighed in frustration. "I truly don't understand why a perfectly good couple would end up in such a position. Of course, it's to survive. No one understood their initial predicament better than the two of them. It was like a vicious cycle. To survive, they had to become emperor, but once they became emperor, they couldn't live freely. By the way, what does Her Majesty think about all this now?" Fu asked curiously, looking at Tianzhao. "I've always thought the Empress was dignified and proper, so I don't think she'd really change her attitude over this, right? When men change their hearts, what's the point of a woman's anger?" Tianzhao snorted disdainfully, thinking of Shen Yinyan's haggard appearance and grumbling unhappily. "In my opinion, the Emperor is too heartless. He just announced the selection of concubines and started neglecting the Empress. Isn't he deliberately humiliating her and making a mockery of her in front of others?" At this, Fu also fell silent. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble. It was just that he felt his wife wasn't entirely wrong. Although everyone was reluctant, the list of candidates for the selection eventually landed on Xiaoyang's desk. Glancing at the list, Xiaoyang looked at Tianzhao and asked indifferently, "Has the Empress seen this?" "Her Majesty has already reviewed it carefully. These are all her meticulous choices. Please take a look, Your Majesty." Tianzhao spoke submissively, but her dissatisfaction was already boiling beneath the surface. Xiaoyang examined the backgrounds of these young women and realized that Shan Yinyan was quite adept at politics. She knew exactly how to balance the powers of various factions. The girls on the list were all daughters of influential officials from the previous dynasty, each beautiful and blooming like flowers. Once these girls entered the palace, the nobles who had been complaining would surely fall silent, and his position as emperor would be firmly secured. Although these decisions were made from a political standpoint, Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. He snorted, "Her Majesty is indeed clear-sighted. If that's the case, then there's no need to hesitate. This matter is settled. Let the candidates enter the palace, and the Empress will be in charge of their training." Since she liked to appear magnanimous, then she might as well be magnanimous to the end. Wasn't this too much? Tianzhao looked up at Xiaoyang in disbelief. She couldn't understand what Xiaoyang meant by this. Even if their former affection had faded, was it necessary to humiliate her like this? "Your Majesty, the Empress is also taking care of the Crown Prince, and with so many affairs in the harem, she might be too busy. This matter should be handled by our Internal Affairs Department. Otherwise, I can personally oversee the training of these candidates." After much deliberation, Tianzhao spoke up on Shan Yinyan's behalf, refusing the task. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled. "That's fine too. You were trained by the Empress herself, so it's the best choice for you to train them now. I hope you'll do your best. I have high hopes for you." In the Zhaoyang Palace, Tianzhao stormed in, recounting everything in vivid detail. After taking a big gulp of water, she grumbled, "Your Majesty, they're going too far." Turning around, she noticed Shan Yinyan's already pale face, and suddenly felt she might have been too harsh. She whispered, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry. It's not good for your health." Shan Yinyan clenched her teeth. "Why should I hurt myself because I'm angry?" Without another word, she picked up her child and headed straight to the Ganlu Hall, next to the imperial study. Upon entering, she didn't hesitate to shove the child into Xiaoyang's arms, and then slapped him across the face twice. Xiaoyang, caught off guard, held the child in confusion, only realizing what had happened when he felt the burning pain on both cheeks. "Shan Yinyan, what are you doing? Are you finally awake now?" The atmosphere in the room was tense, with tension palpable in the air. Linu stood on the ground, her mouth bitter, and pulled on the surprised Qianhua beside her, trying to hide her behind herself. But Shan Yinyan noticed Qianhua at that moment. She immediately recognized her as the little palace maid who had left the imperial study safely that day. Nothing had happened that night, and now she was here? What did this mean? It was self-evident. Shan Yinyan's head buzzed. Suddenly, she felt all her actions today were a joke. Calming down, she knelt directly on the ground. "This concubine has behaved improperly before the throne. Please punish me, Your Majesty." What was going on? Xiaoyang had always known that women's hearts were as deep as the ocean, but he truly couldn't understand what was happening right now. Seeing everyone kneeling on the ground, trembling, he suddenly understood. "All of you leave." With that, he handed the child to Linu. Linu couldn't wait to leave. Quickly taking the child, she pulled the still dazed Qianhua and turned to run. Xiaoyang stood there, his face swollen like a pig's, looking at Shan Yinyan, who knelt there with a stubborn expression. Unable to hold back, he laughed. Leaning in, he lifted her chin, forcing her to look at him. "Beating the emperor, I see you're quite tough." When she struck out, Shan Yinyan hadn't thought of him as the emperor. Now, facing his teasing gaze, she felt even more furious. But the Shin family still had others, and she couldn't ignore their lives. She forced herself to lower her head submissively. "This concubine." Shin Yinyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Xiaoyang, who was now close at hand. Soon, his kiss descended like a thunderbolt. Normally, Xiaoyang was very restrained, gentle, and considerate of her feelings in such matters. But at this moment, it seemed he wanted to take revenge for something, showing no mercy and forcefully pried open her lips. He pressed forward without hesitation, stirring passionately. Shin Yinyan was kissed to the point of breathlessness, unable to think. Her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck, gasping for air like a fish out of water. After 2 months of abstinence, Xiaoyang felt his patience had reached its limit. He gripped the back of her head, like a beast, devouring her fiercely. The complex palace attire hindered his movements, so he didn't hesitate to tear it apart. The fine silk turned into fragments, the sound crisp and pleasing. Worried that the two inside might fight, Linu had been waiting outside. Hearing these ambiguous sounds, her face turned red. Indeed, she was still too naive. Chapter 400. Only waiting. Linu's sister, will the emperor, will he be all right? Qianhua asked cautiously as she walked beside her. All right? How could he possibly be all right? Linu rolled her eyes in disdain, pulling Qianhua along and turning to leave. As they walked, she sighed helplessly. You're new to the palace, so you don't understand yet. You'll learn soon enough. This kind of thing happens all the time. Shin Yunyan couldn't believe her eyes when she woke up to find herself entangled with someone like this. After the passion subsided, Shin Yunyan seemed a bit annoyed and bit down hard on someone's chest. Ow! Are you trying to murder your husband? Xiaoyang winced in pain, looking at Shin Yunyan with puppy dog eyes. Why are you turning on me so fast? Shin Yunyan sat up expressionlessly and began dressing, her movements cold and deliberate. Isn't it you who's fickle? You're the emperor now. You say you want me, and when you don't, I can only wait. Isn't that right? What kind of logic was that? Xiaoyang felt a pang of guilt upon hearing her words. He frowned and looked at her, murmuring softly, Wasn't it you who was sulking first? Yes, it was me who was sulking, so now I'm reaping what I sowed, right? Shin Yunyan smiled faintly at Xiaoyang. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first. Here we go again. Xiaoyang quickly wrapped his arms around her, stopping her from leaving. All right, I get it. It's all my fault, isn't that enough? Please don't be mad at me anymore. I know you're feeling wronged, but things are like this now, and I really can't do anything about it. Shin Yunyan, being a reasonable person, softened upon hearing Xiaoyang's apology. She hesitated for a moment, then gave him a sidelong glance and sighed, I'm your wife. How could I not understand the difficulties you're facing? The court has just dealt with the Xiaozhou pavilion, and the various princes are restless. Outside, the Hongdao kingdom is eyeing us like a tiger. You're caught between internal strife and external threats. I understand all of it. Xiaoyang knew that Shin Yunyan wasn't the kind of petty woman who only knew how to sulk and be jealous. But for some reason, hearing her say these things now made him feel even more uneasy. He hesitated and murmured softly, I shouldn't have involved you in all this. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Husband and wife are one, so why say such things? Since I've decided to be your wife, to be your empress, I'm not someone who hides behind you. I've said it before, I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Your affairs are my affairs. This world is your world, but it's also ours, isn't it? Shin Yunyan smiled gently, her eyes crinkling as she looked at him. With a surge of courage, she leaned against his chest and whispered, Since ancient times, it's been customary for emperors to have a harem. You've held out for me for so long, and I'm deeply touched. I'll always understand your heart, but I love you too. I don't want you to always struggle because of me, especially in such a situation. I can't bear it. Xiaoyang, I truly am willing for the selection of consorts. Earlier, she might have been half-hearted about it, but now, seeing Xiaoyang and his eyes, her reluctance had turned into nothing but heartache. She had thought she was being clear-headed, but now she realized she was probably just what Xiaoyang had called her before, a lovesick fool. For some reason, Even though she admitted to being a lovesick fool, she didn't feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of contentment. Having reached this point, refusing would be too hypocritical. No matter how many people are by my side, you'll always be my wife, always in my heart. In my heart, everything revolves around you. Xiaoyang made a solemn promise. Shen Yunyan knew very well that promises were only valid in the moment they were made. But as long as there was a moment of sincerity, that was enough. She kissed Xiaoyang and smiled. Me too. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and then murmured, "It's almost a year since I ascended the throne, and the various princes have been requesting an audience. How could I not understand their intentions? But under the current circumstances, refusing them isn't realistic. The selection of consorts is a good thing. Why not let the princes come to witness the ceremony?" Shen Yunyan suggested, smiling at Xiaoyang. Despite their recent Cold War, Shen Yunyan had still been keeping a close eye on Xiaoyang's affairs. Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt deeply touched. He hugged Shen Yunyan tightly and kissed her passionately. "I knew my wife would be the best to me." Such affectionate words always managed to stir Shen Yunyan's heartstrings. She smiled faintly and nodded. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." When good things happen, spirits are lifted, and with the wife no longer angry, everyone was in a better mood. Yesterday, Xiaoyang had been ready to bite someone's head off during court, but today, he was as gentle as a spring breeze, speaking with unprecedented tenderness. Seeing this, Prime Minister Fong seized the opportunity and quickly brought up all the matters that required spending. In fact, these issues had been piling up for some time, but due to Xiaoyang's bad mood recently, Prime Minister Fong hadn't dared to mention them. Now that the opportunity had finally come, he naturally brought them all up. Xiaoyang, in an exceptionally good mood, didn't get angry at all. He simply said, "If these are expenses that need to be paid, then there's no need to discuss them. Just go to the Ministry of Revenue and get the money." "What?" The Minister of Revenue nearly cried upon hearing this. He knelt down immediately. "Your Majesty, I don't have the money." "You'll have it. Just go back and wait." Xiaoyang waved his hand good-naturedly, unusually not scolding him. The Minister of Revenue looked up at Xiaoyang, wide-eyed, wondering if he had misheard. The usually stingy emperor, when had he ever been this generous? Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, "Today, I'm in a rare good mood. If there's anything else that needs to be said, speak up now. You won't get this chance again." Hearing this, everyone immediately stepped forward, clamoring about their financial woes. Indeed, the late Emperor Xia had been a scoundrel, squandering the national treasury until there was almost nothing left. Now, everyone was like a parched land finally receiving rain, all of them lacking nothing but money. Xiaoyang had anticipated this situation, but now that he was facing it, he still felt a surge of anger. He snorted, "No wonder your work efficiency was so low before. It was because you were short on funds. You should have said so earlier. I don't have much, but I do have plenty of money." Chapter 401. Why even compare? The crowd was utterly astonished to discover that Xiaoyang was so incredibly wealthy. Each one looked at him with admiration, promptly submitting their bills. Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively and said indifferently, "I don't have time to go through these now. Send them all to the Ministry of Revenue. Once they've been tallied, just give me the total." With that, he stood up and announced, "Everyone has worked hard during this period. All will receive a 3-month salary bonus. Long live the Emperor. May he live 10,000 years." The crowd erupted in cheers, kneeling on the ground with heartfelt sincerity. Hearing their joyful voices, Xiaoyang's lips curled into a slight smile. He murmured softly, "Indeed, no matter the era, people come to work for money. As long as the pay is sufficient, they will always strive to perform their duties." Jixiang followed behind Xiaoyang, wanting to say that everyone was loyal and patriotic, serving the country, but for some reason, the words felt hollow and somewhat unconvincing. Returning to the imperial study, Xiaoyang looked curiously at Jixiang. "Given how difficult things are in the court, are you palace attendants faring any better?" "What?" Ji was completely taken aback. He hadn't expected such wealth to extend to him as well. He looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief, his excitement barely concealed. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Yang chuckled wryly and said softly, "Ever since ascending the throne, I've been preoccupied with affairs of the court. The harem has been managed by the empress. So, are you really that poor? The empress has already provided us with subsidies and increased our monthly salaries," Ji Xiang replied truthfully. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Then why are you acting like this? I thought you were suffering some great injustice." Ji Xiang, rarely daring to retort, muttered, "Who would ever complain about having too much money? This eunuch." Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned by the response, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. After a moment's consideration, he smiled and said softly, "If that's the case, then let's follow the court's example. Everyone gets a 3-month salary bonus. Work hard. Long live the emperor. May he live 10,000 years." Ji Xiang immediately expressed his gratitude, his excitement evident as he turned and left with a grin. Indeed, there are no people in this world who don't love money. After the emperor and empress spent a blissful night together, the gloom that had enveloped the palace dissipated. With sufficient financial rewards, the entire palace was now filled with joy and cheer. Only Qianhua huddled in a corner, staring at Li Nu with confusion written all over her face. But wasn't the empress here yesterday to argue with the emperor? How did things develop to this point? Li Nu, sister, I don't understand. Seeing Qianhua like this, Li Nu pondered for a moment before asking softly, "Let me ask you one thing. Are you genuinely willing to serve the emperor?" This, Qianhua lowered her head, unable to meet Li Nu's gaze. She whispered, "At first, I wasn't willing, but after meeting the emperor, I am willing." As expected, Li Nu knew that Xiao Yang's face was a temptation no woman could resist. Where in the world could there be a woman who could withstand it? Looking at Qianhua, Li Nu thought for a moment and then said softly, "I can't make the decision on this, but I can tell you that in the emperor's heart, the empress will always be the most important, incomparable to anyone else. So, you'd best think carefully about what you truly want. Wanting too much might end up backfiring on you." With that, she turned and walked away. Previously, Li Nu had felt sympathy for this woman caught in circumstances beyond her control. But now, she understood that such helplessness was nonsense. Ultimately, it was a matter of personal desire. Feeling somewhat frustrated, she leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. Suddenly, Jianyu appeared beside her like a ghost, smiling at her. "I told you not to be so soft-hearted. So you're here just to laugh at me?" Li Nu shot him a glare, her voice tinged with annoyance. "Look at you, gloating like that." Seeing her genuinely upset, Jianyu dared not tease her further. He pulled out a ring from somewhere and handed it to her. "It's made of pearls. I remember you once told me you liked pearls." Looking at the ring, Li Nu frowned. "What do you mean by this?" "The emperor said that the most useless thing in the world is regret, and the second most useless is worrying about things that haven't happened." Jianyu smiled softly. "Although I've been trying to control myself and avoid this, I can't help but admit that I love you. I like you." "What?" Li Nu couldn't believe her ears. She widened her eyes and stared at him. "What did you just say?" "I said, I love you. I like you. I want to be with you. Let's get married. This is my betrothal gift." Jianyu took her hand, his smile gentle. This happiness came so suddenly. Li Nu still couldn't believe this was happening. She tilted her head, looking at Jianyu with confusion. "But you've always refused before." "In the past, I had no identity, no name. But now, I am Jianyu, an imperial guard. So, I believe I have the right to propose to you." Jianyu's eyes were warm and tender, a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor. Seeing this, Li Nu glanced at the pearl ring in her hand and huffed. Other people's proposals involve the 3 letters and 6 etiquettes. You're just giving me a ring? That's too unfair to me. Over the years, I've saved quite a bit of money, so I bought a house outside the palace. Now, All I need is you as the mistress of the house. Jinyu smiled softly. From now on, every penny I have will be yours. Is that okay? That's more like it. Li Nu huffed and then threw herself into his arms, muttering, You wouldn't block. I thought I'd never hear you say that in my lifetime. Ahem. Xiaoyang coughed lightly. He stood there, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched the two embrace. It seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Your Majesty. Li Nu blushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Why are you spying on us? Spying? Is this even spying? You two are doing such things in such a place. Do you really think I need to spy? Xiaoyang said with disdain. In broad daylight, and you two don't even know how to restrain yourselves. Tisk. Heh. Li Nu had personally witnessed how wild and reckless Xiaoyang had been the previous night, so when he stood there saying these things, she found him to be hypocritical and full of it. Though inwardly disdainful, Li Nu maintained a submissive appearance on the surface. Yes, servant knows her mistake. It won't happen again. She emphasized the word reckless, clearly taking a jab at Xiaoyang. Chapter 402, Clueless. Xiaoyang was as sharp as a ghost, so how could he not understand what was being implied? He stood there, tilting his head and smiling at the smug person before him. It seems I've been too lenient with you all lately, allowing such insolence from everyone. What did he mean? Li Nu had thought that such a joke would never be taken seriously by Xiaoyang, but to her surprise, he seemed genuinely upset now. Seeing Xiaoyang's change in expression, Jin Yu's first reaction was to kneel down immediately. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Li Nu spoke out of turn. She was just blabbering nonsense. Realizing the situation, Li Nu quickly joined him on her knees, looking pitiful. Your Majesty, please forgive me. It was unintentional. Watching the two of them so tense, Xiaoyang found it rather amusing. He blinked, hesitated for a moment, then said softly, You two, being so intimate behind my back and still daring to spout nonsense in front of me, it's too much. Punishment is definitely in order. Yes, it's all my fault. I forced her to stay. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Jian Yu quickly pleaded. Li Nu, however, wasn't the type to hide behind a man. So, when she heard this, she rolled her eyes and huffed. Your Majesty, don't blame anyone else. I kissed him. At this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but burst into laughter. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the two of them nervously, and said coolly, In that case, I'll punish you by ordering you to get married on the 5th day of next month and take a half-month leave. With that, he turned and walked away. What did that mean? The two of them remained kneeling, feeling a strange sense of relief. They looked at each other, puzzled about what had just happened. It was Li Nu who finally caught on first, grabbing Jinyu and giggling, Hee hee, that's great. We can get married. Hearing the word marriage, Jinyu finally snapped out of his shock, looking at her in disbelief. Really? Is this true? Yes. Not only can we get married, but it's also a royal decree with half a month off. This is fantastic. Hee hee. I knew our emperor is the best in the world. Li Nu was ecstatic. She happily hugged Jinyu, kissing his face repeatedly. Finally, Jinyu realized what was happening and embraced her tightly, the two of them laughing together. Not far away, Qianhua watched the two of them hugging and laughing, feeling a pang of envy. She thought to herself, if only I could be with the emperor like that. With that thought, Qianhua quickly averted her gaze and, carrying tea and snacks, quietly made her way to the imperial study. She carefully placed the tray on the table, glancing at Xiaoyang timidly and whispering, Your Majesty, please have some tea. Hearing the voice, Xiaoyang felt it was somewhat familiar. He frowned and looked over. He immediately recognized her as the little palace maid who had once tried to climb into his bed. Why are you here? Didn't Li Nu find you a proper place? Xiaoyang asked, raising his teacup with curiosity. Li Nu had always been efficient in her duties. How could such a small matter not be resolved yet? Upon hearing this, Qianhua's heart raced. She lowered her eyes and meekly replied, Your Majesty has a sharp eye. I couldn't bear to leave you, so I begged Sister Li Nu to let me stay. Heh, Xiaoyang wasn't a fool. How could he not see through her intentions? He raised an eyebrow, setting down his teacup, and said indifferently, "So, you like me and wish to serve me, to be by my side?" Although Qianhua had indeed harbored such thoughts, she never expected Xiaoyang to be so blunt about it. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, her face flushed with embarrassment as she remained silent, displaying all the shyness of a young maiden. Seeing her reaction, Xiaoyang chuckled lightly. "Originally, Li Nu told me you were forced into this, and I felt a bit sorry for you. But now it seems you were just taking the opportunity." "Your Majesty?" Qianhua looked up, shocked. I didn't mean that. Li Nu is the head maid of the Imperial Study. You should address her as aunt. What gives you the audacity to call her sister? Even if you truly wish to serve in the Imperial Study, a maid of your status should start with cleaning duties. How dare you presume to approach me? Ji Xiang. Xiaoyang had finally lost patience and shouted. Ji Xiang hurried in, startled to see Qianhua kneeling on the floor. When did this girl sneak in? Seeing Ji Xiang's expression, Xiaoyang knew he was unaware of the situation. This only increased his anger. He slammed the table and snapped, Well, I didn't realize my Imperial Study has become a sieve, allowing any stray cat or dog to waltz in. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I deserve to die." Ji Xiang immediately realized the gravity of the situation and knelt down, trembling. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang snorted coldly. "You know you deserve to die, so why don't you go ahead and do it?" "Your Majesty, I deserve death, but please give me a chance to make amends. Please forgive me." Ji Xiang, an old man, was kneeling and pleading, looking pitiful. Xiaoyang hadn't really intended to kill him. Seeing his pitiful state, he snorted disdainfully and said irritably, "I know you're old and losing your eyesight. Take this little maid away and teach her some manners." "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty." Ji Xiang glared harshly at Qianhua on the ground. Although Ji Xiang often appeared loyal and honest in front of Xiaoyang, in the eyes of the young eunuchs and maids, this head eunuch was still quite intimidating. Once outside, Ji Xiang showed no mercy, kicking Qianhua to make her kneel in the courtyard. "Come, slap her." Ji Xiang barked coldly, his face stern. Qianhua kowtowed heavily. "Please spare me, Your Excellency. I know I was wrong." Slap. A nearby young eunuch stepped forward, his arms swinging wildly, showing no mercy. Today, despite only one little maid sneaking in, the Emperor had already begun to doubt their capabilities. If not for the Emperor's mercy, they might all be dead by now. Such an impudent little wretch deserved nothing less than death. Thinking this, the eunuch's blows grew even harsher, as if he wanted to beat this unobservant wretch to death. After dozens of slaps, Qianhua's face was swollen beyond recognition, no longer the fresh and lovely appearance she once had. Chapter 403. It's not too late to regret now. With ambitions higher than the sky but a fate thinner than paper, who does she think she is to dream of climbing onto the Emperor's bed? Drag her away and teach her a lesson. Ji Xiang scoffed, waving his hand dismissively as if the matter had been settled. Qianhua couldn't believe this was her current fate. She lay on the filthy ground, clenching her fists in frustration. That night, she had clearly felt the Emperor's special attention towards her. But why had everything changed within just 2 or 3 days? Why? After Li Nu and Jian Yu finished their intimate moment, they returned and learned about this incident. Li Nu looked apologetically at Ji Xiang and whispered, "Eunuch, I'm sorry, truly sorry. I never expected this girl to be so reckless." Ji Xiang, of course, wouldn't really blame Li Nu. He merely snorted coldly, "This girl looks smart, but in reality, she's a fool. She wasted your kindness. But since she was under your care, it's up to you to decide what to do next. She's now in the firewood room. Go and take a look." With that, he turned and left. Li Nu began to regret her actions. She finally understood why her master had warned them during training that they must not develop emotions in their line of work. Indeed, A moment of impulse had brought her such a big trouble. Feeling frustrated, Li Nu headed straight to the firewood room. Upon entering, she saw Qianhua lying pitifully on the ground. She sighed, somewhat helplessly. It seems you weren't telling the truth before. Sister Li Nu. You should call me Auntie. Qianhua was stunned by this. Li Nu was her only support in the imperial study. If even she turned her back, Qianhua would truly be left with no one. Tears streamed down Qianhua's face as she choked out, I really don't know what I did wrong. I only saw the emperor working hard and wanted to bring in some tea and snacks. But the emperor got angry. Do you want to serve the emperor and become one of his concubines? Li Nu asked curiously, studying her. Qianhua was shocked that her thoughts had been so bluntly exposed. She lowered her head, remaining silent. So, were you lying to me before? Li Nu still cared about this. Qianhua immediately looked up, her eyes filled with an unspoken determination. She shook her head. At first, it was my aunt who forced me to come here. But now, after meeting the emperor, I do so willingly. I only wish to serve him, not for anything else, but to be by his side every day. That would be enough for me. Seeing her like this, Li Nu didn't know what to say. She looked at her with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, then said lightly, You should understand how the emperor feels about the empress. Even if he were to select new concubines now, his heart wouldn't truly be with any other woman. No, I don't seek the emperor's love. I only beg him to let me stay and serve by his side, Qianhua pleaded, tugging at Li Nu's sleeve. Please, sister, I beg you. Help me, won't you? Stubborn and unyielding, Li Nu had initially wanted to give Qianhua a way out, but now, seeing her like this, she finally understood what it meant to waste kindness on someone undeserving. She pulled her hand away and said, The emperor once said something that fits this situation perfectly. What? Qianhua looked at her, confused. Let go of the desire to help others and respect their fate, Li Nu said coldly before turning and leaving. After stepping out, Li Nu glanced back and said indifferently, Find her aunt and send her back. She's never to approach the imperial study again. Only now did Qianhua, who had been blinded by her desires, realize the consequences of being sent back. She knew better than anyone what fate awaited her. No, please, Sister Li Nu. I know I was wrong. Please, don't send me back. I'll die. My aunt will kill me. But Li Nu wouldn't turn back. Sometimes, one lesson was enough. Li Nu, feeling somewhat depressed, carried tea and snacks into the imperial study, murmuring, Your Majesty, I've already eaten. What's with your expression? Have I wronged you? Xiaoyang said with a faint smile, amused by her demeanor. Little girl, first time trying to be kind and got played, huh? Hearing this, Li Nu felt even more disheartened. She muttered, Master once said we shouldn't get too emotional, and I thought he was mistaken. But now I realize, he was truly a seer. Emotions are such a bother. You've just placed your trust in the wrong person, that's all, Xiaoyang said, offering a bit of consolation as he saw her dejected expression. Unfortunately, his words didn't quite hit the mark. Li Nu looked at Xiaoyang and said, The candidates will be arriving this afternoon. Here, take a look at this. She handed him a small booklet. These are the beauties prepared for you by the regional princes. Pick one. Xiaoyang knew this would happen. Once the door was opened, it would never close. These beauties sent by the princes weren't really beauties at all. They were thorny problems. But since they had returned to the capital, refusing them would be out of the question. With a smile, Xiaoyang said, Well, I've got plenty of money now. Let's take them all in. Just inform the inner treasury to manage their dowries uniformly. Li Nu was shocked. She hadn't expected Xiaoyang to be so shameless. Your Majesty, you're even eyeing the concubines' dowries? Everything in the world belongs to me. Why shouldn't I? Li Nu had no rebuttal. She could only nod obediently and turn to make the arrangements. Tian Zhao, who had been upset about the selection of concubines, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. She immediately brought the news to Zhaoyang Palace. Your Majesty, the Emperor really knows how to do it. Tianzao giggled. When Shun Yunyan heard the news, she couldn't help but laugh as well. How could he be like this? It's just too perfect. Your Majesty, are you not angry anymore? Tianzao leaned closer. The candidates will be arriving this afternoon. After training, they'll be presented for selection. So, Your Majesty, it's not too late to regret now. Chapter 404. How to calm down. Regret? By the time things had escalated to this point, regret was already too late. Shun Yunyan watched Tianzao's behavior and felt another surge of anger. She said irritably, "Well, you little brat, you've really become more and more bold, even teasing me now? Oh, my lady, how could I dare? I'm just worried about you, hee hee." Tianzao grinned at Shun Yunyan and whispered, "That's more like it, my lady. Before, you were always so melancholy, and I thought you were really going to give up your life for a man." If it were before, Tianzao would never have dared to say such a thing, mainly because she hadn't thought of it herself. She smiled and then spoke softly, "Maybe it's because I've spent so much time with the Emperor and Empress. I've changed. Before, I thought women could only live by relying on men, but now, I know that women can live well on their own." Seeing Tianzao's adorable appearance, Shun Yunyan's lips curled into a faint smile. She whispered, "Tianzao, we've grown up together since we were little. Seeing you so happy makes me feel comfortable too. I have no way back, but you do? So, you must live well, understand?" Tianzao always felt that when Shun Yunyan spoke to her, something was off, but she couldn't quite figure out what it was. She nodded obediently and said, "Yes, I understand. We all must live well." Hearing this, Shun Yunyan finally seemed satisfied. Ensure the selection process is carried out properly, understood? As for the beauties sent by the princes, arrange them in the rooms closest to the imperial study. Tianzao was stunned upon hearing this. She looked at Shun Yunyan with wide eyes and whispered, "My lady, even if you're not concerned about these things anymore, there's no need to be so proactive, is there? Just do as I say." Shun Yunyan waved her hand and smiled at her. "I want to see how the Emperor will enjoy the favors of these beauties." What kind of strange, mischievous interest is this? Tianzao, as the head of the inner household, had many things to handle. Even though she wanted to stay and talk more with Shun Yunyan, she had to turn and leave. After she left, Shun Yunyan spat out a mouthful of black blood and then naturally took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Shun Yunyan took a deep breath, walked over, and hugged the baby in her arms. Her lips curved slightly as she said, "Song'er, don't be afraid. Mother will be with you. Mother will always be with you." In the southern frontier, the princess's residence, Nangong Kong looked at Nanyuaner with a slight frown. "You honor, what's wrong? I feel like you've been preoccupied ever since we returned from Great Xia. Is something bothering you?" "No," Nanyuaner snapped back to reality and leaned against Nangong Kong. She whispered, "I just feel like we should have a child, don't you think?" "A child?" Nangong Kong was embarrassed upon hearing this. His face turned red as he whispered, "Does the princess really want to have a child with me? Although I think having a child is a terrifying thing, but if it's for you, I'm willing." Nanyuaner played with Nangong Kong's fingers and said with a hint of frustration, "Actually, having a child isn't that hard, but raising it safely is a bit difficult, especially." "I'll protect our child." Nangong Kong interrupted her and added with a smile, "And I'll protect you too." Hearing this, Nanyuaner chuckled softly and kissed him. Nangong Kong's face turned even redder. Princess? Aren't we going to have a child? Let's start working on it now." Nanyuaner smiled gently, wrapping her arms around his neck and deepening the kiss. At that moment, Nanyuaner's personal maid, Heirs, rushed over and then quickly left. "I'm so sorry." Nanyuaner let go of Nangong Kong, but didn't move out of his embrace. Instead, she crossed her arms and looked displeased at Heirs. "What is it? What's going on?" "The Emperor has summoned you to the palace." Heirs was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to bury herself in. "Brother is really something." Nanyuaner muttered in annoyance, and then pulled Nangong Kong out. Such matters between a husband and wife were natural, and although being seen was a bit awkward, it was also quite justified. The two of them went to the palace together, and Nanuaner quickly sensed that the atmosphere in the palace was somewhat off. She walked over and curiously looked at the Southern Emperor and Empress. "Are you two fighting?" "No." The Southern Emperor snorted, but the Empress appeared somewhat aggrieved. She pulled Nanuaner close and whispered, "The Emperor intends to send a princess to Great Xia." "What?" Nanuaner's face changed upon hearing this. "Brother, are you crazy? Which sister are you going to send to Xiaoyang?" "Xiaoyang is currently expanding his harem, and beauties are being sent from all countries and vassal states. Could we not send one as well?" The Southern Emperor snorted. He looked at Nanuaner and declared, "In any case, I'm not sending you." This. Nanuaner was even more incredulous. "That's impossible. Before we left, Xiaoyang was dead set against it. How could he be willing now?" "Well, he's willing now. As for why, how would I know? I called you here to discuss who to send." The Southern Emperor snorted. Clearly, he had already made up his mind about this matter. This. Nanuaner subconsciously took a step back and whispered, "Brother, how can I bring this up? I think you should decide yourself. After all, I have 3 older sisters who haven't married yet. Why don't you just send all of them?" These 3 princesses' mothers were of low rank, so they weren't very favored. That's why they were older than Nanuaner, but still unmarried. What? The Empress was completely caught off guard by Nanuaner's suggestion. Her face changed, and she frowned at Nanuaner. "After all, they are your sisters. How can you speak so lightly about this? They may be my sisters, but their birth rank is low. Even if they stay in the southern frontier, they'll just marry into middle-class families. Now they can go to Xiaoyang and enter the palace as concubines. Isn't that good?" Nanuaner looked at the Empress in confusion. "Sister-in-law, you don't have much impression of them. Why are you so concerned about this?" This. The Empress looked guilty and lowered her head, unable to speak. At this point, the Southern Emperor finally realized something was wrong. What's going on? Actually, they've already been sent to the homes of high-ranking officials, so, the Empress stammered and then knelt down. "Your Majesty, I truly didn't know we were supposed to arrange a marriage with Great Xia." This. The Southern Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. "You're bold. Even though their birth rank is low, they are still of royal blood. How could you just give them to ministers to be played with? Are you trying to humiliate me? Please calm down, Your Majesty. The sister didn't mean it." Nangong Kong quickly knelt down to plead for mercy. Calm down? In this situation, how could he calm down? Chapter 405. Royal Bloodline. The Southern Emperor's face turned pale with anger as he glared at the Southern Empress, grinding his teeth. "There aren't many women in the palace now, and there are only 3 or 4 offspring. You are the Empress, and you have a legitimate son by your side. I really don't understand what you are trying to gain by currying favor with these ministers. Do you know what kind of crime it is for the harem to court ministers? Or are you so impatient to become the Empress Dowager?" The Southern Emperor snorted. The wrath of an emperor can lead to the deaths of millions. Although the Southern Emperor usually seemed easygoing, when truly angered, he was quite terrifying. The Southern Empress knelt on the ground, trembling. "Your Majesty, I did not. I truly only wanted to find a good future for a few of my sisters. Those ministers, though, are all high-ranking." At this point, she realized something was amiss and immediately fell silent. Although she did not continue, everyone in the room had already understood. Princess Nanuan looked at her sister-in-law with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "No wonder you weren't very supportive of my marriage to a Kong earlier. So it's because a prince consort can't hold a high official position. My sister-in-law, your son is only 3 years old. Isn't it a bit too early to start paving his way? Besides, my brother has always doted on you. Why go to such lengths?" Princess Nanuan was also puzzled. The Southern Empress knew she was in the wrong. She knelt there, lowering her voice. "Yes, it's all my fault, but I am also a mother who loves her child. The Emperor is in the prime of his life, and there will be many more offspring in the future. Moreover, Moreover, by then I will be old and faded. What if? This was the sorrow of every woman, so it wasn't a big deal that the Southern Empress thought this way. But the key issue was that those were princesses, members of the royal family, and how could they be used to court ministers? This was tantamount to not respecting the entire Southern Dynasty royal family. Even though she was his own sister, Nangong Kong still felt that this time, his sister had gone too far. Your Majesty, my sister was just momentarily confused. Please don't blame her. She is a mother and only loves her child. Nangong Kong began to kowtow. Seeing her husband like this, Princess Nanyuan felt helpless. She looked at the Southern Emperor. Brother, it's too late to be angry now. You don't have any princesses left to use. How are you going to win over the summer court? Who said I need to win him over? The Southern Emperor was filled with rage again, frowning at Princess Nanyuan. You're already married. Don't you understand even this little thing? Princess Nanyuan clearly hadn't expected her brother to snap at her and immediately felt wronged. What are you yelling at me for? It's not like I'm the one who sent the sisters away. Besides, I was against this from the start. Do you really think the summer court will treat our people sincerely? Once the time is right, it's just a death sentence. Sending them to ministers is shameful, but sending them to the summer court is risking their lives. Princess Nanyuan passionately retorted. Get out. All of you, get out. The Empress is confined to her quarters and may not leave without my summons. The Southern Emperor roared, driving everyone out. The Southern Empress, who had been married to him for so many years, had never seen him so enraged. Her heart was filled with grievance. After everyone left, the Southern Empress finally broke down in tears. I truly didn't know I would ruin His Majesty's plans. The Southern Empress pitifully looked at Princess Nanyuan. In this situation, the only one who could speak on her behalf in front of the Southern Emperor was probably Princess Nanyuan. Princess Nanyuan, meeting the Southern Empress's pitiful gaze, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After hesitating, she whispered, Sister-in-law, do you really think brother is angry about this? He's angry because you used my sisters without permission. Although they were of humble birth, they are still part of our royal bloodline. Sister-in-law, you've gone too far. Just because you come from a noble background, do you think they are just playthings in your hands? After saying this, she gave the Southern Empress a cold look and turned to leave. The Southern Empress never expected that these seemingly insignificant princesses could cause such a big trouble for her. Seeing Princess Nanyuan walk away so decisively, the Southern Empress felt wronged and turned to her brother, whispering, Do you also believe I am at fault? Sister, you are too willful and too hasty. Now that the Emperor is furious, who knows what will happen next? If it inadvertently implicates the family, what then? Nangong Kong said, looking at his sister with a mix of frustration and concern. The Southern Empress didn't feel she had done anything wrong. Hearing her brother also blame her, her face changed instantly. She snapped, How dare you blame me? Who is responsible for things turning out this way? I had already picked out a respectable lady for you. But you insisted on becoming a prince consort, and now you have no hope in your career. If I didn't do this, what else could I do? As an uncle, when have you ever thought about your little nephew? Nangong Kong never expected that in the end, the blame would fall on him. Was this now his fault? Sister, you're crazy. Nangong Kong shouted and turned to leave. Although Princess Nanyuan had left decisively earlier, she hadn't really left. She entered the imperial study through a side door. Watching her brother sit there, fuming, she approached with a sense of helplessness and whispered, Brother, what's going on? I am just disappointed. The Southern Emperor gritted his teeth. I always thought she was virtuous, but I never expected. Brother? Princess Nanyuan heard this and immediately felt amused. She glanced at him and said lightly, Others might not know, but can't I? If it weren't for sister-in-law's help, you wouldn't be sitting on the throne now. So you can't be ungrateful, do you understand? If it weren't for you being so infatuated with that little beauty recently and hurting sister-in-law's feelings, would she have done this? I think this whole thing boils down to your fault. Princess Nanyuan hit the nail on the head. The Southern Emperor, already furious, now looked even more displeased hearing his sister's words. He gritted his teeth. I am the Emperor. Having a harem is only natural. Sure, but you should go to sister-in-law's bed on the 1st and 15th, shouldn't you? Princess Nanyuan snorted. When else can you dote on your little darling? But why break the rules? The Southern Emperor awkwardly tugged at his hair. It was just an accident. She had a headache, and I was worried, so I want to check on her. Get out of here. You're the Emperor. You've seen these tricks before. Don't play dumb with me. Arguing with sister-in-law is no big deal, but what were you thinking about sending people to the summer court? Who would you send? Princess Nanyuan leaned in curiously, looking at the Southern Emperor. Hearing this, the Southern Emperor frowned. What do you think? Since she stole your sister, then you can steal her sister. A daughter of the Nangong family wouldn't be a disgrace to the summer court, would it? Princess Nanyuan chuckled, offering a solution. In the summer palace, the imperial study. What are these people coming here for? Don't they think I'm busy enough? Chapter 406, Fragile. Xiaoyang looked at the letters from the other 3 countries, his face dark with anger. Your Majesty, ever since you opened your harem, the whole world has been in an uproar. Li Nu stepped forward, clearly enjoying the situation. Even Tianzao, standing nearby, couldn't help but hide a smirk behind her lowered head. Seeing this, Xiaoyang was speechless. You two mischievous girls, why don't you laugh out loud? Your Majesty, it's really nothing. This is just an ordinary matter, isn't it? Li Nu spoke earnestly, looking at Xiaoyang. Since you're taking concubines, any beauty is eligible to enter. So why are you so troubled? Just accept them all. Heh. Xiaoyang felt a headache whenever he thought about these matters. However, he knew Li Nu was right. He tossed the letters to Tianzao and said indifferently, from now on, there's no need to report these trivial matters to me. Just handle them directly. All women will be treated equally. Those without dowry will not be considered.
Yes.
Tianzao responded and left. No sooner had she gone than, how dare you? Li Nu shouted angrily. You dare insult our Emperor of Xia? Are you looking for death? Yang Feiyu wasn't intimidated by the threat. He stepped forward, glaring at Xiaoyang with clenched teeth. You said you wouldn't take anyone. So what's this about now? Do you know how much effort we put in to convince young Xuanya not to marry you? But now, what are you doing? Seeing his furious expression, Xiaoyang felt both amused and helpless. He shrugged, feeling exasperated. I'm expanding my harem. What does that have to do with you? Are you jealous of me? Nonsense. Yang Feiyu was so angry that his words were beginning to lose their filter. Seeing this, Xiaoyang also became annoyed. He looked at Yang Feiyu coldly. You're being too impudent. Do you really think I have no temper? Yang Feiyu felt wronged. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Now, that foolish girl Yang Xuanya insists on marrying you. What do you plan to do? How about giving her the position of imperial noble consort? Xiaoyang smiled, looking at Yang Feiyu. What? Yang Feiyu had expected Xiaoyang to firmly refuse again, but to his surprise, You agreed? Yang Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Are you serious, or just humoring me? Why would I humor you? Your ego is enormous, Xiaoyang said with disdain. He sighed, feeling frustrated. I'm quite annoyed myself. Let's change the subject. How about I change my clothes and we go out for a drink? Drink? I'm in no mood for drinking. Yang Feiyu was preoccupied with thoughts of his sister, but Xiaoyang didn't wait for a response. He changed his clothes and started heading out. Since Xiaoyang was leaving, Yang Feiyu staying behind would be pointless, so he reluctantly followed. The two men walked through a winding underground passage to leave the palace and found a quiet tavern outside. They sat down to drink. After a couple of cups, Xiaoyang spoke gloomily. Do you think I'm happy about taking concubines? I thought I could hold on to my principles. Now, I realize how helpless one can be when circumstances change. What kind of nonsense is that? Yang Feiyu couldn't make sense of what Xiaoyang was saying. He frowned, giving Xiaoyang an annoyed look. As an emperor, having a harem is perfectly normal. I really don't understand what you're so conflicted about. Yes, in your era, it's taken for granted that an emperor should have a harem. But I'm not from this era. Xiaoyang stood up and sat by the window, gazing outside. He had been in this world for about 3 to 5 years, or maybe longer. He couldn't quite remember. Squinting, he thought about the era he came from and murmured, "In the time I lived, things were different. A man could only have one wife. If he had a third person, it would be a source of ridicule." But at this point, Xiaoyang suddenly turned back and smiled. But you're right. No matter the era, there are always people who play around. What kind of nonsense is that? Yang Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang and could tell that he was genuinely suffering. But Yang Feiyu couldn't understand why he was suffering. The world was so beautiful, and half of it belonged to him. What more could he possibly want? Do you really like the Empress so much? Yang Feiyu asked, puzzled. Like? Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment, and then looked down. Yes, I like her very much. The kind of like that you want to spend your life with. Forget it. I can't figure out what you're thinking. You've always been strange since you were born. Yang Feiyu continued drinking. Yang Xuanya, that fool, begged His Majesty to let her marry you, and she even wants to bring a hefty dowry. She's my only sister, the youngest. I don't ask for much. Just promise me you'll treat her well. Don't let her regret it. Don't make her suffer, okay? Hearing this, Xiaoyang immediately nodded. I promise you. So easily? Perhaps because Xiaoyang agreed so readily, it didn't seem very credible. Yang Feiyu frowned, looking at him. I'm serious. I promised you, Xiaoyang repeated impatiently, annoyed. I said I promise you. What more do you want? I'll give you 3 brothels as part of my sister's dowry. Yang Feiyu leaned forward, handing him 3 deeds. Seeing the deeds, Xiaoyang could tell that Yang Feiyu truly cared for his sister. Xiaoyang smiled, taking the deeds. These are your life's work. Are you really willing to part with them? Of course, I'm reluctant, but I care more about my sister. Yang Feiyu snorted. I'm not leaving Xia. If my sister ever gets mistreated here, I'll beat you up. Xiaoyang found his attitude somewhat childish and snorted in disdain. I won't give you the chance. Say, who do you think Chu will send over? Yang Feiyu asked curiously. I heard there are no eligible princesses in Chu. Heh, I bet Chu Xiaoyao is really struggling now. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes, annoyed. Enough of your nonsense. What about the investigation into the Rainbow Island Kingdom? How's that going? I've never heard of that country before. After investigating, I found a serious issue. That country is even more despicable than we imagined. Yang Feiyu's face was full of disdain. Who knows where those little brats came from, acting so arrogant? A tiny place with grand ambitions. I support you wiping them out. They all deserve to die. Seeing his righteous indignation, Xiaoyang was speechless. He glanced at Yang Feiyu. If I recall correctly, your mother is from that region. How can you so confidently curse them? Chapter 407. The selection begins. Although my mother is from there, she was abandoned by them. They're just perverts. I investigated and found out they're best at seduction techniques. Who knows how many beauties there are across these 4 nations? Yang Feiyu rolled his eyes, clearly exasperated. This did seem to align with their usual behavior. All right, I got it. Don't worry, I'm a bit busy right now, but once I have time, I'll make them beg for mercy. Xiaoyang snorted coldly, already plotting their annihilation. Such inherently flawed beings were better off extinct, lest they survive to wreak havoc on the world. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Yang Feiyu frowned slightly, hesitating before asking, Am I imagining things? Or do you seem especially hateful towards the Rainbow Island Kingdom? None of your business. Just focus on your own tasks, Xiaoyang retorted, rolling his eyes before turning to leave. Being emperor meant losing personal freedom, so staying out too long was troublesome. Returning to the palace, Xiaoyang couldn't resist heading to the Zhaoyang Palace. Seeing him enter, Shun Yunyan immediately stepped forward, smiling. I thought you'd never set foot in my Zhaoyang palace again. Xiao Yang said nothing, pulling her into an embrace as if a wrong child. What was going on? Feeling his unusual state, Shun Yunyan gently patted his back, softly asking, What's wrong? Nothing, just tired. I'm tired. Xiao Yang leaned on her. I don't know why, but I'm so tired. Hold me, please. Was this him acting spoiled? Linger, standing nearby, watched in disbelief. Was this the same decisive emperor who ruled with an iron fist during the day? Terrifying, truly terrifying. Shin Yunyan had never felt such vulnerability in Xiao Yang. Hesitating, she hugged him, signaling others to leave with her eyes. After exiting, Linger was still in shock. Compared to Linger's astonishment, Li Nu was much calmer. She smiled at Linger's flustered state. Next time, be quicker. If you see them together, you should leave. Otherwise, seeing something you shouldn't would be troublesome, understand? Li Nu, how can you say such things so bluntly? Linger chuckled, bemused. We've served in the palace for years. We've seen all sorts of absurdities. I'm just curious how the emperor could be so good at acting spoiled. That was a hard question to answer. Even Li Nu had questioned reality the first time she saw Xiao Yang act this way. After a while, Xiao Yang seemed to recover, leaning on her and mumbling, It's been so long since I last came. Don't you miss me? Hee hee, Shin Yunyan forced a laugh. You're aware, aren't you? I know, of course I know. You're angry, right? You're mad at me for not keeping my word, aren't you? Xiao Yang murmured, holding her. Only then did Shin Yunyan realize he was drunk. A sovereign drunk in the middle of the day? How disgraceful. After a moment of disdain, she sighed, I'm not mad at you. Yet you keep bringing it up. Do you want me to comfort you instead? Hearing this, Xiao Yang seemed to sober up a bit. Right, I'm shameless. I'm really shameless, aren't I? Yes, shameless, but understandable, Shin Yunyan said frankly. Xiao Yang, now in his position, rarely heard the truth. Hearing it from Shan Yunyan felt oddly familiar. He smiled, pecking her cheek. I knew you'd always understand me. I love you, Yunyan. I love you so much. Once, Xiao Yang often spoke such sweet words. Initially, Shin Yunyan was unaccustomed, but later, she accepted and even enjoyed them. Now, hearing them made her chest ache. She gazed at him, lovingly tracing his features. I love you too. If I could accompany you to the end of time, I'd bear any slander to ensure no one else stands by your side. But I can't, Xiao Yang. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Her chest ached, her eyes reddening as she gently stroked him. Initially, both were melancholic, but Xiao Yang soon snapped out of it, pulling her into a passionate kiss. Have another daughter for me. I want another daughter. Was this the time to talk about having children? Where had the fragile, sorrowful man gone? Now only a relentless conqueror remained. A day and night, they called for water 6 times. Linger was utterly speechless, looking at the composed Li Nu, realizing she still had much to learn. The selection process, delayed day after day, finally arrived at the final round. Early morning, Shin Yunyan personally helped Xiao Yang dress, smiling. Today's the first meeting with the beauties. You should dress up nicely? Is it me choosing them, or are they choosing me? Xiao Yang felt confused, grumbling. You're dressing me like a peacock. What if they fall for me? Shin Yunyan pushed his head away. Once they're in the palace, you'll be full of energy. Don't try to act cute here. Xiao Yang pouted, pulling her close. Come with me. The final selection is traditionally attended by both the emperor and empress. Shin Yunyan rolled her eyes. I'm curious what kind of beauties there are too. Laughing and chatting, they made their way to the imperial selection hall. The selected candidates waited there, ready to be chosen. Xiao Yang held Shan Yunyan's hand, sitting down. Soon, Tianzhao led the girls into the hall. Xiao Yang had only seen selections on TV before, unaware of how intricate the real process was. These girls had been through multiple layers of selection, so those standing before Xiao Yang were the cream of the crop. From voluptuous to slender, demure to vivacious, All types were represented. At 15 or 16, they were like buds ready to bloom. Even Shun Yunyan, a woman, found herself dazzled. Though not a lecher, Xiaoyang appreciated beauty. After a glance, he smiled. Seems Tianzhao did a good job. Shin Yunyan glanced at him. Does the emperor have any favorites? Xiaoyang scratched his head awkwardly. Does the empress have any preferences? What kind of question was that? Shin Yunyan huffed, smiling. I think they're all lovely. So tender. They'll surely serve the emperor well. Chapter 408. I just don't like you. Rationality is one thing, but jealousy is another entirely. Although Shin Yunyan knew that the selection of concubines was now inevitable and not something they wished for, seeing these beautiful women made her feel a surge of jealousy. The thought of Xiaoyang being intimate with these women made her so jealous that she felt like smoke was coming out of her. However, in front of so many people, she was the empress, and she had to act the part of an empress. She couldn't show jealousy or anger. She had to be graceful, generous, and learn to get along with these women. It was so hard, truly so hard. Shin Yunyan had never realized how difficult it was to be an empress until now. At this thought, Shun Yunyan glared fiercely at Xiaoyang. This person. Xiaoyang awkwardly rubbed his nose, not daring to meet her gaze. Although the situation had escalated to this point and Xiaoyang was forced into it, whenever he looked into Shun Yunyan's resentful eyes, he felt like a scoundrel. The selection process continued as planned. In reality, the list of who would enter the palace and who wouldn't had already been decided. It was just a formality. Besides the people they had previously agreed upon, Xiaoyang didn't add anyone extra, which somewhat eased Shun Yunyan's heart. Finally over. My back is killing me. Xiaoyang rubbed his aching lower back, grumbling. Seeing him like this, Shin Yunyan snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, It's a bit early to start complaining about back pain, isn't it? With so many beautiful women, I'm sure there will be plenty of opportunities for back pain in the future. If he couldn't tell there was sarcasm in her words, then he was truly a fool. Seeing her angry expression, Xiaoyang sighed helplessly, then stepped closer, putting his arm around her shoulder and whispering, We had already agreed on this, hadn't we? Why are you getting angry again? Come on, do you even want me to live? The emperor is the true son of heaven. Who would dare not let you live? Shin Yunyan huffed, clearly unhappy. In truth, Shin Yunyan knew that the situation had turned out this way, and it wasn't Xiaoyang's fault. But for some reason, the moment she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel irritated, and all the reasoning she had told herself earlier flew out the window. Reflecting on this, Shin Yunyan sighed irritably, tugged at her hair, and muttered softly, Forget it. I know it's not your fault. I'm just being irrational. Although Xiaoyang was speechless when faced with Shun Yunyan's jealousy, seeing her like this now, he felt a pang of affection. He smiled, stepping closer and wrapping his arms around her waist, speaking softly, I like seeing you jealous for me. It means you care about me, doesn't it? Is that all you can say? Save your sweet talk for those beautiful ladies. Shin Yunyan playfully pinched his waist. Xiaoyang knew she wasn't angry anymore. After coaxing her back, he turned and headed toward the imperial study. Li Nu followed behind Xiaoyang, unable to hold back her confusion and asked, Your Majesty, I don't understand. Xiaoyang, feeling generous, glanced at her and said indifferently, All right, tell me. What don't you understand? You are the emperor, the supreme ruler, and selecting concubines is only natural. As the empress, she should be magnanimous, shouldn't she? Why is the empress being so unreasonable, and yet you still spoil her so much? Li Nu's voice trailed off as she noticed Xiaoyang's expression had darkened. Such words made Xiaoyang feel uncomfortable, but he quickly realized that this was a different world from the one he grew up in. This kind of thinking was the norm in this era. He was the one who was unconventional and rebellious. Xiaoyang took a deep breath, unsure of how to answer this question. Seeing his troubled expression, Li Nu quickly shook her head. It's just a casual question. Your Majesty doesn't have to answer. It's not that I won't answer, I just don't know how to. Seeing her upset, I can't bear it. Xiaoyang finally said. Love struck. It seems there's no cure. Li Nu now understood that even with a harem of 3,000 beauties, no one could rival the Empress. She didn't even need to lift a finger to win. She had something that everyone else could only dream of, the Emperor's heart. In the imperial study, Xiaoyang looked at the list of names from the 3 neighboring kingdoms, feeling a headache coming on. Rubbing his temples, he muttered, I just don't get what these people are thinking, eagerly sending their relatives to become concubines. Are they trying to get revenge or something? Observing Xiaoyang's troubled expression, Ji Xiang stood quietly beside him, barely daring to breathe. After waiting for a while with no response, Xiaoyang grew impatient, tapping the table and looking at Ji Xiang. Are you playing dumb with me, or what? Even staying silent wasn't an option? Ji Xiang, seeing Xiaoyang's expression, couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. After thinking for a moment, he said softly, Your servant has long lost his descendants, so I don't understand these matters. You may have lost your descendants, but not your humanity. In my eyes, you're not incomplete, but rather, an exceptionally capable person. Yes, capable. Someone who could manage such a large palace so efficiently couldn't possibly be incompetent. Since entering the palace and becoming a eunuch, Ji Xiang had always felt that his life was destined to be like this. Never did he expect that Xiaoyang would see him this way. For some reason, after so many years in the palace, having seen through so many human hearts and becoming almost immune to emotions, hearing these words now made him feel deeply moved. Tears welled up in his eyes. Your Majesty, your servant thanks you for your kind words. Was it really that moving just to say something casually? Xiaoyang sighed. Looking at the list of names, the Empress is definitely going to kill me. In this world, aside from Xiaoyang, there probably wasn't another emperor who suffered so much over the selection of concubines. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Ji Xiang felt a pang of sympathy. He bowed and turned to leave. A moment later, Yang Feiyu, dressed as a young eunuch, entered. As soon as he walked in, he threw off his hat and stared straight at Xiaoyang, clearly displeased. Although Xiaoyang wasn't sure why the young man was looking at him like that, the glare was certainly intimidating. He put down the scroll he was holding and frowned at him. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't summon you here, did I? What, you didn't call me, so I can't come? Yang Feiyu spoke like a resentful wife. Chapter 409. It should have been hers to begin with. Xiaoyang watched his childish behavior and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke softly. All right, you can. Now, what do you want from me? Just to see me? Do you think you're some kind of celestial beauty? I went through all this trouble just to get a glimpse of you? Am I crazy, or what? Yang Feiyu continued to grumble. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang had a pretty good idea why the young man was so irritable around him. With a helpless sigh, he pulled out a scroll painting of young Xuanya and chuckled. To be honest, your northern artists aren't exactly the best. If I hadn't seen her in person, I'd have thought she was some kind of mythical creature. Yang Feiyu snorted at the grotesque depiction in the painting. That's my doing. You did that on purpose? Are you out of your mind? I've seen your sister in person, and if she finds out, she'll probably skin you alive. Xiaoyang was starting to worry about Yang Feiyu's mental state. Yang Feiyu knew full well that this was completely pointless, but he just couldn't help it. He was furious. My sister has already heard about your selection ceremony. She was originally leading troops at the border, but now she's back home, preparing to marry you. What's so great about you, huh? What makes you so special? I just don't get it. My sister has met so many people, so why can't she let go of you? Yang Feiyu's frustration turned into sadness, and before long, he was wiping away tears. Although Xiaoyang understood his feelings as a man, seeing someone cry like this in front of him was pushing his patience to the limit. Enough! Xiaoyang slammed the table in anger and shouted, If you really can't bear to part with your sister, then go home and tell her yourself. What good does it do to tell me? Do you think I can stop her from doing what she wants? Stop talking nonsense. If I could control my sister, I wouldn't be here acting like a shrew. I just don't get it. What's so great about you? Yang Feiyu's anger only grew. There wasn't much else to it. He just couldn't understand what was so special about Xiaoyang. Seeing his pitiful expression, Xiaoyang impatiently tugged at his hair and said irritably, "Do you think I want this? Look around. There are over 30 women here, all sent by various factions. Do you know how expensive it is to keep them? I'm already broke. I don't have any money." Broke? When Yang Feiyu heard those words, he found them utterly ridiculous. At least 2/3 of the world's wealth was now in Xiaoyang's hands. Everyone else could claim to be broke, but this man had absolutely no right to say such a thing. Thinking of this, Yang Feiyu felt even more furious. "You dare say you're broke? I admit, I make a lot of money, but I spend even more. You should know how much I burn through cash." Xiaoyang looked at him pitifully. Yang Feiyu, meeting his gaze, felt a surge of panic and quickly took a step back, clutching his money pouch tightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm broke. I'm telling you, I'm really broke. Stop trying to guilt me into giving you money." What a miser. Xiaoyang hadn't actually been planning to ask him for money, but now seeing his tight-fisted demeanor, he couldn't help but laugh. Enough of this nonsense. Come here, take a look at this. See if you can make sense of it. Xiaoyang smiled and pulled out a map, showing it to him. Yang Feiyu's mind was entirely occupied by thoughts of his sister. He had no interest in looking at any map and just stared resentfully at Xiaoyang. "Stop fooling around and look at the map," Xiaoyang said, a bit exasperated. "This is a new map I've drawn after surveying the area. See here, here, and here? They all border the Rainbow Island Kingdom, but right now they're separated by mountains. If they blow up the mountains, you'll be face to face with them." Yang Feiyu didn't really want to look, but he leaned in and examined the map. Suddenly, he understood the crux of what Xiaoyang was saying. "So if those mountains are blown up, we'll be right next to them?" Exactly. And as you can see from the situation in the Rainbow Island Kingdom, they are clearly eyeing us with great ambition. They won't let this opportunity slip by. Xiaoyang stared directly at Yang Feiyu. All these years, they haven't made a move because they lacked the strength. If they had the power, they would have attacked long ago. So we need to be prepared, at the very least. Hearing this, Yang Feiyu's expression darkened. He snorted coldly. "If you put it that way, I get it. We really don't have a choice in this matter. So we need to take the initiative or prevent trouble before it starts." Talking to a smart person really saved effort. You only needed to say half, and the other half they could figure out on their own. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. "That's why I'm holding this selection ceremony now. It's to give those feudal lords an opportunity to approach me. By accepting their gifts and winning their loyalty, I'm ensuring they'll help me expand my territory." "So you're taking my sister for this reason too?" Yang Feiyu, however, brought the conversation back to his sister. Seeing Yang Feiyu like this, Xiaoyang sighed helplessly and said softly, "Whether you believe me or not, your sister is very different from these others to me. I admire her and respect her. If it were entirely up to me, I wouldn't want such a remarkable woman to be confined to my harem. But, you know, it's her decision, and I'm just respecting her wishes." Hearing this, Yang Feiyu felt even more frustrated. He gave Xiaoyang a withering look and snapped, "Pfft, you're just doing this on purpose. You think having a pretty face makes you special, huh? Let me tell you, one day I'll deal with you. If you can't control your sister, why are you picking a fight with me?" Xiaoyang said, exasperated. "In the end, it's your own fault for not being able to manage your sister. If you could, would you really need to come all the way here to waste my time?" When it came to verbal sparring, Xiaoyang had never lost. Yang Feiyu looked somewhat dejected and slumped heavily into his seat. "My brother said he'll give 15 cities as her dowry, along with countless treasures. I've also contributed 500,000 taels of gold as a gesture of my brotherly affection. Since you've accepted her, you'd better treat her well, understand?" "So much?" Xiaoyang had expected the northern princess's dowry to be substantial, but he hadn't imagined it would be this lavish. 15 cities? Normally, princesses didn't come with cities as part of their dowry. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang frowned slightly. Why 15 cities? Because those 15 cities were all reclaimed by her. They should have been hers to begin with. Chapter 410. Will you treat her well? What an extraordinary young lady. Xiaoyang was truly impressed. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Yang Feiyu suddenly felt a pang of emotion, and his nose grew slightly sore. Although I was quite frustrated when my sister wasn't getting married at home, I don't know why, now that my sister is about to get married, I feel even more upset. Wah, especially when I think about my beautiful sister marrying a scoundrel like you. My heart aches like it's being stabbed. Was that even something a person should say? Xiaoyang hadn't expected Yang Feiyu to be so disrespectful, calling him out like that right in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he said fiercely, Yang Feiyu, do you really think I'm a pushover? At this, Yang Feiyu had no choice but to suppress his grievances and gave Xiaoyang a sullen look, whispering, Xiaoyang, will you treat my sister well? Yes, I will treat her very, very well. Xiaoyang immediately nodded. He might not love Yang Xuanya, but he would treat her well, respect her, and ensure she was happy in his presence. With those words, Yang Feiyu finally relaxed a bit and then said softly, since you've said that, I'll trust you once. But let me tell you, if you dare to mistreat my sister, I'll risk my life to make you pay. Xiaoyang watched him with a slight smile, knowing that he genuinely cared for his sister. As Yang Feiyu turned to leave, Xiaoyang rubbed his temples and muttered irritably, that kid is too noisy. He's distracted me so much I forgot to discuss the main issue. Your Majesty, why are you so lenient? Li Nu looked at Xiaoyang with confusion. Xiaoyang chuckled and then said lightly, it's not a big deal. It's just a brother who loves his sister. I've taken his city and his sister's dowry. Listening to a few words is the least I can do. But you are the emperor. Li Nu repeated. Xiaoyang shook his head. Even though I'm the emperor, I'm still human. As long as you're human, you need to understand human nature. With that, he waved his hand. Go ahead and leave. Call Tianzao over. Although Li Nu didn't understand Xiaoyang, she truly respected him. In her eyes, whatever Xiaoyang said was right, and whatever he did was justified. These days, Tianzao had been busy with the matters of the princes coming to the capital, so she hadn't been able to get a good night's sleep for several days. When she heard the emperor had summoned her, she hurried over. Seeing Tianzao out of breath, Xiaoyang smiled and pointed to the tea on the side, saying softly, sit down and take a breather before speaking. Have some water. Thank you, Your Majesty, but I dare not. Tianzao bowed. Your Majesty, the Internal Affairs Office is extremely busy, so if there's anything, it's better to discuss it directly. If an ordinary minister dared to speak to the emperor like this, they would certainly be executed. But Tianzao was no ordinary minister, and Xiaoyang was no ordinary emperor. He smiled and nodded. Indeed, it's more straightforward talking to you. Tianzao stepped forward and whispered, so, Your Majesty, what's the urgent matter you called me here for? Have the lists of the princes coming to the capital been submitted? Xiaoyang smiled and looked at Tianzao. It was about this. Tianzao breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, they've all been submitted. This time, a total of 9 princes are coming, including the Prince of Qi, the Prince of Qin, the Prince of Lia, and the Prince of Yunnan, Dihua, and the Prince of the Far North. These are all well-known figures in the court. There are also 3 princes we've never heard of before. They are the Prince of Qin, the Prince of Shu, and the Prince of Lu. Their fiefdoms are in remote, desolate areas, even more challenging than Qin. Tianzao felt a pang of sympathy as she spoke. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded. I've heard of these princes before. Among them, the ones most closely related to the previous traitor are likely the Prince of Qi and the Prince of Yunnan. These two will undoubtedly try to make things difficult for us this time, so you need to be cautious. Handle the etiquette matters in consultation with the Ministry of Rights. Xiaoyang's brows furrowed tightly. Tianzao hesitated after hearing this and then whispered, Your Majesty, should we give them a bit of a show of force? No need, Xiaoyang smiled. First courtesy then force, that's my style. All right, I know the Internal Affairs Office has been busy lately. You've worked hard. Go back to your duties. Xiaoyang waved his hand and kindly had Ji Xiang bring some pastries to accompany her back. Tianzao, seeing Ji Xiang hurrying behind her, felt a bit awkward and quickly stopped, bowing to him. Your Eminence, the Internal Affairs Office is just nearby. I can go back on my own. I'll take these pastries with me. Madame Tian is too courteous. Allow me to escort you back, Ji Xiang said humbly. Although he was an old eunuch who had served in the palace for decades, a eunuch was still a eunuch, a servant was still a servant. Ji Xiang had lived so long precisely because he knew his place. Tianzao, too, knew her place, so she handed the pastries back. Your Majesty is still waiting inside. Your Eminence, you should go back and attend to the Emperor. With that, she took the pastries and hurried back to the Internal Affairs Office. The selection process had already ended, so the next step was for the selected maidens to enter the palace. These days, Shen Yinyan had been overwhelmed dealing with the matters of their ranks. Looking at the list of names, she felt dizzy. Slow down, Your Highness. Slow down. Linger chased after Tsonger, afraid he might fall. Tsonger had already learned to walk and was now like a little cannonball, running all over the place. Seeing his mother, Tsonger sped up even more, crashing into Shen Yinyan's embrace. His chubby little hands wrapped around her legs. Oh my, the Crown Prince really loves the Empress so much. Every time he sees her, he's so happy. He's just too adorable. Linger caught up and smiled at Shen Yinyan. Shen Yinyan bent down and picked up the child. Tsonger was now over a year old and had gained some weight, making it often painful for Shen Yinyan to carry him. However, seeing her son's round little face, she couldn't help but kiss him. Of course, Tsonger loves his mother the most. Hearing this, Linger smiled and brought over Tsonger's favorite wooden ball. The Crown Prince is truly born with extraordinary strength. This wooden ball is heavy for me to carry, yet the Crown Prince can throw it dozens of times in a row. What? Shen Yinyan's face turned pale at these words. She grabbed Linger's hand fiercely. What did you say? Say it again. Empress? Linger winced in pain and knelt down. I said the Crown Prince is born with extraordinary strength. Shen Yinyan flung Linger's hand away and took the child into the inner chamber. She carefully examined his hands, feeling a wave of despair. She knew it would be like this. She knew it. She knew this cursed thing wouldn't be that simple. What should she do? What could she do? Shen Yinyan held the child, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 411. Willingness. Linger knelt outside the door, completely unaware of what was happening, but she could hear Shen Yinyan's suppressed sobs. After a while, Shen Yinyan finally calmed down. She gently touched Tsonger's cheek and softly said, Don't be afraid, Tsonger. Mother will protect you. I will protect you. Even if it means sacrificing my own life, I will do it without hesitation. If there had been any hesitation before, now Shen Yinyan had none left. She was fully prepared. Taking a deep breath, she kissed her son and whispered tenderly, Tsonger, promise me you'll always remember your mother, okay? At this point, Shen Yinyan regretted her words and shook her head vigorously, murmuring softly, No, don't. Tsonger, don't remember me. Forget me. You need to grow up well. Never live like this again. Okay? Tsonger was still a child under 2 years old, so he had no idea what was going on with his mother. However, he could feel her sadness, so he reached out with his chubby little hand to gently wipe away her tears. Seeing Tsonger's concerned little eyes, Shen Yinyan felt even more heartbroken. She hugged her child and choked out, What should I do? You're still so young. You don't understand anything. If I had known this would happen, I never would have given birth to you. Never would have let you suffer alone in this world. For several days, Xiaoyang had been so busy he barely had time to rest, let alone visit. Finally, he found some time to come over, only to discover all the servants were standing outside. What was going on? Your Majesty! Seeing Xiaoyang arrive, everyone knelt down in unison to greet him. Xiaoyang didn't pause and walked straight into the room. As soon as he entered, he saw Shen Yinyan holding the child, her eyes red. He stepped forward, clapped his hands at the child and chuckled, Tsonger, look who's back. It's Daddy, it's your father. Songer rarely saw Xiaoyang, but every time he did, he would excitedly wave his little hands at him. Shen Yunyan handed the child over and sat down to continue looking at the roster in her hands. Curious, Xiaoyang leaned over and whispered, "What are you looking at? What do you think?" Shen Yunyan shot him a glare. After seeing the roster in Shan Yunyan's hands, Xiaoyang felt a bit awkward and scratched his nose, murmuring, "Well, there's no need to be so difficult about it, is there? After all, the selection is already done. You're the emperor, and these are palace concubines, so naturally, it can't be done casually. Don't you think so?" Shen Yunyan huffed, mumbling, "I'm not complaining or throwing a tantrum. It's a matter of dignity. If we're going to do it, we have to do it right, leaving no room for criticism. Whether it's me as the empress or you as the emperor, we can't ruin our reputation, you know?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt deeply moved. He stepped forward, pulled her into his embrace, and smiled tenderly. All right, I know our union is the best. Darling, don't be angry, okay? You've worked hard, okay? I'm not angry. Since I agreed and accepted it, I won't keep making a fuss about it. I'm just a bit worried about you. Won't this tire you out to death?" Shen Yunyan spat out. Still saying she wasn't angry? Xiaoyang looked at her with a helpless sigh, then whispered, "All right, then I'll take care of it. You play with the child, okay? Do you understand?" "Of course. It's just a matter of assigning titles. I'll decide on this, and no one will trouble you about it." With that, Xiaoyang picked up the pen. From the beginning to the end, from the lowest to the highest, he didn't bother with all the unnecessary details or who was who. Titles were assigned at random. Could it be done like this? Shen Yunyan watched Xiaoyang's actions in disbelief, gritting her teeth and saying, "Isn't this too hasty?" "Hasty?" Xiaoyang chuckled and then said calmly, "Thunder and rain are both blessings from the emperor. They just need to accept it." Seeing Xiaoyang's matter-of-fact attitude, Shen Yunyan felt a strange sense of unease. She instinctively thought it was absurd, yet she couldn't help but admit he made sense. "You don't have to feel pressured. I want the whole world to know that even though I'm holding a selection, it's because I changed my mind, not because of their coercion. Otherwise, they might think that no matter what happens, as long as they pressure me, I'll cave in." Xiaoyang gently caressed Shen Yunyan's cheek, a smile playing on his lips. Feeling the heat in his gaze, Shen Yunyan blushed slightly and whispered, Why are you looking at me like that? The child is still here." As Shen Yunyan's personal maid, Linger had long since mastered the art of discreetly handling such situations. She quickly stepped forward and took the child away. With the little one out of the way, Xiaoyang's actions became bolder. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulled her into his embrace, and smiled. "What do you think I want to do?" Shen Yunyan's face turned even redder, her heart racing. Even though they already had a child together, she still couldn't help but blush every time Xiaoyang teased her. She often thought she was being silly, but she couldn't control herself. Reaching out, she wrapped her arms around Xiaoyang's neck and whispered, "Can I see Shen Yuanfeng?" Shen Yuanfeng? The fiery passion in Xiaoyang's eyes cooled instantly at the mention of that name. He frowned and asked softly, "Why would you suddenly mention that scoundrel?" "Tomorrow is his 14th birthday. I want to see him." Shen Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang pleadingly, her voice soft. "I know he's done many wrong things, but after all, he's a child you watched grow up. He's your brother. If you want to see him, go ahead." Xiaoyang waved his hand and kissed her again, though this time the passion was noticeably less intense. The next morning, Shen Yunyan got up early, changed into casual clothes, and rode her horse alone toward the Shen residence. The former minister's residence had long since been demolished, reduced to nothing but rubble. The current Shen residence was rebuilt after Xiaoyang and his entourage arrived in the capital, so it was completely different from the past, bearing no resemblance to the original. At first, Shen Yunyan had loved this lush, spring-like courtyard, but now, returning, she saw only desolation. She frowned, following a path overgrown with weeds to the courtyard where Shen Yuanfeng now lived. As soon as she entered, a stench of decay hit her, and Shen Yunyan's expression changed. Feeling someone's presence, Shen Yuanfeng's first reaction was to hide under the table, trembling as he begged, Don't hit me. I know I was wrong. Sob, I'll never dare again. Chapter 412. Still heartbroken. Seeing her once spirited younger brother reduced to such a state, Shen Yunyan felt a deep sense of unease. Suddenly, she felt that what Shen Tao said might be true. She was indeed a jinx. Anyone connected to her seemed destined to suffer misfortune. This thought made her heart ache with sorrow. She stood up, took a cloth from the side, and wiped the table. Then, she arranged all the delicious food she had brought, and the aroma of the dishes filled the air. Hearing the scent, Shen Yuanfeng froze for a moment, then slowly emerged from under the table. Seeing it was Shen Yunyan, he rushed forward, clutching her leg and weeping bitterly. I know I was wrong, Wa? Sister, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'm sorry, Wa. I won't dare to do it again. I'll listen obediently, okay? Seeing him like this, Shen Yunyan felt an indescribable ache in her heart. She bent down to help him up. How did you end up like this? Why are you so dirty? Sister, I'm hungry. Shen Yuanfeng looked at her pitifully. This gaze, this action, reminded her of when they were children, when he was punished and couldn't eat. Whenever he was hungry, he would secretly come to her, looking just as pitiful, wanting food. Shen Yunyan's heart melted. She sighed, feeling helpless, and took a towel to gently wipe his face, speaking softly, Yuanfeng, go wash up first, then come back to eat. Okay? Reluctantly glancing at the food on the table, Shen Yuanfeng hesitantly went out and quickly cleaned himself up. Now, Shen Yunyan could see clearly. Her once fair and plump younger brother had become emaciated. It was evident that the past few months had been extremely difficult for him. Although she still resented her brother, for some reason, seeing him like this, Shen Yunyan couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Those scoundrels! Even if they had their differences, it was their family matter, not something outsiders should interfere with. How could they treat him so poorly? However, Shen Yunyan didn't know if this had anything to do with Xiaoyang, so she couldn't act rashly. She just gently patted Shen Yuanfeng's head. It's all right. Sister is here now. Shen Yuanfeng paused, looking at her in disbelief, and whispered, Sister, do you still recognize me as your brother? Meeting his cautious gaze, Shen Yunyan felt completely defeated. She sighed helplessly and said softly, Whether I recognize you or not, you're one of the two people in this world who share my blood. You may have been wrong in the past, but I, as your sister, wasn't entirely blameless either. Let's just let the past be the past. At this, Shen Yuanfeng's heart finally settled. He sat at the table, looking at the food, and tears streamed down his face. Sister, these are all my favorite dishes. You remembered? Today is your 14th birthday. After today, you'll be an adult, understand? Shen Yunyan smiled gently and reached out to pat her brother's head. 14? Shen Yuanfeng looked at his sister in confusion, whispering, I'm 14? Yes, you're 14. Although I have no feelings for the Shen family and wish the entire Shen family would perish, you are still an adult and a part of the Shen family's bloodline. So you should grow up, understand? Shen Yunyan smiled softly. Even though Shen Tao is dead, there are still others in the Shen family. You should pull yourself together, okay? Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng felt a sudden panic. He grabbed his sister's hand. What about you, sister? Where are you going? Indeed. Seeing his anxious expression, Shen Yunyan felt a mix of emotions. She smiled faintly and said softly, Silly boy, where else could your sister go? She's in the palace, of course. Now, eat up. After you're done, come with me to the palace to see the emperor. Before coming, Shen Yunyan hadn't fully decided how she felt about her brother. But now, seeing him like this, she realized she couldn't bear to watch him suffer. If that was the case, why complicate things? Seeing his sister's expression, Shen Yuanfeng's eyes moistened, and he began eating heartily. Whether he lived or died in the palace didn't matter anymore. All that mattered was the piece of meat on his plate right now. Watching her brother like this, Shen Yunyan felt only heartache. What had they done to this poor child? Those scoundrels, those bastards. Soon, the situation was reported to Li Nu. She looked at the informant in surprise. What did you say? So, it seems the Empress has forgiven that wretch. The informant, hearing this, was terrified and quickly covered Li Nu's mouth, whispering, Sister Li Nu, don't say that. If he really rises again, he'll be a proper marquis, the Emperor's brother-in-law. The Emperor didn't order harsh treatment, but if it comes to be investigated, what will we do? The Emperor dotes on the Empress, and our lives combined wouldn't be enough. Seeing her nervousness, Li Nu snorted and said coldly, If I dared to do it, I'm not afraid. If the Emperor really blames us, let him blame me. I'd rather die. Sister Li Nu, don't worry, I'm not afraid. Li Nu waved her hand, dismissing the informant. Previously, she had allowed them to bully and torment Shen Yuanfeng mainly because she felt sorry for Xiaoyang and couldn't stand to see that ingrate live well. Now, that ingrate might be rising again, but Li Nu didn't regret it. Soon, Shen Yunyan directly brought Shen Yuanfeng to the Emperor's study. Standing at the door, Li Nu watched the two approaching, her heart cold, a mocking smile on her lips. She knew it. The Empress didn't truly love the Emperor. She was just using these messy matters to make the Emperor uncomfortable. Shen Yunyan was too anxious and didn't notice the mockery on Li Nu's face. She directly pulled Shen Yuanfeng inside. The two entered and without a word, knelt down together. Seeing this, Xiaoyang was startled, then frowned, remaining still. Your humble servant, Shen Yuanfeng, pays respects to the Emperor. Shen Yuanfeng's voice trembled slightly. Chapter 413. Wake up. Seeing Shen Yuanfeng at this moment, Xiaoling's own emotions were also quite complex. He sat there without moving, coldly staring at Shen Yuanfeng kneeling on the ground. After calculating, he realized it was Shen Yuanfeng's 14th birthday today, finally understanding why Shen Yinyan had left the palace to visit him. Your Majesty, Shen Yinyan suddenly called out, then respectfully performed a deep bow. I know Yuanfeng is guilty of a capital offense, and it is only by your Majesty's grace that he was spared. But he was too young and was misled before. After years of confinement at home, he has realized his mistake. Please forgive him. Forgive? When Xiaoling heard these two words, he was shocked. He never expected Shen Yinyan would ask him to forgive Shen Yuanfeng. He felt a mix of amusement and hesitation. After a moment, he said softly, This matter is no small matter. I need to consider it carefully. Your Majesty's health is frail. Please rise and return. What? Shen Yinyan had thought that after her plea, Xiaoling would agree immediately, but she never expected him to refuse. Why? Your Majesty, I know he deserves death, but after 3 years of suffering, enduring hunger and cold, surely that should be enough. Shen Yinyan spoke again, pulling Shen Yuanfeng's hand and looking at Xiaoling. Look at this child. He's nothing but skin and bones. Xiaoling's gaze at the two was complicated. Hesitating, he said, I have never mistreated him. Your Majesty? Shen Yinyan looked at Xiaoling in surprise, then realized and quickly shook her head. No, that's not what I meant, Aoyang, listen to me. Aoyang? Did she still know he was Aoyang? Xiaoling looked at Shen Yinyan, his eyes filled with unspoken pain. If she truly saw him only as Aoyang, then why had this matter escalated to such a state? Why kneel upon entering? Why beg, when she could have just spoken directly? But now, Xiaoling had thought that even if he became the emperor, even if the circumstances and status changed, they were still each other. But now he realized no, they weren't. Taking a deep breath, he looked at her sternly. Enough! Leave! Aoyang, Shen Yinyan understood Xiaoling too well, so she fully grasped why he was so angry now. She knew she had handled this poorly, but there was nothing more to say now. Reluctantly, she stood up and walked out. The imperial study was left with just the two of them. Xiaoling's expression changed, coldly gazing at Shen Yuanfeng kneeling on the ground. You see, even after you committed such a heinous act, even after you nearly killed your sister, she still thinks of you, loves you, even to the point of wanting to draw a clear line between us. How remarkable you are. You must feel very proud now, don't you? I've always said, my sister is my ace in the hole, Shen Yuanfeng sneered with a hint of pride. After 3 years of suffering, how could he truly have no resentment? Now looking at the lofty Xiaoling, thinking of his own years of humiliation, he naturally hated him to the core. But now, he was not Xiaoling's match. Even his life was in the other's hands, with no ability to resist. I will pardon you, but don't think of causing trouble, Xiaoling snorted. You've always wanted to be a great general guarding the frontier, haven't you? I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, Xiaoling waved his hand. The hidden guard stepped forward, dragging Shen Yuanfeng out, followed by the imperial decree. Shen Yuanfeng was appointed as the Great General Yuanfeng, primarily responsible for the excavation at Linglong Mountain, and the youngest princess of the palace was bestowed in marriage to him. In an instant, Shen Yuanfeng became a prince consort and great general, an exceptionally noble status. After kneeling outside and hearing the decree, Shen Yuanfeng was dumbfounded. His Majesty's mercy allows General Yuanfeng to complete the wedding in the capital. General, congratulations. Ji Xiang directly handed the decree to Shen Yuanfeng. Soon, Shen Yinyan learned of this news, and the teacup in her hand fell to the ground. The youngest princess of the palace was the only surviving bloodline of the previous Emperor Xia. She had not been killed only because the child was not in the capital at the time. This year, she was only 12 years old. It was too absurd. Shen Yinyan turned and rushed out, but was stopped by Tianzhao. Your Majesty, I need to talk to Aoyang. Let me go. Shen Yinyan was anxious. Yuanfeng may have been wrong, but he didn't deserve this. Why humiliate him like this? Why? Your Majesty, he committed a crime that warrants extermination of the entire clan. Since ancient times, how many of those who rebelled have survived? His Majesty has already shown great mercy. Your Majesty. Tianzhao was anxious, helplessly looking at Shen Yinyan. Your Majesty, don't make things difficult for His Majesty. He is not just your Aoyang now, but the ruler of this land. Whatever he does must be justified before the people, the court, and the world. Those words were like a bucket of cold water, drenching Shen Yinyan's mind, instantly waking her up. Tianzhao, that's Yuanfeng's whole life. If not for the Emperor's mercy, his life would have ended long ago. Everyone was moving forward. Only Shen Yinyan was still stuck in place. Seeing her like this, Tianzhao was genuinely anxious, fearing her foolish mistress would eventually ruin herself step by step. Tianzhao, woo-woo. Shen Yinyan suddenly seemed to lose all her strength, hugging Tianzhao and crying. In the remote Chaohui palace of the palace. No, I don't want to. Xiagui stood up, snatching the decree from Ji Xiang's hands and throwing it to the ground. I don't want to marry. I don't want any Shen Yuanfeng. I don't want to. Princess, this is the imperial decree. You have no choice in the matter. If you resist, your mother will be left with no burial place. Ji Xiang coldly looked at the mischievous little girl in front of him. Xia Gui gritted her teeth. You're too bullying. I want to see the emperor. That is the princess's own matter. Ji Xiang said, turning to leave. Xia Gui, biting her teeth, hugged the trembling, weeping beautiful woman beside her. Mother, don't be afraid. I will definitely refuse this marriage. Let's leave this cursed place. I don't want to be a princess. Let's live our own life. Guier, don't cause trouble. That's impossible. The beautiful woman hugged her, sobbing, My Guier, why is your life so bitter? Chapter 414. Not accepting fate. No, I can't just accept my fate. I won't. Xia Gui clenched her teeth, her voice filled with determination. Mother, my life? I can't just let it be. Seeing her like this, the imperial concubine Mei sighed, her tone tinged with resignation. Although we have our titles, you know very well that in this palace, no one really cares about us. The fact that we're still alive is already a mercy from the emperor. How can we dare to ask for anything more? Hearing this, Xia Gui's face grew even darker, but her heart burned with an unyielding fire. She refused to give in, refused to accept this fate. Princess, you cannot enter. The emperor has said he will not see you. Jixiang replied coldly from the doorway, his expression unreadable. Xia Gui's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. You. He knew I would come? Indeed. Please return, princess. Focus on preparing for your marriage. Jixiang offered a piece of advice, though it was clear he didn't expect it to be heeded. But Xia Gui was determined. She would fight this with everything she had. Emperor, Xia Gui requests an audience. Emperor, I refuse. Emperor, Xia Gui begs for your audience. Xia Gui knelt on the ground, her head striking the floor repeatedly, hoping against hope that Emperor Xiaoyang would change his mind. What a troublesome little girl. Inside, Xiaoyang could hear her voice clearly. Through the window, he watched the small, stubborn figure, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. After a moment's hesitation, he waved a hand. Let her in. He was curious to see what this young girl would offer in exchange. This was the first time the two had met. Before, Xia Gui had only heard tales of Emperor Xiaoyang, but had never seen him in person. Now, as she looked upon him, she felt a chill run through her. His eyes were cold. Your humble sister greets the emperor. Xia Gui knelt down, performing a formal bow with perfect etiquette. Seeing her so well behaved, Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. If you were truly so obedient, you wouldn't be here now. Rise and speak freely. Emperor, I do not wish to marry Shun Yuanfeng. Xia Gui remained on her knees, her gaze unwavering as she stared at Xiaoyang. No one could see the trembling in her body. She was afraid, but even more so, she was unwilling to submit. Watching her like this, Xiaoyang smiled softly. Your position is precarious, and it is only by my mercy that you have any dignity at all. Marrying you to the emperor's uncle is for your own good. How can you not be grateful? I do not like him. Xia Gui looked directly into Xiaoyang's eyes, her voice firm. I have more important things to do. I do not like him, and I do not wish to marry him. Emperor, please, give me a way to live. Will you not? Marrying Shun Yuanfeng means no way to live? He is the emperor's uncle, and you dare say you're not satisfied? Xiaoyang's eyes were cold as he looked down at her. With your status, who else do you think you could marry? Xia Gui took a deep breath, then clenched her teeth. You keep saying my status is special and awkward. If it weren't for this special and awkward status, Emperor, you wouldn't have chosen to marry me to the Emperor's uncle, would you? Ah, what a sharp tongue. Xiaoyang found her indignant expression quite amusing. Yes, if not for your special and awkward status, I wouldn't have married you to him. This is your fate, and you must accept it. But didn't you say that women should not be bound, should not accept their fate? Why must I now submit to it? Xia Gui suddenly stood up, her face streaked with tears, as if her beliefs had crumbled. Oh? Xiaoyang looked at the heartbroken girl before him, a flicker of emotion passing through him. He had never expected that this child raised in the depths of the palace would truly embrace his ideas. Seeing her in such despair, he felt a twinge of regret. Xin Yuanfeng is a man of talent, skilled in both literature and martial arts. Even if he weren't the emperor's uncle, he would still be a fine match. Why do you dislike him so? It's not that I dislike him. It's that you dislike him. The room fell into an eerie silence. Xia Gui knelt down once more. Emperor, my mother and I should have died long ago. It is only by your mercy that we have survived until now. I know you're trying to give me a way out, but it is not the way out I desire. Please, do not treat me as something to be casually given away. I am a person, not an object. Hearing these words, Xiaoyang's heart trembled. He looked at the stubborn girl kneeling before him, curiosity stirring within him. Then, what is the way out you desire? These years, in the Empress's training program, I have learned embroidery, accounting, and some business skills. I can support myself. I want to take my mother and leave this place, to live on our own. Xia Gui took a deep breath, mustering her courage to reveal her plan. This girl, indeed, had her own thoughts. Xiaoyang smiled. Do you know that both the storm and the rain are the Emperor's grace? Xiaogui felt a wave of despair. Emperor, must I marry him? You must. Because your mother is still alive. Because your maternal family is still alive. You have no right to be willful. Return now. Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively, showing no mercy. In that moment, Xiaogui was truly plunged into despair. She stumbled out of the study, the setting sun casting long shadows as she slowly made her way back to the Jiaohui Palace. Watching her retreating figure, Xiaoyang smiled faintly, then gave an order to Limu. Soon, Limu appeared in the Jiaohui Palace, carrying a flask of wine. She stood there, smiling at Xiaogui and the imperial concubine Mei. This is a token of the emperor's kindness, a taste of the celebratory wine in advance. Celebratory wine? Having lived in the palace for so long, the imperial concubine Mei knew exactly what this meant. No. Emperor, Gu'er knows she has done wrong. Emperor, I beg to see you. The imperial concubine Mei clung tightly to Xiaogui, refusing to drink the wine. Xiaogui took a deep breath, her expression calm as she looked at Limu. Is this truly the emperor's intention? In truth, this is not the emperor's intention. It is the emperor's way of seeing what the princess intends. Limu smiled gently. What more was there to understand after these words? Hearing this, Xiaogui suddenly laughed, disregarding her mother's protests. She stepped forward, picked up the wine cup, and declared, "This is my choice. Better to be broken as jade than to survive as tile." With that, she drank it all in one gulp. No, Gu'er, no. The imperial concubine Mei's face was soaked with tears as she desperately tried to snatch the cup away, but it was too late. Xiaogui had already drunk the wine. The imperial concubine Mei, who should have died long ago, had lived only for her daughter. Now, what was there left to hold on to? Chapter 415. Was it intentional? Stepping forward, she picked up the wine cup and drank it down. Li Nu watched the despairing mother and daughter with a smirk, then took out a pass for leaving the palace. The emperor said, "Since wild boars can't eat fine grain, then scram." After speaking, she completely ignored the stunned pair, tossed the pass on the ground, and turned to leave. What does this mean? What does this mean? Xiaogui stared at the pass on the ground for a long time before she finally reacted, her hands trembling as she picked it up. "Mother! No, mother! Haha! We can leave. We can leave this place. We're free." How is this possible? Mei Taifei looked at the pass, still finding it hard to believe. How is this possible? Mother, I knew it, Wu. I knew he was a good emperor. Xiaogui pulled Mei Taifei's hand, packing their belongings and heading towards the exit. Standing at the highest point, Xiaoyang watched the mother and daughter sneak out through the back door, their cautious steps betraying their light-hearted joy. Shen Yunyan stood beside Xiaoyang, speaking calmly. "You let them go, what about Yuan Feng?" At these words, Xiaoyang chuckled, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and speaking softly. "Are you blaming me?" Shen Yunyan took a deep breath. "Yes, I'm blaming you, but I understand you. If I were you, I might not have done any better, right?" Xiaoyang glanced at Shen Yunyan, a sense of alienation rising in his heart. He murmured, "Has it really come to this, that you're so distant from me now? When did it start?" This question left both of them in silence. When did it start? When did their relationship become so distant? When did she start thinking of him not as an ordinary person, but as a true emperor? Shen Yunyan didn't know when it had started. Xiaoyang sighed, tilting his head to look at her. "As long as you say it, I'll do it." Shen Yunyan understood what he meant. After a moment of thought, she whispered, "You handled it well. I ask for nothing more, just that he lives." "All right." Xiaoyang agreed, stepping past her and heading downstairs. Watching Xiaoyang's back, Shen Yunyan's eyes reddened. "Your Highness, why are you so stubborn?" Linger looked at Shen Yunyan in confusion. "The Emperor, he wants to reconcile with you." At these words, Shen Yunyan's heart ached even more. She wanted to be as she was before, but she knew she couldn't stay with them for long, so she had to gradually withdraw from their world, slowly forgetting everything. Xiaoliang returned to the imperial study, his heart heavy, standing by the window, motionless. He kept thinking, wondering why everything was fine before, but now everything was different. Why? Your Majesty, what's wrong? Li Nu looked at him, speaking softly. Are you sad? At these words, Xiaoliang suddenly snapped back to reality, forcing a smile at Li Nu. Not sad, just helpless, sorrowful, and confused. These feelings were beyond Li Nu's understanding. She shook her head, murmuring, I don't know. Xiaoliang chuckled, yes, how could you understand these things? Days passed, and what needed to be done was done. What needed to happen happened. Soon, the new concubines entered the palace. Shun Yunyan handled it well, so they were quickly settled in their respective palaces, waiting for the emperor's attention. After finishing his work for the day, Xiaoliang still went to the Zhaoyang palace. Entering, he found the palace cold and quiet, his brow furrowing slightly. Still not eating? You, what are you doing here? Shen Yunyan looked at him in surprise, hesitating before speaking softly. With the new arrivals, the emperor should go see those fresh flowers. At these words, Xiaoliang smiled, then murmured, So, you want me to go sleep with someone else? This was too crude. Shen Yunyan looked at him in disbelief. What are you saying? Isn't that what you're saying? Xiaoliang stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Shen Yunyan's waist. You're pushing me to another bed, aren't you? Shen Yunyan suddenly regretted her words. Why did she say that? Sighing, she leaned against Xiaoliang, hugging his waist tightly. So, are you going? I'm not. Xiaoliang chuckled, pulling her closer. I'm so hungry. It's been so long since you made me something delicious. Why haven't you cooked for me lately? And you haven't made me a sachet or a fan pendant. Why? You knew? Shen Yunyan looked at Xiaoliang in disbelief. You're so busy. How did you notice these things? Xiaoliang felt even more wronged. Burying his head in her chest, he mumbled, Why are you suddenly so unkind to me? Did I do something wrong? Did I do something I shouldn't have, making you unhappy? No, you didn't make me unhappy. It's just been too busy lately. I haven't had time. Shen Yunyan looked at him, torn between laughter and tears. At these words, Xiaoliang became even more insistent. But everything for Tsonger, you made it yourself. I knew it. As soon as there's a little brat, I'm worthless. Shen Yunyan looked at him, torn between laughter and tears, and said helplessly, You're such a grown man. Why are you still acting like a child? I want a sachet. This one on me is old. My shoe soles are worn out. Make me a new one. Xiaoliang stared at her. Don't make it for that brat. Make it for me. Xiaoliang. Shen Yunyan was at a loss. You have an entire embroidery workshop? But I want one you made. Xiaoliang suddenly became stubborn. Seeing this, Shen Yunyan was helpless. Looking at him, her chest suddenly ached terribly. She didn't know what would happen if she really wasn't there anymore. All right, I'll make it for you. But can you stop being so childish? Shen Yunyan said helplessly. What do you want to eat? We haven't had hot pot in a long time. Xiaoliang grinned at her. Let's wash the vegetables together. Let's have hot pot, okay? Shen Yunyan was torn between laughter and tears. This was just causing trouble for herself, wasn't it? With new concubines in the palace, he didn't go to them, but instead stayed here washing vegetables and making hot pot with her? If others found out, wouldn't they tear her apart? Chapter 416. Feeling completely unwell. Despite her inner resistance, her body obeyed, and she followed him into the small kitchen. From behind, she wrapped her arms around Xiaoling, who was busy working, and chuckled. I wonder how many more days like this we'll have. Indeed, once the princes enter the palace, such peaceful days will be hard to come by, Xiaoling said with a laugh, turning to kiss Shen Yunyan on the lips. So we should cherish the present, don't you think? Shen Yunyan gazed at Xiaoling. Although he was right in front of her, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was 1,000 miles away. She tightened her embrace, whispering softly, Yong, I regret it a little. Her voice was so faint, yet Xiaoling heard her clearly. He paused, tilting his head. Regret what? I don't know. I just regret it, Shin Yinyan murmured, her head bowed. I don't understand. We did all this for survival, but now that we've survived, why do I feel so much pain? Why? Pain? Perhaps it was because everything had changed. Xiaoling understood why she was upset and why she regretted it, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Once, he had believed he could control everything, but now, faced with the accumulation of events, he had to admit that some things were beyond his control. The two of them leaned on each other, preparing a hot pot together and sharing a meal. Everything seemed the same as before, but they both knew that after tonight, their past would never return. Aoyang, Shun Yinyan called his name repeatedly. Xiaoling responded only with actions, holding her tightly. That night, they called for water countless times. Even the usually indifferent Li Nu noticed something was off. She covered her face and sat on the doorstep, feeling an inexplicable sadness. Sensing her unusual mood, Jinyu emerged from the shadows and sat beside her, remaining silent. What are you doing here? Li Nu's voice was soft, heavy with a nasal tone. Jinyu patted her head. And why are you sitting here? I just don't understand, Li Nu murmured, her head lowered. I've followed the Emperor all this way, watched him with the Empress. Even so, I can't figure out when things changed so drastically. Jinyu smiled but said nothing. Li Nu, for the first time showing vulnerability in front of him, leaned on his shoulder, mumbling. If even such a deep bond can falter, what kind of relationship can truly be trusted? Jinyu didn't know how to answer, so he remained silent. Li Nu had expected Jinyu to seize the opportunity to express his loyalty, but to her surprise, he chose to stay silent. Frustrated, she bit down hard on his arm. I see now. You men are all the same. No good. Fine. We're all no good, Jinyu replied with a good-natured smile. Don't be sad. In this world, too many things happen every day, changing in an instant. No one knows what the future holds, so all one can do is hold tightly to the present. The next morning, Xiaoling rose as usual to attend court, but Shun Yinyan, exhausted, remained asleep on the bed. To avoid waking her, Xiaoling dressed outside the room. Li Nu and several young palace maids helped him with his attire. His court attire was complex, and even with several maids, it took some time to prepare. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Xiaoling's expression changed as he looked at the young maid kneeling respectfully, arranging his belt. He spoke calmly, "Raise your head." The maid flinched, timidly lifting her face. "What is your name?" "I am Mei Xiang," the girl replied, her voice soft and trembling with fear. Xiaoling bent down, snatching the pouch from her waist and tucking it into his own before striding away. What did this mean? Everyone was stunned, even Linger, who hadn't understood what had just happened. Li Nu followed Xiaoling out and asked, "Is there something wrong with the pouch?" "It's poisoned." "Investigate it," Xiaoling said, his face darkening. "Find out the background of this maid, and see if this is aimed at the Empress or at me." "Understood," Li Nu replied, catching the pouch. She had known Xiaoling wouldn't have taken an interest in a mere maid without reason. During the court session, officials were preoccupied with concerns about the Fanwang's arrival, arguing loudly. The Ministry of Revenue accused the Ministry of Rights of extravagance and excessive spending, while the Ministry of Rights insisted that this was the Emperor's first banquet with the Fanwang and couldn't be done poorly. The two ministers bickered, their exchanges more colorful than even those of a brothel madam. The two ministers' bickering was more colorful than even the arguments of a brothel madam. Xiaoling, seated on his high throne, felt as if their spittle might reach him. Enough. Stop this endless bickering. Xiaoling slammed the table with force. The hall fell silent, everyone holding their breath. Ministry of Rights, how much more do you need? 20,000 taels. 20,000? Hearing this number, Xiaoling felt completely unwell. I'm hosting the vassal kings, not bribing them. Why the grand display? I am the true ruler of heaven, and I stand firm without need for such pretense. 20,000 taels could do so much. Spending it on this is like throwing money away. Although Xiaoling wasn't short of money, he couldn't allow such waste. This Upon hearing Xiaoling's words, the Ministry of Right's face turned ashen. The emperor is right, but even so, we can't just brush it off. 8,000 taels at most. Make it work, or hand it over to the inner court, Xiaoling declared, ending the matter with a wave of his hand. He stood, his gaze sweeping over each face in the hall before he declared, "The arrival of the Fanwang is indeed a significant event, but I must make one thing clear. This banquet is merely for introductions. Any who show cowardice or weakness will be dealt with harshly."
Yes.
Now, everyone understood Xiaoling's stance on the feudal lords, firm and unyielding. Satisfied with their reaction, Xiaoling nodded. Ministry of Revenue, immediately tally the treasury. Count everything that can be converted into silver. At this, the Minister of Revenue felt completely unwell, his vision darkening as he fainted on the spot. Chapter 417. Not willing to work. What kind of situation is this? Xiaoliang looked at the Minister of Revenue, who had fainted, feeling both amused and helpless. Why? Do I really look like such a spendthrift? Do you not have any self-awareness? The ministers thought one thing in their hearts, but what they said was something else entirely. Not a single one dared to call him a spendthrift to his face. All right, dismiss the court. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoliang turned and left. As soon as he returned to his study, he saw a stunning woman standing at the door. The moment she saw him, she immediately stepped forward and curtsied. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." "Jixiang," Xiaoliang bellowed. "Who is this?" Jixiang's face turned awkward upon hearing this. She glanced back at the beauty, whose expression was even more embarrassed. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and whispered, "Your Majesty, this is the newly inducted Consort Fong." Consort? Consort Fong? It was only then that Xiaoliang remembered she was the daughter of Prime Minister Fong. What puzzled him was how Prime Minister Fong, a man of unyielding integrity, could have raised such a gentle and delicate young lady. Most importantly, how could the strikingly unattractive Prime Minister Fong have such a beautiful daughter? Isn't it said that daughters resemble their fathers? Xiaoliang coughed, glanced at Consort Fong, and then said indifferently, "Since you are a consort, why aren't you staying in your own palace? What are you doing here?" "These are pastries I made personally, Your Majesty. Please try them." Consort Fong's face was flushed with shyness, but her voice was clear and sweet. So, it was about showing warmth. Being an emperor was indeed great, with people always eager to curry favor. "Come in," Xiaoliang said, not immediately rejecting her, and opened the door to let her in. Sitting there with a smile, he looked at Consort Fong and said lightly, "When new people enter the palace, everyone wants to make a good impression. But as the daughter of the Prime Minister, why lower yourself? Your Majesty, please save me." Consort Fong immediately knelt on the ground, her face streaked with tears. "I am only a concubine's daughter from the Prime Minister's household. I was tormented by the main wife and lived in misery. Now that I'm in the palace, my birth mother is still in the household. Your Majesty, please save her." Xiaoliang was utterly surprised. He had never expected that behind Consort Fong's story lay such a tale. Even more, he hadn't anticipated that Prime Minister Fong, who seemed so upright, could be so heartless behind the scenes. Seeing the young girl's teary face, Xiaoliang felt both amused and helpless. He spread his hands and said with a sigh, "Even if that's the case, what can I do to help? After all, that's your father's own business." Upon hearing this, Consort Fong felt another wave of despair. She lowered her head and whispered, "Even the emperor can't help? I don't ask for much. I just want my birth mother to live a good life." Watching her like this, Xiaoliang thought for a moment and then waved his hand. "You may leave." "Yes, Your Majesty. I take my leave." Without any hesitation, Consort Fong stood up and turned to leave. Xiaoliang watched her go, feeling both amused and a little disappointed. He had initially thought that the beauty might have some feelings for him, but now, seeing her reaction, it was clear she had no special interest. She had come to him purely to seek help, and when she couldn't get it, she showed no further attachment. What a practical young lady. Li Nu, go find the national teacher. I want to have a chat with him, Xiaoyang said, waving his hand. Li Nu glanced at Xiaoyang, thought for a moment, and then whispered, Your Majesty, are you planning to help Consort Fong? Yes, Xiaoyang nodded. She's a pitiful person. Besides, wanting to live a good life. What's wrong with that? Although he said that at first, he knew that once she got what she wanted, she might start asking for more. Indeed, Consort Fong's actions could be seen as the first shot in the battle for favor. Throughout the day, pastries, snacks, and various teas flowed into Xiaoyang's study like a continuous stream. Seeing the seemingly endless spread on the table before him, Xiaoyang's expression changed repeatedly. Irritated, he said, Enough! Is this the study or the imperial kitchen? Your Majesty, there are also these sachets, Li Nu said, holding about 20 embroidered pouches, most of which depicted mandarin ducks. Seeing these, Xiaoyang felt another wave of despair. It seems these people have far too much free time. Li Nu, go and compile a list. Send all the consorts who sent embroidered items to the embroidery workshop to work. What? Li Nu couldn't believe her ears. She hesitated, looking at Xiaoyang, and then whispered, Your Majesty, is that appropriate? After all, these are consorts. What's the problem? Even the Empress works. Xiaoyang said with complete confidence. Look, this tea is brewed so well. Send this person to the tea house to teach the young palace maids the art of tea. Xiaoyang added. Now, Li Nu understood. These weren't consorts. They were free labor. Since these young ladies had just entered the palace, none of them knew Xiaoyang's preferences. All they knew was that on the second day of their arrival, they each had a job to do. Upon hearing this news, Tianzhao rushed to the Zhaoyang Palace, laughing loudly. The emperor is truly amazing. Who could have thought of this? Seeing her gloating, Shun Yunyan sighed helplessly. Is this something to be happy about? Why are you laughing so loudly? I just didn't expect the emperor to do this, Tianzhao said after she had finished laughing. Those are all delicate young ladies. After 3 or 5 days of this, they'll probably be too tired to even think about competing for favor. The emperor is truly brilliant. This is a great way to maintain harmony in the harem. You're right, Shun Yunyan nodded, then continued calculating accounts. Although she was now in the harem, she still had work to do. After all, she was the empress, and she was Shun Yunyan. She had to focus on her own endeavors. Seeing Shun Yunyan busy, Tianzhao looked at her with concern and whispered, Your Majesty, are you still feeling upset? What do I have to be upset about? The harem consorts are almost working in the fields. Am I supposed to be angry or sad? Shun Yunyan laughed. The one who should be feeling upset is definitely not me. That statement was undeniably true. Then I'll go back to work too. With that, Tianzhao turned and walked out. When Xiaoyang's order spread, everyone was stunned. The consorts had never expected that instead of receiving the emperor's favor, they would be handed a load of work. What kind of situation is this? They had come to serve the emperor, not to work. Chapter 418. Can't keep up anymore. As the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. These concubines were so exhausted during the day that they were dizzy and their eyes blurred. At night, they returned with aching bodies, unable to sleep properly. Within just half a month, they all gathered in the Zhaoyang Palace, kneeling on the ground and crying out for help. Your Majesty, save us. Empress Dowager, save me. Several young girls wailed loudly, extending their hands, looking utterly pitiful. Unlike the others who were sobbing, Lady Fong knelt quietly to the side, not uttering a word. Shun Yinyan was completely caught off guard by how ruthless Xiaoyang was. These girls, who had been pampered at home, had never experienced such hardships before. Seeing their pitiful expressions, Shun Yinyan sighed softly and said, I know you've all been working hard lately, but this is the emperor's decree, and I can't do much about it for now. How about this? Please all rise, and I'll discuss it with the emperor. Upon hearing this, the girls felt even more desperate, kneeling there and sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing them cry so pitifully, Shun Yinyan felt a headache coming on. All right, my dear sisters, please get up. The ground is cold. Be careful with your knees. Realizing that continuing to kneel wouldn't benefit them, they reluctantly stood up, looking at Shan Yinyan with pleading eyes, hoping she would quickly talk to Xiaoyang. They would do anything, just as long as they didn't have to work anymore. After they dispersed, Lady Fong stayed behind. In fact, Shan Yinyan had already noticed the difference between Lady Fong and the others. She frowned and looked at her. Lady Fong, is there something you need? Your Majesty, I beg you to save my mother. Lady Fong knelt on the ground, looking at Shan Yinyan with teary eyes, and recounted the troubles in her family. Upon hearing this, Shun Yinyan's expression darkened. She furrowed her brows. What do you want me to do for you? I originally wanted to serve the Emperor well to stabilize the Prime Minister's residence, but now, I want to serve you, Your Majesty. I am already lowly, so I will do anything. I only beg you to protect my mother. Please. Lady Fong's eyes were brimming with tears, looking truly pitiful. Seeing her like this, Shun Yinyan sighed. You might not know, but the Emperor has been unwell and invited the national teacher to examine him. It was said that a newly appointed concubine in the harem has a family member surnamed Lin who has offended the Emperor. Therefore, this person must go to the temple of protecting the nation to copy scriptures. What? Lady Fong stared at Shun Yinyan in disbelief. The Emperor. But the Emperor rejected me. The Emperor has always been like this. I can't control what happened when you were at home, but since you've entered the palace, you are a noble and respected Lady Fong. Shun Yinyan chuckled lightly. I know you are gentle and virtuous, so I didn't intend to make things difficult for you. Now, please rise. Your Majesty, I only wish to live a peaceful life. I don't want to compete or fight. Please rest assured. Lady Fong wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and smiled at Shun Yinyan. Shun Yinyan looked at her and sighed. Although she was a noble concubine, when you really thought about it, she was just a young girl of 17 or 18, her face still full of innocence. At this age, like a blooming flower, if she were to waste away in the palace, it would indeed be a pity. All right, you may leave. Shun Yinyan waved her hand, dismissing her. Lady Fong bowed respectfully and left the room. Watching her retreating figure, Linger stepped forward, looking worriedly at Shun Yinyan. Your Majesty, the Emperor usually doesn't meddle in others' affairs. This time, he seems to have taken this matter to heart. Could it be? Go and deliver my decree. Lady Fong has offended me and is to be confined to the Temple of Protecting the Nation for a month. Shun Yinyan glanced at Linger. Linger immediately nodded and left to deliver the decree. Everyone thought that Lady Fong had offended the Empress and was being punished. So many of the restless ones calmed down, not daring to act rashly. But for Lady Fong, this was a rare blessing. She packed her things and hurried to the Temple of Protecting the Nation. Mother! Woo, Mother! Lady Fong entered and immediately hugged the frail woman in front of her. Although the woman was older, one could still see her charm and grace. Li Nu stood to the side, watching the two embrace, and then handed Lady Fong a bundle. Inside are 2,000 taels of gold. The Emperor's intention is that if Lady Fong does not wish to return to the palace, she can take her mother and this money to leave the capital and live her own life. After a month, your death will be announced. What? Lady Fong stared at Li Nu in disbelief, unable to believe that such happiness could come so suddenly. Are you saying this is true? The Emperor is granting me freedom? Lady Fong looked at her in disbelief. Is this real? Seeing her reaction, Li Nu smiled. The Emperor's intention is that you can choose for yourself. Whether you remain Lady Fong or become Fong Shuhui, it's up to you. I, Fong Shuhui, humbly thank the Emperor for his grace. Fong Shuhui knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. Some might be tempted by the power and wealth of the harem, but Fong Shuhui wasn't. She only wanted to take her mother and flee far away, to live a free and happy life. Then, I shall take my leave. Li Nu bowed and turned to leave. The woman looked at Fong Shuhui and her eyes reddened. Shuhui, it's all my fault for holding you back. Mother. Fong Shuhui held her hand. From now on, You are no longer a concubine of the Prime Minister's residence, Xian Xian. You are my mother, Qing Zi. Upon hearing this, Qing Zi's tears fell. You should have been enjoying the comforts of the harem. It's all my fault. I've held you back. I don't like the life in the harem. Living freely with you is the life I want. Mother, let's go now, before it's too late. Fang Shuhui was afraid that any delay would be met with obstacles, so she quickly grabbed Qing Zi's hand and headed outside. At the foot of the mountain, a modest carriage was waiting for them. Seeing the carriage, Fang Shuhui understood. This was Xiao Yang's deep consideration and kindness. She took a deep breath and then, pulling Qing Zi, they knelt facing the direction of the palace and bowed 3 times. Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! Long live! Chapter 419. Are you looking forward to it? Zhaoyang Palace. Shen Yunyan glanced at Xiaoyang, sighed with some helplessness, and then whispered, I really don't understand. What were you thinking when you decided to have these concubines do manual labor? Isn't that just bullying them? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, How is that bullying? You're the empress. Aren't you also doing things yourself? These women were spoiled too much at home. They can't handle even the slightest bit of hardship. Pass down the decree. If anyone dares to come crying to the empress again, they will have all their rest time cancelled. Xiaoyang shouted coldly. What? Even Shan Yunyan was stunned, looking at Xiaoyang in disbelief. I say, isn't this a bit too much? If the ministers find out, how are you going to explain yourself? Once someone enters the palace, they're mine. I can use them however I want. Do I need to explain myself to them? Xiaoyang snorted, stepping closer to glance at the ledger in Shan Yunyan's hands. How is the Qin region doing this year? Speaking of this, Shan Yunyan immediately became excited. The income from long-haired rabbits and fruit trees has more than doubled compared to last year. And thanks to your shipping and transportation tracks, our fresh fruits and vegetables have gained wider markets. Now, people all over the country can enjoy fresh produce from Qin. Seeing Shan Yunyan's excitement, Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile along. It seems my empress is indeed the most capable. Why are you flattering me? In the end, isn't this all your achievement? Shen Yunyan leaned against Xiaoyang. The Qin region was once barren, but now it's become a prosperous place. Hee, it's all thanks to you. You're amazing, really amazing. Yunyan, Qian, Shu, and Lu, these 3 regions are all desolate. I want to visit them after the vassal kings settle down, to develop them according to their unique characteristics, Xiaoyang said, raising an eyebrow. I once promised to take you on a journey around the world. Now it's time to fulfill that promise. How about it? Are you looking forward to it? You want to take me with you? Shen Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang in surprise, her voice filled with disbelief. Are you crazy? I'm the empress. How can I just leave like that? Xiaoyang chuckled softly and said calmly, I'm the emperor, and I can leave if I want to. The court has the prime minister and Marquis Zhongyang, and the harem has Tianzhao and all these concubines. What's there to worry about? This. Shen Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang's cheerful expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. What about Songer? It will probably take about a year for these matters to settle down. By then, Songer will be 2 years old and it'll be time for him to see the world with us. Besides, his health condition is special, so it's best for him to be with us, don't you think? Xiaoyang wrapped his arms around Shen Yunyan and glanced at the little toddler playing with a ball on the bed. Songer, seeming not to understand what his parents were discussing, just looked over with wide eyes and reached out his chubby little hand. Ah. The crown prince has been very lively recently, always trying to speak. Linger stepped forward, placing a piece of jerky in Songer's hand. It was something the maids had developed together, suitable for teething but without oil or salt, so it wouldn't burden the child. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan smiled softly and whispered, All right, let's go together. Xiaoyang held Shen Yunyan, looking at Songer on the bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Soon, the vassal kings arrived in the capital. Due to varying distances, their arrivals were staggered. Xiaoyang, who detested hassle, simply accommodated all the princes in the guest house and waited until everyone had arrived before summoning them together. Of course, Xiaoyang wouldn't give them any chance to conspire, and he had people keeping an eye on them, investigating their backgrounds. Envoys from the Nanzhong, Beigua, and Chu kingdoms had also arrived. They were all familiar faces. However, Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised to see that the person escorting the Chu princess for a political marriage was Qing Yao. This man left a deep impression on Xiaoyang. Previously, Chu Ruiwe had refused to truly become his wife because of him. Now, this man must be the princess's husband, right? Glancing at the roster, Xiaoyang smiled. It seems the capital is indeed bustling. Don't just stand around. This is a rare opportunity with people from all over the world gathered here. Open the specialty streets and start making money. Make a lot of money, Xiaoyang said excitedly, looking at Tao Jinzi. Tao Jinzi, seeing Xiaoyang's excitement, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. Your Majesty, you're the Emperor. Why are you so excited about money? What's not to be excited about? Xiaoyang gave him a disdainful look. I want money. Nothing else. Don't waste my time. This is a rare opportunity. Do I need to emphasize that? Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Tao Jinzi immediately nodded. Your Majesty, these vassal kings are dangerous. Besides their tributes, they've brought other things as well. Naturally, Xiaoyang nodded upon hearing this. I've long known their intentions, so I won't be careless. By the way, how's the research on that thing coming along? Many skilled craftsmen have worked on it, and we've finally developed this. The explosives you mentioned. We've tested them, and if controlled properly, they can flatten a mountain. Tao Jinzi placed a large, black, egg-shaped object on Xiaoyang's desk. Xiaoyang examined the black object and nodded in satisfaction. Looks like my money wasn't wasted. That's my money. Tao Jinzi felt his heart ache. He couldn't even remember how much money had been spent on developing this black egg, and the thought of it made him wince. Seeing his stingy demeanor, Xiaoyang rolled his eyes in disdain. What's the big deal about spending money? It'll all come back later. You're so tight-fisted. Your Majesty, there's a fight at the guest house. Ji Xiang burst in, looking flustered. What? Xiaoyang was stunned upon hearing this. Why are they fighting? What happened? It's the Yunnan king and Yang Feiyu. It started over a dispute for a room, some verbal arguments, but then they ended up fighting. Yang Feiyu isn't a match for the Yunnan king and got badly beaten. Ji Xiang knelt down and briefly explained the situation. Chapter 420, Money Talks. The Yunnan king earned his throne through battle on horseback, so Yang Feiyu's fancy moves naturally couldn't compare, Xiaoyang said with disdain, snorting before adding nonchalantly, but that's none of our business. They can figure it out themselves. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiang was dumbfounded. Your Majesty, are you saying we're not going to intervene? Not that we're not going to intervene. It's just that we don't know anything. Xiaoyang said matter-of-factly, smiling at him before whispering, Go on, I know nothing. Is it really possible for an emperor to feign ignorance like this? Li Nu looked curiously at Xiaoyang, asking softly, Are we really just going to let this go? Not intervene at all. If the emperor had to personally handle everything, he'd be exhausted to death. You understand, right? Xiaoyang chuckled. All right, let's rest. I'm tired. Tired? It's not even dark yet, and he's already going to sleep? Li Nu glanced at Xiaoyang, smiled, then turned and left, carefully closing the door behind him. Xiaoyang's lips curled into a faint smile as he changed into different clothes and headed towards a secret passage. Ha ha ha. Seeing the bruised and swollen man lying on the bed groaning, Xiaoyang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yang Feiyu's face turned grim at the sight of Xiaoyang's gloating expression. Clenching his teeth, he said sourly, I've been beaten to a pulp, and you can still laugh? I'm the northern envoy. I know that, but it wasn't me who beat you. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes, shrugging nonchalantly. If you really feel wronged, then just have your older brother bring his troops over. As long as you can take Yunnan, I certainly won't object. What kind of logic is that? Yang Feiyu shot up from the bed, frowning as he looked at Xiaoyang. Even if I weren't the northern envoy, I'm still your friend, right? I've been beaten like this, and not only are you not standing up for me, you're gloating over my misfortune. You're the one who always comes to me to gloat, so why can't I gloat at you? Besides, what are you pretending for? The Yunnan king is a formidable figure, and he held back. It's just some superficial injuries. Why are you so worked up? You're not going to die. Xiaoyang chuckled, looking at him. Yang Feiyu felt even more frustrated upon hearing this, lowering his head and muttering, "It's just superficial injuries, sure, and I won't die, but it's so humiliating. Don't you think it's embarrassing? I wasn't the one beaten, so why would I feel embarrassed?" Xiaoyang said with a smile. This, Yang Feiyu suddenly realized he had no rebuttal to that, so he could only glare at Xiaoyang. "What are you here for, anyway? Just to laugh at my misfortune?" Xiaoyang's smile faded. His curiosity peaked as he looked at Yang Feiyu. "Although you're really annoying most of the time, I still don't understand why you got into a fight with the Yunnan king. Was it really just over a room?" Xiaoyang found it hard to believe. A room? Yang Feiyu felt even more exasperated upon hearing this. Clenching his teeth, he glared at Xiaoyang. "So now everyone thinks we fought over a room?" "Yeah, so what really happened?" "It wasn't over a room." Yang Feiyu sighed in resignation. "This is just too absurd. The rooms at the inn were all arranged in advance. The Ministry of Rights made it clear who would stay where, so there was no need to argue over that. We fought because of the Yunnan princess." Yang Feiyu snorted. "That little princess is such a brat. She's so arrogant. I just dressed simply, and she thought I was a stable boy, whipping me with her whip right away." "What? That's just ridiculous." Xiaoyang looked at Yang Feiyu, puzzled, his brows furrowing slightly as he hesitated before asking softly, "Why did she whip you?" "I don't know why she whipped me. She just did. I mean, you can even take in a woman like that? I really admire you, but suddenly, I feel sorry for my sister." Yang Feiyu was even more frustrated. So that's how it was. Xiaoyang understood immediately upon hearing this, smiling faintly as he said softly, "So it was over the princess, but the Yunnan king, for the sake of his daughter's reputation, covered it up and smeared your name?" "Probably. The old sly fox." Yang Feiyu cursed angrily. Seeing his angry expression, Xiaoyang blinked. "If you really want revenge, there might be a way." "A way? What way?" "The Yunnan king is rich and powerful, with strong troops. You wouldn't dare stand up for me, and even you would have to be respectful to that old man," Yang Feiyu said, growing even more frustrated. Now, Xiaoyang understood. This guy was just in a bad mood, finding fault with everyone. Sighing in resignation, he said softly, "I was going to help you, but seeing your attitude now, I think I'd better leave you alone." With that, he stood up and made to leave. Yang Feiyu hadn't really taken the matter to heart, so he dressed and followed Xiaoyang out. "You're badly injured, aren't you? Why are you following me?" Xiaoyang said, half laughing, half exasperated. Yang Feiyu rolled his eyes, muttering, "What can I say? I'm just a fool who got beaten up over a room. Would it be any less humiliating if I stayed in bed?" "It would be pretty humiliating." Xiaoyang patted his shoulder, smiling. "Trust me, life is short. Close your eyes and don't open them, and it's all over. Be good now." "What kind of comfort is that? You've been staying at the inn for so long. Any interesting gossip?" Xiaoyang asked, curious. Yang Feiyu smiled, taking a sip of tea as he sat down. "If I tell you, you can't get mad, all right?" "Go ahead," Xiaoyang said, genuinely curious about what this guy had seen. Hearing this, Yang Feiyu couldn't help but gloat, whispering, "I found out your Minister of Rights is quite good at making money. Although he arranged all the courtyards, there's a big difference. Whoever pays him more gets the better rooms. You know those few impoverished princes? They got the worst rooms." "What?" Xiaoyang felt completely flustered upon hearing this, his expression immediately changing. "Damn it. If they're going to do things like this, the money should go to me." Chapter 421. Too sad. Is that the point? Observing Xiaoyang's distressed look, Yang Feiyu sighed with a mix of frustration and resignation. murmuring, "Goodness, is this truly all you're concerned about? Toadying up to the powerful and stepping on the weak. Isn't that the most ordinary thing in the world? Why should I be angry? I just hate those who hog everything for themselves." Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and snorted unhappily. "If I don't manage to squeeze out half of this money, then I'm not Xiaoyang." "What nonsense." Yang Feiyu glanced at Xiaoyang, hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "I always thought you weren't short of money, but recently, you've been accumulating wealth like a rake. Tell me, are you planning something big?" "This guy is really smart. Smart enough to be annoying." Xiaoyang snorted, "This is my business. What does it have to do with you?" "How is it not my business? I'm asking you, what exactly are you planning?" Yang Feiyu looked at him. "We have such a good relationship. Why can't you be honest with me? Why won't you tell me?" "Heh, talking about feelings at a time like this is just too ridiculous, isn't it?" Xiaoyang glanced at him and said indifferently, "We have a good relationship, but that's our private bond. When it comes to state affairs, there's no room for personal feelings." At this point, Xiaoyang felt a strange sadness. Back when he was the Prince of Qin, they could still be like ordinary friends, gathering together, drinking and chatting, sharing everything without reservation. But now, there probably won't be such opportunities again. Will there? The two fell silent for a while. Feeling bored, Xiaoyang turned and walked out. Watching Xiaoyang's retreating figure, Yang Feiyu sighed with a hint of helplessness. Indeed, when it comes to matters of state, what value did their small friendship hold? As soon as he stepped outside, Xiaoyang was blocked by a red-clad woman. "Stop! Who are you? I've never seen you here before." The woman's voice was coquettish, carrying a hint of arrogance. Hearing this, Xiaoyang's face changed. He frowned and looked at the fiery girl in front of him. "Who I am has nothing to do with you. Is this your house?" "Pfft, what are you talking about? This shabby place could never be mine. Let me tell you, this is an inn, a place of the court. You, with your unknown identity, can't just waltz in here. If you offend someone important, you won't be able to compensate." The woman snorted, clearly looking down on him. "This must be the Princess of Yunnan, right? I've only heard about her arrogance, but now it seems it's not just arrogance. She's stupid, foolish, and wicked." Thinking this, Xiaoyang crossed his arms and coldly looked at her. I said, "Young lady, anyone you don't know is suspicious? Who are you, anyway?" "Me. How dare you? I am the Princess of Yunnan." "Oh, what a big official. Please open your eyes and look clearly. This is the capital, the most prosperous place, not some remote corner of Yunnan. Here, princesses and dukes are everywhere. What makes you, a mere princess of Yunnan, so arrogant?" Xiaoyang snorted disdainfully. "How dare you insult me? I'll kill you." Before the words were even finished, the woman's whip was already slashing through the air. Well, with such a little firecracker around, it's impossible not to get into a fight, isn't it? Xiaoyang grabbed the whip, gave it a hard yank, and pulled the woman into his arms. He gritted his teeth. I said, "Little girl, you're going too far. Let me tell you, I don't hit women, so you'd better behave yourself and scram. If I don't kill you, I'm not human." The Princess of Yunnan gritted her teeth and charged at Xiaoyang again. Hearing the commotion, Yang Feiyu immediately came out of the room. Seeing the two in a scuffle, his first reaction was to grab some melon seeds and tea, then sit on the porch and watch. Xiaoyang, facing such a little girl, naturally had the upper hand, but noticing someone gloating, his expression immediately changed. He gritted his teeth and glared at him. "Aren't you going to help? I thought you could handle it." Yang Feiyu cracked open a melon seed and laughed happily. Soon, the king of Yunnan heard about the fight and came over with a group of people, his momentum fierce. How dare anyone be so insolent? Now it's even more lively. Yang Feiyu couldn't stop laughing. He was really curious how Xiaoyang planned to wrap this up, but he only laughed for a moment, because the next second, Xiaoyang kicked the little princess away and made a quick escape. Gone? Escaped? Just like that, in broad daylight, he ran away? "Chase him for me." The king of Yunnan was so angry he was grinding his teeth. The little princess walked over, frowning at her father. Who told you to come? If I hadn't come, you would have been in trouble. The king of Yunnan looked at his precious daughter with a mix of exasperation and affection. Yunar, can't you stop causing trouble everywhere? What's going on this time? Yunar didn't even look at her old father. She turned and walked toward Yang Feiyu. Don't make a move, or I really will fight back. Yang Feiyu immediately went on the defensive. Yunar snorted. Who's going to fight you? You can't even beat me. I ask you, who was that man? How would I know? Yang Feiyu snorted and rolled his eyes. This guy is really arrogant. After a while, Yunar got impatient. She gritted her teeth and said, He's from your courtyard. You don't know him? I don't know him. Didn't you say he was a random nobody? Yang Feiyu said it so confidently. This guy. Yunar didn't want to lose her temper, but she couldn't help it, so she waved her whip again. This time, Yang Feiyu really couldn't take it anymore. Sister, beat her. Got it. Yang Xuanya dashed out of the room, holding a silver spear. With a flick, she knocked the whip out of Yunar's hand, then like a graceful dragon, forced her back. Enough, isn't it? What a splendid move. Yunar looked at her in disbelief. You? Who are you? Take care. Yang Xuanya stood in front of her brother, coldly looking at Yunar. Perhaps because she didn't look like a princess, Yunar thought she was just Yang Feiyu's guard. She coldly looked at her. You attacked suddenly. That's a sneak attack. Let's fight again. If I lose, I won't cause trouble anymore. How about it? Fine. Yang Xuanya agreed without hesitation. Then, she waved her silver spear. Come. Good. Yunar was also a fighter, so she swung her whip and lashed out at Yang Xuanya. Chapter 422, Keeping Promises. Two stunning beauties were now engaged in a fight in the courtyard, and the scene was truly a feast for the eyes. Seeing this, Yang Feiyu immediately became excited. Go, Year. Beat her up and avenge me. This guy. Yang Xuanya always thought her brother was great in every way, except for his mouth, which was really too annoying. Indeed, it was no wonder he got beaten up so often outside because of that mouth. Humph, dream on if you think you can beat me. Yunar shouted angrily, and her attacks became more fierce. At this point, the Yunnan prince also began to see the situation more clearly. He realized that the other party was also here for the marriage alliance. Well, they haven't even entered the palace yet, and they're already fighting. Yunar was highly skilled in martial arts, but her skills were mostly ornamental, practiced in the inner courtyard. Unlike Yang Xuanya, who had been on the battlefield, Yunar was no match. After just a few rounds, she was knocked to the ground by Yang Xuanya. Bravo! Well done. Yang Feiyu immediately jumped up in excitement. His face was already bruised and swollen, so his jumping around looked quite comical. Seeing this, Yang Xuanya felt a wave of disdain. She really didn't want to admit that this was her own brother. Yunar struggled to get up from the ground, her eyes red with tears as she looked at Yang Xuanya. Don't get too cocky. Just because I can't beat you now doesn't mean I'll never be able to. You lost. I hope you can keep your promise and bring us peace, Yang Xuanya said, disregarding the other's discontent. To her, the outcome was clear, so why bother arguing? Upon hearing this, Yunar's face turned even paler, but she was, after all, the young princess of Yunnan and had some pride. All right, Yang Xuanya, just you wait. I will definitely defeat you someday. I look forward to it, Yang Xuanya replied indifferently before turning and entering the house. She was naturally a cold and aloof person, only showing warmth in front of Xiaoyang and her brother. Returning to her own courtyard, Yunar was so furious that she threw her whip onto the ground. Yunar, why are you doing this to yourself? The Yunnan prince, seeing his precious daughter like this, felt immediate heartache. That northern princess isn't anything special. She just had the advantage of better weapons. Don't cry, my dear. Upon hearing this, Yunar's face grew even more sullen. Initially just angry, she now burst into tears. Enough, father. Don't you think I've already embarrassed myself enough? My skills are just mediocre, and she didn't even take me seriously before I was utterly defeated. Wah! No, Yuner, your martial arts are truly excellent. She just has the advantage of having fought on the battlefield. Don't cry, my dear. The Yunnan prince quickly tried to comfort his daughter. Seeing her like this, he felt both heartache and helplessness. He sighed softly and murmured, "You've always been pure-hearted, my child. You say whatever's on your mind and wear your heart on your sleeve. How will you fare in the future like this? How can you compete with them in the palace?" Seeing her father so distressed, Yuner stopped crying and quickly said, "Father, don't be sad. I'll work hard. I'll make sure the emperor likes me and won't bring shame to our Yunnan prince's residence." The Yunnan prince shook his head and said softly, "My dear, I have 12 sons, but only one daughter. If it weren't for the constant pressure from others, how could I bear to send you to the palace? That's a den of wolves and tigers. I wanted to raise you all your life, to ensure you live carefree. Alas, it's a pity you were born into the Yunnan prince's residence." "Father." Yuner held his hand and leaned on his shoulder. "As long as you're well, I'll be carefree. I'm supported by the people's taxes, and this is my duty." Yuner had always been clear about her responsibilities. It was precisely because she was so sensible that the Yunnan prince felt even more frustrated. With a cold expression, he snorted, "Yuner, just go to the palace. If that young emperor mistreats you, I'll lead our Yunnan soldiers and come to take you back." "Father." Yuner grew anxious. "You know that if war breaks out, the common people will suffer. How can you say such things? You mustn't say that again. I don't want you to go to war, especially not for me." "All right, I'll listen to my Yuner." The Yunnan prince smiled gently, patting her head. "I'm old now, just hoping for the safety of my children." Imperial study. Naturally, everything that happened at the inn was reported to Xiaoyang without missing a detail. Although he hadn't witnessed it himself, Xiaoyang could imagine how explosive the scene must have been. He chuckled and looked at Li Nu. "Do you think that stubborn princess went back and cried her eyes out?" "Your Majesty, Minister Tian is here," Li Nu gently reminded him. Xiaoyang rubbed his temples, then let him in. Standing outside must be tiring. Soon, Tian Zhao entered with a ledger in hand and presented it to Xiaoyang. "Here are the dowry lists of all the marriage candidates. Would you like to take a look?" So it was about this. Xiaoyang had thought Tian Zhao's visit might bring trouble, but it turned out to be about money. He immediately brightened up, taking the ledger with a smile. After a quick glance, he roughly calculated that the combined dowries amounted to tens of millions of taels of gold. It seemed some vassal kings were indeed quite wealthy. However, some regions were barren, so the dowries they brought were quite meager. Nonetheless, it was clear they valued their daughters, though their financial constraints limited what they could offer. "Return the dowries of the Deer King, the Shu King, and the Chun King." Xiaoyang directly handed the ledger back to Tian Zhao. "Do it quietly, without anyone noticing." Although Tian Zhao didn't understand why they were being returned, he obediently nodded. "Understood, Your Majesty. Also, these women will soon enter the palace, so please decide on their ranks." Of course, Xiaoyang knew that whenever this girl came to see him, it was rarely for anything good. He sighed helplessly, took the ledger, and carefully reviewed it, comparing it with the dowry lists. He quickly assigned the ranks. Since the number of ranks in the palace was limited, naturally, those who brought more money would receive higher positions. Tian Zhao watched Xiaoyang's pragmatic demeanor with some exasperation, though he couldn't think of a better solution himself. Xiaoyang pulled out a box from under the table, opened it, and revealed a collection of golden hairpins, all of similar designs. Chapter 423, Just Tired. When you go to bestow the titles, give one to each of them. This is my intention. Xiaoyang smiled and handed the box to Tianzhao. Tianzhao was utterly surprised that these newly promoted consorts were receiving such treatment. She looked at Xiaoyang with confusion, not moving. Seeing her hesitation, Xiaoyang chuckled. After taking so much money from them, It would be a bit unethical not to give something in return, don't you think? Ah, is that a reason? Tianzhao glanced at the gold hairpins in her hand, furrowed her brows, and shot him a look. They gave tens of millions of taels of gold, and all they got in return was this hairpin? Is that reasonable? Is that reasonable at all? What a shrewd businessman. Thinking of this, Tianzhao ground her teeth once more. Xiaoyang waved his hand and lowered his head to start calculating accounts. Glancing at the dowry lists on the table, he directly summoned Tao Jinzi. We're out of money, truly out of money. Tao Jinzi looked pitifully at Xiaoyang. We've already spent all our cash on that warship you mentioned earlier. What do you mean by that? Xiaoyang frowned and said irritably, You little rascal, do you think I only come to you for money? Upon hearing this, Tao Jinzi felt even more wronged, looking at him with pleading eyes. Then what? What do you think? This, Xiaoyang suddenly realized that it was indeed true. Every time he sought him out, it was for money. Seeing his Weiqu expression, Xiaoyang suddenly felt that perhaps he hadn't been very fair. He chuckled and gestured for him to come closer. Come here, smile for me, and I promise you a surprise. Smile? He really couldn't muster one. However, Tao Jinzi was an honest man, so he obediently stepped forward and forced a smile at Xiaoyang. Satisfied, Xiaoyang nodded and handed him the dowry list. Within a month, convert all non-cash items into cash. This, Tao Jinzi stared at the list Xiaoyang handed him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Your Majesty, is this really okay? Won't the consorts be upset? Upset? Why would they be upset? Contributing a bit of money for the country and the people. What's the problem? Xiaoyang spoke with such righteous indignation. Seeing Xiaoyang's confident demeanor, Tao Jinzi felt even less worried and immediately nodded. Yes, I will handle it right away. With the list in hand, he happily turned and left. Xiaoyang glanced at the pleasant weather outside and changed into casual attire, taking Shen Yinyan out of the palace toward the Ministry of Works. There's still much to do in the palace. Why did you bring me here, Your Majesty? Shen Yinyan looked at him with a mix of laughter and tears. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Call me Aoyang. There's no one else here. Seeing the warship already taking shape, Xiaoyang was filled with excitement. He grabbed Shen Yinyan's hand and began to introduce, Wife, look, here. This is where the archers stand. They can hide while shooting arrows, so they won't get hurt. And here, this is where we store the black pellets. Look here, it's waterproof, fireproof, and oil-resistant. Even if they try to burn it, they can't. Watching Xiaoyang's excited state, Shen Yinyan felt as if she were in a dream. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she'd seen such a lively Xiaoyang. Ever since entering the palace, ever since taking that throne, both Xiaoyang and she had seemed to transform into different people, as if they'd been molded into a certain shape, no longer their true selves. Come, let me take you up to see. Suddenly, Xiaoyang's hand reached out to her. Without hesitation, Shen Yinyan placed her hand in his. Standing on the deck, Xiaoyang wrapped his arms around Shen Yinyan from behind, just like in Titanic. Pressing his lips to her ear, his voice was tender. Shen Yinyan, I love you. Xiaoyang, I love you. Shen Yinyan shyly responded. But the next moment, a metallic taste filled her throat, and a mouthful of blood surged up. Shen Yinyan didn't want to ruin this beautiful moment, so she forced the blood back down. The Minister of War, hearing that the Emperor had come to inspect personally, was terrified and hurried over. To his surprise, he arrived to see the Emperor and Empress embracing. Feeling his presence was entirely unnecessary. He immediately lowered his head, not daring to look any further. Your Majesty, someone's coming, Shen Yinyan softly called out. Her mouth and throat were filled with the taste of blood. She didn't dare turn around, only feeling Xiaoyang's hands slowly leave her body. She sighed in relief. But before she could react, her vision went dark, and she fainted. Shen Yinyan. Empress. Quick, call the imperial physician. The scene descended into chaos. Xiaoyang carried Shen Yinyan into the rear quarters of the Ministry of Works. Soon, the imperial physician Lu Han arrived with his small medical kit. After carefully taking her pulse, his expression grew serious, but he still shook his head at Xiaoyang. Your Majesty, please rest assured, the Empress is fine. Nonsense. Xiaoyang kicked him in anger. If she's fine, why did she faint? Please calm down, Your Majesty. The Empress is just overly tired. A good rest will suffice. Lu Han knelt on the ground, trembling. Xiaoyang didn't believe it. He held Shan Yinyan's hand and carefully took her pulse, but the result was exactly as Lu Han had said. She was just exhausted. Still, he felt uneasy. Holding Shan Yinyan, he clenched his teeth and said, "Get the best tonic." Still not reassured, he personally wrote out a prescription. Seeing the prescription Xiaoyang handed him, Lu Han was astonished, looking at him in disbelief. Your Majesty, you're so well versed in medicine? Less chatter. Prepare the medicine. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. Was this really the time for flattery? Lu Han took the prescription, his mind in a haze as he left. Years ago, when Shan Yinyan returned to the capital, she had given him a few prescriptions. From that moment on, he had become her man. But Lu Han never expected that those ingenious prescriptions had actually come from Xiaoyang. How ironic. The emperor, skilled in medicine, yet unable to save the one he loved the most. As Lu Han prepared the medicine, tears almost fell into the broth. When Shan Yinyan woke up, she was already in the Zhaoyang Palace. No one else was around except Xiaoyang with their chubby son, Zhong'er. Zhong'er was still too young to understand what had happened to his mother. He simply held her hand, babbling inarticulately, perhaps calling out for his mother. You're awake? You scared me to death. Do you know that? Xiaoyang held her. Yin, they said you're just tired. But that's not it, is it? You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Chapter 424. Can't help but smile. Seeing Xiaoyang's nervous demeanor, Shan Yinyan also grew anxious. After carefully observing, she determined that Xiaoyang was merely momentarily flustered, which eased her tension. She smiled gently, stroked his cheek, and softly said, "Let's not talk about the Imperial Hospital for now. You are highly skilled in medicine yourself. Who else would know my condition better than you?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang finally felt a bit more at ease. He hugged Shan Yinyan and whispered, "Even though that's true, I still worry about you. I'm afraid something might happen to you." Seeing him like this, Shan Yinyan's heart ached as if it were being cut. Yet, she forced a slight smile and gently said, "Well, this isn't the Zhaoyang Palace. If you act like this, won't everyone laugh at you? You and I are husband and wife, not just in the Zhaoyang Palace. No matter where we are husband and wife. Is it shameful for me to worry about my wife?" Xiaoyang huffed, then without hesitation, he picked her up horizontally, wrapped in the blanket, and carried her out. "Oh, this man." Shan Yinyan shyly hid under the blanket, letting out a helpless sigh. She softly said, "You're so old, yet you're still so childish and willful. What will people say about you in the future?" Indeed, a man can cherish his woman, but an emperor cannot be overly affectionate with his wife. This is the sorrow of being a ruler. No matter the situation, excess is never permissible. Unfortunately, Xiaoyang wasn't born into this society. He didn't care about the so-called rules and regulations at all. He held her tightly, huffed, and muttered, "If they talk about me, I'll beat them until they dare not speak again." Is that even possible? Even though Shan Yinyan had been with Xiaoyang for years, hearing such a domineering remark still made her want to laugh. Seeing her charming expression, Xiaoyang finally felt a bit more at ease. Although he still didn't know exactly what was wrong with Shan Yinyan's health, his instincts told him that her condition was far more complicated than it seemed on the surface. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang grew anxious. After carefully returning her to the Zhaoyang Palace, he summoned Lu Han once more to the imperial study. He sat there, staring intently at Lu Han. This was the first time the two had spoken alone, so Lu Han was somewhat nervous. He subconsciously clenched his fists and asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, you summoned me, but why aren't you speaking?" "I'm not speaking because I don't know what to say," Xiaoyang said with a half-smile, looking at Lu Han. Hearing this, Lu Han felt even colder all over. He stood there, not daring to move. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang knew his intimidation had worked. He smiled faintly and asked, "How is the Empress's health?" Lu Han wiped the sweat from his forehead and knelt down. "Your Majesty, I am incompetent. I truly cannot detect anything wrong with the Empress's health. It's just exhaustion." "Just exhaustion?" Xiaoyang crossed his arms and looked at him. "But I feel as if the Empress is withering away. Why is that?" "The Empress has been working too hard. Everyone has their limits. It seems the Empress's body cannot handle the current workload. She needs proper rest." Lu Han carefully considered his words and insisted on this explanation. After all, he genuinely hadn't sensed anything unusual about the Empress. "Is that really all? I still feel something's not right," Xiaoyang muttered to himself. Lu Han hadn't heard this clearly. He looked at Xiaoyang with confusion and asked in a low voice, "Does your Majesty feel something is wrong with the Empress's health?" "Not yet, just her mental state seems a bit off," Xiaoyang replied, shaking his head. Previously, Xin Yunyan had been like a vibrant, blooming flower, full of vitality, but now, it seemed like her vitality was slowly fading, and she appeared to be withering away. "Is that even a reason?" Lu Han glanced at Xiaoyang, hesitated, and then said, "The Empress has just given birth not long ago, and the delivery was exceptionally difficult. It's normal for her body to take time to recover. As long as she rests well, there shouldn't be a major issue. But she absolutely should not bear another child." "That makes sense. Childbirth is always a great strain on a woman's body." Xiaoyang finally felt relieved and beckoned to Lu Han. "Come here. I have a few prescriptions here. Take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be added." Lu Han immediately stepped forward, looking at the prescriptions Xiaoyang handed him. He was immediately excited. "Your Majesty, these prescriptions are truly marvelous. I am ashamed of my own skills." Of course, these were prescriptions and dietary plans Xiaoyang had researched for years in modern times. This is the prescription, and this is the medicinal cuisine. Just taking medicine isn't enough. She also needs to eat well. Xiaoyang smiled lightly and handed all the prescriptions to Lu Han. Lu Han looked at them as if he were a dog staring at a big pork joint, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang smiled faintly, realizing that this man had no interest in anything except medical research. "All right, take these prescriptions and go study them carefully." Xiaoyang waved his hand, dismissing him. Lu Han, feeling as if he had acquired a treasure, left happily. Watching his retreating figure, Xiaoyang sighed, then stood up and headed toward the inner bureau. With the foreign women coming for a political marriage, the inner bureau had been bustling with activity. Seeing Xiaoyang arrive, everyone knelt down in unison. Xiaoyang ignored them and walked straight toward Tianzhao. "Your Majesty? What is it?" Tianzhao looked at Xiaoyang's serious expression, puzzled. "Is something wrong?" "Come with me," Xiaoyang beckoned to Tianzhao. The two walked out together, and Tianzhao bowed to Xiaoyang. "Your Majesty, what's the matter?" "The Empress's health is not good. She cannot be overworked. You've been working in the inner bureau for some time now. Do you have any recommendations for capable female officials?" Xiaoyang got straight to the point. Since Shan Yunyan's health couldn't handle the strain, he needed to find a way to reduce her workload. Tianzhao was completely caught off guard. She hadn't expected Xiaoyang to rush over just for this. She glanced at Xiaoyang, covered her mouth, and chuckled. Then she nodded. "During this time, I've been looking for talented young ladies in the palace. I've found quite a few. How many does your Majesty need?" 6. Xiaoyang thought it would be better to have more people. 6. Tianzhao hesitated, then said in a low voice, "How about 3? The inner bureau has been extremely busy lately. After this period, I'll give you 3 more. Okay?" Chapter 425. Ice Cold. Xiaoyang furrowed his brows. "Aren't the women who came from outside already arranged? What are you still busy with?" These words were incredibly infuriating. Tianzhao was utterly shocked that Xiaoyang could say such a thing. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at him. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Your Majesty, people aren't wooden logs. After entering the palace, there are still many things to attend to. I know you care for the Empress, but we aren't made of iron either. What the hell? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang immediately changed his expression, rolling his eyes. I've told you time and again to cultivate more talent, but you wouldn't listen. Now that you need people, look, aren't you short-handed? Could this be her fault? Tianzhao was at a loss between laughter and tears. At most 4, no more. Fine, then 4 it is. Immediately bring them to the Zhaoyang Palace. When you're free, go keep the Empress company. Don't just think about your man and child. With that, Xiaoyang turned and left. Indeed, all emperors are heartless scoundrels. Tianzhao was speechless, leading the 4 young female officials straight to the Zhaoyang Palace. Seeing so many people arrive, Shun Yinyan was momentarily stunned, her brows slightly furrowed. When did you start making such a grand entrance? Why did you bring so many people? These are all His Majesty's orders. He said the Empress's health is not well, so more hands are needed. That's why I was told to bring them here. Tianzhao smiled lightly, sitting beside Shun Yinyan and taking her hand, only to find it ice cold. Her smile instantly froze, her concern evident as she looked at Shun Yinyan, whispering, Your Majesty, why are your hands so cold? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? No, it's just that I've been too exhausted lately. Shun Yinyan smiled, leaning on Tianzhao's shoulder, her voice soft. With all of you being so good to me, how could I not take care of myself? Miss, please don't do this, okay? I'm really scared. Tianzhao looked at her with worry. Hearing this, Shun Yinyan stopped smiling, holding Tianzhao's hand and whispering, I can't bear to. I really can't bear to. But what exactly can't she bear to let go of? Tianzhao could feel Shun Yinyan's sadness, but she couldn't understand why she was so distressed. Everyone was together now. Wasn't life thriving and bustling? What else could she be so reluctant to part with? Your Majesty, could it be that because I've been too busy lately and come late, you've been missing me and feeling upset? Tianzhao smiled gently. If that's the case, I'll find time to come see you more often. Don't be sad, okay? Ah. Little Tsong stretched out his chubby hands, smiling softly at Shun Yinyan. With her best friend and child by her side, Shun Yinyan had nothing to be dissatisfied with. She hugged the child, kissed him, and said softly, Look, how fast this child is growing. Indeed, Tsonger has grown taller again. He's so adorable. Tianzhao couldn't help but ruffle the little boy's hair. Tsonger was over a year old now and could run around on his own, so he didn't like being held. He struggled to get down and ran back and forth in the hall. Seeing him like this, Tianzhao couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, Your Majesty, look how fast he's running. When she turned back, she found that Shun Yinyan had already fallen asleep. Tianzhao was startled by Shun Yinyan's state, quickly approaching to confirm that she was merely asleep before breathing a sigh of relief. She took the child and quietly left. She pulled Linger aside, her brows furrowed as she asked, Tell me, has the Empress been sleeping excessively lately? Are there any other symptoms? Not always excessive sleep, but she often looks listless and lacks energy. Tianzhao Jiejie, I know you've been busy lately, but the Empress is so tired being alone in the harem. If you have time, could you come visit her? Linger sighed, her voice filled with concern. In the past, the Emperor only had the Empress by his side, but now the entire harem is filled with beauties. Even if she doesn't say it, the Empress must be heartbroken, right? Impudent. Tianzhao reprimanded softly, displeased. The Empress governs the empire with grace. How could she be a jealous and petty person? Never speak such words again. If outsiders hear them, it could bring trouble to the Empress. Although the ministers seemed quiet on the surface, they had long been dissatisfied with Shun Yinyan. Because of the improper conduct of the Xin family and Shan Yuanfeng's scandal, the Empress's position was already precarious. If not for Xiaoyang, she would have been deposed long ago. But if the Empress herself were to show any weakness, even Xiaoyang's support might not be enough, as one person cannot fight against a group. Thinking of this, Tianzhao became even more cautious, frowning at Linger. Did you hear what I said? Yes, it's all my fault, speaking nonsense. I won't dare to do so again. Linger realized her mistake. Seeing that she had grasped the situation, Tianzhao's expression softened somewhat. She sighed, her tone tinged with helplessness. The Empress has come so far through sheer effort. But if she had known it would turn out like this, I wonder if she would have still chosen this path. This was a thought she shouldn't have voiced, but Tianzhao couldn't help it. Worried about Shan Yinyan's health, Xiaoyang made it a point to visit the Zhaoyang Palace whenever he had time. This wasn't unusual, as everyone in the world knew how much Xiaoyang loved Shan Yinyan. However, the young beauties in the harem were still busy with their duties. They were exhausted every day, only to return to their chambers and hear that the man they longed for was in the Empress's palace. How could they not be angry? It was simply too much. After the death of concubine Fong, the highest ranking now was Consort Xian. She was skilled in embroidery and had been working in the sewing room, already physically and mentally drained. Upon returning and hearing that the emperor was again in the Empress's palace, the two of them blissfully happy, her face turned livid. She smashed everything in her palace. Bitch, seductress. Consort Xian cursed viciously. Her personal maid, ALV, was so frightened that she immediately knelt. Your Highness, such words must not be spoken. If others hear them, it could mean death. Death? Consort Xian became even angrier upon hearing this, gritting her teeth. Back in the Marquis's residence, I was pampered and cherished. But now that I'm in the palace, I'm forced to do menial labor. Tell me, is living like this any different from being dead? Chapter 426. What great fortune. They had entered the palace with the hope of bringing glory to their families. But after so many days, all they had gained was hard work, with hardly any opportunities to even see the emperor. Thinking about this, the concubine Xian's anger couldn't help but flare up. If I had known the palace was like this, I might as well have stayed at home and remained an old maid my whole life. Concubine Xian fumed, smashing another vase. Elvie watched the shattered porcelain on the floor, feeling a pang of heartache, and whispered softly, the palace, from the emperor and empress down, has been cutting back on expenses, and our allowances are limited. It's not as convenient as at home, Your Highness. Please calm down. What? Are we poor? Do I lack that little bit of money? Concubine Xian gritted her teeth. Since entering the palace, all I do is embroidery. Look at my hands. What have they become? What exactly is the emperor trying to do? This is too much. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. These young ladies, born with silver spoons in their mouths, trapped in the palace working, no matter how good-natured, couldn't help but feel resentment. On the 1st and 15th day of each month, they were required to pay their respects to the empress, so early in the morning, concubine Xian dressed up in her finest and marched towards the Zhaoyang Palace, exuding a fierce aura with every step. Upon entering, she followed the others in paying her respects, then sat in the front row, staring at Shan Yunyan. Although she had seen Shan Yunyan many times, each time concubine Xian couldn't help but marvel at how, aside from everything else, the empress's beauty was truly stunning. Not just men, even she, a woman, couldn't help but be captivated. No wonder some couldn't resist. Concubine Xian, since you entered, you've been staring at me. What is it you want? Shan Yunyan asked, feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, her expression a mix of amusement and discomfort. This was exactly what concubine Xian had been waiting for. She immediately stood up, curtsied, and said, Your Majesty, I find you truly radiant, and I'm envious of the emperor's great fortune. As soon as these words left her mouth, all attention turned to Shan Yunyan, their gazes complex. Although these ladies weren't as brazen as concubine Xian, since entering the palace, all they had done was work, and they were nearing their breaking point. Now that someone had taken the lead, they were naturally delighted to see it. Seeing concubine Xian's demeanor, Shan Yunyan knew she had finally reached her limit. A faint smile played on her lips as she said calmly, My dear sisters, each of you is as lovely as a flower. I am but of average looks, nothing special. In the emperor's eyes, only the empress exists. No matter how lovely we are, it's of no use. It's a pity that my father and brothers had high hopes for me. It seems I will have to disappoint them. Concubine Xian said, her voice tinged with sorrow. Indeed, each of these young ladies bore the weight of their family's fortunes, who truly lived for themselves. If they could choose, they wouldn't want to be treated like mere objects, pushed into the palace. Everyone looked at the empress, their expressions difficult to decipher. Shen Yunyan had long known that Xiaoyang's actions would stir up trouble, so she wasn't particularly surprised or affected by these complaints. She merely smiled and said lightly, I know that since entering the palace, all of you have been working hard, but my dear sisters, have you truly gained nothing? The emperor is not made of stone. I believe you have all received your due rewards. Rewards? Upon hearing this, everyone thought back to when Xiaoyang had indeed sent them money and jewelry. At the time, they had thought it was the emperor's grace, never imagining it to be their wages. What you sisters have received is through your own hands, not by someone else's grace. Shen Yunyan emphasized this point once more. Now everyone understood what Shen Yunyan meant. Since birth, all they had ever possessed were things given to them by others. Never had they earned anything themselves. But since entering the palace, they had been given the opportunity to be self-reliant. Shen Yunyan took out a stack of small ledgers and distributed them one by one, smiling, These are the profits you have created for our great Xia in this time. What? Everyone looked at the ledgers in their hands, disbelief written all over their faces. Concubine Xian looked at the figures in her ledger, then up at Shen Yunyan in disbelief. My designs sold so well? Yes, Concubine Xian, you are truly talented, Shen Yunyan said with a gentle smile. Concubine Xian immediately stood up, tears in her eyes as she looked at Shen Yunyan in disbelief. Really? Everyone likes my designs? Can I really be this good? Concubine Xian, are you overjoyed? You are a noble lady by birth, and your embroidery skills are superb. On top of that, you have a lively, playful personality, so your ideas are many. Everyone loves your creativity, and your embroidery patterns are in high demand. Shen Yunyan smiled softly, once again affirming her excellence. Low sobs could already be heard in the hall. Everyone looked at the ledgers in their hands, their hearts filled with indescribable excitement. They had thought their entire lives would be spent in this confined space, but never had they imagined there was another world where they could use their skills to gain such value and recognition. My dear sisters, you have all been in the inner chambers before, and may not be very familiar with the outside world. Since ascending the throne, the emperor has established women's schools. Although there aren't many yet, some brave young ladies have already stepped out from the back courts to the front halls. This year's imperial examinations even allowed women to participate. If there are truly outstanding women, they can stand in the court alongside men. What? Everyone looked at Shen Yunyan in disbelief, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Your Majesty, is what you say true? Concubine Xian's voice trembled. Could there really be another way for women to live? Shen Yunyan nodded. It is true. Every word I say is the truth. Most of those women come from humble backgrounds, yet in such difficult circumstances, they still struggled forward. My dear sisters, do you really want to live at the mercy of men? Are you really willing to spend your days in your palaces, waiting and hoping for the emperor's favor? If you want something, you can fully rely on your own hands to strive for it. Why place your hopes on others? Shen Yunyan's voice was soft, yet every word struck heavily on the hearts of these young ladies. They had never known life could hold so many possibilities. What Shen Yunyan said today was utterly heretical, something the family matrons would never teach. Yet, why did that kind of life seem so alluring? The Empress speaks so, and I am truly heartbroken, Xiaoyang said with a chuckle, striding in. Chapter 427, Too Much to Bear. Seeing Xiaoyang, everyone knelt down. We pay our respects to His Majesty. Shen Yunyan knew that Xiaoyang had rushed over out of fear that she might be troubled, and her heart warmed. She smiled softly. Does Your Majesty think that what I said is incorrect? Of course, I think what the Empress said is correct. But knowing that the Empress doesn't take me seriously still makes me a bit sad, Xiaoyang said, looking at her with a wronged expression. Xin Yunyan was a bit speechless seeing him act like this in front of so many people. She rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "Your Majesty, you're wronging me. How could I not take you seriously?" "So, the Empress still values me greatly?" Xiaoyang asked again. Did he really have to discuss this in front of everyone? Xin Yunyan sighed in resignation and whispered, "Yes, I value your Majesty very much." That was more like it. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, then took a step forward and wrapped his arms around Shan Yunyan's waist. He smiled at the ladies below. "What are all of you doing here? Chatting with the Empress?" He continued, "That's good. The Empress gets bored in Zhaoyang Palace, and I'm too busy to visit often. It's good for you to come more often." Was this even something a person would say? These ladies had been in the palace for many days, and the chances to see Xiaoyang were few. On top of that, they had duties to attend to. But now, their own husband wasn't accompanying them, and he was asking others to do so? This was too much. It was too unfair. Lady Xian stood up first, bowed. "Since your Majesty and the Empress are together, I shall take my leave now." Without waiting for a response, she turned and left, not wanting to stay and watch their affectionate display. Seeing the troublemaker leave, the others followed suit, bowing and departing. Now, Xiaoyang truly felt uneasy. He looked at Xin Yunyan with Weiqi, whispering, "Am I that scary? Or do they dislike me? Why did they leave as soon as they saw me?" "Your Majesty, they are your concubines, not your servants. You're being too harsh. Isn't this going too far?" Xin Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang helplessly. "They've been in the palace for so long. You should. What she should do was obvious to both of them, but Xin Yunyan couldn't bring herself to say it. Xiaoyang understood what Xin Yunyan meant. He tilted his head and looked at her. "Do you really not mind? They're already here. Talking about minding or not minding is pointless. Your Majesty, you are the Emperor." Xin Yunyan sighed, frowning at him. After hearing this, Xiaoyang looked at her deeply. "If this is what you wish, then I will comply." With that, he turned and walked out. Seeing Xiaoyang leave so abruptly, Xin Yunyan's heart ached. She whispered, "Am I being too cruel?" "Your Highness?" Linger, seeing her like this, felt distressed and sighed. Isn't His Majesty just in a difficult position? Because there's no other way, so it has to be like this? After leaving Zhaoyang Palace, Xiaoyang went straight to Lady Xian's palace. As the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Lady Xian was naturally the wealthiest among the concubines, and her rooms were decorated with the finest furnishings. Seeing Xiaoyang arrive, Lady Xian was momentarily stunned before reacting and curtsying. "I pay my respects to His Majesty. Why has Your Majesty come?" "What? You're not happy to see me?" Xiaoyang snorted, then found a seat and sat down, saying calmly, "You are Lady Xian, and I am the Emperor. Can I visit you?" While this was reasonable, Lady Xian still felt something was off. She looked at Xiaoyang hesitantly, then whispered, "Is Your Majesty really here to sleep with me?" Xiaoyang couldn't hold back and spat out his tea, staring at Lady Xian in disbelief. Was this woman out of her mind? Seeing Xiaoyang's reaction, Lady Xian appeared somewhat disdainful. She picked up a handkerchief and wiped herself, then said softly, "Isn't that the purpose of entering the palace? To serve the Emperor, share his bed, and bear his children?" "Enough, enough." Xiaoyang quickly shook his head, set down his teacup, and said helplessly, "Can I ask you, who told you these things?" Lady Xian looked at him with an air of certainty and said, "It was the palace matron. All the maidens receive training before entering the palace. Didn't Your Majesty know?" "I knew, but I didn't expect the training to be so detailed," Xiaoyang said awkwardly. Talking about such things with an unfamiliar woman was too embarrassing. Xiaoyang looked at Lady Xian with a mix of amusement and helplessness. "I hear your embroidery skills are excellent. Does Your Majesty want to see a demonstration?" Lady Xian smiled, then actually brought out her embroidery frame. "Since Your Majesty is here, you might as well take a look." Saying that, she actually sat down and began embroidering. The scene was too bizarre. Xiaoyang couldn't imagine that someone so lively could become so calm. He smiled, sat down, and picked up a book to read. To find a moment of peace here was good. Was this considered receiving the emperor's favor? Alu, standing by, watched her mistress's actions and felt completely perplexed. The emperor had come, yet it ended like this? This was too abnormal. Alu felt the atmosphere in the room was strange. Shen Yunyan stood at the entrance of Zhaoyang Palace, looking outside. After a long time, she didn't see the person she wanted to see and could only turn back, disappointed, to her chambers. Mother! Mother! Song'er toddled over, smiling softly at Shen Yunyan. What? Shen Yunyan looked at Song'er in disbelief. What did you call me? Say it again. Mother! Song'er's voice was soft and a bit unclear, but he had indeed called her mother. In an instant, all of Shen Yunyan's disappointment vanished. She hugged Song'er tightly, smiling, Yes, I'm your mother. You're my precious son, my heart and soul. She then kissed Song'er's cheek fiercely. Feeling his mother's joy, Song'er immediately reached out his chubby little hands, wrapping his arms around her neck and kissing her repeatedly. Until the next morning, Xiaoyang hadn't left Lady Xian's palace. Shen Yunyan sat on her bed all night, feeling as if something inside her had shattered. This is fine. This is good, Shen Yunyan said, forcing a smile, but tears still fell. Chapter 428. You handle it yourself? Xiaoyang stretched and looked at the virtuous consort, who was asleep on the embroidery frame, with a slight frown. He walked over. Why didn't you go inside to sleep? Has your majesty woken up? The virtuous consort stood up, smiled at Xiaoyang, and then whispered, Your majesty didn't come to sleep with me out of sincerity, so I didn't want to. Didn't want to? Your majesty, please calm your anger. Green, startled by her mistress's words, knelt trembling on the ground. Seeing her spinelessness, the virtuous consort was even more disdainful, then knelt down herself. Your majesty, although I am only a consort, I still have my dignity. Hearing this, Xiaoyang found it rather amusing and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You are indeed a clever one. I was a bit resentful at first, but I also think the empress is right. Waiting at the door every day for a man's pity is something a courtesan does, not something I should do. Since I have the ability to support myself, I just want to focus on what I'm good at. I know these words are disrespectful, so please forgive me, Your Majesty, and don't punish my family. Just punish me alone. After speaking, the virtuous consort kowtowed heavily. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang chuckled lightly. The empress has been very tired these days, and I've been looking for someone suitable to share the burden. Since you are skilled in embroidery, I will entrust the embroidery room to you. After saying this, Xiaoyang actually handed over the token. This. Holding the token in her hands, the virtuous consort widened her eyes in disbelief. You really give it to me? It's already in your hands. Do you still need to ask? Xiaoyang smiled, pinched her cheek, and turned to leave. Seeing Xiaoyang go, Green immediately stepped forward, whispering to the virtuous consort, Your Highness, are you crazy? Did you enter the palace to become an embroiderer? Then what else? What am I here for? To sleep with someone, have children, and fight with a group of women over a man? The virtuous consort snorted coldly. I don't want to live that kind of life. I want to live like this, with the vast world outside, where I can go for a walk. Go for a walk? Green seemed to hear something astonishing and looked at her with difficulty. Your Highness, we've already entered the palace. We can never leave. How can we go for a walk? I think the emperor is not a rigid person. Maybe we can discuss it. The virtuous consort smiled. I was too tired last night. I'm going to sleep first. We'll talk about the rest later. After saying this, she really turned and walked towards the bed. Shen Yunyan waited in Zhaoyang Palace all morning, but the virtuous consort never came to pay her respects. Isn't this too much? Your Highness, the virtuous consort is too ignorant of the rules. She forgot the custom of coming to the central palace to pay respects after receiving favor. Linger was annoyed. I'll go get her right now. Shen Yunyan shook her head. Forget it. As she spoke, she ordered the bestowal of gifts. But just as she finished, the virtuous consort walked in from outside. This concubine pays respects to the empress. Seeing her just perform a regular courtesy, Linger was furious. How dare you? The virtuous consort, how can you be so ignorant of the rules? After receiving favor, you must come to the central palace for a grand courtesy. Didn't the nanny teach you that? After receiving favor, of course, you must perform a grand courtesy, but since I didn't receive favor, what courtesy should I perform? The empress hasn't reprimanded me. What are you? A mere maid, shouting about? The virtuous consort looked at her with full disdain. Hearing this, Linger suddenly realized she had said the wrong thing. Panicking, Empress, please forgive me. I didn't mean it. Enough. You may leave first. Shen Yunyan waved her hand, not reprimanding her. She knew Linger was speaking up for her. Soon, only the two of them remained in the room. Shen Yunyan looked at the virtuous consort. Did the emperor not favor you last night? No, the emperor slept alone last night, but before leaving this morning, he gave me this. The virtuous consort smiled, taking out the embroidery room token. Seeing the token, Shen Yunyan was puzzled. What does the emperor mean by this? Although I don't know what happened after we left yesterday, when the emperor came to my palace, he was very angry, probably just venting his anger. So, Your Highness, the emperor doesn't like me. He only likes you. The virtuous consort spoke frankly. Although this was a fact, being spoken about like this still made her feel a bit embarrassed. Shen Yunyan blushed. It's not that, it's just... Your Highness, it's a good thing that the emperor cares for and likes you. There's no need to be shy. Although I am the virtuous consort, I don't like the emperor, so I won't resent you for this. I want to do what I'm good at, live on my own. And if there's a chance in the future, I want to go out and see if the outside world is as diverse as the storytellers say. The virtuous consort spoke with full anticipation. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan understood at once. This person was clever and broad-minded. Thinking of this, Shen Yunyan smiled lightly. It's rare for you to see things so clearly. Actually, if I could choose, I wouldn't want to be the virtuous consort. I wish I could find someone who truly loves me, be with them for a lifetime. But now that I'm in the palace, there's no chance. The virtuous consort shrugged, smiling. But that's okay. If I can't find love, I'll make money instead. Haha, you're right, very right. Shen Yunyan laughed heartily. Then, please take care of the emperor for me. The virtuous consort shrugged. Your Highness, why don't you treat the emperor a bit better? Save him from coming to me, making everyone uncomfortable. Ahem, you may leave. Shen Yunyan waved her hand, avoiding the topic. The virtuous consort didn't linger, stood up, performed a courtesy, and turned to leave. Now that Shen Yunyan knew the whole story, she was naturally delighted. But Xiaoyang was still sulking in the imperial study. Your Majesty, all the seats have been arranged. Please take a look and see if there's anything wrong. All the women involved in political marriages have entered the imperial selection palace today, and they have all been fairly well behaved. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Tianzhao suddenly realized that while she was talking excitedly, the emperor showed no intention of answering, clearly lost in thought. What did you say? Your Majesty. Tianzhao was getting anxious. The Internal Affairs Office is swamped. Your Majesty, could you please cooperate with my work? Tianzhao was on the verge of despair. She hadn't been home for days, and her child probably didn't even remember what their mother looked like. Xiaoyang snorted. You always handle things thoroughly. There's no need to ask me. Just follow your arrangement. Chapter 429. Why are you so angry? What kind of nonsense is this? Seeing his expression, Tianzhao hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. Your Majesty, you seem distracted today. Is something the matter? It's nothing, just didn't sleep well last night, Xiaoyang replied indifferently, rubbing his temples. Now, Tianzhao understood. Observing Xiaoyang's complexion, she realized something was off. Of course, Your Majesty was so hard-working last night. It's understandable you didn't sleep well. Since you're so tired, I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave now. With that, she turned and left. Although Tianzhao's words were perfectly fine, For some reason, they sounded strange. Last night was hard work? What was so hard about it? True, he had tossed and turned, unable to sleep. But that was because he wasn't used to the bed in the concubine Xian's quarters. How was that hard work? This child, so young, how could her thoughts be so complicated? Xiaoyang felt even more frustrated. Seeing Xiaoyang's frustrated expression, Linu covered her mouth and giggled softly. Your Majesty, could it be that you're upset because the Empress didn't react at all last night? What kind of nonsense is that? Xiaoyang glared at her unhappily, then gritted his teeth. I now understand. It's because I've been too kind to you all, that now you speak so freely without any restraint. Seeing that Xiaoyang was genuinely displeased, Linu didn't panic. She simply said softly, Your Majesty, are you so angry because I hit the mark? Yes, you're right. You're very right. Okay? Xiaoyang rolled his eyes, then stood up and walked out. Seeing Xiaoyang about to leave, Linu grew anxious. Where are you going, Your Majesty? I'm going to the Ministry of Works to check on the warships. Where else would I go? Xiaoyang said, feeling irritable. Since matters of love weren't progressing, he might as well focus on his career. Ministry of Works. Xiaohua and Xiaodunzi had been busy here for some time. Initially, it was just Xiaodunzi, but since he was young and lacked experience in many areas, Xiaohua was called in to assist. Your Majesty? Your humble servant greets Your Majesty. Xiaohua was startled to see Xiaoyang, and quickly knelt to pay his respects. Xiaoyang strode forward, personally helping him up and speaking gently. You're of an age where there's no need for such formalities. Just a token gesture will do in the future. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, but propriety must be observed, Xiaohua replied cautiously. Seeing Xiaohua's cautious demeanor, Xiaoyang didn't say much. How's the progress? The basic form is complete, but there are a few areas we don't understand, Xiaohua said, pulling out the blueprints. Here, and here, Your Majesty. What are these for? These were places to store weapons, and since the weapons hadn't been seen yet, it was normal not to understand. Xiaoyang smiled and pulled out another set of blueprints. These are for storing these items. Take a look. These are the weapons I've designed, capable of defeating 100 enemies. Although the tiny Hong Island kingdom is nothing to fear, we must admit that in naval warfare, we are not as skilled. I've prepared the best weapons for our soldiers, Xiaoyang said with a light smile. Seeing the blueprints Xiaoyang handed over, Xiaohua, as an experienced military engineer, immediately understood their purpose. He had never imagined such innovative ideas existed. His gaze filled with admiration as he looked at Xiaoyang. Your Majesty, you are truly a divine being. With you, it is the great fortune of our great Xia. Xiaohua sincerely exclaimed. Xiaoyang disliked such extravagant praise and smiled faintly. As the emperor, this is what I should be doing. Xiaodarun, I've only provided these designs. The actual production is up to you. Naturally, Xiaohua understood the importance of these designs and knew that since no one had ever seen or made such things before, it was a significant challenge. But having lived a peaceful life, if he could create such marvels in his later years, he would die without regrets. Seeing Xiaohua's confident expression, Xiaoyang smiled. These are costly projects, I'm aware. I'll provide you with some funds, and if you need more, just ask. Normally, no emperor would be so generous, but Xiaoyang trusted Xiaohua and didn't want financial matters to become awkward. Besides, Xiaohua wasn't the type to embezzle. Hearing this, Xiaohua was deeply moved, kneeling. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I will spare no effort. All right, get up. Focus on your work. Once the warships are complete, you will have made an immortal contribution. Xiaoyang helped him up, not forgetting to paint a rosy future. Although it was a motivational speech, those hearing it felt uplifted. Xiaohua, though advanced in age, was brimming with enthusiasm, almost as if he wished to dedicate every ounce of his being to the project. After touring the Ministry of Works and confirming everyone was doing their jobs, Xiaoyang turned and left. The Navy had been training for some time, so it was about time to check on their progress. Chitai didn't expect Xiaoyang to suddenly arrive and was flustered as he stepped forward to pay his respects. Greetings, Your Majesty. Rise. Did you not expect me to come, or do you not wish for me to be here? Xiaoyang said, finding Chitai's flustered state amusing. Hearing this, Chitai relaxed slightly and replied softly, Your Majesty is joking. It's an honor for Your Majesty to visit. Cut the nonsense. It's been over a month. How's it going? Can they all swim now? Xiaoyang asked, smiling, his main concern being the training results. Chitai understood what Xiaoyang was most worried about. He smiled and led Xiaoyang to the riverbank. Although Great Xia was vast and rich, it didn't have a sea, so they could only train by the river. Hundreds of men jumped into the water like dumplings, practicing breath holding. Seeing them dive in, Xiaoyang finally nodded in satisfaction. Good. It seems my strategy was correct. Yes, Your Majesty is wise. These are all children from poor families who grew up by the river, making a living from the water. They have excellent swimming skills, so with a bit of training, they can join the fight, Chitai said, bowing to Xiaoyang. Hearing this, Xiaoyang waved his hand. Even with natural talent, they must still undergo rigorous training. Chapter 430. Deeply Anxious. In the future, they would not be facing simple, honest fishermen, but fierce and ruthless pirates. Therefore, their combat capabilities needed to be raised continuously, or else it would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's determination hardened further. I will stay here these days and oversee your training. Your Majesty, I will train them well. The riverside is damp and cold at night. Why should you endure such hardship? Chitai looked at Xiaoyang with concern. Xiaoyang waved his hand and said indifferently, You endure it day and night without complaint, so why would I find it difficult to stay for a few days? I'm not made of clay. It's settled. Go make the arrangements. This small village, nestled beside an endless river, had been entirely purchased by Chitai for the soldiers to live in. So, it wasn't difficult for Xiaoyang to stay. There were still many empty rooms, and one was quickly prepared for him. General Qi, what does His Majesty mean by this? Is he distrusting us? Tang Fei, a young officer, looked at Chitai with worry. Everyone has been working very hard lately. Could it be that His Majesty isn't satisfied despite that? Chitai was also uncertain about the situation. He furrowed his brows and muttered, I don't know what's going on. His Majesty seems to be in a bad mood, but he didn't say he was dissatisfied earlier. Then, what is His Majesty planning? Tang Fei cautiously asked Chitai, How should we serve him? Why are you overthinking so much? His Majesty is usually lenient. It probably isn't aimed at us. Just act as you normally would. Chitai waved his hand, showing no concern. They had fought side by side with Xiaoyang. Even in the toughest times, Xiaoyang was willing to take risks himself. So, they had absolute trust in him. But Tang Fei hadn't experienced those times, so he was deeply anxious about Xiaoyang. Seeing Chitai's nonchalant attitude, Tang Fei didn't feel relieved. Instead, he became more tense and said, General, please reconsider. His Majesty staying here is an opportunity. If you perform well, you will surely be commended by the Emperor. At this, Chitai's face turned cold. He frowned and said, What's wrong with you, boy? Why are you so calculating at such a young age? I've told you many times that we're here to train for the sake of defending our country on the battlefield, not for personal gain. If you crave power so much, you might as well return to the capital and pursue your ambitions there. Why waste your time here? General Qi, please calm down. That's not what I meant. I also want to fight on the battlefield. Tang Fei immediately knelt down and expressed his loyalty. He was a military family descendant. Since his grandfather's generation, they had all been great generals. But by his time, his family was worried that this only son might die on the battlefield, fearing their lineage would end. So, they firmly opposed his going to war. In desperation, Tang Fei sought refuge with Chitai. Chitai, who had been a general, then a bandit, and now a general again, dared to take in those others wouldn't and do things others wouldn't. Moreover, Chitai genuinely liked Tang Fei. Though young, the boy had a strong spirit. With proper guidance, he would surely become a great general. Chitai had always treated Tang Fei like a younger brother, teaching him personally. So, he hadn't expected the boy's young mind to be so full of worldly concerns. Seeing Tang Fei's Weiqi expression, Chitai felt a pang of sympathy. He sighed, helped the boy to his feet, and softened his tone. I don't doubt your determination. We should simply focus on training well. Other matters are not our concern, right? This time, Tang Fei finally understood that Chitai truly didn't care about such things. He breathed a sigh of relief and nodded firmly. Yes, I will train hard. That's more like it. Chitai nodded in satisfaction and patted Tang Fei's shoulder. Go, get back to training. Soon, Xiaoyang entered the small courtyard prepared for him. It was a clean, simple farmhouse with no special decorations, using only the most basic items, yet it was impeccably tidy. The moment he stepped in, Xiaoyang fell in love with this simple little courtyard. He thought that if he hadn't become the emperor, living here with his wife and children, leading a peaceful life, would have been quite nice. In his previous life, he was the top assassin, admired and feared by all, but he wasn't happy. That cold, violent life wasn't what he wanted. He had thought he would live that way forever, but never expected fate to give him such an opportunity. He hadn't anticipated having this path to walk. Everything had been fine initially, but under the push of historical progress, he still ended up on the throne he didn't particularly like, becoming the emperor. From the initial carefree state, he had now become cautious step by step. Perhaps everyone's destiny is predetermined from birth, so no matter how hard one tries, it's impossible to escape it. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's heart felt even more uneasy. He sighed and murmured, if only I could stay here forever. Your Majesty, is there something troubling you? Chitai, noticing Xiaoyang's unusual state, cautiously asked. Xiaoyang was now the exalted emperor, but in Chitai's eyes, they were always comrades who had fought side by side. So, when speaking to Xiaoyang, he wasn't overly cautious and even showed some concern. Feeling his concern, Xiaoyang smiled and sat down somewhere, saying gloomily, it's nothing, just a bit annoyed. Your Majesty, did you have a quarrel with the Empress? Chitai tentatively asked again. In Chitai's view, Xiaoyang was all-powerful. If anything could trouble him, it was likely related to Shen Yunyan. Usually, only when he was at odds with Shen Yunyan would Xiaoyang appear like this, like a stray dog. Xiaoyang glanced at Chitai and smiled. I never expected you, a bachelor, to think of that. What kind of remark is that? Chitai looked at Xiaoyang, rubbed his nose and muttered. Besides the Empress, I can't think of anyone else in the world who could make you so despondent. That statement was quite cutting. Xiaoyang clenched his teeth. Do you think I really won't hit you? Chapter 431. Why are you feeling sorry for yourself? All right, come on. It's been quite a while since we had a proper sparring session. Chitai stood up without hesitation. Good. Xiaoyang had long wanted to vent his pent-up frustrations. He charged straight at Chitai. This was no ordinary sparring match. It was a brutal, no-holds-barred fight, with each punch landing squarely on the other. Neither held back. Xiaoyang's face was quickly hit hard by Chitai. You're really going all out with me, huh? Xiaoyang took a step back, glaring at Chitai with clenched teeth. Chitai, however, was unapologetically bold. That's right, come on, come at me. Xiaoyang roared, launching himself at Chitai like a tiger descending from the mountains. Chitai had been personally trained by Xiaoyang, so his skills and martial prowess were extraordinary. For a moment, the two were evenly matched. It seems I've taught the student well enough to outshine the master, Xiaoyang muttered as he soon grew tired, sitting down on the ground without caring about the dirt, his face bruised and swollen. Chitai wasn't faring much better either, his eye socket already turning black. He looked at Xiaoyang with a wronged expression. Your Majesty, who's the one at a disadvantage now? What? I hit you a few more times, and you're feeling sorry for yourself? Xiaoyang growled. Of course, Chitai felt wronged. He was outmatched in skill. Chitai felt wronged. but he didn't dare express it. He could only let out a deep sigh and stay silent. It had been a long time since Xiaoyang had felt so relaxed. The suppressed emotions in his heart had eased considerably. He chuckled softly and then murmured, "It's been a long time since I felt like this. I used to think being an emperor was the most glorious thing in the world. Now it seems being an emperor is the most frustrating job on the planet." Hearing this, Chitai looked at Xiaoyang with confusion and asked softly, "Why would your majesty say such a thing? The people of the realm are now well fed and clothed, all thanks to your majesty's efforts. The common folk are deeply grateful to you." Grateful? The people? Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyang smiled faintly. His head bowed as he muttered, "Yes, you're right. As an emperor, I have no regrets. But as a husband and a father, I'm a failure. The promises I made to the empress, I failed to keep. Is your majesty unhappy about the matter of taking concubines?" Chitai glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said, "At first, I was also a bit disdainful of this matter, but as it has progressed, I've come to realize that the bedchamber is also a battlefield. So why should your majesty dwell on such things? As long as the hearts of the two are together, isn't that enough?" Could it really be understood that way? Xiaoyang glanced at him but said nothing. Seeing that Xiaoyang remained silent, Chitai took it as a sign that his words made sense. He smiled and said, "It's normal for ordinary men to have multiple wives and concubines, let alone an emperor. The empress is virtuous and wouldn't want your majesty to be lonely on an empty bed, would she?" As someone not born in this era, Xiaoyang still found these words somewhat jarring. But even more unsettling was the fact that he found some truth in them. After all, this was how people lived in this era. He looked deeply at Chitai and stood up. "I'm hungry. Yes, I'll bring food right away." Chitai also stood up and went to fetch something for Xiaoyang to eat. Zhaoyang Palace. Shen Yunyan was holding her child and painting when Li Nu rushed in from outside, bowing to Shen Yunyan. "Your Majesty, the Emperor has gone on an inspection outside the city and won't be returning tonight. He said for you to eat well and not overwork yourself." Hearing this, Shen Yunyan paused in her actions and looked up at Li Nu. "An inspection outside the city? What is he inspecting? Where?" "I'm not sure. I was just passing on the message," Li Nu replied, keeping her gaze low. This made Shen Yunyan even more puzzled. There aren't many troops to inspect near the capital. Why wouldn't he return? "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. The Emperor is highly skilled in martial arts and will be fine," Li Nu reassured her again. Shen Yunyan nodded. "Since the Emperor isn't in the palace, you have nothing to do. Go with him to protect him." "Yes, I'll go right away. Please take care of yourself, Your Majesty." Li Nu bowed and turned to leave. As soon as she left, Shen Yunyan felt a sharp pain in her chest, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. The bright red blood quickly soaked the Xian paper on the table, spreading like blooming red plum blossoms. Since Conger was still young, he didn't understand what this meant. He only thought the blood blooming on the white paper was beautiful and clapped his hands, giggling happily. Shen Yunyan quickly put the child down and frantically wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, afraid someone might see this. But it was too late. Tianzhao, carrying a plate of pastries, walked in and witnessed the scene. The plate fell to the ground, and she rushed over in a panic. Miss, call the imperial physician." No need." Shen Yunyan leaned heavily on the table, shaking her head weakly. "I know what's happening. Don't call the physician." "Miss, what's going on?" Tianzhao looked at Shen Yunyan in disbelief. "The Imperial Hospital already made a diagnosis. Don't you know?" Shen Yunyan struggled to sit in the chair, breathing heavily. Tianzhao knew the diagnosis from the Imperial Hospital, but she didn't believe it. Not a word of it. She grabbed Shen Yunyan's hand, choking back tears. "Miss, tell me the truth. What's going on? Please, tell me the truth." "It's just as the Imperial Hospital said. I've been overworked, and Dr. Lu Han mentioned there's a lot of stagnant blood in my body. The medicine is helping to release that blood. It's normal. You don't need to be so worried," Shen Yunyan said softly, trying to reassure her. Hearing this, Tianzhao didn't feel any relief. Instead, she became even more anxious. Miss, you're lying to me, aren't you? How can there be a treatment like this? How can vomiting blood be part of healing? Why would I lie to you? I know my own body, don't I? Shin Yunyan forced a smile, suppressing the metallic taste in her throat. Recently, she had been frequently spitting up blood. It seemed her time was almost up. Shin Yunyan looked at Conger playing on the ground, her eyes filled with deep affection. She couldn't bear to leave. She truly couldn't. Seeing Shan Yunyan's expression, Tianzhao grew even more frantic. She suddenly knelt down and hugged Shin Yunyan tightly. Miss, please, tell me the truth. What's happening? I'm begging you. I'm really fine, Tianzhao. You silly girl, do you want something to be wrong with me? Shin Yunyan sighed helplessly, gently patting her head. Chapter 432. Proceeding as planned. Finally, Tianzhao let out a sigh of relief, still half doubting as she looked at Shan Yunyan. Are you really okay? I'm really fine. Why? Don't you trust me? Or do you wish something had happened to me? Of course, I hope you're okay. Tianzhao wiped away her tears, her heart heavy with worry. If something happened to her mistress, what would she do? How could she go on living? Seeing her silly, concerned expression, Shan Yunyan's lips curled into a faint smile. As long as someone still cared about her, that was enough. Now that the princes are all in the capital, the emperor's days are tough. Since you're in the inner court, do your best to help and ease his worries, okay? Shin Yunyan held Tianzhao's hand, her tone filled with concern. Upon hearing this, Tianzhao nodded immediately. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll do my utmost with palace affairs. But you, please take good care of yourself. Just now you called me young mistress, but now you're calling me Your Highness again? Shin Yunyan pulled her closer, making her sit beside her. Perhaps it was the close proximity, but Tianzhao suddenly noticed that Shan Yunyan seemed much thinner. She looked at Shin Yunyan with a pang of heartache. Your Highness, you've become so thin. You should eat more. I remember you always loved the lotus leaf cakes I made at home. How about I make some more for you to eat? Is being thin so bad? Shin Yunyan chuckled softly, gently pinching her slender waist. I think it's just right. She could no longer stomach much food. She could feel the goo worm slowly devouring her internal organs. Soon, she would be left as nothing but an empty shell. Thinking of this, Shan Yunyan's gaze toward Tianzhao grew even more tender. In fact, Shin Yunyan's eyes had been like this for some time now, as if she were reluctant to part with everything in this world. And yet, she was clearly fine. Tianzhao immediately got to work and quickly prepared a table full of delicious food. We've been so busy with the prince's arrival that I haven't had time to go home. Your Highness, let's have a good meal today, shall we? All right. Shin Yunyan smiled softly. It's been a long time since we've had a proper meal together. How about we have some wine? Their eyes met, both smiling with curved eyes, as if they had returned to their childhood. Back then, they would secretly drink together, though they were young and naive. Outside the city, Xiaoyang was also drinking non-stop from a wine jar. Is it? Xiaoyang glanced at him, his expression seeming somewhat wronged. It's better to hurt the body than the heart, don't you think? Chitai sighed, seeing Xiaoyang's pained expression. It's just the selection of consorts, and you're already this upset? Whether or not to favor these women is entirely up to your majesty, but those who are presented as tributes from outside, well, that's another matter. This statement was like a depth charge, exploding right in Xiaoyang's heart. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. Xiaoyang suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Damn it, I just don't get it. Why do they all focus on such trivial matters when there's so much else to do? Seeing his frustrated expression, Chitai couldn't help but laugh. Your Majesty, once you experience the pleasures of different women, you'll understand the joys of having many consorts. Get lost. Xiaoyang laughed and scolded, then continued drinking. Fortunately, his alcohol tolerance wasn't particularly high. After downing 5 or 6 jars, he swayed and stumbled into his room to sleep. Chitai finally relaxed, standing up to tidy up the mess. Although Xiaoyang had come out due to his bad mood, he was still a professional. The next morning, he got up on time and observed their training. The training methods were personally designed by Xiaoyang, so he was quite satisfied seeing them follow his instructions. The trainees were all young, none older than 20. They didn't know what war was. They only knew that serving as Navy soldiers could earn them a lot of money. Poor children had no lofty ideals. They just wanted to fill their stomachs. And to do that, they were willing to do anything. Watching these kids push themselves to the limit, Xiaoyang felt a mix of heartache and pride. After observing for a day and confirming there were no issues, Xiaoyang finalized a plan for a mock battle. I'll come to observe in a month. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I'll do my best to train these kids. I'm leaving. With that, Xiaoyang mounted his horse and galloped back to the palace. Days passed, and even the princes from remote regions had arrived in the capital. All the princes were now gathered together, along with envoys from 3 neighboring countries, making the capital more bustling than ever before. Your Majesty, our foreigner's street is making a fortune. It's like earning a bucket of gold every day. Only a bucket? Xiaoyang frowned, dissatisfied. Taizijin immediately handed over a thick ledger. Not just a bucket, but a bucket of white gold. That was more like it. Xiaoyang examined the figures with satisfaction. By the way, did you find out what I asked you to observe? I've looked into it. The Qian, Shu, and Lu regions are quite barren, but Qin's furs are the finest, making them highly sought after. Shu's jade and emeralds are unmatched, and Lu's wild game is extremely popular in the capital. Unfortunately, these regions are too remote and desolate, so transportation is a major challenge. They're forced to sell their goods at low prices to merchants just to survive, leaving all the profits to others. Taizijin's tone was tinged with regret as he spoke. At first, Taizijin hadn't understood why Xiaoyang had spent so much money on transportation routes. But now, he got it. Without good transportation, even if you had gold at home, you couldn't exchange it for rice. Seeing Taizijin's expression, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Good, well done. I have a plan. They'll probably stay here for over a month. Make sure to seize this opportunity to make money, understood? Yes, I understand. Should I go now? Go ahead. Xiaoyang waved him off with satisfaction. After Taizijin left, Xiaoyang took out paper and ink to begin planning. Since the furs from Qian were of the highest quality, they could develop the fur industry. Fortunately, Qin's grasslands were naturally abundant, so there was no need to worry about costs. The jade and jadeite from Shu were unparalleled, so they could greatly boost commerce. To achieve prosperity, one must first build roads. They would construct roads to facilitate the transportation of these valuable goods. Chapter 433. To get rich, first fix the roads. As for this dear region, with an abundance of wild game, it must be a picturesque and charming place, making it suitable for developing tourism. However, the poor road conditions are a significant issue. No one would visit due to the inconvenience. Therefore, the first step is to improve the roads, and then create some buzz to attract visitors. Having considered this, Xiaoyang immediately began studying the surrounding maps of these 3 regions. He found that all of them were quite remote, making road construction a challenging task. But no matter how difficult it was, it had to be done. After all, he couldn't let the people here suffer from poverty generation after generation. Could he? Having made up his mind, Xiaoyang thought that after this event, he would follow them back to take a look. He could also bring Xin Yunyan and their child to broaden their horizons. 3 days later, all the vassal kings and their envoys finally received the news that they could enter the palace. Early in the morning, Xiaoyang was surrounded by 7 or 8 people who helped him put on a heavy ceremonial robe. Of course, Xin Yunyan didn't fare much better, wearing a full set of phoenix robes and a phoenix crown that weighed her down to the point of nausea. However, she knew how important today was, so no matter how uncomfortable she felt, she endured it, afraid that any mistake on her part might implicate Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, seeing Xin Yunyan dressed up in her finery, couldn't help but smile. Wife, you look so beautiful. This is such a formal occasion. What are you saying? Xin Yunyan blushed shyly. Xiaoyang stepped forward, took her hand, and smiled gently. My wife is beautiful, and I want to say it. I want the whole world to know how wonderful my empress is. All right, let's go, Shen Yunyan said, her face full of shyness, as she pulled him towards the door. The banquet was held in the largest palace, the Chengqian Hall. Everyone was seated in 2 rows, arranged in a line. Seeing Xiaoyang and Shan Yunyan walk in hand, the crowd rose and knelt down, paying their respects. Greetings to His Majesty. May the Emperor live 10,000 years. Xiaoyang, holding Shan Yunyan's hand, walked step by step towards the highest seat and finally sat down. You have all come a long way, which is truly arduous. Today, although it is a national banquet, it is also a family gathering, so there's no need to be so restrained. Please rise, Xiaoyang said with a strong voice after sitting down. Today's Xiaoyang was very different from his usual carefree demeanor, exuding an aura of natural authority and pressure. Everyone stood up, glancing at this young emperor with curiosity. Although Xiaoyang had been enthroned for a short time, his achievements were numerous and well-known far and wide. Now, everyone finally saw the legendary young emperor known for his decisive actions. Indeed, he was extraordinary. Even the so-called temptress empress was portrayed as dignified and elegant, with no trace of coquettishness. She was as lofty and graceful as one could imagine. These people were simply blind. If such a woman were considered a temptress, how could she possibly bring ruin to the nation? May the emperor live 10,000 years, and the empress 1,000 years. The crowd bowed again in unison. The first bow was out of formality, but this time, it was out of genuine respect. Xiaoyang smiled. My dear ministers, please rise and take your seats. Let's have a chat. Although Xiaoyang was always smiling, his authority remained intact, and no one dared to misbehave. Everyone sat down obediently, no one daring to speak first, all observing the situation. Shen Yunyan clapped her hands, and soon, the meticulously prepared performances began. The dancers were beautiful, their waists supple, and their movements full of charm and grace, truly a feast for the eyes. Unfortunately, the attendees were all wealthy and influential figures, so such performances were nothing new to them. As the performances started, the palace attendants began serving the dishes. These are fresh vegetables just brought from the Qin region. At this time of year, they are unavailable elsewhere. Please, don't be shy and enjoy them thoroughly. The fruits are also grown in the Qin region, with a sweet taste that's different from those in the capital. As for the wild game, it was painstakingly transported from the deer region. It's exceptionally delicious, so don't miss out on this delicacy. Xiaoyang smiled gently, introducing the specialties from various regions with great enthusiasm. When the Deer King heard this, he was moved beyond words and immediately knelt down, paying his respects to Xiaoyang. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kind thoughts. I never expected that even in the capital, we could enjoy such wild game. Your Majesty has truly gone to great lengths. Dear King, there's no need to be so polite. Your dear region has such wonderful produce, and it should be shared with everyone. Then, all the people of the realm can enjoy it. However, the freshness of the wild game is slightly diminished after the journey. If possible, one should visit the deer region to truly savor its delicacy. Xiaoyang said kindly, looking at the Deer King. The Deer King was originally the least respected among all the vassal kings. After all, the deer region only had wild game and nothing else. Many of its people were even uneducated, making it the poorest and most backward region, naturally looked down upon by others. But to everyone's surprise, Xiaoyang treated them equally, showing no signs of disdain. This made the Deer King feel even more honored, his eyes welling up with tears of gratitude. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. However, the deer region is mountainous and treacherous. I'm afraid it would be difficult for Your Majesty to visit, the Deer King said worriedly. The others looked at the Deer King as if he were a fool. Who didn't know that the Emperor was just being polite? Did he really think the Emperor would deign to visit such a humble place? As long as there's a will, there's a way. Please rise, Deer King. Xiaoyang smiled, glancing at the Deer King. Then, His gaze fell on the Shun Prince. The hairpin on the Shun Prince's head is truly exquisite. Even the palace has few such treasures. Indeed, although my eyesight is poor, even from here, it seems to glow and shine, Shin Yunyan chuckled, adding her agreement. The Shun Prince, hearing this, was even more flattered and immediately knelt down. Your Majesty and the Empress are too kind. This is merely a local specialty from our Shun region, not worth much. Oh, is that so? The palace's annual procurement doesn't yield such treasures. Come closer, let me take a closer look, Shin Yunyan said with a smile, beckoning him forward. The prince, only 13 or 14 years old, approached with a mix of shyness and apprehension. He took off the jade hairpin from his head and handed it to Ji Xiong, who carefully presented it to Shan Yunyan. Shun Yunyan held it in her hands, examining it closely. A flawless white jade, warm to the touch, truly a rare treasure. Thank you for the Empress's praise. If your Highness likes it, I will surely find an even better one for you when I return. The Shun Prince quickly replied. Such items were not rare in their Shun region, so he was confident he could find something even better. Shin Yunyan didn't decline, handing the hairpin back with a smile. Very well, then I'll be looking forward to it. Will the Empress outshine all others at the 100 Flowers banquet in 10 days? That will depend on the prince's skills. Chapter 434, Drunk. Shu Shitzi looked at Shan Yinyan in disbelief, clearly not expecting her to trust him so much, to take his words to heart. Instantly, it was as if he had been encouraged, and he immediately nodded, yes, I will do my best. In fact, even without these things, the Empress Dowager is naturally beautiful and would still outshine everyone. Haha, well said, Shu Shitzi, what a sweet and skillful tongue you have. Come, reward him with 10,000 taels of gold. Emperor Xiaoliang laughed heartily, clearly very pleased. Gold? 10,000 taels? Was such a reward even real? Everyone looked at Shu Shitzi with envy. Although they were all nobles, 10,000 taels of gold was no small amount, especially in a remote place like Shu. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Long live, long live, long live the Emperor. Shu Shitzi's voice trembled with excitement. The banquet was a great success, with everyone enjoying themselves and drinking heartily. Xiaoliang knew every trick these people had up their sleeves, but he didn't take it to heart. It was simple. He had both soldiers and money, so he wasn't afraid of these people causing trouble. Most importantly, Xiaoliang's silver tongue had deliberately created divisions, so these vassal kings would never form an alliance. Plus, the most important women from their territories were in the harem, which could also serve as a deterrent. This banquet was a complete victory for Xiaoliang. After the banquet ended, Xiaoliang, drunk, walked into Zhaoyang Palace with Shun Yinyan in his arms. Quick, help me change clothes. I feel like I'm going to throw up. This belt has been pressing against my stomach all night. It's unbearable. Xiaoliang looked pitifully at the attendants. Linger and a group of palace maids stepped forward to untie Xiaoliang's belt. Shun Yinyan was also exhausted. When her crown was removed, her forehead was red and swollen. Finally taking off her clothes, she sighed in relief and sat on the couch, softly saying, Your Majesty, you've worked hard today. I'm not tired, Xiaoliang said, moving closer to Shun Yinyan and kissing her gently. You're the one who's tired. Your health is not good, and you've been sitting with me all day. Are you tired? Let me give you a massage. As he spoke, Xiaoliang actually began to massage her. In his previous life, he had studied massage for a while, so with a few strokes, he had already relieved much of Shun Yinyan's fatigue. Perhaps due to her poor health or just being too tired, Shun Yinyan fell asleep deeply on the couch. Xiaoliang gazed at the sleeping Shun Yinyan with a mixture of affection and concern. Nonetheless, he quietly took her pulse. Although previous diagnoses had always attributed her condition to overwork, Xiaoliang was not reassured. So whenever he had the chance, he would take her pulse again and again. But Shun Yinyan's condition showed no other abnormalities, just weakness from overwork. After each pulse check, Xiaoliang would feel reassured. This time, he gently picked her up and carried her to the bed. The vassal kings coming to the capital had more on their agenda than just sending their daughters. How could they stop all their other plans just because of a meal? The next morning, Xiaoyang's desk was filled with memorials from the vassal kings, all asking for money, troops, or even tax exemptions. Xiaoyang sneered at these shameless requests. It seems these old bastards really think I'm a fool. Very well, very good indeed. Seeing Xiaoyang's anger, Jixiang quickly poured him a cup of water. Your Majesty, please calm down and take care of your health. Feng Xiang and Ah Fu, standing nearby, also had troubled expressions. The court officials have received numerous gifts. It seems these are meant for bribery. Your Majesty, these people have sinister intentions. Even I received a generous gift. Ah Fu snorted coldly and then presented the list. He stared directly at Xiaoyang. A total of 12 vassal kings, excluding the 3 poorest, the other 9 all sent gifts, each more extravagant than the last. Seeing the list of treasures, Xiaoyang's expression darkened even more. How dare the Yunnan king? Does he want to die? And the Liaoning king? Was his brain kicked by a donkey? Not long ago, there was a famine in Yunnan, and the Yunnan king was crying for subsidies. But then he turns around and sends so much gold and silver to the court officials. What is he trying to do? Xiaoyang was furious. He wasn't a stingy person. After all, it was common for vassal kings to court the favor of important officials when they came to the capital. But to spend so much, especially after a famine in their territory, was outrageous. It was clear how much they had exploited their people, how difficult life must be for the common folk in their domains. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's expression grew even more grim. Originally, Xiaoyang wasn't in a hurry to reduce the power of the vassals. But now, it seemed that to ensure the people lived a good life, reducing the power of these bastards was a must. Only by doing so could the common people truly live in peace and prosperity. Seeing Xiaoyang's dark expression, Feng Xiang quickly presented his own list, which was even longer and included more items than Ah Fu's. How dare they? Xiaoyang slammed the table, grinding his teeth in anger. The young emperor, decisive and ruthless, rarely showed such outward emotion. Feng Xiang, already advanced in age, was frightened by him and immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down. Ah Fu also knelt, worriedly looking at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang now understood that to be a good emperor, not only did one need a sharp mind, but also a strong heart. Otherwise, one might be driven mad by these old bastards. Very well, very good indeed. Xiaoyang coldly shouted, very well, since they have so much money, then I won't be polite. The vassal kings naturally had no right to attend court, so the next day when Xiaoyang appeared in court, his gaze swept over everyone like sharp knives. The civil and military officials had no idea why. They only knew that the last time the emperor had looked like this, he had executed most of the corrupt officials in the court. This time, what was the reason? Everyone trembled, and for a moment, the entire court was in a state of panic. Seeing their nervous expressions, Xiaoyang coldly smiled. It seems that many of you have been very busy after court. What are you busy with? Too many social engagements to handle? What did this mean? Everyone looked at each other, and thinking of recent events in their homes, they immediately understood Xiaoyang's meaning. Chapter 435, Dowry? This was clearly an inquiry, but it wasn't their fault, was it? When guests arrive at your doorstep, can you really just turn them away? That doesn't make sense. Everyone was on tenterhooks, staring at Xiaoyang, as if they wanted to know their fate. Xiaoyang elegantly played with his fingers and said calmly, I understand the difficulties you ministers face. After all, when guests come, it's not appropriate to just send them away, right? But have you ever thought about the consequences of getting too close to unwelcome guests? Although I'm in the palace, my eyes and ears are outside. I've seen a lot and heard a lot. I'll give you 3 days. Return what you shouldn't have taken, take back what you shouldn't have said, and destroy the promises you shouldn't have made. Otherwise, you should know my temper. With that, he stood up without giving anyone a chance to respond, and left with a flick of his sleeve. The ministers were left looking at each other in dismay. Clearly, They had indeed taken what they shouldn't have and said what they shouldn't have. All eyes turned to Prime Minister Fong, seeking help. At this point, what could Prime Minister Fong say? He sighed helplessly, shook his head, and turned to leave. It was obvious that he couldn't do anything about it, so everyone would have to rely on their own abilities. Whether they could get through this crisis depended entirely on themselves. Back in the study, Xiaoyang saw young Feiyu sitting there at ease and chuckled. "Are you the prince of the Northern Kingdom or a subject of my great Xia?" Not mentioning this would have been better, but now that it was brought up, young Feiyu felt a wave of discomfort. He looked at Xiaoyang gloomily and muttered, "Of course, I'm the prince of the Northern Kingdom, but my elder brother gave me to you." "What do you mean?" Xiaoyang looked at him in surprise. Young Feiyu seemed to be harboring some great grievance, gritting his teeth. "I'm young Xuanya's dowry." What? Xiaoyang had never expected this in 1,000 calculations. He couldn't believe it and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're a dowry? That's not right. Dowries are usually beautiful women, aren't they? How did the Northern Kingdom end up giving you, of all people, as a dowry?" "Ha ha ha." Xiaoyang. Young Feiyu was already furious about this, and seeing Xiaoyang's reaction only added to his anger. He shot Xiaoyang a glare. "Do you think I wanted this? I had no choice." Heh. Seeing young Feiyu's angry expression, Xiaoyang just sneered. He looked at him and said coldly, "Xiaoyang, I'm playing along with you, but you're being serious, aren't you? Do you think I'm a fool? You and I both know why your elder brother sent you here. You're a man, so they can't exactly castrate you to make you a eunuch. What you do outside, do you think I can keep an eye on you all the time? You're not a dowry, you're a ticking time bomb." "What's a ticking time bomb?" Young Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang curiously. Xiaoyang snorted, "A hidden danger that could take my life at any moment." This. Young Feiyu had never expected Xiaoyang to be so blunt. He looked at Xiaoyang awkwardly and said irritably, "After all these years of friendship, do you really see me that way? You're being too harsh, you know that? Fine, then give me your indenture." Xiaoyang snorted, "All dowry servants have indentures and are registered in the household records. What about you? What are you? What's wrong with this guy?" Young Feiyu looked at Xiaoyang, seemingly puzzled. He lowered his head and muttered, "What's gotten into you? When did you become so petty? Before, when we were close friends, I could overlook things. But now, the Northern Kingdom is the Northern Kingdom, and Great Xia is Great Xia. It's not the time when we were all working together to conquer the world. How can I not be careful?" Xiaoyang said bluntly. Seeing his guarded demeanor, young Feiyu truly felt a pang of sadness. He lowered his head and muttered, "Do you really think we're so untrustworthy? Or do you think we'll inevitably clash with Great Xia? Now, all the princes and princesses of the Northern Kingdom are by your side. What exactly are you worried about? If possible, I hope there will never be war. But can you guarantee that?" Xiaoyang looked straight at him. Who can guarantee the future? With that, the room fell into silence. Young Feiyu, usually so talkative, found himself at a loss for words for the first time. He could only lower his head and murmur, "You're right, I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee others, but I can guarantee myself. No matter what happens between you and the Northern Kingdom, my feelings for you won't change." Is that so? Xiaoyang didn't believe a single word. In his previous life, he had trusted his comrades too much, and in the end, he was betrayed and died without even knowing it. Thinking of this, a chill ran through him. He stared straight at young Feiyu. "Either give me your indenture, or go back. I don't want you. Come on. Does it have to be so absolute?" Young Feiyu glared at him, gritting his teeth. You're too much, too hurtful." With that, he threw a thick booklet onto the table and stormed out. Xiaoyang, of course, didn't pay any attention to young Feiyu's tantrum. He sat in his chair, glanced at the booklet on the table, opened it, and found a detailed list of gifts sent by regional princes to officials' homes. This guy was like a dog. Once he caught a scent, he couldn't be fooled. Xiaoyang smiled, put the booklet away, and prepared to collect debts according to the list. Your Majesty, Consort Yang is here. Ji Xiang entered, looking somewhat troubled. Consort Yang? Yang Xuanya? Xiao Yang hadn't expected her to be the first to act. Let her in, Xiao Yang said expressionlessly. Soon, Yang Xuanya entered, dressed in a peach-colored gown. Undoubtedly, her time on the battlefield had given her a unique charm, and even in such a delicate dress, she exuded a certain air of boldness and elegance. Upon entering, Yang Xuanya gracefully bowed to Xiao Yang. Your servant greets your Majesty. It seems the nanny taught you well, Xiao Yang said with a smirk. Yang Xuanya, as if she didn't catch the teasing in his words, lowered her head. Since I've decided to marry into the palace, I naturally want to be a good consort. A good consort? And how exactly would she do that? Chapter 436. Actually disappointed. Xiao Yang watched as Yang Xuanya hesitated before finally speaking. Although I had considered the possibility of you marrying into the palace before, seeing you here now actually makes me feel a bit disappointed. The meaning behind these words was clear to both of them. Yang Xuanya felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this and lowered her head. I had thought I would never have this chance in my life, but now that it has come, I naturally need to seize it. I know you don't have me in your heart, but I don't want to compete with the Empress for anything. I just want to be by the side of someone I like, that's all. Did you come here today just to tell me this? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, looking at her. Although Yang Xuanya had married into the palace, her temperament would not change. Xiao Yang did not believe that Yang Xuanya would obediently stay in the harem, waiting for his visits every day. If that were the case, it would be too demeaning. Yang Xuanya took a deep breath. Your Majesty, I came today to discuss the matter of my elder brother. Ah, you're talking about Yang Feiyu. We've already discussed this. He wants to be your dowry, and I took his indenture. As long as the indenture remains, I'll grant him an identity and allow him to stay in the capital permanently. Xiao Yang smiled and briefly reported the progress of the matter. Indenture? Yang Xuanya was clearly caught off guard by Xiao Yang mentioning the indenture. She looked at him in disbelief, whispering, Is that truly what the emperor has in mind? Is the indenture really necessary? Seeing Yang Xuanya's reaction, Xiao Yang felt a rare softness in his heart. He sighed, looking at her with confusion. You seem to have come to terms with things before, so why trap yourself in such a place again? I truly feel it's a pity. Indeed, Xiao Yang now felt it was a shame that a female general had become a concubine. But Yang Xuanya did not feel it was a pity. In her eyes, Xiao Yang was worth giving up everything for. Yet, the very person who had said such things now looked at her with disappointment, or perhaps despair. She didn't say anything more, simply turned and walked out. By protocol, a concubine should not treat the emperor this way, but Yang Xuanya no longer cared. She knew she was wrong, terribly wrong. She shouldn't have come here. Before coming, she had even fantasized that even if they couldn't be sweet, they could at least respect each other. But now it seemed even that would be difficult. Xiao Yang watched her retreating figure, sighed helplessly, and then lowered his head to continue working on his accounts. Originally, Xiao Yang had been pondering how to make the vassal kings contribute, but he never expected these men to come knocking on his door themselves. All the memorials requesting money or troops were sent back by Xiao Yang, unopened, with their bills attached. When the Yunnan king and the others received these bills, their faces turned green with anger. It was said that the sound of shattered porcelain filled the night at the inn. Vassal kings couldn't stay in the capital for too long, so Xiao Yang quickly summoned the Deer King, the Prince of Shu, and the Duke of Chun. The three entered the palace with grave expressions. The previous night's shouts and the sound of broken porcelain had echoed throughout the night, even reaching their distant quarters. However, their fiefdoms were impoverished, and they had few informants in the capital, so they were unaware of what had transpired. Now, the emperor had summoned them the next day, and they weren't sure if it was good news or bad. The three entered, knelt, and performed their formal greetings. Xiao Yang waved a hand, saying indifferently, "You're too formal. Get up, I have important matters to discuss with you." He then handed each of them a copy of a well-prepared plan, tailored specifically for each fiefdom's path to prosperity. This was something Xiaoyang had spent 2 sleepless nights crafting. The three looked at the plans in their hands, then at each other, before the Prince of Shu finally reacted, kneeling and trembling. "Your Majesty, are you truly going to build roads?" "Yes, the goods from your Shu region are so good, yet the outside world doesn't know about them. That's a pity. So we need to build roads, transport the goods out, and sell them. Only then can every household have enough to eat." Xiaoyang looked at the Prince of Shu earnestly. "Your father has been unwell for years, which is why I called you here. Though young, you are intelligent and capable. With someone like you as the future king, I can rest easy." The Prince of Shu could hardly believe that this trip to the capital would bring such a transformation to the entire Shu region. He widened his eyes in disbelief, his eyes reddening as he kowtowed heavily. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am deeply grateful." Seeing his forehead turn red, Xiaoyang sighed. "Get up. Don't go and break your head. We'll have to call the imperial physician." "Yes, I will spare no effort to build this road." The Prince of Shu's eyes were red with gratitude. Xiaoyang glanced at him, smiled, and said softly, "Your Shu region is remote and difficult to traverse. Building a road won't be easy, so I've prepared a team and ample funds for you. In this world, there's nothing money can't solve. How to use people, how to spend money, you decide. Just one thing, the road must be built." "Yes, Your Majesty. On behalf of all the people of Shu, thank you for your grace." The Prince of Shu was in tears. For years, the Shu region had been impoverished, with families struggling to make ends meet, even the Shu royal family living in modesty. If there was a chance to let the people of the fiefdom eat and wear warm, then even giving up his life would be worth it. Seeing the Prince of Shu's reaction, Xiaoyang smiled and said lightly, "All right, get up. There's much to do in your Shu region. Go to the Ministry of Revenue to collect funds and personnel, then return."
Now,
The Prince of Shu looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. Xiaoyang nodded. "I've already built a road, so you can try it out and see if it's easier to travel." Realizing Xiaoyang's intention, the Prince of Shu kowtowed heavily and left joyfully. The remaining two were both elderly men. Looking at the plans in their hands, they trembled with excitement, kneeling and speaking incoherently, their tears and snot a truly pitiful sight. All right, you'll all receive the same treatment. Implement the policies I've laid out in return. I'll provide funds and personnel to ensure the people are fed. Additionally, I'll exempt you from taxes for 3 years. If anyone is still starving after 3 years, I'll take your heads." Chapter 437. Farewell? This statement was brimming with authority. The two old men were even more in tears, and after kowtowing, they left just like that. Watching their retreating figures, Xiaoyang's emotions were somewhat complicated. Standing on the city wall, he watched the shabby carriage sway and slowly depart, and sighed. "Your Majesty, why the sigh? Isn't this a good thing?" Shen Yunyan brought a cloak and approached. "It's getting cold. I just feel a bit wistful. Look at the Yunnan prince and the others when they entered the capital. Their grand entrance, truly majestic. But these three? They are even worse off than our 5th-rank officials in the capital." Xiaoyang sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. It truly is different fates for different people. Shen Yunyan found Xiaoyang's reflective mood somewhat amusing. She blinked, looked at him, and said with a smile, "I think these three are quite fortunate. Having a ruler like you, they won't have to endure any more hardships. Isn't that a good thing?" "Yunyan, do you really think I'm a good emperor?" Xiaoyang asked softly, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Shen Yunyan immediately nodded. "Yes, in my eyes, you are the best emperor, no matter what others say." Xiaoyang gently pinched her cheek and murmured, "If you say I'm good, then I must be, right?" "Xiaoyang, I didn't come to talk about this. There's something else I need to discuss with you," Shen Yunyan said hesitantly. "Every time I bring this up, you get upset. But, with so many people in the harem, they can't just sit idle. I've already arranged everything. You don't need to worry," Xiaoyang reassured her with a smile, holding her hand. "I was wrong before. I didn't understand things properly. From now on, I'll listen to you more. Please don't be angry with me anymore. Shen Yunyan was stunned. She had expected another argument, but to her surprise, Xiaoyang had agreed so readily. While she should have felt relieved, she instead felt a lump in her throat. That's good to know, she said softly, her eyes welling up with tears. Xiaoyang, all I want is to stay by your side. Just that. But even such a simple wish seemed impossible, as if fate itself was against them. I want to see Shen Yuanfeng before he leaves. By the way, I heard something about Guer. I'm sorry, Xiaoyang said, pulling her into his embrace. He had originally planned to marry Guer to Shen Yuanfeng, but now it seemed impossible, as Guer didn't want that. Although in this era, a woman's wishes were often overlooked, Xiaoyang couldn't bring himself to treat a living person as nothing more than a bargaining chip. Shen Yunyan, instead of being upset, smiled and leaned against him. I knew you couldn't do it. No matter what happens, you'll always be my Xiaoyang. You'll never change. Xiaoyang blushed slightly at her words and kissed her. You're the best too. Later that afternoon, Shen Yuanfeng entered the Zhaoyang Palace. Thanks to Xiaoyang's protection, he had managed to avoid punishment and lived relatively well, though his relationship with Shen Yunyan had changed. What was once a close sibling bond had now become a formal relationship between the Empress and her brother, filled with resentment and distance. As Shen Yunyan watched her brother, now tall and handsome, she smiled and gestured for the attendants to leave. You know, you look a lot like our mother, she said, gazing at his features with a nostalgic expression. Shen Yuanfeng was surprised. He hadn't expected her to bring up their mother. I was just a baby when she died. I don't remember her, he replied quietly. She was beautiful, strong, and resilient, Shen Yunyan said with a faint smile. But her life was filled with tragedy, chasing an unreachable dream until the end. It's quite ironic. She pulled out a painting. This is a portrait I copied when I was young. Father burned most of them, but this is the only one left. If it weren't for this painting, I might have forgotten what she looked like, Shen Yunyan said, handing the portrait to her brother. Shen Yuanfeng eagerly looked at the image of their mother. She was indeed stunning, her eyes and smile radiating warmth and joy. Yet, as he studied the painting, he murmured, I don't think I look like her. You do. We both do, Shen Yunyan replied. That's probably why father never liked us. He hated our mother, so he couldn't stand us either. But even if he disliked us, he never had another child. She chuckled, as if recalling some amusing memory. You know, you were just a child back then, but you were ruthless. One move, and you cut off his chance for any more heirs. Shen Yuanfeng couldn't help but laugh along, though he felt something was off. And you, sister? You did it for me, didn't you? If not for that, I wouldn't be alive today. Shen Yunyan laughed again, but this time, Shen Yuanfeng realized something was wrong. He looked at her with concern. Sister, are you hiding something from me? No, she replied, her smile fading. I just find it funny, as if those days happened in another lifetime. The two of us, clinging to each other in desperation, seemed like they belonged to a past life. Her voice grew sad as she continued. I just don't understand how my brother, the one I depended on, has become like this. Shen Yuanfeng felt a pang of guilt. Sister, I failed. I lost to Xiaozhao Pavilion, and now they've been completely eradicated. As for that newly discovered Hongdao Kingdom, I know nothing about it. Shen Yunyan looked at him with a sad expression in her eyes. Do you think I'm interrogating you? Chapter 438, Pick and Choose. One sentence plunged the atmosphere between the two into another icy silence. Even Shen Yuanfeng was shocked that his sister could utter such a cold-hearted statement. He stared at her in disbelief, his eyes wide, and whispered, Sister, is this really all we can be now? The harm caused cannot be erased. Even though you're my brother, even though we are blood-related, this fact remains unchanged. You're still young, and Xiaoyang is willing to give you a chance. I hope you don't stray again. Next time, sister won't be able to protect you. Shen Yunyan looked at her brother with a lingering affection. She couldn't bear it. She truly couldn't. If she were gone, the world would leave only her brother. What would he do then? Although Shen Yuanfeng had done many wrong things before, he had been misled since childhood and lacked the ability to discern, so he had made mistakes in a moment of weakness. He hadn't meant to, and he could be forgiven. Moreover, Shun Yinyan had always doted on her younger brother. How could she truly bear to blame him? Thinking of this, Shun Yinyan's heart ached fiercely. Seeing his sister like this, Shun Yuanfeng suddenly felt regret. He knelt down, embraced Shun Yinyan, and choked out, "Sister, I regret it. I regret it every day. If I could do it all over again, I wouldn't have done those things. Sister, don't blame me. Please forgive me. I'll be good from now on, okay?" Seeing her brother's remorse, Shun Yinyan smiled softly, stroked his head, and said gently, "All right, sister will listen to you. As long as you can be a good person, I'll give you this chance." "Sister, really? Then, can I not marry Xiaogui?" Shen Yuanfeng looked up at Shen Yinyan with pleading eyes. He was still young and had little concept of marriage, but he was certain he wanted what his sister and brother-in-law had, to be with someone he loved. He didn't want to marry a woman he had never even met. What? Shun Yinyan was taken aback. She hadn't expected that this was what Shen Yuanfeng was most concerned about. She looked at him and chuckled. Xiaogui's birth mother may have been of humble origin, but she is still a bona fide princess. If you think about it, we are the ones who are fortunate to have this opportunity. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Even if she's a princess, she's not of this dynasty, but a princess of the previous one. If not for the current emperor's benevolence, they might have been executed. Shen Yuanfeng snorted and muttered, "Besides, it's not the status I'm objecting to. I just haven't met her. I don't want to marry someone I've never seen. I want to find someone I truly love, like you and brother-in-law, and start a family." Hearing this, Shun Yinyan nodded with relief, stroked his cheek, and said softly, "All right, I promise you. My Yuanfeng, you've finally grown up." "Sister?" Shen Yuanfeng looked at his sister's slightly pale eyes with concern. "Sister, is there something you're hiding from me?" Of course there was, but if she intended to hide it, she wouldn't say it out loud. Shen Yinyan shook her head. "It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, so I miss you. My health hasn't been good lately, so I've been resting. Remember today, remember what you've said. You're not alone anymore. You have the entire Shen family on your shoulders, and your little nephew. You are his only uncle, his only blood relative. Do you understand?" When the child was mentioned, Shen Yuanfeng's face was filled with guilt. "But I've wronged my nephew." "It's not your fault," Shen Yinyan said with a light laugh. "This is our fate, my fate." In truth, Shun Yinyan regretted it. She had always known about her identity as a Gu child and that the best choice was not to have a child, as it was always a matter of life for life. But she couldn't bear it. She loved Xiaoyang so much, so desperately wanted to give him a child, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Now, she was merely walking toward the fate she had set for herself, with no regrets. Shen Yuanfeng sensed something different about Shun Yinyan, but being young, he couldn't fully understand. Shen Yinyan had already accepted her fate. She knew her time was short and was bidding farewell to all she cared about. In the end, the person she cared about most in this world, she still hadn't figured out how to bid farewell to. The two sat together, basking in the sun, as if all the estrangement between them had melted away under the warm rays. After leaving the Zhaoyang Palace, Shun Yuanfeng went straight to the imperial study. "Your humble subject pays respects to the emperor." Shun Yuanfeng knelt upon entering, his face full of remorse. Seeing this child, whom he had once doted on, Xiao Yang's emotions were complicated. Logically, someone who had betrayed him should not be spared, but out of consideration for Shun Yinyan, Xiao Yang, he looked at Shen Yuanfeng and said indifferently, "It was the Empress who wanted to see you, not I. What are you doing here?" "Your Majesty, your humble subject wishes to depart for the border of Hongdao Kingdom as soon as possible." Shen Yuanfeng spoke again. "Oh?" Xiaoyang found it amusing and looked at him with a faint smile. "Why the rush? Your Majesty, your humble subject should have died long ago, but your benevolence has spared my life. Therefore, I should do something to atone for my sins while I still live," Shen Yuanfeng said straightforwardly. He knew that he no longer had the right to act willfully in front of Xiaoyang, so he could only speak the truth. Seeing that he was somewhat sensible, Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, I haven't decided yet. Go back. I'll inform you when I have. Your Majesty. Shen Yuanfeng looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Are you still blaming your humble subject? Do you know you're a criminal? Xiaoyang snorted disdainfully. I spared you because of the Empress. Without her, you would have died 1,000 times over. Xiaoyang couldn't help but want to dismember the boy when he thought of the mess he had caused. Your Majesty, your humble subject does not wish to marry, Shen Yuanfeng added. What the hell? Chapter 438. Picking and Choosing. A single sentence plunged the atmosphere between the two into an icy chill once again. Even Shen Yuanfeng was stunned that his sister would utter such a cold-hearted statement. He stared at his sister in disbelief, whispering, Sister, is this really all we can do now? The harm caused cannot be erased. Even if you are my brother, even if we are blood-related, this fact remains unchanged. You are still young, and Xiaoyang is willing to give you a chance. I hope you do not stray again. Next time, sister won't be able to protect you. Shen Yunyan gazed affectionately at her brother. She couldn't bear to part with him. If she were gone, the world would leave only her brother alone. What would he do then? Although Shen Yuanfeng had done many wrong things before, he had been deceived since childhood due to his young age and lack of discernment. It was an error made in a moment of confusion, not out of malice. He could be forgiven. Besides, Shen Yunyan had always doted on her younger brother. How could she truly bear to blame him? Thinking of this, her heart ached fiercely. Seeing his sister in such a state, Shen Yuanfeng suddenly regretted his actions. He knelt and embraced Shen Yunyan, his voice choked with emotion. Sister, I regret it. I regret it every day. If I could do it all over again, I would never do those things. Sister, don't blame me. Please forgive me. I promise to be good from now on, okay? Seeing her brother like this, Shen Yunyan smiled gently and stroked his head, saying softly, All right, sister will listen to you. As long as you can be a good person, I'll give you this chance. Sister, really? Then, can I not marry Xiaogue? Shen Yuanfeng looked up at Shen Yunyan with pleading eyes. At his young age, he had no real concept of marriage. However, he was certain he wanted a relationship like his sister and brother-in-law's, to be with someone he truly loved. He didn't want to marry a woman he had never even met. What? Shen Yunyan was taken aback. She hadn't expected the matter weighing most on Shen Yuanfeng's mind to be this. She looked at him and chuckled. Though Xiaogue's birth mother came from humble origins, she is indeed a genuine princess. Strictly speaking, it's we who are fortunate to have this connection. What are you dissatisfied about? Even if she is a princess, she's not from our current dynasty. She's a princess from the previous one. If not for the emperor's benevolence, they might have been executed. Shen Yuanfeng snorted, then muttered, Besides, it's not about her status. I just haven't even met her. I don't want to marry someone I've never seen. I want to find someone I truly love, just like you and brother-in-law, and start a family. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan nodded with a Xinwei smile, caressing his cheek. All right, I agree. My Yuanfeng, you've finally grown up. Sister? Shen Yuanfeng looked at his sister's slightly dull eyes, worried. Is there something you're hiding from me? Of course there was, but if she intended to hide it, she wouldn't reveal it. Shen Yunyan shook her head. I just haven't seen you in a long time, so I miss you. My health has been poor lately, so I've been resting. Remember today, and remember your words. You're no longer alone. You have the entire Shen family on your shoulders, and your little nephew. You are his only maternal uncle. Do you understand? When the child was mentioned, Shen Yuanfeng's face filled with guilt. But I've wronged my nephew. It's not your fault, Shen Yunyan said with a gentle smile. It's our fate, my fate. In truth, Shen Yunyan regretted it. She had always known about her identity as a Gu child, and that the best choice was not to have a child, as it was a matter of life for life from the start. But she couldn't bear it. She loved Xiaoyang so much, and she so wanted to give him a child, even if it cost her life. Now, she was merely walking toward the fate she had set for herself, and she had no regrets. Shen Yuanfeng sensed something different about Shen Yunyan, but being young, he couldn't fully understand. Shen Yunyan was at peace, knowing her time was short and bidding farewell to all she cared about. In the end, the person she most chengar in the world, she hadn't yet figured out how to say goodbye. The two sat together, basking in the sun, as if the rift between them had melted away under the warm rays. After leaving the Zhaoyang Palace, Shen Yuanfeng went straight to the imperial study. Your humble servant pays respects to the emperor. Shen Yuanfeng knelt upon entering, his face full of remorse. Seeing this child he once doted on, Xiao Yang's emotions were complicated. Logically, someone who betrayed him should not be spared, but out of consideration for Shen Yunyan, Xiao Yang, he looked at Shen Yuanfeng and said indifferently, "It was the empress who wanted to see you, not I. Why are you here?" "Your Majesty, your humble servant wishes to depart soon for the border of the Rainbow Island Kingdom." Shen Yuanfeng spoke again. "Oh?" Xiao Yang found it amusing, smiling faintly as he looked at him. "Why the rush? Your humble servant should have died long ago, but your Majesty's mercy has spared my life. Therefore, I should atone for my sins by doing something worthwhile while I still live," Shen Yuanfeng said directly. He knew he had no more room for Enxing in front of Xiao Yang, so he had to speak honestly. Seeing that he was somewhat sensible, Xiao Yang smiled faintly and said, "I haven't decided yet. Return and wait for my order." "Your Majesty." Shen Yuanfeng looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. "Are you still blaming your humble servant? Do you know you are a criminal?" Xiao Yang scoffed. "I spared you out of consideration for the empress. Without her, you would have died 1,000 times over." Xiao Yang thought of the despicable deeds this scoundrel had committed and wished he could dismember him. "Your Majesty, your humble servant does not wish to marry." Shen Yuanfeng had no choice but to bring this up as well. "What nonsense!" Xiao Yang, hearing this, laughed in anger. "Xia Gui doesn't shan chini, and you're already Talti Chilila? What do you think you are? Your humble servant knows he is nothing, so I don't want to danwu the princess's future. Please grant your permission, your Majesty." Shen Yuanfeng's attitude was firm. This matter, he would not compromise on. Even if it meant being beaten, he would not agree. "Your humble subject knows he's not worth much, so I don't want to hinder the princess's future. I beg your Majesty's indulgence." Shen Yuanfeng spoke firmly. This was something he would absolutely not compromise on. Even if it meant being beaten, he wouldn't agree. Chapter 439, Afraid to Leave. Seeing his insistence, Xiaoling found it somewhat amusing and coldly remarked, "You're defying the emperor's decree. Do you know that? Or are you so confident that I wouldn't really kill you, so you're acting as you please?" If this were before, Shen Yuanfeng would have taken the opportunity to plead his case, but now, he knew he no longer had that privilege. He looked at Xiaoling pleadingly and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I just don't want to drag others down with me." "And who exactly do you want to avoid dragging down?" Xiaoling asked curiously, looking at Shen Yuanfeng. Shen Yuanfeng shook his head and whispered, "When I was young, those around me taught me the language of the Rainbow Islands. So, I believe I'm the most suitable candidate to guard the coastal border. I just want to atone for my sins and have no intention of starting a family." Heh. Xiaoling knew this lad hadn't been entirely truthful before. He sighed, feeling somewhat frustrated. "You were supposed to have a bright future, but you went down the wrong path. Look at how things have turned out. Even if I, as the emperor, wanted to protect you, I couldn't. How could I silence the public's outcry?" Though Xiaoling spoke calmly, Shen Yuanfeng knew these were the truth. After all, he had indeed committed treasonous acts during that time, and execution would be his rightful punishment. The only reason he was still alive was due to his sister Sake. "Your Majesty, even though I took the wrong path, I didn't cause any substantial damage. Isn't there a chance for me to redeem myself through meritorious service?" Shen Yuanfeng looked at Xiaoling pitifully. This statement made both of them feel somewhat awkward, especially Xiaoling. Observing Shen Yuanfeng's aggrieved expression, Xiaoling rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Quit muddling the issue, you rascal. The reason no serious consequences occurred wasn't because you pulled back at the last moment. It was because I was perceptive and averted all losses. That. Shin Yuanfeng had been quite confident, but after hearing Xiaoling's words, he was left speechless. He could only lower his head and remain silent, looking pitiful. That's more like it. Xiaoling himself understood that Shen Yuanfeng was just good with words. If the lad had truly wanted to do something under those circumstances, he would have done it long before they uncovered the truth. Feeling a bit soft-hearted, Xiaoling finally said, 3 months from now is the new year. Stay in the capital for now. After the new year, go to the border to guard the coastline. Why? Shin Yuanfeng looked at Xiaoling in surprise and whispered, why not now? I thought you were eager to get rid of me. Can you single-handedly hold off an army? Don't you need soldiers to accompany you? Xiaoling, seeing Shin Yuanfeng's puzzled expression, felt another surge of annoyance and said irritably, you brat. When will you ever understand that being a general isn't just about having brute strength? You need brains too. Otherwise, your soldiers will die because of your stupidity. You know that? Although Shin Yuanfeng didn't think he was stupid, since Xiaoling had said so, he wouldn't argue. He obediently nodded, yes, I understand. All right, get out of here now. If you have time, visit your sister, but don't come see me. I've got a headache. Xiaoling waved impatiently, then stood up and walked out. He didn't head to the Zhaoyang Palace, but instead walked toward Princess Xiagu's residence. Earlier, Xiagu had drunk the imperial wine he had bestowed, yet she was still alive, living in constant unease. Upon entering, Xiaoling saw Xiagu in the courtyard, brewing wine. The aroma of the fermenting mash wafted far and wide. Your Majesty? Xiagu thought she was hallucinating when she saw him. She widened her eyes in disbelief, then quickly snapped back to reality and hastily knelt down to pay her respects. Greetings, Your Majesty. Hearing the commotion, Empress Dowager Mei hurried out of the house, instinctively shielding Xiagu in front of her. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. We will comply. If this had happened before, Empress Dowager Mei wouldn't have wanted her daughter to marry someone like Shen Yuanfeng, who was considered a failure. But after their brush with death, Empress Dowager Mei had come to realize that even a painful marriage to a failure was better than death. Xiaoling didn't say much. He found a place to sit and looked at Xiagu with a faint smile. Are you brewing wine? What's your specialty? Rose wine, Xiagu replied, standing up and digging out a jar of rose wine from under a crabapple tree. This was buried in the spring. It's just the right time to take it out now. Then let's have a taste, Xiaoling smiled, tapping the table in front of him. Empress Dowager Mei didn't know what Xiaoling's intentions were, but she quickly went inside and prepared a few side dishes. The dishes were exquisitely prepared, and just looking at them made one think they would taste delicious. Xiaoling smiled at Empress Dowager Mei and said, I'd like to have a private conversation with Xiagu. Is that all right?
Yes.
Empress Dowager Mei had no right to refuse. She could only glance worriedly at her daughter before reluctantly walking inside, looking back several times. Seeing Empress Dowager Mei's behavior, Xiaoling smiled. I remember my mother used to be like this. Even when I was already grown, she would still be so worried whenever something happened. Hearing this, Xiagu smiled. The Princess Dowager naturally doted on Your Majesty immensely. Your mother dotes on you too, doesn't she? Xiaoling smiled, picked up the wine cup, and took a careful sniff before taking a sip. Indeed, the wine you brew is quite good. Xiagu looked at Xiaoling, utterly confused about why he had come this time. Last time, she had refused the imperial match, and the result was the imperial wine that nearly cost her life. What would happen this time? Xiaoling set down his wine cup and looked at Xiagu. I'm just curious. After the last incident, do you feel any regret? Have you now decided to accept my imperial match? Does Your Majesty want the truth? Xiagu took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and looked directly at Xiaoling. Xiaoling smiled. I came here myself to hear the truth from you. This is what Your Majesty gave me, so I thought Your Majesty was giving me a way out, right? Xiagu took out a token. It was the token Ji Xiang had given her after she drank the wine. However, since Xiagu hadn't received an imperial decree, She didn't dare to leave, fearing that escaping would mean certain death. Chapter 440. Open and above board. This was the reason why Xiaoyang had come today. Originally, Xiaoyang had thought that after giving the pass, Xiaogui would immediately take her mother and leave. However, to his surprise, she hadn't left. So Xiaoyang wanted to come and see what this little girl was thinking. Looking at the pass, Xiaoyang smiled. Now that you have the pass to leave the palace, why haven't you gone? I can leave, but I want to do so openly and above board. Your Majesty, I don't want to live like a rat in the gutter. I want to live openly and above board. Xiaogui said firmly, looking at Xiaoyang with no trace of her previous weakness or timidity. That's right. This was the backbone a princess should have. Although Xiaogui's mother had not been favored before, Xiaogui had still been raised as a princess. Even now, as a former princess with an awkward status, her pride wouldn't allow her to leave this place where she grew up in a muddled manner. Seeing Xiaogui like this, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. You are very sensible. Then, I ask you, what do you plan to do after leaving? I want to open a small tavern, Xiaogui smiled. I'll sell the rose wine I'm best at. My mother is skilled in cooking, and we will surely live very well. Good. Then take the money and the pass and leave. Tomorrow, I will issue an edict to grant you commoner status. Xiaoyang smiled as he looked at Xiaogui. What? Really? Xiaogui couldn't believe it was true. She stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief for a long time before finally kneeling down. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. With you ruling, this world will surely improve. Pack up and leave. I know you don't like it here. Xiaoyang stood up, patted her head gently, and whispered, Even though I hate your father, we are still blood relatives. That pass is my promise. If you encounter something insurmountable outside, you can bring the pass back to me, and I will help you once. But only once. Xiaogui looked up at Xiaoyang and said softly, When I was 4, I saw you at a palace banquet. Back then, I thought you were so beautiful, and I wanted to get close to you. But you didn't like us, nor my brothers and sisters. I asked my mother why, and she said it was natural for you not to like us. I was too young then to understand why it was natural, but now, I just feel sorry. You haven't done anything wrong, and you don't need to apologize. Although you are a princess, he didn't treat you well, and you didn't benefit from it. Go now. With that, Xiaoyang continued drinking. In fact, the Mei consort and Xiaogui were the only ones left in the entire palace who had any connection to the old emperor, the man who had seized his father's throne and forced his mother to die, leaving no trace behind. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang took another sip of wine. Xiaogui turned around and went into the room, packing some personal belongings and the gold Xiaoyang had given her, then left this place that had confined her since childhood overnight. She didn't take any of the luxurious jewelry or beautiful dresses, knowing that those were not good things. They were shackles, cages, things that restricted her freedom. Once out of the palace and on the carriage, Xiaogui still couldn't quite believe all this was real. She lifted the curtain and took deep breaths of the fresh air outside, leaning against her mother and laughing. Mother, we're finally out. It's great. We can live a peaceful life from now on. The Mei consort was somewhat puzzled. Previously, they had already packed their things to leave the palace, but then Xiaogui insisted on returning. The Mei consort didn't understand why they had to come back after leaving. Now, they could leave through the main gate openly and above board, and the Mei consort finally understood how outstanding her daughter was. Xiaoyang sat alone in the courtyard, finishing the entire jar of rose wine. He turned and staggered back to his palace. Today, Shen Yunyin had met with Shun Yuanfeng, and it was likely she didn't want to see him, so Xiaoyang didn't want to bother her. Besides, they had agreed before. Regarding the consorts and the harem, Xiaoyang's lips curled into a hint of a mocking smile. He stopped, quietly went back, and dug up 3 more jars of rose wine under the crabapple tree, then carried them straight to the city wall. Sitting there alone, he sipped the sweet rose wine, his lips slightly raised as he gazed at the vast starry sky, his heart filled with boundless melancholy. "Your Majesty, the Emperor has gone up to the city wall alone." Linger nervously looked at Shun Yunyan. "The night guard said he seems to have drunk quite a bit." "What?" Hearing this, Shun Yunyan's first reaction was to stand up and head outside. But halfway there, she hesitated and turned back to look at Linger. "Go. Tell Consort Yang to bring the Emperor back." "Your Majesty." Linger was immediately anxious. "The Emperor likes you. So why are you doing this? He will surely be angry when he wakes up tomorrow. Go." Shun Yunyan's tone was firm. Although Linger was unwilling, she knew she was just a servant and had no right to speak much, so she could only nod reluctantly and go to find Yang Xuanya. What this message and order meant, Yang Xuanya understood clearly. She took a deep breath, said nothing more, and just nodded. "I understand. You may leave." "Your Highness, you'd better hurry, lest the Emperor drink too much alone," Linger said with a sarcastic tone before turning to leave. Her maid, Xiaoru, looked at Yang Xuanya with concern. "Princess, Your Highness, what does the Empress mean by this?" "It means nothing. She's just granting my wish," Yang Xuanya laughed. Although she knew this was really shameless, for Xiaoyang, she was willing to be shameless. She donned a black martial outfit, secured her hair in a high ponytail, and then marched purposefully toward the city wall. By the time Yang Xuanya arrived, Xiaoyang had already drunk quite a bit, his eyes slightly dazed. He vaguely saw a spirited woman approaching and his lips curved. "It's you?" Yang Xuanya was a bit surprised. "You can tell it's me? Most of the women in my palace are weak, but you're different from them." Xiaoyang smiled, patting the spot beside him. "Since you're here, don't just stand there. Come, sit down and have a drink with me." "Drink?" Yang Xuanya hesitated for a moment before sitting down beside Xiaoyang and taking a sip from the jar. "This rose wine is so sweet." Chapter 441. Finally understood. "It's from my little sister." "Not bad, huh?" Xiaoyang smiled as he looked at her. "Oh, right, you don't know her. She just left here to live the life she wants. You know how foolish you are? Everyone is desperate to escape this place, yet here you are, walking right into the trap. Ha ha ha. How foolish." "Yes, I am foolish, but I do so willingly," Yang Xuanya replied calmly, continuing to drink. Though they were somewhat familiar with each other, they found themselves at a loss for words when they sat together now. After a long silence, it was Yang Xuanya who finally spoke first. "The Empress asked me to come find you. I understand what she means, so I came. She is the best Empress in the world, the most virtuous and virtuous." Xiaoyang laughed, though his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. He looked at Yang Xuanya. "Are you really willing?" His expression was casual, as if he were merely asking for her name. Yet, for some reason, Yang Xuanya's previously calm heart suddenly started racing. With great effort, she suppressed the strange feeling and nodded firmly without speaking. "I hope you won't regret it," Xiaoyang chuckled, finishing the wine in the jar in one go. Then, he lunged toward Yang Xuanya. "Here?" Though Yang Xuanya was a princess of the Northern Kingdom and the Northern people were known for their bold customs, there were still many guards on duty here. Instinctively, Yang Xuanya pushed Xiaoyang away, but Xiaoyang had drunk too much. The rose wine, though sweet, had a high alcohol content. So, he fell straight back and hit the ground, passing out. Yang Xuanya stood up, looking down at the disheveled Xiaoyang, feeling both amused and helpless. She had no choice but to pick him up and carry him on her shoulder. Ji Xiang swore that in all his years in the palace, he had never seen such a bizarre scene. The noble consort carrying the emperor back to her own palace? It just didn't seem right. It looked more like the emperor was the one being abducted. Should we protect the emperor? Ji Xiang instinctively looked back at Li Nu, who was standing nearby. Li Nu emerged from the shadows, shrugging. Going to protect the emperor now would be a bit lacking in awareness, don't you think? But the emperor isn't conscious. But that's the consort. In the relationship between the emperor and the consort, who takes the initiative is a given, isn't it? The two of them just looked at each other, neither having any intention of protecting the emperor. Yang Xuanya carried the emperor back to her own palace and threw him heavily onto the bed. "Your Highness, be careful. That's the Emperor." Xiao Ru was frightened and quickly came over to check, fearing young Xuanya might have really injured Xiao Yang. Young Xuanya stretched her muscles, glanced at Xiao Yang on the bed, and said indifferently, "Find a eunuch to take care of the Emperor's sleep." "Your Highness, this is a rare opportunity. Wouldn't it be better if you took care of him yourself?" Xiao Ru suggested again. Young Xuanya looked deeply at Xiao Yang before saying, "I am a princess of the Northern Kingdom, not a courtesan. Under such circumstances, how could she have any physical contact with Xiao Yang? She wasn't that despicable." Now, Xiao Ru finally understood what young Xuanya meant. Though she still had some doubts, she obediently nodded and turned to leave, not daring to say anything more. "That's more like it." Young Xuanya looked at Xiao Yang once more and suddenly smiled. At first, she had doubted whether she should stay, but now she finally understood that her choice was right. Xiao Yang was worth staying for. Given enough time, there would come a day when everything would be as it should be. With that, she turned and left, heading to the next room to sleep. News of this quickly reached Shen Yunyan. Of course, she only knew that young Xuanya had carried the unconscious Xiao Yang away due to her immense strength. Seeing Shen Yunyan's expressionless face, Linger was both nervous and worried. "Your Highness, are you all right?" "It's fine. I was the one who sent him there, after all. This is good. The noble consort isn't causing trouble," Shen Yunyan said, then turned and went to Tsonger's room. Yes, this was good. Slowly, she would fade out of everyone's sight. It was good. The virtuous consort also soon received this news. She looked at her maid in surprise. "Are you sure about this?" "Of course it's true. This noble consort is too arrogant." Mei Xiang clearly felt indignant. Seeing her indignation, the virtuous consort found it rather amusing. She rolled her eyes and said calmly, "Even I'm not angry about this. Why are you so upset?" "Your Highness, please don't worry about these things, okay?" Mei Xiang snatched the embroidery thread from her hand and whispered, "Your Highness, we entered the palace to become favored concubines, even to become. But now you can't even touch the Emperor's bed. When will you become the most favored?" Seeing Mei Xiang's anxious expression, the virtuous consort said calmly, "What you're saying is what my father wants me to do, not what I want. I think it's fine as it is. I can save a lot of money, and when I get older, I can go out and see the world. There are many ways to pass the time in the vast world. This life will be enjoyable." Really? Seeing the virtuous consort like this, Mei Xiang was genuinely worried. What about the Ministry of Revenue? What about Master and Madam? Everyone is counting on your Highness. I am just a small woman. What can people expect from me? The virtuous consort shook her head disapprovingly and said calmly, "If my father and brothers are capable, then even without a favored concubine, the Emperor will naturally value them. But if they are illiterate, even if I become the Empress, what can I do? Can't they strive for their own future? Why do they rely on me?" This. Mei Xiang wanted to say this was wrong, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure out what was wrong with that. What she said made sense, didn't it? Seeing the virtuous consort like this, Mei Xiang took a deep breath. "So we're just going to let this outsider be so arrogant?" "Mei Xiang, I am the virtuous consort, and she is the noble consort. Whether by birth or rank, she is above me. If outsiders hear you say that, it would be insubordination, and you could be beaten to death. So I advise you to be careful with your words and not cause trouble for me, or else I won't be able to help you," the virtuous consort said coldly, looking at the ignorant maid. Ali Green, who was beside her, couldn't stand it anymore. She frowned and looked at Mei Xiang. "Enough, get out." Chapter 442, Creating Opportunities. Mei Xiang felt wronged and reluctantly left. Aliu bowed to the virtuous consort and followed her out. "Stop." "Aliu, did I say something wrong?" Mei Xiang still felt wronged. "Isn't everything I said for the sake of the Empress?" "Of course, we know you mean well for the Empress, but some things can be said and some cannot. In the harem, walls have ears. Those who understand will know you're worried for your mistress, but those who don't might think you're resentful of the Empress. Isn't that just causing trouble for the Empress?" Aliu looked at Meixiang with a hint of helplessness. Meixiang, of course, understood these principles. She lowered her head and whispered, "Then, what should we do about the Empress's family constantly pressuring us?" "I don't know," Aliu shook her head and whispered. "Actually, these matters shouldn't be something we servants should concern ourselves with. We just need to serve the Empress well." Upon hearing this, Meixiang became even more anxious. "Aliu, you and I have grown up with the Empress since childhood. We are the Empress's closest confidants." The Emperor's words before were clearly a deception, yet the Empress, with her pure heart, actually believed him. What are we to do? I'll say it again, that's the Empress's life. She has the right to make her own decisions. Our duty is to serve her well, not to cause her trouble. Do you understand? Aliu emphasized once more. Though Meixiang still felt some resentment in her heart, she knew she couldn't continue this conversation. Reluctantly, she nodded. "Yes, I understand." "That's more like it." Aliu's tone softened slightly as she pinched Meixiang's cheek. You've always had that sharp tongue. I wonder who would dare to marry you in the future." "Aliu, you're so mean." Meixiang blushed, and the two girls began to playfully tease each other. The next morning, Xiaoyang woke up with a pounding headache. The eunuchs hurried forward to help him dress. Being an emperor meant early mornings and late nights. He had to rise before dawn to attend court. "My head hurts badly," Xiaoyang said, standing there in frustration. At that moment, young Xuanya entered with a bowl of hangover soup, whispering, "This is something I brought from home. It works well. Why don't you try it, Your Majesty?" "Thank you," Xiaoyang replied without hesitation, drinking it down in one go. The northern lands were known for their strong spirits, so the hangover remedy was naturally more effective than elsewhere. Soon, Xiaoyang felt much clearer. But with clarity came shock. Xiaoyang stared at young Xuanya in disbelief. What? What is it you wish to ask, Your Majesty?" Young Xuanya found his flustered expression somewhat amusing. That. It was all too absurd. Xiaoyang was desperate to know what had been put in that rose wine. How had it caused him to black out? What exactly had happened last night? Why couldn't he remember anything? Young Xuanya, observing his confusion, remained expressionless. "Does the Emperor regret waking up here? Or do you not wish to wake up here?" Of course not." "No, of course." Xiaoyang, faced with young Xuanya's questioning, found himself at a loss for words for the first time. He didn't know how to respond and could only leave in embarrassment. "Empress, what does the Emperor mean by this?" Xiao Ru looked at young Xuanya, puzzled. "Besides, last night—" "Enough!" Young Xuanya cut her off, glancing at her before spreading her hands. Xiao Ru immediately understood and called for the servants to help young Xuanya change. In the northern lands, young Xuanya rarely wore such elaborate dresses, usually opting for simpler, practical attire. But since arriving in the Xia Palace, she had taken on a more feminine appearance. It seemed that being with someone she loved changed even the strongest of women. Xin Yunyan had also risen early. Seeing young Xuanya enter, gorgeously dressed and more beautiful than a flower, her heart trembled fiercely. However, she hid her emotions well, and no one noticed her distress. Young Xuanya didn't say much but knelt down and performed a formal bow. This was something the etiquette tutor had taught her. The day after the emperor stayed in a concubine's palace, she was to pay her respects to the empress. Since young Xuanya was from the northern lands, she wasn't fully aware of the customs here. She thought that as long as the emperor stayed in her palace, she had to come and pay her respects. The misunderstanding thus unfolded. Xin Yunyan watched her perform the ritual with such formality, feeling as if she were in a dream. After all, their last meeting had been with young Xuanya in her usual defiant manner. Now, the contrast was stark. "Rise," Xin Yunyan said with a gentle smile. "You must have been tired taking care of the emperor last night. You didn't have to come so early." Young Xuanya smiled in return. "Thank you, Empress, for your understanding. I am the Empress. This is what I should do. As long as all of you are well, I can rest easy." Xin Yunyan forced herself to remain calm, but her voice choked slightly at the end. Young Xuanya, however, didn't understand why Shen Yunyin was choked up. She had grown up in the palace and was accustomed to these dynamics. The empress was the empress. The concubines were the concubines. Everyone had their roles. Seeing young Xuanya so open and straightforward, Shen Yunyin felt she was being overly petty. She smiled at young Xuanya and gestured. Linger then brought over a large box and handed it to young Xuanya. Young Xuanya didn't hesitate and opened it to find a box of jewelry. She smiled. Thank you for your generous gift, Empress. You must be tired from last night. Go back and rest. Shen Yunyin waved her hand, feeling overwhelmed. But young Xuanya, being straightforward, hesitated and said, Empress, there's something I don't know if I should say. Since we both serve the Emperor, we are like sisters. If you have something to say, just say it. Shen Yunyin looked at young Xuanya with curiosity. Young Xuanya handed the box to Aliu beside her and said, I feel that the women in the Xia Palace are too delicate. They should strengthen their bodies and learn some martial skills. What? What? Aliu quickly tugged on young Xuanya's sleeve, whispering, Your Highness, don't say any more. Shen Yunyin looked at her deeply, her lips curving slightly, but a bitter taste rose in her throat. Her vision darkened, and she fainted. Empress! Linger cried out in alarm. Someone, call the imperial physician. Chapter 443. Only 1 month left. What is going on? Young Xuanya was first stunned, then stepped forward quickly, pushed Linger aside, and scooped Shen Yunyin up horizontally. Take her to the hall first. Yes, yes. Linger led the way in a flurry. Lu Han arrived quickly. Seeing the frail Shen Yunyin on the bed, his heart tightened. After taking her pulse, he said, It's nothing serious. Her Majesty is just too tired. A good rest will be fine. How can it be just fatigue? I think it's anger that caused her to faint. Your Highness, what exactly do you mean by this? Linger immediately confronted her. But young Xuanya didn't feel she had done anything wrong. She frowned slightly at the aggressive little maid. What do you mean? Her Majesty fainted just from talking. Could it be my fault? Your Highness, you sure have a big temper. Don't think we don't know. You came here today just to flaunt the Emperor's favor, you? How dare you? Alvi stepped forward swiftly, shielding young Xuanya and shouting loudly. Immediately, all the palace maids in the hall gathered, lining up to confront them. Young Xuanya looked disdainfully at these frail little maids. Even if you all attack together, you can't defeat me. Enough. Stop this nonsense. Shen Yunyin slowly regained consciousness at this moment. Seeing the ridiculous scene in the room, she sighed helplessly and took a deep breath. Linger, apologize to the imperial noble consort. Your Majesty. Apologize. Shen Yunyin coughed violently, her tone becoming stern. Linger, though unwilling and on the verge of tears, still bowed to young Xuanya. Please forgive me, Your Highness. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. I don't blame you. Young Xuanya waved her hand and looked at Shen Yunyin. This maid said that Her Majesty fainted because of me. Is that true? Hearing this, Linger frowned and looked at young Xuanya. Your Highness, please mind your manners. Your Majesty, I don't understand. Did Her Majesty faint because of me? Young Xuanya bowed and asked again. Shen Yunyin waved her hand. It has nothing to do with you. It's my own poor health. Now, all of you leave. Don't tell the Emperor about this, or don't blame me for being merciless. Shen Yunyin added another instruction. Everyone left the room with mixed thoughts. Lu Han knelt on the ground. His eyes read, Your Majesty. How much time is left? At most 1 month. Every word Lu Han spoke was extremely difficult. 1 month? Only 1 month left. When Shen Yunyin heard this, she forced a smile. I understand. Make sure to stabilize my condition, so the Emperor doesn't notice anything amiss. Yes, I will do my best. Lu Han kowtowed heavily. Yesterday's events were a blur to Xiaoyang. As soon as he returned to the imperial study after the morning court, he began interrogating Li Nu. What exactly happened last night? I don't know what happened afterwards, Your Majesty. I only know that the imperial noble consort carried you back. Li Nu spoke the truth. What happened after entering the room, she really didn't know. so she could only recount what she saw. What? Carried back? What kind of description is that? Was he some lowly emperor? Why didn't you stop her? Xiaoyang was annoyed. What are you all good for? Hearing this, Li Nu felt Weichif and said softly, You are the emperor, and she is the imperial noble consort. What could we have done to stop her? Yes, what could they have done? Xiaoyang found himself both amused and angry at this. He clenched his teeth and growled, Get out!
Yes.
Li Nu left swiftly, knowing that staying any longer would only lead to trouble. A while later, Shen Yunyan entered carrying a food box. Seeing the angry Xiaoyang, she smiled gently. Why are you so angry again? Yunyan, why are you here? Xiaoyang felt somewhat guilty when facing Shen Yunyan. Though he couldn't recall what happened last night, it was likely. Shen Yunyan took out the dishes from the box herself and smiled at Xiaoyang. Sister Yang came to the Zhaoyang Palace this morning to pay her respects. Your Majesty, you can rest assured. What? Really? But why did he feel nothing? Why couldn't he remember anything? Seeing Shen Yunyan's calm demeanor, Xiaoyang felt even more uneasy. Yunyan, I'm glad you listened to me, Your Majesty. Shen Yunyan handed him a bun, smiling at him. The atmosphere felt oddly tense. Shen Yunyan glanced at Xiaoyang. Yang, I've been feeling very tired lately. I want to stay at the manor for a while. Will you accompany me? Manor? Which manor? Xiaoyang looked at Shen Yunyan. Which manor do you want to go to? The one near the outskirts of the capital, Shen Yunyan said softly with a smile. It won't take much time to go back and forth. It won't interfere with your duties. Since becoming the empress, Shen Yunyan rarely made such requests. This was the first time. Though Xiaoyang found it strange, he still agreed. All right, let's take Tsonger with us? That's great. We'll have a nice family trip. Shen Yunyan immediately smiled. Seeing Shen Yunyan smile, Xiaoyang finally relaxed. He took a bite of the bun, thinking he should still ask young Xuanya about it. Soon, everything was packed, and Xiaoyang and Shen Yunyan boarded the carriage together. From atop the wall, young Xuanya watched the two of them intimately, full of envy but no resentment, only a faint smile. Seeing her mistress like this, Xiao Ru felt heartache. Your Highness, let them go. Why watch them? Let's go back. I still want to watch. Yang Xuanya smiled but didn't move, her hands clenched into fists. At the inn, what did you say? Yang Feiyu couldn't believe his ears as he looked at Xiao Ru. Say that again. The emperor has taken the empress out of the palace. Xiao Ru was also indignant. Their princess was the best person in the world. Why should she be treated like this? That's too much. Yang Feiyu gritted his teeth. These days I've been troubled by the issue of the slave contract, but now it seems I'm overthinking. This Xiaoyang is a scoundrel. Your Highness, please be careful with your words. Xiao Ru reminded again. After all, he is the sovereign. You can't speak like that. Can't speak like that? Why not? Not only should he be cursed, but cursed fiercely. Chapter 444. Let's go together. Seeing little Ru's cowardly demeanor, Yang Feiyu rolled his eyes and said irritably, I'm the one who cursed, not you. Why are you making such a scene? Upon hearing this, little Ru whispered, Even if it was you who cursed, if the emperor heard it, wouldn't we and the empress suffer? Now that the princess has entered the palace, even for the sake of the princess, your Highness must bear with it a little. This made young Feiyu feel even more annoyed. All right, just go back and take good care of my sister. You don't need to worry about external matters. With that, he turned and walked out. Others might be afraid of Xiaoyang and dare not argue, but he wasn't. Xiaoyang had bullied his sister, and he was determined to seek justice. However, since Xiaoyang was not in the palace, Yang Feiyu missed him and his anger grew even more. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang ignored the opinions of others and directly brought Shen Yunyao and their child to this estate. Since his mother's passing, Xiaoyang had never returned to this estate. Now that he was here, he was surprised to see that the once barren mountains were now filled with blooming flowers and numerous fruit trees. Looking at the transformation, Xiaoyang was somewhat astonished. Did you do all this? Mother loved lively places when she was alive, So I thought this might make her happier, Shen Yunyao said softly, holding the child and smiling gently. Since birth, Song-er had mostly stayed in the Zhaoyang Palace and rarely ventured out, so he naturally found everything in nature fascinating. He clapped his hands, laughed gleefully, and refused to stay in Shen Yunyao's arms. Shen Yunyao had no choice but to set the restless Song-er down and gently took Xiaoyang's arm, saying softly, "It's been a long time since we visited Mother. Let's go together, shall we?" Seeing Shen Yunyao like this, Xiaoyang felt something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. He let her lead him up the mountain. The mountain was covered in colorful wildflowers, stretching across the hills and valleys, making it look utterly beautiful and unrecognizable from its former barrenness. As Xiaoyang ascended, his mood grew heavier. Although he wasn't the biological son of the princess, she had genuinely loved him, giving him the motherly love he had never experienced in his 2 lifetimes. Now, standing here, Xiaoyang's emotions were complex. Shen Yunyao knelt down, slowly clearing the weeds in front of the tomb, smiling softly. "Mother, we've come to see you. I'm sorry it's been so long. I've always missed you, but our circumstances are different now. We can't leave the palace easily. Please don't be angry." Hearing this, Xiaoyang felt even more emotional. He knelt down beside Shen Yunyao, helping her clear the weeds, and said softly, "Mother, I miss you." In both his lifetimes, Xiaoyang had never had a mother. So, saying these words was incredibly difficult for him. This was perhaps the only tender spot in his heart. "Daddy, Mommy." Song-er picked some wildflowers and excitedly ran over. He was almost 2 years old and already able to speak, calling Daddy and Mommy with great affection. Xiaoyang picked up the child and smiled lightly, whispering, "Mother, look, this is my child. Does he look like me?"
Yes.
Song-er wrapped his arms around Xiaoyang's neck and kissed him. This time, at Shen Yunyao's request, they had come as a family of 3 without any attendants, so they had to do everything themselves. Xiaoyang led Shen Yunyao down the mountain. Their residence had already been cleaned, and everything was in order. Since Xiaoyang was the emperor, his desk and documents had been brought here. "You handle the memorials and take care of the child. I'll cook," Shen Yunyao said, handing the child to Xiaoyang with a slight smile before heading to the kitchen. Watching Shen Yunyao's back, Xiaoyang pondered, then started reading the memorials while holding the child. Although Song-er was only 2 years old, he was very quiet, especially when with Xiaoyang, often not crying or making a fuss. He leaned against Xiaoyang's chest, staring at the memorials in Xiaoyang's hand. Though he hadn't started learning yet and couldn't read a single word, he still looked intently, wanting to know what was on the paper and why his father was so focused. Seeing his adorable expression, Xiaoyang smiled warmly and pointed to the words on the memorial, reading them aloud to Song-er. Initially, it was just to entertain the child, but to Xiaoyang's surprise, Song-er immediately sat up straight and began repeating the words after him. "Song-er, do you know what this means?" Xiaoyang asked curiously, looking at the child. Song-er was very young and didn't understand the meaning, so he shook his head. "No, I don't know." "Then why are you so serious?" Xiaoyang found the chubby little boy incredibly cute and pinched his cheek. Song-er, still young and with limited vocabulary, struggled to say, "Reading, not easy, must cherish." Song-er means that having the opportunity to read is not easy, so we must cherish it? Xiaoyang pinched his chubby cheek and laughed heartily. "My little treasure is so amazing." Although Song-er didn't like others pinching his chubby cheeks, seeing Xiaoyang laugh so happily, he endured it. After all, his father wasn't just anyone. In the kitchen, Shen Yunyao calmly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Hearing Xiaoyang's laughter, she smiled faintly. She couldn't remember the last time she had seen Xiaoyang so carefree. Yang Feiyu rushed over just as he heard such joyful laughter. Thinking of his sister being wronged while the culprit was so happy, Yang Feiyu became even angrier and kicked the door open, striding in. Song-er instinctively clung to Xiaoyang, looking towards the door, only to see a handsome but fierce-looking uncle. He looked pitifully at Xiaoyang. "Daddy, I'm scared." "Yang Feiyu, are you out of your mind?" Xiaoyang frowned, displeased with young Feiyu. Young Feiyu hadn't expected there to be a child in the room.